Yo, chat. How's it going? Here we are. You guys ready for later? Big day. I'm doing good, huh? Hope everyone is doing good too. I was up kind of long last night, so I'm actually only awake for like 2 hours now. A lot of prep work, a lot of macro stuff. Is unique affixes a random thing? Yes, so stats are now random on uniques. It's kind of funny because every other game interprets uniques as this is that item, it always has those stats. And now they took it completely to the opposite end, right? And they said, okay, this item is unique. There can be no other item like this. Which is kind of interesting, you know? And it kind of makes sense, right? They completely turn it upside down. Kind of funny. Isn't that just legendary? No, legendaries always look the same. You know, you always have, stat 1, stat 2, stat 3, stat 4, exactly what you want. And uniques, you will never have what you want. So, it's kind of interesting. And I guess it makes sense, actually. It kind of makes sense to me. It's just funny that it's like, the opposite now, right? Normally the legendaries are the random items and the uniques are the fixed. But now it's the opposite. But it's logical, actually. Yeah, the effect on the unique is always the same, yeah. But the stats are random. However, you can temper them. Will GA legendary still be a chase? Yes, and I guess. So GAs are half as good now. They're 25%. Well, to be fair, there are some stats that have really high ranges. So getting a GA just to get a max roll is actually very useful. Like we saw dot multi, for example, it goes from 30 to 60. And the same with crit multi, it goes from 13 to 25. So, there's a massive range between min and max roll. So getting a GA is really good in those cases. And for other stuff, not so much. And besides that, I do expect you're gonna get a lot of GAs later in like Torn 12 and stuff, right? We're probably gonna see a lot more of the good loot. We have not seen a single example of a unique item that doesn't have a regular stat. So I expect there will still be a few of them. Notably, Razorblade without thorns doesn't make any sense. Fist of Fate, that's the entire item, right? Is the stats basically. So I think there might be a few uniques that have their own stats. The mythics are still completely fixed, including no roll ranges, which is a bit sad. I think there should be roll ranges on mythics at least. My first mythic was a mineral static. Since you've seen Lucky Hit, Resource Regen, is Lum and stuff like that nerfed at all? It almost guaranteed is, to be honest. Lucky Hit restore resources minus 60%. So Lum is probably like got it. Pretty sure they want resources to be like a pretty conscious investment. And it makes sense, right? It allows, you know, combo builds to shine a bit better, combo points rogue as well, and you know, this kind of stuff. Dude, imagine playing a combo point rogue again. Crazy. Unbelievable. Inner sight rogue. Using inner sight for its intended purpose. Wow. No spamming Death Trap. I mean, I think Death Trap is an interesting build. I don't think it needs to be get nuked. It's just, you know, if Death Trap is a build that you need 50 hours to even like get started with, basically, I think that's okay. Bassett, I'm not sure about this, but I will copy this. Okay, we'll see. Unique or like a legendary, but they have a unique power. Well, the thing about the uniques is you cannot craft them. So the only thing you can do with uniques is you can temper, and you can re-roll the range of the unique effect. But you can do nothing else with the affixes. So whatever they roll, they will have that. So it will just be like a random whatever selection of stats basically every time. And then getting the right unique with the right stats is gonna be like a Giga chase. So that's basically how it's gonna go. And meanwhile, legendaries are like the opposite, you know, you can go to the enchanter, you can roll a thing, and then it's only 3 other stats, and you use your cube to, you know, put the stuff you want, basically. So it's very interesting. Basically, the 4 should be 80% better starting on the 28th. How about 800? 800% extra value, guys. Log in. Yeah, you can do 3-to-1 unique, and you can also reroll the affix on the unique. Sorry, the effect. And you can upgrade common items into unique as well. So you have a few things to do. I'm gonna have a bite of my spaghetti. I'm sorry, they're too good. Nini made them. Yeah, I saw the ring, Kieran. It was very funny. PvE tunic a month after the 4 is not bad. Yeah, I think 1 month is pretty good. Definitely gotta check out PoE 2 then. And I've played so little PoE 2 lately. I'm definitely excited for some PoE 2 as well at some point. Did I move or is it just a new setup? I've been here for like 2 years. That's spaghetti, Sophie. Whose video is this? This is mine. It's all mine. Why did so many reviewers have the new mythic swords? Well, maybe they gave it to them somehow, I don't know. It seems like the mythic sword was not in the boost vendor. And that's a very typical Blizzard thing to do, to forget about these things. So maybe there was another source of the mythic sword. Like maybe you get it from finishing a campaign or some shit. And Tyrael comes in and he's like, yo bro, here. Uber Mephisto only drop? Maybe. But we'll see. I haven't really done like a lot of like very exclusive drops like that. Which is a bit sad. I think it would make sense if like the mythics were maybe tied to some of the bosses or something. No, thanks for the subs by the way, as you see. We had Roddy, Good and Borrow, and Tyser. Thank you, man. With item stats not drastically increase around level 50. We haven't seen examples of items at level 50. In the live game they do, that like 50 to 60, there's like a pretty huge jump in item power, like the item stats. And I guess it's still similar. Maybe now, later, right? Infinity 4 has become too easy. I don't know. They're adding 8 more difficulties. And in a live game, almost no one was able to do even Torment 7. So I'm not that worried about it, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not talking about Pit 150. Like, Pit 150 is not a goal, you know? Actually, in the future, it kind of becomes a goal, because glyphs go to 150 now. So if you can push all the way to 150, then you can much more easily level the glyphs to 150 as well, right? Instead of grinding low tiers. But yeah, the other side, like Pit 150 is not really a goal, I guess, necessarily. And that's not what I mean. What I mean is, in Season 12, we had a pseudo Torment 7 content, and, you know, almost no one could do it. And that is still 5 torments below what you're gonna get in the expansion. So now obviously they have rescaled everything, there's a lot of power creep and so on, so we might close that gap. Yeah, the 150 glyphs will be basically like the 150 gems in D3. And honestly, I think it kind of makes sense that, you know, there are 150 tiers, there's 150 levels of the glyphs. I think why not, right? I think it was not a bad choice. What am I eating? I'm eating spaghetti. I better give a little piece of bolognese to Melon, so 1 second, guys. Okay, we're back. Okay, past that, by the way, SVR is investigating this, and I think he might get in touch with you about the question earlier. Oh, another review video is up, I see. Should we watch that? Holy. Let's see if there's something in there. 34 minutes. Holy shit, okay. I recommend.
For a record 6 years now, Squarespace has been helping me turn my dream into reality, and that's what Squarespace does for millions of other people too.
Yeah, I'm still around. Yeah, but he's not streaming and stuff. He's a Microsoft employee, basically.
A special discount to viewers of this channel, so stick around to the end of the video to.
Okay.
This review did cover just a set. Okay, Diablo 4 special discount for a record 6
Dude,
years.
it's quite a choice to start a video with an ad. That's crazy.
Okay, Diablo 4.
That's very short.
I'm really excited to talk about this one since there's actually a fair amount to cover. Just to set this up though, you really should know about the review process that applied to all reviewers. This review did not take place on live servers. Instead, Blizzard set us up with test accounts on test realms, and they gave us unrestricted access to the full expansion experience for a full week. Notably, they did not give us access to any of the upcoming seasonal content, which to be honest is kind of a big missed opportunity since seasonal content is nowadays an integral part of the.
Okay, it sounds like there might be seasonal content.
Diablo 4 experience, and I found it's often pretty good, so not being able to comment on it here as part of the review is a disappointment. In terms
Kind of funny that he makes this like such a big deal though.
of what I personally played during the review period, I played a hell of a lot of it, pun intended. I played through the campaign experience with a warlock starting at level 1, and then spent some time at the end game with that character. After that, I rolled a level 1 paladin and leveled him through the end game experience only, eventually pushing him up to Torment 7, which is where the gear check stuff really starts to kick in, and it was clear to me that I'd have to really start grinding in order to push him higher. All in, I'm guessing I spent around 30 hours with the expansion over the past week across 2 characters, plenty of time spent at the end game to really get a sense of how all of that feels, but like I said, sans seasonal content, which is a real bummer because that can often make a huge difference. Before we kick off, I think you should also know about my history with Diablo 4, which is that I've always liked this video game. Even in its launch state, I agreed with all of the issues that people pointed out, but ultimately, I was on board with the tone, the world design, the class fantasies, the storyline. It was by no means perfect, but as
Dude, PvP in Scotland.
The world design,
When are we gonna get Battle Royale, guys?
and the class fantasies, the storyline, it was by no means perfect, but as I remarked back then, I thought it was a really solid foundation that Blizzard could and would build on, given that Diablo 4 is an evolving live service game, just as Diablo 3 was, it's just that we didn't have the term live service back then. As a result, I've continued to play Diablo 4 after its initial launch. I played a few seasons prior to the arrival of the previous expansion, Vessel of Hatred. I played through that expansion and a little more after that. More recently, I went back to the game with the release of the Paladin class, since you could get early access to it by pre-ordering the Lord of Hatred expansion. I played the shit out of that season, man. I fucking loved it. The Paladin was absurdly broken. It was just a great time. I provide all of this setup because I view these sorts of expansion reviews for live service games in a particular way. Similar to when I'd review a Destiny expansion, the review of the actual expansion content is only one part of the equation because frankly speaking, expansions for live service games are rarely so good that they might move someone to pick up the game for the first time or return to it after they've lost interest. Instead, these expansions are typically major milestones in the live service evolution, and they become useful checkpoints to stand back and take in the entire breadth of offering and ask, okay, how are we doing? How is Diablo 4 in 2026? And is it worth either picking up or stepping back into? Is it worth your time and money? Short answer to that question, I think yes, absolutely. If you are in the market for a casual and accessible ARPG experience that is quite beholden to seasonal content pacing. We'll talk more about this later, but I think the main draw of Diablo 4 in its current form is that rather than feeling self-conscious about how streamlined and accessible it is, or how quick it is to move through its progression and itemization systems, Blizzard have essentially embraced those aspects of the game and built an ARPG where it's incredibly easy to step in, get leveled, get geared, feel powerful, and have fun. It's not overly complex, so you don't have to study spreadsheets in order to understand it, and the time requirements are so low that they will genuinely surprise you. For some, that's going to be the worst imaginable ARPG experience, because they want depth and complexity and grind in a game that will last them for hundreds or thousands of hours. And you know what? Fair enough. But Diablo 4 isn't trying to be that. I think it's a game that is smartly aged with its audience, appealing to ARPG fans who don't have a lot of time to grind and who are looking for a more instantaneous experience. If you are looking for an ARPG experience that pushes back on you, then I think Diablo 4 probably isn't for you. But if you're looking for a game that welcomes you with open arms, inviting you to relax and click buttons and just to have fun, then I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised by how much Diablo 4 has to offer and how far it's come since its initial launch.
Come to kill remains.
Age of your audience is like a Blizzard-wide directive. All the while developers say that exact line. And yeah, maybe this is why you picked it up, right?
Or let's talk about the expansion's campaign experience first. Just in case you are wondering, yes, you can skip straight to it if you have already completed the base game campaign and the first expansion. If you haven't played that content, I really recommend doing so before stepping into Lord of Hatred, because the storyline is not only a direct continuation of that saga, but also the conclusion to that saga, and most of the narrative impact of the expansion will be lost on you if you haven't experienced the story leading up to it. In that context, if I'm honest, it's actually really difficult to talk about the expansion storyline without spoiling things, so I'm going to keep things super high level. The previous expansion, Vessel of Hatred, was roundly criticized for its short, uninteresting campaign storyline that felt like it was spinning its wheels in preparation for a climax that never arrived. It was a deeply, deeply disappointing campaign experience, full stop. Contrast between that expansion and this is like, it feels like it was made by two totally different companies. This is a really beefy 10-ish hour campaign that feels extremely dense owing to just how much story content there is and how deliberate all of that story content feels. There is no spinning of the wheels here, no wasted time. It's a really breathless, relentless Act 3 storyline that centers on the most important characters, giving them each plenty of screen time and telling their stories in ways that make the characters feel layered and interesting. This continues to be a story about the battle against Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, but what I found most compelling about it is that it returns to what made the storyline of the base game so compelling. That Lilith storyline was very centered on the way that demons used humanity as pawns in their internecine conflicts, and the actions of humans are inherently more horrific than the actions of demons because humans are real. When those villagers murder that priest in cold blood in the church with Lilith standing over them, that is far more affecting than if Lilith were to have done the deed herself. The Lord of Hatred storyline employs a similar conceit. Mephisto has possessed the body of Akarat, a famed holy man and prophet of Sanctuary. With this body, Mephisto is able to trick the people of Sanctuary into becoming his acolytes, and in Akarat's name, they commit horrible misdeeds. The idea of a murderous cult of religious zealots fits very neatly in Diablo's universe, but to see Sanctuary's well-meaning innocents tricked into such a cult is a chilling twist. I won't comment on the lore implications of everything that takes place in this expansion because frankly, I'm not well versed in Diablo lore, and ultimately it doesn't really matter that much to me. What matters to me with an expansion like this is this story holding my attention? Is it surprising me? Is it making me reflect on the motivations of his characters? And do I feel as though this story exists as more than just a vessel for gameplay scenarios? The answer to all of those questions is a resounding yes. But separate from all of that, the telling of this story is at times pretty magnificent. Blizzard have put a huge amount of effort into the presentation of this story with arresting visual motifs, elaborate cinematic cutscenes, and some absolutely stunning music. Honestly, the soundtrack in this expansion is like one of its best features for sure. This presentation really elevates this package. It's possible to tell a great video game story using only still images or just straight text, but it's more affecting when we can see it in motion and when the art design of a scene ignites your imagination or when a stirring score builds to a violent crescendo. This is the concluding chapter in Diablo 4's first saga, and Blizzard has spared no expense in making this climax feel truly climactic.
It is in our nature to hate. And that is why I've brought you here, to change that nature.
As for what you're doing during this campaign, this is where things start to drop off pretty hard, but it'll take some time to explain why, so bear with me. First of all, Lord of Hatred is set on the island of Skobos, which is very similar to the rest of Sanctuary. I'd go as far as to say is the only thing that really sets it apart is its soundtrack, which has a really strong Mediterranean vocalist vibe going the whole way through.
Okay, sounds nice. Listening.
The inherent challenge of an ARPG is that it's difficult to be too ambitious with your level design. The forced perspective limits verticality, and the core gameplay loop isn't conducive to layouts that demand much thought or attention. Space in ARPGs is generally speaking just a flat plane on which to house the loot pinatas. And while you can put some playful spins on that from time to time, can't do it too often lest it gets in the way of all the clicking and the looting. Skobos does its best as a destination, but even with its new aesthetics, new enemy types, and wonderful music, it still feels like you've been here before, and precious few of the gameplay scenarios that Blizzard have cooked up make Skobos feel truly unique or memorable. As a result, the campaign is just 10 or so hours of fairly standard Diablo 4 gameplay. You know, clicking on demons, collecting loot upgrades, leveling a character up, unlocking new abilities, that's it. And honestly, that would be totally fine if you were able to tap into at least some of the things that make Diablo 4 an interesting video game, namely its buildcraft that allows you to not only make fun choices about how to build and play your character, but also brings with it a feeling of power progression that is sorely lacking during the campaign leveling experience. Like I said though, it'll take a bit of time to explain, so bear with me. Here we go. The biggest complaint leveled at Diablo 4 at launch was its scaling world that leveled with you during the campaign. Lacking during the campaign leveling experience. Okay. Like I said though, it'll take a bit of time to explain, so bear with me. Here we go. The biggest complaint leveled at Diablo 4 at launch was its scaling world that leveled with you during the campaign. This meant that you never actually felt like you were getting more powerful as you were playing. You were just picking up items that would keep you at the same net zero power level, and the next time you gained a level, the world would level up with you, and you'd instantly start feeling weaker again. A big problem in a genre where feeling powerful is kind of the whole point. Lord of Hatred is built on the same foundations in that the campaign experience levels with you, so at no point do you ever pick up an item and go, fuck yeah man, I feel so much stronger now. The feedback loop that comes from item progression just isn't there during the leveling experience, and that can make leveling feel pretty boring. The skill tree is the main way that you start to feel more powerful as you play while leveling, and the
They didn't nerf this.
overhaul to the skill tree is a net positive for the game. Without going into too much detail, all of the old passive stat notes have been removed, and the entire skill tree is now focused on abilities and passives attached to those abilities. So instead of having a node that just says, get 5% more crit, there'll be a node that branches off one of your skills that says, get 5% more crit when you use this skill. The thing is, you've selected all of your ability choices and most of your passive choices by like level 30-ish when you're leveling, and after that, the main thing you're doing each level is putting additional points into each of the ability nodes you've already selected. You used to be able to put 5 ranks into each ability, now you put a total of 15 ranks, and you'll do this for at least 4 of your core abilities. So that's literally like at least 60 levels where all you're doing is just dumping skill points into nodes you've already selected. Because don't forget, you also get additional skill points from world exploration. Overall, this just doesn't feel good. It feels like an unresolved design challenge that Blizzard couldn't solve before shipping the expansion, because putting so much like an unresolved get additional skill points from world exploration. Overall, this just
Dude, she has fucking multi-shot.
doesn't feel good. It feels like an unresolved design challenge that Blizzard couldn't solve before shipping the expansion, because putting so many points into single nodes and getting such incremental benefit for doing so is just really boring, and it takes some of the wind out.
Yeah, it's what I said last time. They should have reduced the level requirement by the total levels by 10. Instead of going to 70, we should have gone to 50. So up to like level 40, you unlock shit, and then you have like a few levels where you just like, keep pumping a few points, and that's it.
And getting such incremental benefit for doing so is just really boring, and it takes some of the wind out of the sails of this skill tree redesign, since the goal of it was surely to make node choices feel much more meaningful, and they do when you're actually making choices. But the whole like put 15 ranks into each skill thing really sucks, and I'd be really surprised if this isn't overhauled in a future update. And this wouldn't be such a problem if the gear game was beginning to kick in earlier, but it's not. During my campaign leveling experience, I got precious few legendaries and 0 unique items, and these are the items that make Diablo fun. Back to legendaries and but it's not. During my campaign leveling experience, I got precious few legendaries and 0 unique items, and these are the items that make Diablo fun. Back in the day when the world didn't scale with us, unique items, and these are the items that make Diablo fun. Back in the day.
Helm, chest, armor, pants, shields, and amulets to get block chance. And block chance temper was already a thing. It seems like they buffed it because this is a magic temper that has 3%. I know the legendary temper on live is 5%. So I wonder if we can say it.
When the world didn't scale with us, it used to be fun when we'd go from a blue mace to a yellow mace because we could feel that power differential. But we can't feel it anymore. Now the power differential that we feel comes from gear with legendary affixes, but in particular, unique affixes, which are so potent that they can encourage you to try new skills that you wouldn't otherwise be using. And I'll tell you this right now, Diablo.
Okay, he's at 56 and he has a lot of legendaries equipped actually. Yo, accelerating 50% attack speed. Edge Master 60% damage. They doubled both. And these are non-ancestrals. Actually, I wonder, do ancestral still have higher? It almost doesn't seem so. He has Fortress. He has Protecting. That seems unchanged.
Now, Diablo 4 is
Inner Calm 75%. Oh, there's no timer anymore on Inner Calm. Look at that. Dude, if these are actually like the aspects that we're gonna slam on our amulets, it's gonna be crazy. These were all the aspects, like the generic aspects that we had in Sanctification season, right? And they're probably gonna be still in the pool for the Transfiguration on their neck.
stuffed full of really fun legendary.
You gain 150% in total armor, but the evade has 100% increased cooldown. Damn.
And unique affixes because it's been building a library.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. My cursed touch is unchanged. But it's on the boots now. It's not an offensive item anymore.
Library of them since launch.
45 increased damage. We've seen this aspect on another class already.
There's so much here. Yeah, so like, what's the harm of letting players get a taste of that while leveling? People.
I mean, he's literally with 50. He's like full. Like he has full legendaries. There's only
so
one
much
ring.
here. So like, what's the harm of letting players get a taste of that while leveling? People who play Diablo 4 regularly are probably saying to themselves right now, dude, leveling is super fast, and the focus of this game is the end game. In the time that you spent complaining about this, you could have leveled a character to level 70. And look, that's partly true, but that's the perspective of people who already know and like and understand this game. Think about it from an onboarding perspective. Most of the people who pick up Diablo 4 for the first time, or who return to it after a long spell, are in for a fairly boring leveling experience, one where they don't ever feel like they're getting more powerful, one where they're just mindlessly dumping 14 extra points into a skill node they've already selected without feeling any of the benefits, and one where buildcraft isn't an option because legendaries and uniques are not dropping. I don't know the exact answer to this, but it's
So there's still life per 5 seconds instead of life per second.
got to be something along the lines of giving people access to the Paragon board sooner, because some of those nodes can be real game changers and absolutely overhaul the drop rates of legendary and unique items while leveling so that people can start tapping into that goodness sooner. As compelling as the Lord of Hatred storyline and presentation is, and as good as the music on Scovos is, it doesn't ever feel like anything more than a slow jog towards the true starting line of the Diablo 4 experience. And with Diablo 4 now having so much to offer in terms of buildcraft, I don't think that Blizzard needs to hold quite so much in reserve. So that's the campaign. Do I recommend picking up Lord of Hatred just to experience this campaign? Honestly, no, but that's not because the campaign itself is bad, just because outside of the story, it's a poor showcase of what makes Diablo 4 a good game in its present form. Because I really do believe that this game is a lot stronger than what this campaign showcases, and I think the broader package is why you might want to pick up Lord of Hatred. But also, it doesn't hurt that the expansion comes with a bunch of other stuff that makes the game better, like, for example, 2 new classes. Lord of Hatred's hallmark feature is the introduction of 2 new classes, the Warlock and the Paladin. The Warlock is a funny one actually, and I don't know how many people know this, but some months back, Blizzard added the Warlock to Diablo 2 Resurrected. Yes, you heard that right, they really did add a new class to a game that is effectively 26 years old now. It's actually kind of cool, to be honest. I did play through the Lord of Hatred campaign with the Warlock, and I also spent some time at the endgame. I have to admit my own personal biases here. I've just never been a fan of the whole caster archetype in ARPGs. Never enjoyed Sorcerer or Witch Doctor or Wizard. I've always been drawn to the physical damage classes. Having said that, I've always had a soft spot for the Necromancer because I love having a little army of skeletons following me around. On that basis, I was hopeful I would click with the Warlock, but unfortunately it just didn't really work for me. That's not a criticism of the class, by the way. I'm just saying that I personally didn't gel with its playstyle or playstyles, because that's an important thing to note about all classes in Diablo 4. They all have multiple flavors informed by your skill choices and your class variant, since each class has its own unique system allowing you to specialize in a particular style of play. The Warlock, for example, has soul.
Oh shit. Now that's a nerf. 200 lesser demons. That used to be 50.
Shard options, one of which is focused on summoning lots of demons, another one on becoming a demon, another involving shadow form and hexes to debuff targets, and another that
Okay, that
sort of a
seems kind
hybrid
of
of
the
everything.
same.
I spent the most time with 2 of these playstyles, the one where I summon a lot of demons and another one where I regularly transform into a demon so I can cast Hellfire spells. The demon summoning stuff is interesting because I was thinking to myself, okay, how do you make a minion class that doesn't feel like Necromancer again? And Blizzard have definitely figured it out, since Warlock plays absolutely nothing like a Necro. Rather than an army of persistent minions that follow you around, demons are more like projectiles you toss or artillery you place. The basic skill Command Fallen just summons a little demon
And the bombardment skill is very fun, to be fair. Just look at
and sends it charging into your foes so they explode and deal damage. The main core skill, called Bombardment, involves summoning summoning demons from up above and then smashing them down at range, one of the defensive skills involves summoning a demonic aggro totem who taunts enemies while damaging and debuffing them. Your big damage dealing ability is called Rampage, and that just places an immovable demon somewhere and he just starts smashing the ground all around him. And the ultimate ability summons a massive fiend whose cleave is so wide that it covers most of the battlefield. It's all very cool, very pink, but I found it a little too passive, sort of like I was just setting up these meat grinder traps and then just standing back while my buddies did all the work for me. That led me to switch to the demon form Hellfire style, which I honestly enjoyed a lot more. It was a more traditional caster model where I was flinging out these target-seeking flame demons while also leaving brimstone on the ground, which would detonate under certain conditions. But I also had this Tyrant's Grasp ability that would pull enemies and brimstone towards me so they'd all get blown up faster. And the ultimate is this sick-looking AoE apocalypse.
The Rift Guardian has arrived. It's a new one, by the way, I think. Or is it from the... maybe it's from the tower?
Thing that I could channel for 6.66 seconds for maximum damage. A very nice
That's from the
touch.
tower. Here comes Apocalypse.
Not ready for that.
So look, I'm not here to criticize the class.
Not ready for that.
Dude, it seems like you get these tuning prisms a lot. This is the Pit 10. He's getting 3 items and 2 tuning prisms.
So look, I'm not here to criticize.
Oh, and a seal or a charm. Actually, I want to see that. I forgot the souls as well. Okay, here is a magic seal actually.
So look, I'm not here to criticize the class design because different class fantasies appeal to different people. I'm just saying this one didn't work for me. But oh my god, the Paladin. Now, again, I have to admit my bias here. Paladin is my boy, and he always has been since back in the day. Not just in Diablo, mind you, but in basically every video game I've played as far back as like Baldur's Gate 1, I think. I don't know. Point is, I love me a good Paladin, and Diablo 4's Paladin is a fucking good Paladin, man. Admittedly, a lot of my thoughts from this come from having leveled a Paladin a few months ago when the Paladin was first released as a pre-order bonus. Played so much of that season.
Okay, so what we saw with the purple health globe is not just a Warlock thing. He has it here too. I wonder if there's something like weaken. There's vulnerable and there's weaken. Maybe enemies can weaken me here too. Actually, it looks like it.
The Paladin was first released as a pre-order bonus. Played so much of
Yeah, he has like some purple glow. Actually, the enemy might have weakened him.
that season, and by the end of it, my Paladin was pretty decked out owing to how utterly broken that class was. Rest in peace, Castle Node. I won't forget you, buddy. Regardless of how broken he was, the Paladin was just tremendous fun to play because Blizzard nailed the class fantasy so perfectly. The armor all looks incredible, the playstyles are so much fun, and so in keeping with the established lore of the class. You can build him as a tank, an agile holy warrior, a Hammerden, a Captain America-style shield bro, or an embodiment of the light who can transform into an angelic arbiter. If the Paladin fantasy in video games at all appeals to you, then Lord of Hatred will give you one of the best Paladin experiences you can have in video games, if not the best. It's incredible. It's so good that when Lord of Hatred launches, I will be leveling another Paladin just because I'm nowhere close to tired of him and I'm really keen to experience some of those lesser played playstyles. So those are the 2 classes that Lord of Hatred serves
nice.
up. And while I didn't click to experience some of them,
Also,
I'll be leveling another Paladin just because
these are the XP globes, right?
I'm nowhere close to tired of him. When
What
Lord
are
of
these?
Hatred launches, I will be leveling another Paladin
Here, he's level 68. Look at this. He's level 68.75.
just because I'm nowhere close.
And he just gets like a 0.3 level.
It's so good that when Lord of Hatred launches, I will be
Also, yeah, he has like some warp thing here that gives him XP.
Another
He has a +1 difficulty there.
Paladin just because I'm nowhere close to tired of him and I'm really keen to experience
Also, he has
some of those lesser
some
played playstyles. So those are the
there.
2 classes that Lord of Hatred serves up. And while I didn't click with the Warlock, I definitely appreciate its unique spin on minion-focused gameplay. And as I've already made abundantly clear, the Paladin is absolutely S tier. Now let's round out the expansion discussion by taking
Okay, it's two-hander, never mind.
taking a look at some of the other systems-based stuff that Lord of Hatred serves up. Stuff like war plans, the Haradrim Cube, talismans, and fishing? The most impactful endgame
Dude, what? Look at that all-res roll. And then compared to the lightning res roll, the lightning res roll is 50% higher. What the fuck is going on? How did they giga buff this res so much? This thing is bugged almost.
The most impactful endgame system introduced with Lord of Hatred are what's called war plans.
That is actually like a lot of choices there. So this is probably like when you have rank 10 on the wall plans. You have 3, 3, 4, 3, 3. Okay. All rest sets at percent. Single rest is a flat number. Wait, what? They both have... Yeah, you're talking about this here. This is just a multiplier to your existing resistance. I'm talking about this here. 405 res. That is more than a grand gem. Like on a live server, this is like 80 or something. So I think there's 6 resistance types, I think. And the single res rolls are, I think, 7 times higher than the all res rolls. So all res is like slightly less value, but it gives it to everything. You know, so basically when you have, like, you need 7 all res rolls to get the equivalent of 6 individual res rolls. Basically, this is how it works on a live server. And here, you know, we still have the same number of resistances, right? But the all res roll is nearly the same as the single res roll. And that doesn't make any sense. Like, this is like way more powerful now. This is more than a fucking gem is like doing. Like, this all res roll on the ring is like at least 10% damage reduction or something. It's crazy. To like everything.
The most impactful endgame system introduced with Lord of Hatred are what's called war plans, and they're pretty great actually. Diablo 4's endgame used to be about running nightmare dungeons over and over, and then it was about running the pit over and over, but since the game's launch, Blizzard has added a number of worthwhile endgame activities, each with their own unique flavor, each with their own set of rewards that make them all worthwhile on some level. Things like Hell Tides, endgame bosses, the Undercity, Tree of Whispers quests, that sort of thing. War plans are essentially playlists that you can queue up that let you run these different activities one after the other, and when you've completed the whole playlist, you get some very generous rewards. I don't know how worthwhile those reward packages will be in the much higher Torment tiers, but I was pushing through Torments 5, 6, and 7 and found they were definitely
2 legendary temper manuals, 2 times the same, funny enough. Boss trophy, set charm, their boss key, all from an Undercity run.
worth my time.
On Paragon 48.
No question. War plans are really nice because they naturally encourage you to jump around and experience different types of endgame content. It's like putting a Spotify playlist on shuffle and letting it do the thinking for you. You can, of course, still do those endgame activities without having a war plan active, so if you want to farm pit runs, then there's nothing to stop you doing that. But if you want to let the war plan take the wheel, then you can just click some nodes, open your map to teleport you to the relevant destination, and away you go. The real benefit of running war plans, though, is the skill tree attached to each of these endgame activities. This is actually pretty awesome. The way this works is that as you complete activities in war plans, you'll earn experience for those activities. So every time I turn in a completed Tree of Whispers during a war plan run, I get experience. That experience eventually gets converted to upgrade points in this here skill tree, allowing me to unlock nodes that will augment the Tree of Whispers activity. The first node, for example, gives me an extra Whisper Cache choice whenever I hand in, which is really nice. The next node, though, is really interesting. Now all caches are either going to be greater quality
Oh.
or junk. This is one of the notable things about these skill trees. They aren't all just bonuses. They're very often risk-reward trade-offs. For example, many of them will allow for extra mobs or even bosses to spawn while you're doing activities, which is good in the sense that you can kill them and get rewarded. They can also kill you. Bottom line though, these skill
I think I've seen this, but I'm going to
skill nodes are ultimately extremely rewarding if you can manage the trade-offs, and I think war plans are a fantastic complement to the seasonal model.
Fuck. Those two tips. Oh no. Okay, I see something about 2 butchers that ambush you. Okay. Meat brothers. Blurry Isle, yes.
Since they add
when a Hellborn emerges, unleashes one of the following: Enquiries Rifts, Maggots, Bloodseekers. Okay, with variety, XP, and ancestral items.
both variation and reward to the activities you'd be doing throughout.
I wonder if that actually works in like pre-torment.
A season.
Because you can do warplanes pre-torment. Demonic rats will frequently attack you in Hellside.
You get to keep the warplanes progress permanently, so that's nice too. Next up, of course, if you're playing an Eternal character, you get to keep the warplanes progress permanently, so that's nice too. Next up, the Heradric Cube. Never mind, I'm not going to do my Kane impersonation. Let's just move on. The Heradric Cube is a returning endgame system that allows you to remix your items or recycle them or finalize them in a way, but we'll get to that. It's similar to previous incarnations in that it's a box that you put stuff into, and depending on what you put in, different stuff comes out. There are a number of new currency items that will drop in Lord of Hatred, with the more sought after ones dropping more frequently in high.
Maybe set jumps drop quite often. Now I wonder if set jumps, like even the class sets, can drop in the low torments already. Or if they just have like a very low drop rate or something like that.
High torment tiers. The cube lets you change affix categories on your gear.
So strength is a core stat, max life is defense, resistance is defense, lightning rest is defense. Yeah, it's 3 defensive. Also is transfigured, but not unmodifiable.
Meaning you can really remix the composition of your item.
And what is he doing? Focus reroll. So there's no offensive stat on this thing though. Wait a second. Unless strength might be considered offensive or something. So how is this even working?
You remix the composition of your items. You can do that in a random way.
You get Wool Multi. Yeah, he actually rolled off strength for Wool Multi. So I guess the strength was considered offensive here. Focus reroll is, you know, you target that category of affixes and it rolls into the same category again, I think. So he chose offensive here, this is offensive. And that actually removed the strength.
Or you can target specific categories by
But there is another tuning prism for core stat.
Additional currencies called tuning prisms. You can re-roll unique powers. So if you have an item with god tier stats, but it has a unique power that doesn't fit your build, then there's a chance that you can make it work. There's also the option to upgrade your items to legendary.
Okay, so he has 1, 1, and 2 of the Paladin sets. What level is he?
Your build to that. This model, since they
He's Paragon 81. Probably chilling in like, I don't know, Torment 3 or some shit.
there are a number of new currency items that will change affix categories on your gear, meaning you can really remix the composition of your items. You can do that in a random way, or you can target specific categories by adding additional currencies called tuning prisms. You can re-roll unique powers. So if you have an item with god tier stats, but it has a unique power that doesn't fit your build, then there's a chance that you can make it work. There's also the option to
That's not what it means. It's just changing the range. It don't change the power of the item.
upgrade your items to legendary.
Okay, here we go. Linta of Knight's Epiphany. Okay. Disciple skills reduce the cooldown of Arbiter by 0.1 and the damage or by 0.5 is a cooldown, while Arbiter gain 5% life and these. Okay, it's like Arbiter set basically. Arbiter / Disciple. So it could be like Wing Strikes, Lance. Ugh. Heaven's Radiant Fire. Judgment. Now spreads 2 targets. Okay, it sounds like they put the, it actually says Judgment Day. It has the key passive that they put it here. So this means while leveling, like Judgment, you won't just like throw a holy bolt and the entire screen explodes anymore, since the key passive is gone.
Or even unique, and the recycle can make it work. There's also the option to upgrade your items to legendary or even...
Did he lose all the other one? My god, okay. This is Dauntless Faith. I think this is something about critical strike and attack speed or something. I can barely read this.
or even unique, and the recycle unique option is going to be particularly attractive to anyone who gets deep into the endgame, since you always end up with way too many of the same unique that have dropped from boss farm runs. Before, those items were just blacksmith fodder. Now 3 of them will give you another shot at a god roll. But the thing I enjoyed most about the cube was the transfigure item option. This is going to be
Based.
very familiar to anyone who played the Paladin season a little while ago. The main seasonal mechanic back then was something called sanctification, where you earned a currency that let you sanctify an item. This would give that item an all new affix, sometimes an extremely powerful affix, like adding an entirely new mythic affix to your item. But when you sanctified that item, it could no longer be altered at all. No additional gem slots, no tempering, no enchanting, no masterworking, no nothing. So what this meant is that you would get your item as good as you could possibly get it, and when there was nothing else you could do with it, you then took it to be sanctified. It was kind of like putting a little bow on it, and was a great system that not only felt very satisfying, but would also deliver some truly absurd stat upgrades. Well, transfiguration is essentially sanctification, in that it adds a random stat or affix to your item, but there's a very high chance that the item is no longer modifiable after that. So again, you want to get
Okay, it became unmodifiable now on the second bonus stat. There's 2 bonus stats now.
the item as perfect as you can before you transfigure it. I love this, to be honest. I got some great stat upgrades out of this. Nothing as strong as those mythic affixes from the sanctification process, but maybe I just didn't get lucky enough. Either way, it's nice to see sanctification carried over into the core game. And overall, the Heradra Cube is a nice addition that will deepen buildcraft options while also giving you more things to do with gear that you don't want to equip, rather than just breaking it all down at the blacksmith. What else we got? Oh yeah, talismans and charms. Okay, so these are actually quite a big deal, though it doesn't seem that way at first. When you first unlock this feature, each charm just feels like a random stat stick, and it is. Later on though, you'll start unlocking some of the
Okay, there it is. Judgment now spreads at targets that don't have it, and judging enemies grants Judgment Day, increasing damage by 12.5 for 10 up to 5 times. Okay, this is basically the key passive.
set charms with 2 or 3 piece bonuses, and you're like, huh, okay.
Oh.
Start unlocking some of the set charms with 2 or 3 piece bonuses, and you're like,
Set it skills grant do or die on hit, increasing crit damage and cast speed by 0.4%, second 25 times. Okay. It's a lot of damage and a little bit of speed.
huh, okay, interesting. Then you start to unlock the set items for your class, and you're like, ah, okay, yeah, now I get it. For a long time now, people have been asking for set items to be added to Diablo 4 because
Really?
sets are cool, and it's fun to chase a set of gear with the right set bonuses and the perfect stats. Thing is though, implementing set items would clash with all of the work that Blizzard have put into designing legendary, unique, and mythic affixes, since set items take up so many slots on a character sheet. So their solution was to essentially create a whole new character sheet, one that lets you equip a talisman with its own stats and bonuses, as well as up to 6 charms, each with their own stats and bonuses, and this is where Blizzard can deliver set bonuses. In this way, it's purely additive to the existing gear game rather than at odds with it. Obviously, didn't get too many of these set charms during my playthroughs since they drop more at higher torment tiers, but I did get one that very much piqued my curiosity, a Paladin.
Okay, here's a full set. 25 damage reduction, heal for 3% life every second while affected by Judgment Day. Increase Judgment Day's maximum number of stacks to 40. Okay, so you can get 5 times 12.5, so 62.5. Then you get times 8 of that. So that's like 500 almost. Quite a lot. And you have the judgment spread too.
Paladin set that spreads judgment more quickly and gives me a buff called Judgment Day. That's a buff that reduces my damage taken by 25% and heals me for 3% of my max life every second that it's active. That is a super beefy set bonus, and I will absolutely be chasing that as soon as I get back into the live game. There's also the promise of unique talismans, though I never found any of those while playing. So overall, it's a very broad, very promising system that
Can we get a triple unique charms?
delivers a much requested feature, set items, and it does so in a way that broadens buildcraft rather than asking you to sacrifice existing gear affixes. Again, another win from Blizzard here. Finally, fishing. Now, I don't know why Blizzard added this to the game. I'm not hating on Diablo 4's fishing specifically. The truth is, I just hate fishing in all video games, so I am the wrong person to ask. Still, I know some people love fishing in video games, and maybe these people will enjoy taking
Demonic Cocalodon. Consumable, by the way. Who's gonna consume it? Right click, add to collection. Can be traded. There's gonna be someone setting up a fishing boat, man. He's gonna supply everyone.
a break from all of the fast-paced, frantic, 1,000 clicks a minute demon slaying so they can stand quietly by the water's edge just clicking once every 5 to 10 seconds instead. Honestly, didn't do too much of this because I just found it kind of boring, but from what I can tell, fishing is mainly a sort of completionist activity. The way it works is that as you fish, you will catch actual fish, but
What the fuck? He just pulls out a fucking zombie.
mainly a sort of
That's amazing, okay.
completionist activity.
Look at this.
The way it works is that as you fish, you will catch actual fish, but also some items get pulled out of the water. Sometimes actual enemies will jump out as well, but the fish themselves are something you can
Spectral Cocalodon. Okay.
consume by clicking on them in your inventory, and doing so adds a record of that
Tiny Cocalodon. Holy cute. It's a trading currency. Yeah, guys, soon we're not gonna trade in gold and in rune stacks anymore. We're gonna trade in tiny Cocalodons.
adds a record of that fish to your fishing log, and different fish appear in different regions, and I guess the goal is to catch them all. I'm sure there are probably some nice surprises hidden within this feature, secret items, secret levels.
Yo, G to Bizzle, thanks so much. Glad it helps, man. I have a lot more stuff coming. Also, Chiminican earlier, thank you too for the stuff on YouTube.
Secret recipes, uniques, whatever. Honestly don't know. All I can say is that it's a little feature that's been added to the game, and it's very optional. It's not like there's a fishing war plan or whatever.
Wait, what is that scroll?
Game, and it's very optional. It's not like there's a fishing
And it's an equipment. Fuck. No. Okay, unlucky.
war plan or whatever. And for those of you who enjoyed the simple pleasure of clicking on a little bobbing thing when it moves, Blizzard made this just for you. Enjoy. And that really is about it in terms of expansion content. It's a 10-hour-ish campaign, a new location to explore, 2 new classes.
Sounds like the campaign is actually way longer than the Vessel of Hell campaign, which I guess does make some sense. But it kind of like always the question, are we even going to be level 70 after campaign? I don't know. Like, Vessel of Hell campaign was extremely lucrative for XP, and you know, all the way through Vessel of Hatred, Vessel of Hell campaign was always the best way to level, basically. And the new campaign, if you're not even ending at level 70, then I don't know.
War plans, the Heradric Cube, talismans and charms, and fishing. It's certainly not the beefiest expansion content I've ever played in a video game, but it's by no means light on content, and I don't think people are going to feel at all shortchanged by this expansion. On the contrary, I think the climactic storytelling, top-notch presentation, new classes, and meaningful new system additions all feel like Blizzard took to heart the criticisms of the previous expansion and were keen to not repeat those mistakes here. Lord of Hatred is, I think, a good expansion, and we're keen to not repeat those mistakes here. Lord of
Warshan can now appear in whisper ambushes. Say Warshan to earn the contents of an ancestor collection of chaos. That's kind of cool. Just random Warshan popping out. Most people don't adhere to the town as our approach. Yeah, I get that, right? But I mean, if you're like counting the game time, right? Like you would have to like deduct the town time, right? Or like the AFK time or whatever you're doing. Like you can't say, hey, this is a 10-hour campaign if you just stand in town for 4 hours of that and read tooltips. You know, that's not a 10-hour campaign, it's a 6-hour campaign, right?
Hatred is, I think, a good expansion, one that will satisfy existing fans of Diablo 4.
I doubt if reviewers are doing that. I don't know. I guess they're not taking their job seriously then. That's actually kind of insane. Treasure goblins have a chance to drop 9 decision with Treasure Breach.
Giving them plenty of reasons to keep logging in. The more interesting question is this expansion so good that it might prompt you to pick up Diablo 4 for the first time, or return to it after having put it down a little while ago? I don't think that it is, in the sense that the expansion content alone is not reason enough to invest time or money in Diablo 4, but as I mentioned in the intro, I think the overall package of Diablo 4, of which Lord of Hatred is now a part, is definitely worth checking out, so long as you go in with the right expectations. So let's finish the review by talking about that stuff.
Character du enjoyer? Listening.
So this is just my take, but I do think that at its launch, Diablo 4 had its problems, many of them in fact, and those problems seemed more egregious than they otherwise might have given the success of Path of Exile over the preceding decade. Where Blizzard had led the ARPG since its inception, it was pretty clear that grinding gear games had seized the initiative.
Holy man. What
And
is
we're
this?
delivering an ARPG experience that felt like it was pushing the genre forward. One of the reasons that so many people were so disappointed with the launch state of Diablo 4 was that none of it really felt like it was advancing the ARPG formula. It just felt like a more streamlined version of previous Diablo games, only now with a big open world. And so people could point to Path of Exile and be like, Blizzard, the successful template is right over there. Why are you giving us this casual, streamlined experience when you should be delivering the deepest, most advanced, and most demanding ARPG experience imaginable? Why aren't you beating grinding gear games at their own game when ultimately this has always been your game? And I'm not saying that was the only discourse around Diablo 4 back then, by the way, but I am saying it was a part of it, and it was fair commentary for those who wanted incredibly deep, sophisticated, and demanding ARPG experiences. Diablo 4 launched in June of 2023, and Path of Exile 2 launched 18 months later at the end of 2024. And I think that was a bit of a wake-up call for a lot of people who like the idea of how demanding PoE is, but then when the reality slaps them in the face and they're not making any progress and the game is overwhelming them with complexity, they just sort of nope out. That's not a criticism of the game, by the way, since a lot of people love that stuff. It's just that many others don't. And quite frankly, that was my journey with PoE 2 when I played it at launch. I loved so many aspects of it, but after a while, I just hit what felt like a brick wall, and I didn't have the time or energy to really break through it. So I haven't gone back to the game since. I want to, and I will one day, but only when I feel in the mood for that sort of thing. So what I ended up doing was going back to Diablo 4 from time to time, and over 12 seasons of content, the game has evolved a lot, and I think the central through line is that Diablo 4 is intended to be the sort of ARPG experience that you can step into and enjoy without having to think about it too deeply or without having to put too many hours into it. I think most people who haven't played the game recently would be stunned by how quickly you can level up and start tackling in-game activities. I think most people would be surprised by how easy it is to gear up and start taking big bites out of the seasonal content checklist. And that isn't by using cheesy min-maxing speedrun strategies, by the way. Just by playing the game, you can feel that Blizzard wants you to level and gear quickly. When you do reach that endgame, there's quite a bit to do now. There's all the endgame activities I spoke about when I talked about war plans, but there's also the seasonal content, which I actually quite enjoy. Imagine a big set of goals for your characters broken up into manageable milestones, and completing them awards you with gear and experience and gold and seasonal currency, which is used to power whatever seasonal gimmick is active. Sanctification was a good example, but every season has its own version of this. And on top of that, there's always unique seasonal gameplay activities too, and Blizzard used that seasonal content as a means of prototyping ideas, with the good ones often making their way into the core game when the season is over, e.g. Transfiguration. I look at what I accomplished during just this 1 week test window. I leveled 2 characters to 70, I hit Paragon level 80, I got to Torment 7 of 12, and I didn't start putting gems into my gear until like Torment 5. 7 is where it starts to feel like the game is beginning to ask a little more of me, so I stopped playing there to save myself for the live game. I got my Paladin some basic but functional gear, I had a nice build going that was fun to play, I was having a great time, and that was without any of the seasonal content enabled. My progress would have been much faster had that been live, and had I been able to play alongside other people, because I never encountered anyone else while playing on my test server. When Lord of Hatred drops, there will be 8 playable characters in Diablo 4, each with a number of different playstyles, but all those playstyles are easy to achieve, both in terms of understanding them and the gear required to make them work. There are also so many quality of life systems in place to make it easier to level multiple characters in a given season. There's hardcore mode if that interests you, and there's also the
I'll try that.
Eternal Realms if you have no interest in seasonal content whatsoever and just want to play one character forever and ever. That's still 100% doable. When Diablo 4 first launched, I don't think Blizzard knew exactly where they wanted to take this game long term, but after 12 seasons of content and 2 expansions, I think it's very clear that Blizzard are intending for Diablo 4 to be a fairly casual, friendly, accessible ARPG that is meant to empower you and flood you with rewards and only start pushing back when you get to those really high torment tiers. For that, it's pretty chill, and it's a very common story at this point to hear from Diablo 4 players who log in at the start of each season, smash out a max Paragon character and clear all of the seasonal content in like 2 weeks, and then log off happy, ready and willing to do it again when the next season drops. I do vividly recall the advice that Blizzard gave to Bungie all of those years ago. People are going to leave your game whether you like it or not, so when they do, make sure they leave happy so that they might want to come back again in the future. For many, myself included, that's what Diablo 4 is now. Some people can make it their forever game, but those people are probably going to be better served by different games. I don't think Blizzard are at all interested in delivering a slow release style ARPG experience that asks a lot of you. I think they're more interested in Diablo 4 being a sort of fire hose of fun that quickly drenches you with loot and then turns off, allowing you to dry yourself off and get ready to do it all again next season. Enjoyed this way, I think Diablo 4 is great. You to dry yourself off and get ready to do it all again next season. Enjoyed this way. I think Diablo 4 is great, and it's only gotten better thanks to everything that's been added to Lord of Hatred, an expansion that's added content, refined some systems, broadened some others.
It's Arcadia. Okay, Arcadia is fucking dead. Holy shit. Okay.
But ultimately reinforce the game's identity as one that's looking to meet you on your terms rather than the other way around. That's not going to appeal to everyone, absolutely, but it certainly appeals to a lot of people, myself included, and for that reason, I recommend it to you.
Okay, this is a pretty good review, I think. Is that sword new?
Dry
What sword did he have?
off and thanks to everything that's been added to Lord of Hatred, an expansion that's
Yeah, alright, this is a new mythic. Dude, no one is showing it, man. Fuck. He hasn't equipped even.
added content, refined some
Oh shit, dude.
systems, broadened some others, but also
Oh, he's showing some other boots
an
there.
expansion that's added content, refined some systems,
Fucking debated, man. Okay, he has also skill damage. That seems unchanged, right? I think so. Yeah, okay. He has a Curse Touch boot. A Curse Touch boots is actually kind of interesting. You have a very easy perma vulnerable. So it's kind of like a nice way out if you need vulnerable. A Curse Touch on the boots.
broaden some others, but ultimately reinforce the game's identity as one that's looking to meet you on your terms rather than the other way around. That's not going to appeal to everyone, absolutely, but it certainly appeals to a lot of people.
You still want
myself
points,
included,
Sherlock,
and for that
in the
reason,
main skill.
I recommend it to you.
Maybe it's in the NDA, don't show the sword. Yeah, I mean, they're all blurred out Tyrael, besides one guy who got bonked. So it's probably, okay, you're not allowed to show the sword either, yeah.
Do you run your own business or do you want to? If so, a website is really helpful and there's no better or easier way to build a website than Squarespace.
Okay, I need Squarespace and
Clothes,
Joyce.
shoes,
Alright. What do you guys think? 1 hour ago, damn. Okay. If people disagree with you, you just insult them. That's a good strat. It will certainly change their mind too. The Paladin videos we've seen is Tyrael. Yes, it seems like it's Tyrael. I wonder how they're gonna explain that. I mean, I can kind of understand Lilith coming back, even though it's kind of like a soon, right? Like technically this storyline is like right after everything that happened in the original game, right? And Lilith is a pretty major demon, so usually the bigger demons take a long time to reform. But I guess there might be an explanation why she's coming back faster in the campaign. Someone mentioned there's like this connection with your character and the blood petals that you ate and stuff. So there's like maybe some sort of explanation there. But the Tyrael coming back like makes no fucking sense, man. So like I kind of expected it to happen at some point, but I wonder what the explanation is. Laura just calls him on his mobile. Dude, Yoga, you need to like calm down. The new cinematic explains. Okay. Is Tyrael part of the prophecy? Yeah, maybe Tyrael is actually the one that defeats Mephisto in the end or something. Yeah, there was like this prophecy about the Spear of Light pierces Hatred's heart or some shit. Tyrael is just built different. Okay, a lot of skill tree, including Rogue with Shades mechanic. Yo, let's go. Oh god. Okay, here we go again, guys. Are you ready for auto-dubbing? Wait, does it have auto-dubbing? It doesn't seem like it has, actually, so good luck.
Freunde, jetzt kommt wohl das Video des Jahres, würde ich sagen. Alle
Oh god. It starts great already. The video of the year.
Klassen im
Login.
Überblick zu Lord of Hatred. Die neuen Skillbäume, die Sets, die Uniques und vieles mehr für jede
Item is
einzelne
English, okay.
Klasse. Also von den Talisman, wenn ihr euch denkt, was gibt es denn da überhaupt für Werte? Wie schaut sowas aus? Was sind denn überhaupt Siegel und wie oder was ändert sich denn bei jeder einzelnen Klasse? Weil über den Warlock wurde schon
This is
jede
30
Menge
minutes,
verraten.
guys.
Aber wie sieht es denn mal mit diversen Skillbäumen für andere Klassen aus? Ne? Das schauen wir uns alles jetzt in diesem Video an. Also bleibt auf jeden Fall mal mit einem Abo dran. Es wird gleich richtig, richtig spannend. Los geht's. Ich habe das falsch geschnitten. Eigentlich soll es jetzt wirklich losgehen. Hier, wir beginnen aber mal mit einem der wichtigsten Sachen. Kennt ihr noch die stärksten Items in Diablo? Wert.
Okay, we need to fast forward a little bit here. You've seen these mimics
Auch
anyway.
auf den Wert hoch. Probleme. Items. Es geht jetzt hier um den theoretischen Aufbau
I think this is new. So,
der Bäume, weil ja
this is
jede
unchanged.
Klasse komplett neue Skillbäume bekommen hat. Das heißt,
So the variants on the Paladin
Paladin
seem all unchanged so far.
Ihr seht, die Skillbäume funktionieren komplett anders wie im ursprünglichen Diablo 4. Das heißt also, man muss jetzt zuerst runter, dann wieder rauf skillen, weil viele Sachen eine sogenannte Levelbegrenzung haben, wo man sieht, Skills Unlock um Level 32 kannst und dann auch beziehungsweise tätigen Skillbäume, ja, mal wieder ein bisschen frischen Wind spürt und dann auch hier unten sieht, okay, was gibt es denn hier? Schuldspruch und so weiter haben wir, wie ist das Ganze aufgebaut?
Schuldspruch.
Das sieht alles ein bisschen frischer aus, es sieht ein bisschen neuer aus und es wirkt dann gesammelt als rundes Paket. Wir machen ganz kurz einen sehr wichtigen Einschub.
Why not mute
Das ist
him?
aus rechtlichen Gründen.
Actually, that's an excellent idea. Okay. A lot of fat. I wonder how that happened. Plus 30 fawns. Oh my god, lol. What the fuck? What? There's aura potency. It's actually a bunch of interesting stats on these seals, to be fair. Damage to crowd control life. But they're all like kind of like in the range of like, I don't know, 5 to 10% damage or defense or something like that. Or like, you know, it's cooldown here as well. Maximum resolve stacks, though, if Mantle of the Grey is still a thing, like maximum resolve stacks is insane. There's ranks to ultimate skills as well. That's kind of new. Big movement. There's aura ranks. Sunlight Knight doesn't have aura ranks anymore. Dude, 30 thorns, that's kind of hilarious. Oh, okay, here we go. Ice Rebuke. Unchanged, just the stats. Like the stats are always random. Dude, this thing has 1700 life on it. So I think this is still a special stat for Red Summon. This is way more life on it than I've seen. I've seen like GA Masterwork like 700 life or so. Or like in one, like on a glove or something. So usually it's exactly doubled on a two-handed. And this is pre-Masterwork, no GA, already 1700. So I think Red Sermon still has a special life on hit roll. Which does make some sense. I think in general, two-handed stonks are going quite up on the Paladin. That is unchanged. Okay, here comes. Juggernaut Oath makes the Juggernaut skills 25% larger but consume up to 16 resolve. Okay, there's a cap now. There was no cap before. But 16 is a large number. So normally you have 8. Apparently the seal can give you 3. And then... yeah, you have like temper for maximum resolve. So I guess they don't want you to go super ham. Granting 6% damage. Okay, this used to be 12. Still extremely strong. Especially, like, there's no competition on Shroud anymore. Mantle of the Grey actually got upgraded, basically, because the competition is smaller. Although, you also lost the Thorns and Pistols. But it's very strong. Brandish unleashes in all directions, taking 8% increased damage. We'll see. Like, a lot of these Paladin items had passive ranks, and they're all gone now. Judgment, Giga nerfed. This needs to be 250%. Dawnfire, it doesn't have a weapon equipped, unlucky. Okay, every second in a small area, increase the damage by 15, burn area by 10, up to 10 times. That is also nerfed actually. I think that was 50% damage per stack. Argent Veil. Aha! That is Giga nerfed. Okay, I think this is a very good change actually. This is actually something I've been suggesting for a long time. Since Paladin came out basically. Nerf Argent Veil to be less damage than other options. And they finally did it actually. I'm kinda happy about this. I think this should be only a speed form item. And not something you use on a boss. Because it's just so awful to play when you do any kind of bosses. Griswolds. So they nerfed Griswolds to 50% from 100. And they nuked the 2 passes with like no compensation. What? This is fucking dead, I think. Like the thing is that there's almost no skill in the Paladin that actually has good lucky hit chance. So you cannot really do this like a hit effect of the crits and double damage. I mean, they might have changed some of them. Okay, Judicans. That is unchanged, so might be good, I don't know. I guess the Judgment will work quite different now. Rev unchanged. Arcadia unchanged. Equals Ditch. Heralds. A bit nerfed, I think it was 150 or something. Okay. Gated Red Dawn. Buffed. Ooh. Shield Bash Stonks. Standard Knight. Lost the aura ranks, otherwise... And slightly buffed actually, it's 200% bonus here. Sanctus, Giga Nerf was 400. Herald is okay. Judgment, whatever. Ditch. Sunbrand, we've seen that. Ward, we've seen that, it's also nerfed. Bastion, unchanged. March, nerfed, okay. Let's see if we see anything interesting here. You believe rotating lighting imbuement is pure copium? It is. Okay, this stuff seems unchanged. Actually, there's Unstoppable and Tortured Wretch. I don't think that was a thing necessarily, was it? Don't remember that being a thing. How much does a Tortured Wretch cost? 15. I want to see this real quick. 15, Unstoppable. No, actually, this is unchanged. You really wish you knew how Warlock is gonna stand up to Paladin in terms of push power. It's gonna stand very tall. Interesting. Okay. They changed the Rampage mod there. You can also trigger volatility and knock down. Abyssal Titan is gonna be a build, I think. They did not actually change Apocalypse to work with cooldown. That's crazy. Oh, that is new. This bonus lasts 200% longer against hexed enemies. What? That thing is insane. And this works for all of your damage. Enemies that survive Apocalypse take 100% increased damage for 2 seconds. This lasts 200%. They have 6 seconds after Apocalypse. Dude. That is actually crazy. You can use Apocalypse as a support skill. I still have the channel for 6 seconds. Oh god. Oh, they renamed this Annihilation. It was the Doom Bomb. Each stack increases the blast explosion size and damage by 40%. That's a lot of damage. Okay, Apocalypse is gonna be an insane build, I think. It's gonna be 4000%. 1300 weapon damage. $115 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna work on Apocalypse. I already had some concept for it. I think Apocalypse is gonna be insane. And the funny part is no one has played it. Like, none of these reviewers has done any Apocalypse that I've seen. Two pages for charms? No, it's one page. This elemental surge proc, man, kind of funny. I wonder if we can actually do something with that in the game. Need to check the like hit values on all the skills. Oh, is he gonna show the notes? Museum Pyrosis. Okay, glyph time. Yo, Nashorn Foisse. Thanks, man. Interesting, they buffed the... they buffed the normal buffing node as well for some reason. Eliminator. I think that's usually... Isn't it usually 100% at max level? Now it's 140. But okay, I guess. Kinda whatever. Most of the time I don't really use them. There's Headhunter. Okay, I've seen Lunge already. Lunge is now a 2-second like leap cooldown. Not sure if we've seen all the upgrades here. It's gonna do this. Sweep size increased by 200%, but cast speed slowed by 40%. Enemies caught at the outer edge of your sweeps are hit an additional time. These additional hits grant the skill files increase cast speed, stacking up to 8 times. Okay, ground stomp I think we haven't seen. 2 charges. Earthquake, Brawling, Burns. Rallying Cry has no cooldown, but has a Fury cost. Fortify, duration. Oh. For every 3 meter traveled, you restore 2 power resources to yourself and half to allies. Every 3 meters. So it's like per screen, it's like 10 resource roughly. Not terrible. Rallying Cry's effectiveness increased by 20%. An additional 5% for each ally affected. I wonder if this can work with Ancients. So I think the Warcry base, the bonus now is 7.5%, which is like really terrible. At least the rune is 7.5%, the Omen rune. Summons Colic. PR enemies. That's a lot of decimals. They took all the decimals from the rest of the game and put them on this skill, guys. Look at this. Stumble. Increase damage. Increase damage per enemy pushed. Cooldown -1 up to 3. What's the base cooldown? 17. Okay. 3 charges and all the charges are refreshed on cooldown. Yeah, now we're talking. This is insane. Holy. Okay, so if you have 0 cooldown, it's a 17 seconds. You charge 3 times, you get minus 3 seconds every time. So it's minus 9. Doing the charges is probably also like, let's say 3 seconds, like 1 second each. So it's like 12 seconds off on a 17 second cooldown. If you have like 30% cooldown, you can like just perma-charge forever. Basically, as long as you hit 3 enemies. Wait, is this the Ancestral Echoes? Ancestral Charge. Summons 2 Ancients. Okay, there used to be 4. Collide if enemy deals fire damage and stuns them. And a Burning Trail. For 250, damn. Ooh. That is kind of juicy, actually. Berserking All Power or Ferocity. I like this. Pull enemies on landing. Didn't know Jesse is such a barb enjoyer, man. Okay, one is like buff you, one is buff the Ancients. Gain 5% DR, this is like from D3. You and each of your Ancients summoned from the skill increase each other's damage by 7%. Okay, so you buff them by 7 and they can buff you by more than 7, I guess. Okay, this is what we know. Depending on your last used weapon, you summon 1 very strong Ancient for twice as long. Okay. Gain 10 Fury. Slowed. Stun. The 10 Fury is kind of crazy, actually. Summon a single permanent Ancient. Using this skill again, replace it with the next Ancient. This is very funny, actually. Okay, this thing has 50 seconds cooldowns, 10 seconds duration. And there's also the unique pants. Some funny stuff here. I like the Call of the Ancients. I want to see Iron Maelstrom. Makes sense why he's get like half the Druid tree. Yeah, unlucky, okay. Iron Maelstrom, 30 seconds cooldown. Weapon slots reduce the cooldown of Iron Maelstrom by 2 seconds. 2 seconds, actually. So it should feed into itself normally, right? Because you already swapped 3 times, technically 4 times even with the starting option. So you already get like 6 to 8 seconds off just using the skill on the 30-second cooldown. That's pretty good. And if you like left click, right click, it's gonna be back in no time. Activating it reduces all other active cooldowns by 2 seconds. That's also pretty good, actually. That's actually kind of cracked. If you set cooldown, if you really want to do other stuff, the question is what would that be? Ground Stomp? Shout? Nah, okay, that's not really too much there, I guess. Weaken. Crit damage, wound damage, cast speed. Okay. Each attack gets an additional effect. Creates an Earthquake, Iron Shrapnel, and Dust Devils. Interesting. Not sure about that. Iron Maelstrom has 3 charges, and it always uses the same attack that matches your last used weapon at 75% increased damage. I think that could be extremely good. Depending on what sort of synergies you have. Depending on your last used weapon, Iron Maelstrom is also a single weapon mastery skill. And its cooldown is reduced to 11 seconds. So it's a little bit like hitting a death blow or something on your bar. Interesting. Okay. So you can maybe do some rhythm where you have like the like -2 seconds, right? So it's like you do like, I don't know, basic, core, Iron Maelstrom, basic, core, Iron Maelstrom. You know, you can probably do some sort of like rotation like this. Interesting. Okay. 90 seconds to the Berserker. How much is that right now? They changed this quite a bit actually, I think. So Wrath is 60 seconds. Ah, okay, it's always 10 seconds duration now, so they already changed this a while ago. It used to be like 5 seconds and it extends by 5 seconds. But there's already like this on a live game. But it's longer cooldown now. 20 attack speed, 30 fury. Berserking damage increased by 100% X. So I suppose this means 25 goes to 50. 25 going to 125 would be a bit cracked. Duration is increased with 2 or by 12 seconds. 12 seconds. 1 stack of all power per second. That seems kind of insane. Every turn of fury spend increased duration by 1 up to 5. Okay, so you have 50 seconds and then 17 seconds duration. So you need like 65 cooldown. All attacks cause a fiery explosion for 75 damage. I don't trust this. Gain a fire aura and burns, and you gain 50% auras. Seems kind of shit. So Iron Maelstrom looks kind of nice. Call to Ancients looks kind of nice. Yeah, Wrath, I mean, it's still kind of a burst option. But I think it's not just going to be like default in every build. Just need CDR camp. Yeah, I have to see that Shaco CDR is giga nerfed. So just get CDR camp lol is not really happening. I guess you can get CDR from like Transfiguration and even from Charms. I think they can roll CDR, I believe. Or Seals at least can roll CDR. I'm not sure if Charms can. Yeah, if Charms can, you can take a lot of CDR. But I think it might be here actually on the Seals. There's cooldown, 9%. There's 8.5. Yeah, it's on the Seals. It doesn't seem to be on the Charms. Yeah, well, lucky. 140. Holy shit. Can we have a countdown? It's 3 hours until the live stream. Or 2 hours? 2 or 3. Oh shit. Okay, unchanged, but I lost the resource on it. Battle Trance. Battle Trance is... Okay. So they removed the lucky hit effect from it, so you can't get frenzy stacks passively anymore. But it's quite buffed. If there's like an upgrade on Frenzy that says something like, okay, duration is increased to 8 seconds or something like that, that's gonna be a pretty good item. Here's a Saber. A bit nerfed actually. I think it was like 6 and 12. Is that good enough? It's 2 separate multipliers, so it's like a 24 multi and a 48 multi if you have 6 damaging skills. So it's probably still good enough in those circumstances. Fields of Crimson. Rip deals 100% of the total bleeding damage on an enemy instantly, removing all bleeding damage from them. Wait, so that is actually not the effect of Rupture anymore. What does Rupture do? That is like the baseline effect of Rupture right now. I will smite you actually. Ancients of enemies hit by Sigras take 120% increased damage from you for 9 seconds. He doesn't have the extra chains anymore. Nah. For a two-handed, that is not enough, I feel. New neck, Nomad's Longing Heart. Core skills, they increase damage by cost damage more fury. This damage is doubled. Okay, this is basically like a mini Unbridled Rage. That's shit. For an amulet, that's really bad, I feel. I guess it's good for executing bosses. Chain Scourge Mail. Not nerfed. Only the damage number was nerfed. It was 100, I think. Okay. Still insane. Ariats. Your non-ultimate skills that summon ancients will now summon additional on. Skills that summon ancients deal 40% increased damage. Now that is an insane item actually. Okay. So it's not like this Call of the Ancients item anymore. It's like for all ancient skills. And there's, I think, at least 8. I think there's 8 different ancient skills on the tree. So Holder has it, and Charge has it, and the Shouts have it, and so on. That is crazy. Pet Barbel incoming. Yeah, I guess you won't really just have like the pet Barb anymore, but it's like, you know, you just have these guys just like attacking with you, kind of. Okay, so this was completely changed. So now it only buffs your fire damage, it doesn't convert to fire anymore. Doesn't have a cooldown on it. The Third Blade, master skills now also core skills, and have 100% cooldown reduction by cost fury, dealing 160% of normal damage. Wait, what? That is insane. What the fuck? 160% of normal damage. On the live store right now, this is 70, I think. This is like more than twice as powerful now. That's crazy. Deathblow Barb, let's go. I wonder what Rupture does. After spending 100 fury. Okay, this is unchanged. Doesn't have max resource anymore. There's definitely like a bit of a loss here on the Barb with max resource affixes going missing. So this thing used to have it, I think. Or Melanies used to have it. Emblem of Style Break. Berserking's damage bonus increased by 110%. While not healthy, you're always Berserk. Okay, now it's definitely a bit sus. So is this, it says 100% X. But if Berserking goes from 25 to 50 with this, that's an utter trash. And while not healthy, it's not a state you're in usually anyway. I don't trust it. Okay. Mantle of Mountain's Fury. Oh, actually, okay, there is one thing now. So Wrath of the... Okay, maybe this is what they're trying to do. You want to multiply it twice. You want to equip the neck, get a double, and then you want to equip the Wrath of the Berserker and get a double. And now your Berserking is like, you know, 100 something %. So maybe this is what they want to do. Casting Hammer, Earthquake explodes it. Hammer of the Ancient Steals 80% increased damage. Okay, so you need Mantle of Mountain's Fury. And then you need the pants to do like the Ancient's Hoda as well. And then you're gonna be pumping. Yeah, Hoda sounds like it's gonna be insane. The problem is you need to get Earthquake somehow. And I kinda doubt there's a tech rune. And it removed the Shockwave, but I think that's part of the skill now. Gores, Whirlwind deals increased damage, pulls enemies to you every 2 seconds. Okay, no more explosion shenanigans going on. Just pure Whirlwind, guys. We'll see. Rend duration increased by 8 and deals 80% increased damage. That seems way stronger than on life as well. Rend stonks. Bane of Arjadden. While chanting Whirlwind, you now periodically hurl a mighty throw that deals 76% increased damage. What the fuck? So we have like the Whirlwind that shoots shrapnel like Gautier Age, and now we have Whirlwind that throws mighty throws. What is going on? Unbroken chain. Swapping weapons increase the damage of Iron Maelstrom. Stacking up to 3 times. Okay. If we just do like perma Iron Maelstrom. Why is no early reviewer showing Paragon trays? I don't think they were forbidden from doing it. It's just that the people that are reviewing this game don't have the mindset that, you know, we have. You know, they don't care about making good builds or, you know, what people need to make a good build and this kind of stuff. They just show random stuff that comes to mind, and Paragon is not one of them, I guess. Paragon was not changed. Yeah, they're generally not changed. But there is definitely some surprises there, I guess, on some classes. And I mean, no one has shown Warlock stuff. We've seen one node for Warlock, and a few glyphs now. The Relentless Heart. Hammer of the Ancients deals increased damage on consecutive hits to the same target. This stacks up to 3 times. Wait, there are 2 Hoda chests. What? They made 2 separate Hoda chests. And one gives like the Earthquake Explosion thing and 80% damage. And the other one gives like this ramping. I like the ramping part, to be honest. That's kind of cool. I feel like Hoda as a builder can definitely profit from this. So okay, you don't even need to do the Earthquake shenanigans, you just do this. Twin Strikes. Double Swings, initial sweep deals 60% increased damage and applies vulnerable. Subsequent swings deal 120% increased damage and grant Berserking for 3 seconds. Ooh. That is actually quite some stonks. I thought that the double swing already looked pretty good. Tusker of George the Mighty. Actually, this thing is also getting quite a lot better. It probably still doesn't compete with Perdition, but it's like close enough. And has cooldown in Fury per second. Tusken is very good. Open Eye of Gorgora. That is like the old key passive. Have you seen this? Hooves. Nerfed to 60% and no Fury per second anymore. Yeah, that's a yikes, man. They still have the drain mechanic, but there's no Fury per second on it anymore. So when you have a Shard for roughly equipped, you're actually just gonna stand there with 0 resources and you can't even do anything. You need to like get resources somehow. From like, and you can't even do wait a minute, you can't even do Rallying Cry because the Rallying Cry now also costs resources. Like you can't do anything. You can wear both Hoda chests, you don't have to choose. I mean, if you can make them as a charm, then yeah. As a charm, the Hoda chest would be kind of insane, for sure. Ready Ruin. Yeah, good idea, man. Okay, Darkstalker's Medallion. Casting a skill for 200 bludgeoning. Increased damage. All of you bonus. Okay, this is Walking Arsenal. It's now a neck. So they did kind of the same thing they did on the Spiritborn here. They just made everything into a neck. So I think this one is decent. It's a 90 multi. And get a bunch of attack speed on top. Crowd control duration, kind of whatever. Like I think the Berserking one, this might have a nice interaction with Wrath of the Berserker. The bleed one is like really bad, I think, this one. You have a chance equal to the critical strike chance to increase the damage amount by 135%. So if you have 100% crit chance, you get 135 multi. But you also need to have 100% crit chance. Right? So that alone is like such a ridiculous investment. This will not be worth it, I think. Unless you somehow have some giga crit somewhere. Or you play with like a support paladin in a party or some shit. Rage of Haragat. They changed it. It used to be cooldown recovery speed, and now it's back to what it used to be, basically. But it works with burn and bleed now. And, wait a second, it's not a lucky hit anymore. It's just a flat 60% chance. It's actually kind of insane. Rage of Haragat is insane. But not for Hoda, I guess. For Hoda, I need to go to the other chest. Overkill. Gains all style upgrades and deals increased damage. I suppose the Shockwave on Deathblow is one of the upgrades now. 100,000 steps. Lost the interesting implicits. Ground stomps damage. Okay. I don't really trust the ground stomp build. Might of Qual Kek. Mighty Frown against multiple damage instead of cooldown from cooldown reduction at 100% effectiveness. That is terrible, dude. That is extremely bad. And it also competes with the other glove that actually throws the Mighty Throws when you do Whirlwind. Yeah, this is absolute dog shit. What is this? 100,000 steps ain't even a lot. 10 days of 10k amateur. No more implicit on boots, yes. They got rid of all the implicits. And all uniques have random stats. Although we saw Red Sermon that seems to have a not random life innate roll. So some uniques might still have some not random stats. Hellhammer, I feel against the Iron Burst variant. Blech. That's the one where they do shrapnel stuff. Kind of weird, but okay. Actually, maybe the Iron Shrapnel stuff is kind of good. We'll see. Earth Spike. 15% crit chance, just like that. 1 overpower on Earth Spike, okay. Oh! Human form grants 5 spirit per second and 15 cooldown reduction. Damn. Werewolf was like attack speed and move speed. Yeah. 15. And Bear is 15 DR, 20 life. The human thing is pretty good. Moldy is 250% increased damage, but generates 10 less spirit. Okay. Turns your fist to stone, allowing you to punch enemies at the might of the earth. Dude, like the fucking Kung Fu Bear is real, man. You have the Giga Punch, and you have this. The real resolve now gives armor. Yeah. It's not damage reduction anymore, so it's much worse. Resolve is with me mostly like a tool to consume for skills. Gain 1 additional lightning strike, furthermore each stack of ferocity gains 1 additional up to 4. That's insane. 10% bonus damage, okay. Size of Lightning Storm is preserved for 4 seconds. And movement speed. Okay. He's showing us all of the side upgrades, but not the variants. 1 resolve when hitting the first enemy. Crit. Okay, so it seems like there's like, so these like form changes don't cost a skill. And it seems like if you transform it into not the original form, you don't get an upgrade. And if you stay with the original form, you get a 5% damage bonus. So Maul, if you do Bear, it's 5%. If you do Wolf, it's nothing. Right? Here, Werewolf, no bonus. Werebear, 5% bonus. So there is like a tiny benefit to using the original form of the skill. Human form still bad. I mean, we don't know what they did with Gathlin and Tempest Roar and so on, right? I think like this human effect is pretty good actually. Like especially like early game, and also like you have to remember like resources are way harder to come by now. So 5 spirit per second just like that. If they nerf the spirit bone with the spirit region, this might not be so bad actually. 2 pillars, size. Pillars automatically crush individual targets in the area. When cast, Landslide is dormant at a target location for 1 second. Afterwards, Landslide will automatically trigger when an enemy steps on it. Dealing 500% bonus damage split between all enemies damaged. 500% bonus damage. Max 5 landslides can be active at a time and last 20 seconds. What the hell? Landslide is also a trap skill. So if you wanna be a bit of a rogue, guys, I very much doubt there's like anything else on this entire class that has anything to do with traps. But it's funny, okay. It just gets a trap tag, I guess. Okay, 500% bonus damage though. It lays dormant at a target location for 1 second. Max 5 landslides can be active at a time. I mean, it sounds like you can just spam this on top of the boss, and you're just gonna giga melt the boss. I think it's gonna be completely busted. Does Trample Slide get this variant? Dude, Trample Slide would be sick. I want to see that come back for sure. But right now, we don't know if Trample's gonna have something like this. This would be like a unique, I guess, to make Trample Slide. Okay, Earthen Bulwark seems relatively the same. 45, 7% per second, pretty good. 12 seconds duration, okay. If you want to keep barrier status. 2 seconds unstoppable, 2 stacks of overpower. Wait, what is that? Wait, so there is still... Okay, versatile. Earthen Bulwark grants 5% resource cost reduction while active. Okay, so versatile skills can be cast in any form. Okay, so there is the 3 form choices, and then there's this as well. Self restores 15% of its own barrier amount each second. Okay, kinda nice. Raven, vulnerable. Passive Ravens making vulnerable is actually kinda good. Active Raven, active damage increased by 300%. That seems also kinda good. And did you get vulnerable and resolve? Kinda stonks. Okay, here's Raven damage increased by 5%. Okay, 2 additional. Is this a cold? No, this is a lightning Raven. Holy man, Stormcrows, log in. Ravens and Stones gonna deal lightning damage. Enemies are stunned for 3 seconds. Okay, this is like a relatively little shift. Area is larger. If the target dies, the Raven flock moves itself towards a new target. Okay. So it's a bit like the Terror Swarm on the Warlock. This is like Terror Swarm at home, guys. Okay, so the wolves are the same. Stun. Break out, become enraged, deal bonus damage. Okay, so it's kind of like clear. There's like 1 DPS option and 1 support option for most of these. They gain attack speed, they gain +1. Versatile. All wolf upgrades are increased by 100%. Wolves is a werewolf skill. Your wolf companions are now werewolf companions. Do the feral dash on their own. Okay, commanding wolves grants you berserking. I wonder if the pants still exist. The Storm's companion. One additional poison creeper. Wait, 1045 every 3 seconds. That's pretty good, actually. That's kind of insane. Reduces poison creeper cooldown by 8 seconds. Can use like twice as often. There's a chance to trigger again. This direct damage. Becomes an aura around you for 4 seconds, dealing poison damage and stilling enemies. Dude, you can play like Righteous Creeper now. Holy. But it's only 4 seconds though. I want to see some rabies. Okay, here, Boulder. 8.5 cooldown. 4 lucky hit. 30% chance of Boulder. Crit. Per stack of Resolve. Okay. 20% of your life is 45 when it hits a target. Damn. %, damage to the first enemy. Dolmen's Will. Boulder becomes a core skill. Okay, so it's here now. Boulder now orbits you. May have max 5 boulders orbiting at once. Yeah, 5 boulders is kind of shit, honestly. So you need to kind of combine this with something else because they last too long. 5 is too low. A landslip. Can be cast at a target location. Deals 200% bonus damage to the enemy it lands on. Oh, here it comes. Trample. Again, it seems relatively unchanged. Wait, how long is the cooldown? 17 seconds. Oof. Okay, -6. Not bad, so that's 11. Trample becomes a werewolf skill, allowing you to quickly leap through the air. Yeah, now we're talking. Here's 500 bonus damage for the first hit. Okay. Earth skill. It's kind of funny, you transform into wolf, you leap, and then you have an earth skill out of it. May execute enemies in an explosion of blood. And healing you for 10% of your life. Okay, so you can do like a leap execute. It's like the leap stem culling strike. Okay. 11 seconds cooldown though. So we'll see if like druids also get something like Chain Scourge Mail. Like Barbs, meanwhile, just like leap 3 times per second. And here I have 11 seconds cooldown, so we'll see. But we do have a mobility skill, man. And it even moves you through the air. I'm not sure, like, you know, what sort of like gravitational forces are at work here that can do this with a druid, but it works. Some spread distance. Takes time for a fridge to leap. You know, silence so many effects on up. Did they release the skill trees yet? Well, I mean, that's what we're looking at right now. How come I have no skill tree info? I have like many screenshots. I've been going for it for 2 days now. Yeah, someone said there's Rouge in this video, so we'll see. Enemies are petified for plus 1.5 seconds. What the fuck? How far are we actually? We're like halfway through this video. I have level. He's just showing the same seas again. Oh, here come the uniques. Dude, Jesse is actually someone who's actually showing all of the items and stuff. Which means he wasn't really the target audience for what Blizzard was doing with these press people in the first place, right? It's very surprising that he was in there, to be honest. But I guess he doesn't really make builds, so they just want to make sure that no one who makes builds is going to be in the test. Okay, should I take some more damage? There's no more stealth shenanigans going on here. This is actually the aspect for it right now, right? I think this is the aspect. Okay, what about the other thing here? Flash render. When tornadoes expire, they instead seek back to you. Returning tornadoes deal bonus damage to enemies hit. Okay, that is cool. But I guess flash render build is gone. Yeah. The question is, what does this weapon and this law attacks and everything now have to do with tornado? Oh well. Wild Heart Hunger. Ravi spread 100% faster and did 10% bonus damage. Up to 150 each time it spreads. Are we coping, guys? No? Okay, move on then. Alright. Cam 7 Stepwalkers. Damage Earthen Bulwark. That is definitely cope, but we'll see. It will be kind of interesting if they bring back... I mean, I think there's a lot of people that actually had some fun memories from like the Bulwark build in Season 0, Season 1, right? I mean, it was completely based on a bug. But I think a lot of people enjoyed that. So if Bulwark Druid is actually a build, could be fun. I need to open that link for later. Okay, Mad Wolf's Glee. Lacerate has no cooldown, costs 100 spirit to casts, and deal 100% bonus damage, but no longer grants immunity. And is also a core skill. Damn, son. Okay. Insatiable Fury. For 2 seconds after casting Trample, you may cast Trample again without incurring the cooldown. Trample additionally deals 200% bonus damage. Okay, so you get like triple leap basically every 11 seconds. It's kind of something. It's not the Chain Scourge Mail, but it's something. My druid looks kind of fat. It's not my druid, but this is how druid works. Okay, Storm's Companion. Okay, it's still there. Wolf Companions are infused with power of the storm. Okay, that is basically unchanged. Interesting. Okay, Gafflins. Cyclone Armor is automatically triggered once every 5 seconds. This effect does not incur a cooldown. Okay, this is like utter trash, I guess. Purified Lightbringer. Polarize pulls distant enemies towards you. In addition, Polarize deals bonus damage. This bonus is increased to 250% if the target was pulled towards you, is unstoppable, or a boss. Oof. Okay, so they deleted all of the poison shenanigans. It's actually a pretty good item. It lost the Giga resource cost reduction though. The pull in as well. Damn. That's pretty cool. No puddles. Yeah. Yeah, maybe puddles is one of the polarized upgrades now. It could still be one of the upgrades, I guess. Hunter's Zenith. When Hurricane ends or after it lasts 10 seconds, an explosion occurs dealing 60% of the total damage dealt by up to 40 hits of Hurricane. So I think it deals damage twice per second, right? So on a single target, you will get half the value. $17 times 40 times 0.6. So that's 408 damage now. Rax is going to be proud. Yo, Mastel. Thank you. Oh shit. That about to redeem speak German. Okay, I'm gonna give you half a minute of unfiltered Jesse. How about that?
Sieht physischen Schaden erhöht. Companion Skill Damage 9% multiplikativ erhöht. Also da ist natürlich die Hoffnung, dass hier Lightning Damage erhöht für die Leute, die diesen Storm Striker spielen. Also da sieht gut aus und auch bei den Uniques wird man mehr oder weniger nicht enttäuscht werden. Da gibt es eine komplett volle Kiste voller Uniques. Also es ist keine 100%ige Unique-Abdeckung für alle Klassen, aber es ist halt das, was in diesem Bild großteils möglich war. Da sind schon einige der altbekannten.
Okay, enough. Anyway. Unsung Aesthetics Wraps. Lightning Storm gain 1%, 1 additional strike and each time it grows and deals 23% bonus damage. Okay, this is relatively the same. Will of Stone, this is the old Tempest Roar. Earth Spike is now launched as a projectile. Upon impact, the projectile deals damage to the target and summons 2 to 4 additional Earth Spikes. Interesting. Earth Spike login. They did make some uniques actually for basic skills. We watched the skill up review and I don't remember seeing anything like that. Chris Black, are you sure? Here's Dolmen Stone. Wait, we have the Dolmen thing already on the boulder. When boulder would have normally expired, it instead explodes, dealing additional damage to surrounding enemies. It doesn't really solve the problem. You can only have 5 boulders rotating you. Mark of the Old Wolf. Wait, this used to be Pitfighter's Gull on the Rogue. Gain 70% bonus poisoning damage. Direct damage on werewolf skills gain a bonus equal to 50% of your bonus poisoning damage up to 50%. Bonus poison damage from werewolf skills gain a bonus equal to 100% of your bonus attack speed and critical strike chance up to 50%. What the fuck? Okay, so first of all, 20% bonus poisoning. So that's very important. This is only dot. Direct damage on skills gain a bonus equal to 30% of your bonus poisoning. Poison damage on werewolf skills gain a bonus. Okay, so this is like supposed to buff poison werewolf skills, both like direct damage and dot. It's supposed to be like some hybrid thing. But you only buff the dot part of it more with 20%. And you only buff both of them by up to 50. So assuming you have the 50 and the 50, it's gonna be a little bit more for the dots. It's not that strong, I think. Malefic Crescent. Bloodhound is automatically cast when it shapeshifts into werewolf and every 4 seconds while in werewolf form. In addition, you gain 60% bonus damage for 4 seconds when a Bloodhound is triggered. Well, that depends on what a Bloodhound will do. 60% for a neck is not really hot. Kilt of Blackwing. Ravens deal 100% increased damage and shape-shifting into a different form or activating a companion skill summons a raven that attacks nearby enemies. Summoning a raven has a chance to call forth an unkindness. How is that? How does that word mean this? Like, what happened to the English language? Increase the number of ravens summoned by 3 for the duration. Okay, so we don't have like core skill ravens again. I was hoping we were gonna see core skill ravens like season 10. What does that even mean? Yeah, this is a real word. Unkindness is like a flock of ravens or something. That is actually what it means. but how did we get here? A murder. A murder of crows. Okay, I actually, yeah, but I think, wait, I looked this up one time and it was something like that. Wait, maybe I confused it with a murder. Okay, unkindness. Wait, let me see. Here, there is actually an entry. Unkindness of ravens. It means a swarm of ravens. Or something like that. Yeah, this is a thing. Like, I see it here in the dictionary. I don't know, dude. Ravens are not crows. Close enough for my taste. Murder of crows and unkindness of ravens. Yeah, how did this happen? Dude, all the nerds are coming out now. Explaining what is the crows and what is the ravens. Thanks, guys. Anyway, why is it called unkindness? And why is it called murder? Barrage have cast speed. Yes. Maybe you don't use a bow anymore. You use like you summon the arrows, you know? Heart of Asgard. When you hit at least one enemy with more, increase its attack speed and damage by 25 for 5 seconds, taking up to 5 times. Okay. I mean, since Shroud is gone, that seems like a strong chance for a mole build. Autumnal Crown. Okay, dude, you can actually make like the Kung Fu Bear, man. There's like the mole upgrade, and you can punch them with like earth enhanced fists or some shit. And then you have like the big punch. And then you have this chest to make the mole even bigger. Okay. If you ever wanted to play a monk, guys, it's an unexpected turn of events. But there's no monk in this game. We now have druid. Same thing. Okay, Windshield is poison damage. Has a 20% chance to restore 100 spirit. So this is like the aspect for it. Might of the Eurozine. Gain 30% bonus damage for each stack of resolve. So baseline you have 8. So that is a lot of damage actually. 104% damage at 8 stacks. You automatically gain 1 stack of resolve every 1 second while in weapon form. Okay, this thing seems insane. This is a very good ring. Ifes Dire Totem. Kung Fu Druid Birds have made the Druid go into Panda form. Yeah, that would be cool. Can you still max resolve? That's a Paladin thing. Now, it could be, we know that resolve has changed to armor instead of the R now, so maybe they changed the maximum count as well. Like, this ring seems ridiculous. If you have 8 resolve stacks, and you can potentially get more from some sources. Panda Druid when? Ifes Dire Totem. Grizzly Rage is now a werewolf skill and changes to Diablo werewolf. Werewolves gain 125 critical damage. Bonus poisoning damage and spirit cost reduction instead of armor. And kills you for 5%. Okay, so that's like the aspect. Seems very good. Mjolnir. While character is active, you get unlimited spirit and 40% increased damage. Now the 40% looks kind of small, but unlimited spirit is kind of big. I think it's actually a good item, as long as you can keep characters up all the time. There's no like passive to extend it anymore and stuff at all, so we'll see. They removed the tag. The lightning bolt tag. Okay, if you're thinking about the Cataclysm build, yeah, I'm not sure about that, but as an item in a build that runs Cataclysm and then spams other things, this seems very good. Okay, Fury of the Wilds. When you shapeshift into either werewolf or werewolf form, you gain Berserking for 8 seconds. Additionally, Berserking gains 1 stack of ferocity every 1 second while active. Berserking's damage bonus increased by 10%. Yikes. I mean, you get Berserking and ferocity, but you lose, you know, like a 60 to 80% damage multi for that. So you need to have some serious reason to get ferocity. Like you need to be very ferocity hungry for this. Okay, Earthbreaker. Cast of Landslide, leave behind tectonic spikes. Okay, this is basically the same. Stone of Vehement. Gain 40% all resistance while channeling Stone Burst. Stone Burst Final Explosion deals 300% damage. Split between all targets. I think this is a bit changed, right? But the split is good, because a single target is a huge problem on this build. Arita. Storm Strike chains to twice as many targets and gains 10% bonus damage. Okay. Crone. Claw gains all variants and deals 40% bonus damage. Two-handed staff. So there's no Storm Claw anymore. There's now Storm Strike and Claw. Maybe you want to combine the two? But it looks bad. Unless there's like some crazy stuff on those variants. Green Walker Signet. I think I've seen this one. Casting and channeling human skill. The chance of, okay, this is the Nature's Fury key passive basically. Kinda good. Accord of the Wilds. Okay, +1 companion, bonus damage, and getting passive effects for free. I think the passive effects of this stuff will not really matter much, but okay, realistically, you're always invested into like one of the companions to be like your carry. So the others could be kind of like left off the bar, I guess. Dirge of Arita. Storm skills that you cast grant 1 spirit and deal 45 bonus damage. These bonuses are doubled when damaging vulnerable, immobilized or slowed. Very good. This is like the old Storm key passive. Same multi. Some spirit, like for Tornado or something. It's gonna be like Giga resource. Always give against Germinate variant for free. And 40% bonus damage. I think Germinate is the one where it's a 20% chance to recast when you kill something with it. Dark Howl. Debilitating Roar is now a werewolf skill. And increases your damage by 80% while in werewolf form for the duration. Okay. So you get the DR and the damage buff. So if you can actually keep this up, it's gonna be pretty good, I think. Fractured Runestone. Her skills deal 50% bonus damage. Its bonus increased to 100% with at least 4 stacks of all power. You passively gain 2 stacks of all power every 10 seconds. Okay, so an overpower decays every 4 seconds, so this is not enough to give you overpower, but it's like helping. And then 100% damage. I mean, okay, it's pretty good ring actually. This is very strong. And the Basilisk. Petrified enemies have a 100% chance to be critically struck. Additionally, your skills petrify healthy enemies for 3 seconds. Trash. Okay. Oh. Sad, a lot of these boosts don't have movement speed. They're random. You should get the expansion, Dark Swords. Why is he hovering over a rock splitter for like half a minute? Okay. Block. Getting bigger. Okay. Resolve. Maybe 5 times the block automatic cast rock splitter's third attack. Interesting. Kinda crazy AoE there potentially. Every third attack is 100% with monster enemies. Grants barrier for 5% of your life and generates resolve. Becomes a Jaguar skill that deals fire damage. Hits twice, dealing damage. You have 4 stacks hit additional time. Cool. Let's see if we still have the evade cooldown. Okay. After you critically strike 15 times when a spikes next to it, so we third attack and always critically strike. If that works with evade. Movement. Okay, sparking enemies. That's like lightning dot. Pulling in, applying vulnerable. When you evade, you attack with Thunder Spike. Okay, so we have the evade Thunder Spike, but we don't have the evade cooldown. Dude, I can't believe that they're gonna nuke Evade. Evade is like the build of all time in this game, basically. So they're not gonna nuke it, man. They did put the Evade mods on the boots from the implicits. Maybe now it's a charm. Charms are only items and like uniques and stuff. Evade was based on Thunder Spike skill. But yeah, maybe they just made it so that you can't do it while leveling, but you can get it in endgame. And I think that makes sense. I think Evade being like the non-plus ultra build at level 15 is a pretty big mistake. So it's fine for this to be like a late game thing. %30 barrier per cast on Crushing Hand is kind of insane. And you get Resolve. Actually here, does it say maximum? Okay, you can still have 8 stacks of Resolve. 25 armor, okay. Costs 100% more vigor, but deals 50% more damage. I wonder if the 100% more vigor cost will actually reduce Caballeca damage. But if not, this is kind of just free. Okay, there's the aspect. Smash a single time, dealing 150% of your thorns. 100 Crushing Hands. Crushing Hands becomes a Centipede skill that deals poison damage. Sends Centipedes scuttling across the ground. Poisoning enemies of 300%. And its poisons are weakened. 300% and weaken. That's pretty good. Okay, we can't read anything here. Okay. Okay, then of the crit cooldown reduction to 0.5 from 1. Vortex deals damage, okay. Knocks down. There's no one who ever wanted to make a Vortex. Actually, maybe there could be an upgrade. Actually, Vortex becomes a core skill and you pull everything in and becomes like some sort of Nova or something. Could be kind of cool, actually. But I guess Crushing Hand is already close enough to a Nova skill. Vortex makes them vulnerable and sparks enemies for 200% damage over 2 seconds. These 200% increased damage and affects a larger area and grants damage reduction, but its cooldown is increased by 5 seconds. Well, if Policy's tempo survived, this is actually insane. The larger area in the skill is kind of good. Becomes a Centipede skill that deals poison damage. So it seems like similar to the Sorg, every single Spiritborn skill has a elemental conversion and a spirit conversion. Slowing enemies by 90% for 5 seconds. And a poison Nova. Okay. Soar. Creating a cloud which makes enemies at a target location vulnerable. The vulnerable is now actually kind of useful on Soar. The nerf the movement speed. Oh. Still has the unstoppable, it seems. Oh, counterattack. No, he's not showing the base skill. Fuck. Okay. Becomes a semi skill and it weakens. Send out 3 pestilence swarms that deal 150% damage each second for 3 seconds. Damn. That's actually a lot of fucking damage. This is 1350% damage from pressing the button. Shit, man, he doesn't show the counterattack. Ah! Slowing them by 70%. Okay, 70% slow is kinda okay. Like one problem that Scourge has is that the slow is too little. 70% slow is probably okay. Call him and ask him for the full video. You can do that. Okay, there's vulnerable at end weaken. Kinda nice. And vigor generation. Scourge seems kinda neat. Grants 50% damage reduction and continuously affect enemies around you. Okay. Scourge is kinda stonks actually. Scourge now appears at your target location. Okay. Scourge is now a gorilla skill. Unleash the power of the gorilla, getting 1 thorns for every surrounding enemy for 5 seconds. Triggering a thorns attack, dealing 200% against them. Repeat this damage every 0.75 seconds for 1.5 seconds. Interesting. It seems like they want to give Thorns like some insane AoE on this class. Like the Rocksplitter thing has a giga AoE scaling. This thing has giga. They have like double exponential like AoE scaling on Thorns so far. Kind of crazy. That is not an official video. This is Jesse Rocks. Okay, this seems like the same. Okay, heals you. This increased damage when hitting a weakened target. I like that they put all this weakened stuff here. Additional charge makes enemies vulnerable. Oh, if the swarms make enemies vulnerable as you run, that would be kind of neat. Okay, there's a core thing. And, okay, it's a core thing and the aspect together, actually. But they nerfed it. Touch of Lightning. Becomes an eagle skill. Conjuring a Spirit Storm, which sparks enemies for 375% damage. If the enemy dies before the Spirit Storm dissipates, conjure a second Spirit Storm. When you conjure a Spirit Storm, reduce Tata Death's cooldown by 1 second. Wait, there is a tooltip. Spirit Storms deal sparking damage to enemies within and last for 2 seconds. Okay, so it's like some AoE. Rushing Claw. Let's see. Can we finally, like, not get nausea? Extends the duration of active incarnate skills by 0.5 up to 4. And what is that? 6% more damage if you dodge in the last 5 seconds. Rushing Claw deals increased damage. It's empowers. Okay, this is the aspect. Still dog shit. The final part about this aspect, about this effect is that you need to have precisely that number of charges. You don't get all of them when you have 4 charges. So it's like completely trash. Okay, it has the 12 charges, so this is the aspect here. Evasive Swipe. Rushing Claw becomes Eagle skill, deals lightning damage, and has 2 charges with a 25-second charge cooldown. Oh boy, what? Rushing Claw counts as an evade skill. You no longer need a target to cast Rushing Claw. Okay. So there it is. 2 charges of 25-second cooldown. What the fuck, man? You think there will be a lot of variety to out these nodes, or just fluff garbage? There's a lot of variety, for sure. Like, the number of builds for all classes will definitely expand pretty massively. And it's not just that, it's also, you know, you play that build, but your skill bar is gonna have like 4 different skills from the other guy that plays the same build, kind of. So, like the kind of like, you know, the little details and the like support skills and so on, they're like a lot more like flavorful and not so much like, okay, you have to use this because it's the only thing. Two charges with 25 seconds cooldown, but at least you can use it as a mobility skill now. But I guess Saw is just like the better mobility skill, we'll see. Razor Wings. Oh, fuck. Okay, showing the same stuff again. Dude, it's like the 4th time in this video that I see the seals and these sets, man. What is going on? Okay. Echo of Quatli. Okay, this is the thing I previewed. This one too. Everything Moon. Pestilence Swarm spawn from you. Pestilence Swarms now orbit around you. Okay, this is like the same. I still expect this to be trash. Scorn of the Earth. Still trash, I guess. Eishai Kazungi. Unchanged, just nerfed by 10%. So that is still extremely good. And now more skills can be Gorilla skills because of the conversions. So you can actually do something there. Ushnakpa, unchanged. Okay. Harmony, back to 30. Okay, still an OP. Semper Sonntag, 120. I'm not sure what's the number right now. As a charm, Moondrinker, unchanged. Just like slightly more vigor, I think. Every time you deal Thorns damage, you gain 10. I mean, there's a lot of resources. So if you need resources on a Thorns build, this is pretty good. And you can have the Toxic Skin passive for the extra like Thorns damage. Widow's Web. Okay, this is Noxious Resonance. It's there. So now is the $1 million question. Will Noxious Resonance still benefit from all of the dot multiplier that they put on your gear? And the answer to that is most likely yes. I think poison builds are actually still not poison builds. They're still gonna be Noxious Resonance builds. And they're gonna be absolutely cracked now, actually. Looking at this. This is actually unnerfed. We have all these crazy dot multis and they did not nerf this. That's crazy. I think poison builds are gonna be absolutely insane. Okay, Path of the Emissary has the same effect. And while Ravager is active, casting core skills instantly dashes you. Okay, so you now need the boots to dash. Shackle Shell. Okay, that's like before. Balazan. That is like before. Kekeleke. Okay, so Kekeleke lost the... okay, I mean, everyone lost the like double cast thing, right? But it also lost the resources and the Vigorous. No Vigorous might be really tough to actually make Kekeleke Midnight Sun work. We'll see. But with like enough resource generation tempers, it might be doable. But Shroud is also down nerfed. Resource generation is not really such a big thing anymore. Okay, so it's otherwise the same. Thanks, Lucifer. Wait, that sun needs to be 75. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we can do it. If you do like 3 resource generation temporars, maybe you're fine. I mean, let's see. Let's say we have like 15% from stats, and then 15% from temper 1 to 3. And then you have like the Paragon node, and you have like a few small Paragon nodes. So you can still do it. Who's gonna tell him? Andarius Visage finally come back, holy. Yeah, I'm not sure about Andarius. You hope Kekeleke Midnight Sun doesn't work anymore? Well, Midnight Sun is there in the inventory. We'll see. Maximum vigor is increased by 50%. Okay, so we saw this. Yeah, so this plus Locrans actually. Locrans is 150 multi now. Peacemonger. Release 4 stacks ferocity, gain 20% damage and 80% armor. Gaining ferocity also grants resolve. Blah. 80% armor sounds good, but it's not that good actually. I think this is maybe like a typical defensive aspect basically. And 20% damage. And then you gain resolve. I mean, it's better than before, but I don't really believe in it. There might be some scenario though where you really want to get a lot of resolve and spend it or something. You know, Canada 75. Not for evade, I heard. Thank you, Mystic Mind, by the way. Sunbird's gorgeous. Okay, still has the RF thing. And still has all the same stuff. And it still doesn't refresh duration. Why are you so against refreshing the duration, man? Come on. Protection of the Prime. What, man? Okay, so Protection of the Prime is complete shit. And lost its additive damage. So unlucky. Ring of the Midnight Sun. Unchanged, okay. In fact, Ring of the Midnight Sun stonks are going up because they now have random stats. Usually there was only one stat, which is Dexterity, that was useful. And everything else was trash. So now you can actually have way better Midnight Sun. But I guess the Kakaleka stonks are going down, so... It's like a give and take. Yeah, so Kakaleka is still a thing. What's up?
Why is he yelling?
I don't know. Come here. I'm teaching him Spirit Ball now.
He's my dog.
No.
Yeah, he is. You had him for hours.
Okay. Loyalty is mantle. Okay, this is the same. The Vigor cost reduction could actually be useful now, but they would still not really run it. Actually, yeah. Maybe you would run it on a Kakaleka build, actually. But I think on most other builds, you'll probably just go with a Harmony. Maybe both, actually, if you have a Charm. Craze of the Dead God. Okay, so that is still insane. At least defensively. Band of the First Breath. Unchanged. Sunstained. Unchanged. Actually, it stacks faster now. Okay, that's good. It's only 5 stacks instead of 10, so that helps a little bit. Like, I really disliked this item because it was so shitty to get it going. On like lair bosses and stuff, he had like no stacks. Okay. So not really like a lot of new stuff here. There's like 3 new amulets, which are the old 3 key passes, and Prodigy's Tempo is missing. Sikona. Thank you for the prime. Sock. We've seen a bunch of stuff, but that's gonna take the screenshots again, I guess. Actually, I've not seen this. I've seen the Spark unique. Spark forms a crackling energy time each time it damages a new target. Can you like jump now? Combines all shocks into one blast. Oh. Oh shit. So you can combine this with Pain Gorgers actually. And the new glove for Spark. This might actually be really good. This thing is gonna have 4, 5. It's like 6 to 15 shocks. So it's like a 300 to 750% bonus damage. And then you can have all of that in one hit and then get ping orders on that. Actually legit. Pyromancy skill. Dealing damage and getting 25 crit chance. Okay. Okay. Frozen Orb. Increase frostbite damage. Wait, does the base skill already have frostbite damage? After. Oh, it actually doesn't do any damage. Baseline. So it applies frostbite and then has the explosion for like direct damage. Okay. Interesting. Okay, it's a barrier. That's 1 additional second before exploding. Does this like stay in place? It remains stationary for 0.5 seconds, then seeks another target to explode again. Kinda cool. Ice spikes. Great Orb of Fire. Frozen Orb will consume 1 stack of all power to explode 3 times along its path. Okay. Yeah, that's like the unique that makes a return. Seems like a potentially pretty strong candidate. Incinerate. So I saw something about like charges with Incinerate, but it doesn't say anything here. But the wand, the unique one, had something there. 20% chance to deal double damage while you have a stack of all power. Executes enemies. Maximum damage bonus while chance increased to 200%. Size increased by 200% when you reach a maximum damage bonus. 2 additional beams. Disintegration becomes a shock skill. No longer penetrates enemies, and now deals 140 damage to the first enemy hit. An additional 140 damage distributed among up to 5 enemies around them. Okay. Sounds interesting. Additional 30% damage over 4 seconds. 30 crit damage. Frost Nova, that's gonna get interesting actually because full rune. Size. Mana. 1. Charge. 100% chance to unleash an additional Frost Nova. So you can just like infinitely chain this. It's now cast at a target location. Frost Nova forms an aura of frigid mist around you that deals 67% frostbite damage over 4 seconds. Okay. So I think there's like the boots. Was it boots? That give you one of the Frost Nova upgrades. Which I think was this one. Okay, Frost Nova doesn't seem to be that crazy, to be honest. But we'll see. Everyone got RF, yeah. Okay, here's a Hydra. One hit for every 3 overpower you have on cast. Digital cast speed in 8 seconds. They buffed it a bit actually. It used to be 7 seconds in the preview. Hydra reduced the cooldown of a random skill by 0.3 seconds whenever it attacks. Okay, that used to be Ice Blade's domain, but okay. Wait, 15 seconds cooldown on a Hydra. Summons one massive one-headed Hydra that spits explosive fire and deals increased damage for each extra head. That seems extremely shit, actually. Hydra becomes a frost skill and chills, okay. Ice Blades. Has vulnerable built-in still. Wait, is that guaranteed vulnerable? It actually is guaranteed vulnerable. This is a buff. Ice Blades cooldown is reduced. They didn't show the rest. They didn't show the familiar. Ah, god. Ball lightning. It's now a damage over time skill. At least it looks like it. It doesn't say sparking. Okay. Okay. Free crackle. I did a tutor for crackle. Yeah, I don't really believe in crackle right now. The ball speed is greatly increased while it's not near enemies. Orbits you. Implosion. So you've seen this one in action. Becomes a pyromancy skill, deals 5 damage, has a 12-second cooldown. Pulls enemies in. So it's like a black hole. It's kind of cool. It's very, very nice, I think. Yo. Monkey Bro, thanks for what's up. How hopeful are we that this campfire chat give us access to the talent calculators? There's absolutely zero chance for that. There's not even a talent calculator. What do you want to see exactly? They don't even have that. Oh, the new Mythic Sword. No, I haven't seen it yet. Eldrin, there it is. Why is he fist bumping the camera? Anyway, Sword of Justice. All stats, life, all damage, all skills. Defeating elite pack reduces your skills cooldowns by 10 seconds for 12 seconds. Okay, they gave the in-geom effect basically. Interesting. Huh. That seems pretty insane. It depends on where the 10 seconds cooldown reduction is attached. Is it at the start or at the end? But this is definitely worthy of a mythic slot, I think. And it comes with a juicy all damage multiplier, which is decent enough. Now the bigger question is, why is there a ruby socketed in this? On a Paladin. And it's also indestructible. They really like making mythics indestructible, huh? Like, this journalist managed to masterwork the right stat. I mean, it's a 1 in 4 chance. You know, it's like a multiple choice test, right? and then put a ruby in there. Like, what? Anyway. Good to know. So the classes that cannot use this are... Spiritborn. Alright. Firewall heals you. Area life healed by firewall gains you 1 second of all power. If that works with overheal, that would be kind of sick, actually. Wait, there's also like a thing where you can burn yourself. Oh, that is actually kind of interesting. There's a thing where you can like, burn your life away as a sword, and you can heal yourself with a firewall. That could be pretty good, actually. 75% bonus damage, that's also a lot. Firewall might be a real thing, actually. It weakens. Okay. Size increased by 50 and duration increased to 7. Creates a ring of fire. Standing in this ring causes your direct damage to inflict this burning damage to enemies. Oh shit. What? This will certainly not be absolutely broken, right? This seems insane. I think it's gonna be absolutely busted. Firewall becomes a shock skill. Up to 25% chance to deal 300 damage and form a cracking energy against enemies affected by the firewall. Interesting. Firebolt, Fireball hybrid. Nah, it wouldn't use this with Fireball. It would just be like charge bolts or chain lightning or something. Like you need like many hits. Like if every hit of an ability, or like the spark thing, they can get like up to 15 hits on a single spark cast. And if each of them gives you this 300 burn, that's gonna be a giga. Oh my god, he's showing his stats again. And the seals. Okay. Alright, Stuff of Endless Rage. We've seen this one, I think. Casting Firebolt. Okay, so it's still there. Flame Scar. Yeah, I don't understand what this means. Gains 1 final charge, irradiating the area around you. Increasing damage dealt. I think there's not any charges here. I think it just means that as these stages, right, it becomes like more and more intense. So there's another stage. But you have to like incinerate for like, I don't know how long, like 2 or 3 seconds or something, and then you get this buff. So we'll see. Asus is actually really good now. Crit chance, I think it's gonna be in high demand. And you can get real evade mods on this thing. So Asus is actually big stonks. Casting core skills triggered a random basic skill at a random enemy, which is 360% increased damage. It's actually kind of cracked now for these basic attack builds. I think Vox Copion, the Singular Spark, Pain Gorgers as a charm, and then the Spark Glove. I think that's the build. And then one of these core skills, you can, have some utility there, like the Frozen Orb, Chilling, and Vulnerable and Weaken or something. I think that's actually going to be pretty insane. Stuff like Flamison, we've seen this, we've seen that. Oculus. Okay, we've seen a lot of these uniques already. The old keystone passes are still a thing. Most of them we have seen, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna skim through this a bit faster because most of them are obviously already old. Yeah, we've seen almost all of these sword uniques, I think. Necro. As it is, yes, it's very one before Necro. Not in alphabetical order, I'm triggered. Instantly burst dealing 315% damage, that's a lot of damage actually. Pierces one time. Cold and frostbite damage. And pulls and chills. I've seen a bunch of this stuff already, but let's just do it. Okay, Skeleton Warriors. Which is in this category. It's a corpse skills, I guess. Corpse explosion, corpse tendrils. So they put this here. Causes them to deal... So you cannot command them, that's important. We've also seen some unique where you can command stuff. Heal you for 2% of your maximum life whenever they attack. Holy shit. Stacks up resolve. 30% chance to make vulnerable. You can pretty reliably have permanent vulnerable with that. Plus 3 warriors. %. Okay, it's the service and sacrifice. Yeah, whatever. If all of your skeleton warriors have been summoned, skeleton warrior briefly summons the skeleton priest instead. Increasing crit chance, healing them for 100% of life. And it works for your other minions too. Spawns 3 smaller ones. Okay, this was the aspect. Darkness skills with desecrated pool. Okay. No longer 6 enemies, instead spirals around you, piercing through enemies. Okay. This could be insane for AoE. Holy. Iron Maiden. Take first damage every 2 seconds. For 30 seconds. So one cast while leveling is gonna be actually kinda nuts. Take 30% every 2 seconds. For 30 seconds to get 15 times. It's 450% damage for one cast with 10 essence cost. Pretty decent. And another 30 every time they inflict direct damage. Actually gonna be kinda good for early game, I think. Lots of Fortify. Gain Essence. Enemies hit while afflicted have a chance to randomly grant 1 second Frosty or Overpower. Damn. Or Vulnerable. Damn. Gain Thorns. Oh my god, lol. What is that? Enemies have a 30% chance to be stunned. $500 damage for Blood Wave. 30% extra. 10 DR. Overfills your overpower by 2. On cast. Oh shit. And additional wave. It's 1000% damage. 600 corrupting. Becomes a core skill, has no cooldown but costs 50 essence. Oh shit. Wow. So you can like get on demand overpower cap +2 every time you press this. It seems kind of insane. Like even as a support skill, even though it's core. Cypress 8 Fingerman. After that cooldown, 2% damage for each minion. Chance, 30% chance to form a corpse. Spawn passively summons a volatile skeleton. So I guess it's like the Mortar Crux guy. Minions take 90% reduce and deal 50% summon damage. They converge on a target. Each time a volatile skeleton explodes on an enemy, it takes 10% increased damage from the army to dead up to 300. This sounds like the army to dead build from D3. Does it also push them in? Deals cold damage and stuns instead of stunning them. Okay. It doesn't strike me as that good though. NDR, consume corpses for duration. Barrier on cast. Vulnerable. Shit. Oh my god, he's showing the same fucking stats again. I can't believe it. I can't read this. These are all the small sets. And the same. Oh my god. Okay. I think he's actually just trying to troll us, right? I can't believe this, man. I think he's actually just trolling. Yo, Agora, thank you so much. We're gonna make a video about all the news. Yeah, I mean, we're putting out a lot of videos. I'm actually gonna record one as well before the campfire, I guess. We have 1.5 hours left for the campfire. This is about to end here. Oh my god, I keep forgetting that Rogue in the German client is called Jäger. Yikes. But anyway, the Rogue is the last class here in this video. And then we're gonna do a little summary, and then we're gonna watch the campfire. Warlocks have focus, yeah. If the new Mythic Sword is the same, and in Geom it solves all speedfarming builds for D4. It does sound kind of insane, yeah. Now the thing is, in Geom in D3 worked in a very favorable way, right? It first reduced the base cooldown by cooldown reduction, and then it gave you a flat -10. So you got to the point where it just had instant cooldowns. Well, not as instant, because there was like a minimum of 0.5 seconds. It's like the minimum in D3. So if that works the same in D4, that's gonna be insane. If it takes 10 seconds off the base cooldown, then it's not that crazy. So I guess we'll see. So yeah, anyway. Gospel of the Devotee. Your basic skills gain the effect of every upgrade. Damaging enemy if a base skill costs them. Okay. I mean, this might be better now. This was relatively trash before, and basic attack builds are just not a thing on Necro, so we'll see if that changes now. I'd really like to play like a rebuild. That is wall. Still insane, actually. Maze of King Laroric. A golem will consume one of your skeleton mages or warriors every 8 seconds, healing to full life and gaining 80% damage for 10 seconds. Funny. I like it. Ibn Piercer. Dealing 4% of blights defy the area damage. Okay. Red Blessing. Gain 4 maximum all power. Blood Ops grants 2 stacks of all power. Deal 10% increased damage per stack of all power. That is pretty solid. I think this is usable. The Unmaker. Yeah, remains to be seen. We didn't see Soul Rift. Could be something. Kuro's Embrace. Wait, how do you trigger it again? Every 50 essence or something? Every 30 essence he spent. Okay. Casting Blood Surge picks up 4 blood orbs around you and expels smaller blood novas. So now this is from blood orbs and not from your minions. There was this amulet that did it from the minions, and this was the like multi-drain thing. And consume corpses, I think. Casimir's Legacy. Bloodwave now forms a wave on each side of you. Both waves converge. Okay, so Bloodwave is still a thing. Gravewalker's Hand. Your essence generation is increased by 40%. Bone skills here. Up to 80% for each point of essence. Okay, very good glove, I think. Even just the damage buff is pretty good as long as you hit 160 resources. Blood Moon Breaches. Pretty unchanged, actually. They lost the passes and stuff. But okay, they're very good. Still gonna be like mandatory for every necro build, I guess, but it's not a dot build. Sanguivore. Only Army to Death can now unleash the Souls of Vampiric Curse, causing both Army to Death and the Souls to deal 50% increased damage per soul unleashed. I mean, no fucking clue, dude. I'm not even sure how many souls you can have. Apparently 8. Maybe. The Underground, we've seen that. Vengeful Sinew. Bone Spirit explodes an additional time, dealing 45% of normal damage and 40% extra. Very strong. Howl from below. Okay, this is still this thing. Dude, can I just like play like a real corpse explosion build without the shitty skeleton, without the shitty mortar cracks? I just press the button and the pack goes boom. Is that a thing? Like, holy. Death Grip. Maximum number of skeleton warriors increased by 6. Skeleton warriors cleave with their attacks and deal 40% increased damage. Commanding them onto a target increases the damage that target takes when you skeleton warriors by 40%. Damn. This is like a giga item. So this is how they get to 20 minions. Will of Rathma. Oh. So they put this into a unique now. So I know that Affliction Warlock was like... Affliction Necro was like giga leveling build. And now you have to wait for the unique for that. And then it's a 40% buff. It's probably pretty trash, honestly. Unless this can make its own build, but I'm kind of hesitant to expect that. Ring of Sacrilegious Souls. Corpse Turners gains the effect of every upgrade and is automatically cast every 6 seconds. Okay, no more other corpse skills. But I guess Corpse Turners is kind of one of the most important ones. Maybe. Depends on if Corpse Turners can actually give like a massive buff. Yo, Bandle and Detrain. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I don't really believe in Corpse Explosion. And even if it's good, it has this weird skeleton thing. I just want to explode fucking corpses, man. You are Bloodlands. Bloodlands will deal damage to you. It instead fortifies you. Okay, so it's still busted. I think Bloodlands in general is going to be insane. We'll see. Omen of Pain. A dark aura surrounds you, infecting the CAMPFIRE Iron Maiden. Okay, this was the cursed aura aspect. And that is now a ring. I mean, the curses are way better. They might have enough utility power to make this good. We'll see. Hand of Naz. So same slot as the other Skeleton Glove. So it's one or the other. Max the number of Skeleton Mages increased by 4. The upgrade to Archmages. Deal more damage. Okay. Water Crux. The chance to create a decaying skeletal simulacrum that seeks enemies that cannot attack. Yeah, yikes. Trash. Bloodless Scream. Still absolutely busted. Okay, Breathless. Why do they do this? Why do they want us to use these fucking echoes? Just a good petition, I guess. It's gonna be fine. Petition can beat this. Okay. Pact of Bone. Minions gain 35 attack speed and crit chance. Yeah, other minions enraged, dealing 35 increased damage for 45. Okay, it's like the old Mandela ring, basically. But now with a completely new effect. That seems good enough, as long as you make sure you have the 35 bonus on kill all the time. So you somehow have to get one of your minions killed every 3 seconds. So that's the hard part, actually. I'm not sure how you do this. Hangman's Hand. 70 does 15 increased damage and sends out 1 additional Spectre. That seems very strong. As long as it properly hits. Yeah, Service and Sacrifice is one of the skill upgrades. But I don't really want to play that, I think. So it seems kinda eh. I guess it's like an optional unique, the ring. It's like maybe only for Service and Sacrifice, and that's it. Gloom Ward, another shield. Shadow damage. Infects enemies with Shadow Blight. Okay. Every 8th time an enemy receives shadow damage from you while they're affected by Shadow Blight, they take an additional 600 of that damage as corrupting damage. So I wonder if that is like an echo or if this can like double dip. Judging by Andariel, it's just an echo with no further modification, which makes this probably kind of trash. I don't expect much from this. Blood's Wake. Like also like for the shield, you have to like first hit them 8 times. And then you get a dot for 4 seconds. Like, yikes, dude. Blast Mist, cause explosion. Get movement speed and cooldown reduction. Yeah, sure, I guess. Could be useful. It's a boots. So boots, you know, you can kind of do a lot of stuff there. Okay, and the Bone Prison thing is still there. With the max essence. So the boots alone fuel the gloves for the bone skills. And you don't need any other maximum resource anywhere. Kinda good. Rouge. Jägerin. Gain 2 additional energy every second after hitting enemy with invigorating. And 4 is crowd controlled. Wait, for how long? Gain free energy once every 1 second for 4 seconds. Oh, that's actually kind of changed, that's realized. So it actually generates 12 resources. And it heals you. And makes vulnerable. Wait. Okay, only with the skill itself though. It's not like a buff that applies vulnerable. Every third cast grants 1 stack of Resolve and 1 stack of Ferocity. So if you do like combo points, maybe. Is a mobility skill. Dashes you to the target, dealing damage and movement speed. Interesting. On a basic. Basically like lunge. And cleaves and chills. Unhindered. Plus 10 something. And 20% resistance. Okay. Gain 4 energy. Gain 1 stack of resolve. Gain 1 stack of all power. I like all these like little, you know, bonuses that you have on these basic skills now. It could be kind of interesting to actually use a basic skill or multiple basic skills to get certain buffs in certain situations. Okay, longer duration. That's kind of cool. You drop 2 stun grenades that each deal damage on enemies you pass through. And you automatically attack enemies with blade shift. So I can actually kind of like keep it going. Okay, forceful arrow. Pierces for the first enemy. There's a 30% chance to execute. No longer knocks back, instead creates an arrow storm every 3 arrows. Seems kind of low. Okay, okay. Yes, you're at the right place. Keep going. Okay. Okay, seems like before. Initially, Impale executes enemies. Return damage is increased by 20. Reduced to 24 costs. Gain 1 stack of resolve. This nerves increased damage to crowd controlled or weakened enemies. Okay. Base cost is 30. It's got a lot. It's gonna be hard to maintain the resources actually. Cleaves and spirals outward from you for a short time after the return. So, yeah, okay, this is the aspect here, Blade Dancer, okay. And the cleave, it's both aspects together actually. Enemies impaired are dazed. When you simulate the return, your active cooldowns are reduced per enemy you pass through, and twisting blades damage increased. Okay. And Twisted Twin. Impairing enemy also summons 1 shade to strike a nearby target. Okay. I was hoping for like a much crazier like return blade upgrade. Although the Blade Dancer is not doing that much damage. It's 2 spins for 28%. And here's 75% increase, so maybe it's good enough. Barrage. Unleash a barrage of 5 arrows that expands outwards, each dealing 100% damage and piercing up to 2 times. Arrows cannot hit the same target more than once. Oh. So the skill is now just multi-shot. In fact, it's actually the same skill that we saw the NPC use, basically. No shotgun. So they just made the entire skill into... Why didn't it just mean they made it into multi-shot at this point? They just made it... I thought there was a... You know, there should be like an upgrade for multi-shot, I figured. And then, you know, the main barrage skill with the shotgunning, I mean, that's also cool, I guess. But yeah. Maybe the upgrade brings that back. Okay, against damage or weakened. Vulnerable or weakened, okay. Energy costs. Consumes 1 stack of all power to fire 2 additional arrows, and all arrows deal 20% increased damage. Yeah, the additional arrows just like don't really matter anymore. Cast speed. You probably just take that. More additional arrows. And all of its arrows now travel faster and pierce through 2 additional enemies. Okay, here's a real multi-shot. Look, it's called multi-shot, okay. Wait, how many pierces does it have? It pierces twice. And with the other thing, it pierces 4 times. Yeah, 4 times is plenty. You don't need more than 4 times pierce. Broadside no longer pierces and fires 2 less arrows. It drops each arrows to each drop 1 stun grenade and deals 25 damage. Stun grenade. So it goes from 5 to 3, but you can make it 5 again with the upgrade. You get 5 stun grenades. Okay. Barrage fires arrows in the air, dealing 20% damage on landing. Each arrow causes the enemy to hit. It hits the attack 15% increased damage on barrage for the next 4 seconds up to 75. Okay, so the 20% is actually 35%. And you have up to 7 arrows at a time. That is relatively good, and they can hit. And it also creates an arrow storm. Yeah, it's not really made of arrows. Like arrows like the really big one, right? And this is like a small one. But okay, it's kind of like that. It's like a spammable thing. Shadow Stab. Yeah, we don't want to see the other core skills, thanks. Okay. 15% movement speed, I nerfed the movement speed. Vulnerable. Minus 3 seconds is still there. Cleaves. 10% of the original. Okay, what a cleave. And Shadows unstoppable, okay. I guess a cleave is basically only just to like apply imbuement effects. Shadow Step has an additional charge, refunds the charge. Okay, that's the aspect. Daze is the primary target, leaves 4 stun grenades. That's a lot of stagger. You get stun and daze together. Artifice. No longer requires a target and it leaves a decoy at your starting location that taunts enemies. And cooldown is increased to 12 seconds. It's gonna be 12 seconds minus 3 seconds. In Geron, GG. Holy shit. Caltrops. Slow. Duration. 1 stack of ferocity. Ah, I did for the rest. Dude, why is he starting on imbuements and not showing the actual imbuement? Please. Well, you might show the next one. Can you freeze while called impurity gain and 1 stack of all power? Could be kind of big. And it chills and me have a 25% chance to gain 1 stack of resolve. Vulnerable, duration. Barrier. And reduces your energy costs. Okay. Now the thing is you don't have fragile finesse anymore. And nothing here seems to give you like any damage buff from cold imbuement. So it's just like utility effects. Okay, here it is. Shadow imbuement, 20 seconds cooldown, imbue weapons with festering shadows for 6 seconds. Okay, it's duration now. The other thing also said duration. It's not charge based anymore. So this is what we were waiting for. Yeah, it happened, guys. Only took 3 years. Okay, there's still the vulnerable. When it expires, the duration is increased up to 5 seconds. Okay. 2 stacks of all power on cast. That's kind of bad, I feel. Unless you have like a lot of cooldown later. So when if expire also means on kill, I guess it should mean also on kill, else it doesn't make any sense, right? Usually you want to kill them before it expires. So this should mean on kill as well. This should be kind of good here. But here it specifically says when you kill an enemy, but I guess you don't have to have Shadow Imbuement up for that. Any enemy in fact takes 40% damage per second until the infection ceases. Okay, this is actually extremely good. This basically guarantees you have like permanent Shadow Imbuement already while leveling, and you have a pretty nice extra damage. Like for leveling, this is really insane. Evading, grants stealth, and explodes the infection. Okay. Shady Beard skills have a chance to create a shade. This can only happen once every 0.42 affected by attack speed. Seems kind of whatever. Okay, this is Shadow Clown. Unstoppable. Weakened and vulnerable. 4 stacks of resolve and 1 stack per second. Minus 10 seconds cooldown. Okay, minimum ferocity is increased by 4. So minimum ferocity in this case means it doesn't add to what you already have. Like, you know, the cap of ferocity is 4. If you already have some ferocity and then plus 4 minimum, that will not go higher. However, you can infinitely consume ferocity when it says minimum ferocity. So anything that says consume ferocity to gain this should just like infinitely work, which might be kind of cracked. Deals increased damage, longer duration, okay. After spending 100 energy, your next core skill cast becomes a shade skill and spawns a shade that deals 40% of its damage. It's now also a shade skill and duration increased by 50%. Yeah, so shade skill is like kind of like the ancient theme, but for rogue. Like bombs have like all these ancient skills, and here have all the shade skills. So I guess it's gonna be like the glove. Does Shadow Imbue deal damage now? Yeah, I don't really trust that yet, but maybe. Okay, this awakening thing could be kind of good, I think. Especially with Crown of Lucion. Sentry. Shadow Clone becomes a marksman skill and now summons a stationary shadow that fires 3 piercing arrows every 1 second. Each arrow deals 20 damage. Shadow Clone gains 2 additional charges. Its cooldown is reduced by 20 seconds. You may have up to 3 Shadow Clones active at a time. Yeah, it's like the... it's not the Mirage Archer, it's like the special Mirage Archer from Deadeye, right? But it doesn't use your skills, it just shoots arrows. But this thing is actually insane. So you can have 3 of them up. Cooldown reduced by 20 seconds. I'm not sure what is the base cooldown exactly. But it's going to be a pretty short cooldown. So you're going to walk into a boss room, you press sentry, sentry, sentry. And they each shoot for 20% per second. Or 15 seconds? That's a lot of damage actually. I think it's going to be pretty good. Death Trap. Okay. Killing the enemy. Dealing damage for the first time, reduces its cooldown by 1 second. Yikes. 50% dodge, that's kind of insane. And weaken. And damage while resolve. It's a grenade skill, drops 16 grenades. That will certainly not like anyone. Death Trap pulls in enemies, makes them vulnerable, knock down, and 1 charge, and minus 15 seconds cooldown. That's a lot of stuff. Arm time is reduced by 50%. It deals a total of 107% damage. 208% damage. Casting Death Trap consumes 4 stacks of all power to reduce arm time by 100% and increase its damage by 50%. Okay. Yeah, the second one is kind of good, I think, with the charge and the pull and the knockdown. Okay, vulnerable, knockdown, charge, cooldown, and pull. You have to see the uniques though, to see if like Death Trap is still a thing. 20% damage and 25 double damage. Okay. Oh no. He's going back to Death Trap. Ah, he's showing more. No, he's not. What is he doing? Okay. I hope DT isn't a thing. I don't know, I think DT is cool. Okay, we can see some of the rogue set names. Wait, that's actually interesting. You can get 2 times a bonus for the same set. I have not seen this before. Ultimate skill damage and ultimate cooldown. But you don't get a +1 charm slot, so you always want a +1 charm slot and then 1 set bonus, I guess. Applied alchemy. Blurring blade. Spellbound steel. First. Maximum overpower stacks. Oh shit. I pressed on something. Okay, anyway, here comes the uniques. Condemnation. Core skills deal 6% increased damage for 5 seconds when consuming 3 combo points. Casting basic skills always generates 3 combo points. Fuck. I was hoping they would allow you to do not a 1-to-1 rotation. Like, I really hate doing the 1-to-1 rotation. I want to do, like, you know... I think, like, the suggestion I gave them was allow us to do 1-1, 2-2, or 3-3. Like, you can stack, basically, combo points just like before, and you do, like, 1-2-3 basic, and then you, like, unleash 3 times, or something like that. Like, this 1-1 is just kind of, yeah. I mean, we seem to have less attack speed in the future, so maybe it's fine. Hits of Barrage has 6% chance to do turbo damage and knock down enemies. Okay, Reinforce really good. Assassin's Stride seems like the same. 6% chance to instantly trigger free Shadow Imbuement. Yeah, I think we're never gonna go back to like old school Shadow Imbuement, to be honest. Looking at this. Ashira's attack speed, damage. Okay. 50% attack speed, 50% damage. It's like alright, but not great. Gladiator's Triumph. First direct damage you deal to an enemy is guaranteed critical strike. When a marksman skill first critically strikes against 120% increased damage and you gain 1 overpower. This can stack up to 4 over your maximum overpower. This is like the multi-shot Helltide Blaster glove, basically, right? But it's only for the first hit. Now, okay, if they allow us to go absolutely ham with rapid fire on single target, I would equip this thing, right? I would just like blast multi-shot, and then I whip out rapid fire and just like delete the boss, right? So that's the strat. Pen shot, yeah, that as well. Cassia's Grace. Aerostone's last 2 seconds shorter. Deal 180% increased damage and create have 50% chance to create an additional Aerostorm on a nearby target. I mean, who the fuck knows? Okay. Kind of interesting that I have a weapon for that. Short of Kanduras. Same thing, still has the pull, kind of OP. Shard of Conduras is very good now, actually. Eyes in the Dark, 90% damage will rearm itself. Okay, Giga damage for Death Trap. Death's Pavane. Clean up grants you 25 energy. Dance on Knives is now a core skill, so it doesn't have to charge this anymore. Giga damage for Dance on Knives. We'll see though. Dance on Knives was not really able to carry its own weight in the past. But with this bonus, maybe. Shard of Gift, we've seen. Call of the Nameless. Imbued skills have up to 40% chance to trigger a large explosion, dealing 75% of the damage dealt, and applying the imbuement effect to each enemy it hits with 123% potency. And we certainly won't get overflow damage numbers when we equip this item, right? Right. Okay. Imbue proliferation. Now it kind of depends on what the imbuement effect exactly will do here. So for cold imbue, that should just be like a bit of chill. For shadow imbue, it will do like this like explosion effect. And for poison, I wonder if like, it even does anything for poison. Because the poison imbue damage is based on the damage of the skill that applies it, but it might not actually work with this at all. So I'm not sure. But the big thing is that you have like giga AoE, like you have like ridiculous AoE with this, right? 40% lucky hit, deals 75% of the damage. So you make a pull, you walk in, right? You make a pull, you press death trap, everything is like stacked. And then you start spamming twisting blades and the entire pack just explodes, basically. So that is kind of the crazy part here. Pretty good. But boss damage might be a problem. Sky Hunter. Every consecutive cast of rapid fire increases the amount of arrows it fires by 2 up to 6. Rapid fire deals 100% increased damage. That is pretty cracked, actually. That is extremely good. Rapid fire baseline does 5 arrows, so you get more than double the arrows and double damage. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You equip the Gladiator's Triumph Glove, you multi-shot your way through the Infernal Hordes, and then you go to the boss and you just melt the fucking boss with this. And that might actually be a good enough combo, because both of these items individually are extremely powerful. Even though they don't buff each other. Casting a marksman or cutthroat skill has a 6% chance to summon a shadow clone that mimics that skill. Okay, this is old. Pretty solid, I guess. Fist of the Iron Rose. This is the close quarters combat key passive. 15%, 30% attack speed, 60% damage to close. Pretty good. Misery Cord. This is the old exposure key passive, but with a much lower damage buff. Okay, so this is your ticket to Death Trap now, probably. We'll see. I guess something like Poison Trap might not also be a real damage skill. Saboteur Signet. Grenades, 50% size and 90% damage. That means damage per grenade skills become vulnerable or weakened. Okay, this is a very good item. It depends on how good the grenades can be. Gain 1 ferocity every 2 seconds as long as there's no enemy close to you. Marksman skills deal 50% increased damage per stack of ferocity. Okay, so typical cap is 4 stacks, so 60%. If you get more ferocity, this could be very good. There is duelist aspect, which is +5 maximum ferocity. You can put this on boots on the Spiritborn. If that exists for the rogue, that's gonna be very good. Riffing Band of Trickery. Trash. Still unchanged. Pit Fighter's Gull is now boots. Casting Smoke Grenade increases critical damage by 45% for 7 seconds. You see this? It's just a fucking chaos item. They still have the same color. Anyway. Needs mine a cloud of shadows, while when a cloud gains stealth once per second. Okay, this item is insane. By the way. 45 crit damage and stealth every second. Umber Crux. It now does 50% instead of 20, but it only works with base damage, so it's still kind of trash. Death Mask, nerfed, but he spent less life. Okay, 60% damage, 50% attack speed, so I guess it might compete with Perdition. Not sure exactly, we have to check that. Pen shot, bounce off walls. Okay, this is like the before, but I think the damage number is higher. Okay, Orphan Maker. Absolutely got it. Goodbye. Okay. Beastfall Boots. This is the same, but it doesn't have max resource on it anymore, which is kind of important. Scoundrel's Letter. Oh, there's no implicit anymore, so there's no core. There's no core tag anymore for a death trap now. Trap skills can be thrown to increase damage. It's insane though. 60% damage. Oh, it's Christmas. Nice.
Yeah, but it's chocolate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you have one? No. Thanks, JetBree, for the prime.
What is this?
Okay, no more core tag, no more maximum resource on the Beastfall Boots. We do have Misery Cord. Desperate March. Evading these behind Caltrops. Caltrops gain 50% size and deal 90% increased damage. We haven't seen all of the upgrades on the Caltrops. But there is this aspect where it shoots these like blades out all the time. I'm not starting a rogue now, but I definitely want to make a rogue. Many rogues, in fact. Many rogues. Etna's Lost Dagger. Dealing 2 different types of non-physical damage increases potency of imbue. Okay, this is the key passive. Basic skills are now imbuable. This is new. Okay, this thing is actually kind of cracked. This is extremely strong. It has 2 separate 60% multis for poison imbue. This is mostly a poison imbue weapon. And we know Dot's already getting like insane power-ups. So, yeah, it's gonna be kind of insane, I think. More rapid fire arrows means longer animation. Not necessarily. Back in season 2 when he had the combo point bug, the animation was the same even when he fired 25 arrows. Okay, are you also gonna do Rogue, Madden? What were they gonna do? I think he's more the druid kind of guy. Okay, I unfortunately cannot take screenshots with one hand, Merlin, so I need to go down here. Yo, Wombabu. Thank you as well, by the way. Anyway, this is an extremely strong item here, Edna. Bands of Icarus Rose. Poison or cold imbued skills have a chance to deploy a poison trap while it's equipped. Depending on the equipped poison trap's element. Gains the Infiltrator variant for free and deals 90% damage. Infiltrator is the aspect that allows you to do multiple poison traps while in stealth. The Maestro. Twisting Blades. Impales an extra set of blades, dealing 40% increased damage and creating additional blades that return to you. Nice. It's very simple, but I like it. Very strong. That's Parvain we've seen. Sea Lord's Fine Gloves. Casting a Shining Cutthroat skill grants a stack of momentum. Okay. So momentum still has the same stuff Okay, this is really good. It doesn't have the DR or the movement speed anymore. But that's okay. Okay, this is very good actually. Yeah, this is momentum without the DR and without the movement speed. But yeah, Maestro, Sea Lords, strong for sure. Twisting Blades, log in. Poison Twisting Blades, guys, I think. Poison Twisting Blades is definitely something. There could be like some crazy stuff with like Rapid Fire. Death Trap looks pretty good. We haven't seen like random arrows really. There's no Word of Hakan anymore though. I just noticed. Barrage is now multi-shot. It happened. Alright. You got multi-shot, yeah. Okay, we have half an hour to go, guys. I think it's time for a quick recording, since we had a lot of stuff to go through. I don't think I can actually go through all of these screenshots now. I have like fucking 200 screenshots now or something, so this needs to be something for later. Never mind, I have 734 screenshots. I don't think I can do that in half an hour. So I have to kind of cut it down to some topic. I definitely want to talk about the new Mythic. I need to find it though. Oh my god. That's still the other. Okay. Let's see. Now the preview is not working. Why does the preview work for like, you know, some of the screenshots and not for the others? This is fucked. Okay. Okay, I found it, I think. All right. Okay, I think it's time for a hi YouTube. Guys, before we watch the campfire chat, All right. Hi, YouTube. Yes, we started recording now. I'm going to talk about the sword real quick. And then later we're going to see the campfire chat. We're going to go through all of that. And then we're going to make some other recording. And then we have like, you know, all the classes, like a lot of skill stuff, all the uniques. We have a lot of the uniques. So, yeah, anyway. Yeah. Hi everyone! So we finally found out what the new mythic item is. So we have found a screenshot here. Eldraine Sword of Justice. There have been some rumors already about Tyrael returning, and turns out this is his sword. So I think those rumors are like plus minus confirmed now at this point. And we are actually getting this item here. We have seen a bunch of the other mythics coming back as well with slightly altered stats. So, you know, some of them have been a bit upgraded. Some of them have been kind of downgraded, to be honest, either by inactivity or by actual changes to the items. So it turns out most of the mythics are not really great, but this one really steals the spotlight, I think. This is an insane item, and I will explain why. The Diablo 3 enjoyers will probably recognize this effect here with what it used to do on the in-geom item. So this is this here. It's almost the same effect, basically. So if you look at this, this is this item here. I guess it might be not readable, but yeah, like that. So this used to be an extremely strong speed farming item. So when you're like blasting through Torment 16, Nephilim Rifts or something like that, a lot of speed farming builds use this because, well, a lot of cooldown is pretty good. And you might have seen this in builds in Diablo 4 as well, with, you know, having a Shaco equipped plus 50% cooldown. It's like a day and night difference in some cases. And the uptime of certain abilities can then become permanent, and, you know, suddenly like pieces kind of click together and it gets pretty wild. Now, the thing is, it will depend a little bit how this effect works in practice, you know, deciding how good this will actually be in the end. It is a mythic, so we can kind of expect like an optimistic scenario, I feel. But there could be two separate ways this will go, with one being extremely good and one being maybe not so crazy. But yeah, before we go into the details of that, let's talk about the stats on this thing. It has indestructible as an implicit, so kind of whatever, but you save repair costs, I guess. It has all stats, life. It has nice all skill ranks, which is kind of diminished these days since we have 15 ranks by default in our skills now. So it's not that crazy anymore. But it also has like a chunky all damage multi here that is baseline 30, which is like one of the new stats you can now find on a lot of gear. So this can actually roll on other weapons. However, on one-handers, that's usually 10%. So here you have triple the value baseline, which kind of makes up for the fact that you don't have a second multiplier, because normal weapons or other uniques in a weapon slot, they will be able to have a minimum 2 of those multipliers. And there's, for example, crit multi, vul multi now. These things can roll to like 20-30% each as well. So it kind of makes up for the loss of that, together with the all skills and the all stats, I would say. So the stat line is actually really good. And for example, if you compare this to, you know, the alternative here, Doombringer, this is the old version now, but it's relatively the same in the expansion from what we've seen. In fact, it's actually nerfed. It doesn't have that much life anymore. This new Eldraine sword will actually give you potentially more life than Doombringer. Maybe not quite as much total defense, because there's also this damage reduction effect here. But either way, it's gonna help you to become more tanky. And it has a way stronger offensive value because of this all damage multi, which we have not seen present on the Doombringer. So I think Doombringer is something that will remain kind of like in the gutter. And then compared to this here, you just don't have the damage output. And then you have this effect, which is also just a lot more useful than whatever Doombringer does. And now let's talk about the effect itself. What will happen? Well, I'm just gonna give like a few examples here of you know, different skills and what it could mean for the game, basically. Looking at like the Paladin now, for example. So when it says, okay, minus 10 seconds on your cooldowns, here's an example, Fanaticism Aura. So this 15 would become 5 seconds. And suddenly you can like press this all the time. You can make stuff weakened all the time. It's just like one of the examples of what this could do. Or for example, you have Falling Star. 12 seconds cooldown, minus 10, well, you can basically just spam this thing now, right? So that is kind of crazy on skills that are somewhat near 10 seconds as a base cooldown. You don't even have to invest in the cooldown reduction to effectively have them permanently up anymore. But then there's also these longer duration skills. So for example, Arbiter of Justice. So if you have 120 seconds cooldown skill, minus 10, yeah, that's not really so impactful, right? However, in some cases, it just comes down to kind of closing the gap, you know, trying to keep the downtime as low as possible. Arbiter of Justice is a perfect example here. You know, you want to keep it up permanently to keep all of your buffs rolling, and there's like this, you know, kill streak sort of effect that you get and this kind of stuff. So as long as you stay in Arbiter form, you're golden. And if you can do that much more easily with this effect now, that could be something. The same will also go, for example, for Warlock's new Metamorphosis, right? There's Metamorphosis, and there's like, for example, the Terror Demon upgrade. It's a 15 seconds duration with a 30 seconds cooldown. So normally this would mean you want to stack 50% CDR, but with this thing, you just get one of the procs and you're nearly there already, just from having a minus 10 seconds flat. Now, it will a bit depend on like where this will come in the calculation. So in Diablo 3, this extra cooldown reduction effect is actually applied after the stat cooldown reduction. What that means is that first you have cooldown reduction on your gear. You know, this example of Metamorphosis, you want to have 50% in order to have permanent uptime with the Terror Demon. So if you have 50%, then you have 15 seconds uptime, 15 seconds cooldown. And in Diablo 3, now you would get this 15 cooldown reduced by 10, so it would go down to 5. However, it could be the other way around, where first you have the minus 10 seconds of the base cooldown, and then cooldown reduction kicks in. And that would be kind of the worst scenario. So I guess we have to wait and see how it actually works. Because especially for like longer duration or longer cooldown skills, that would be kind of a downside here. So, you know, talking about Arbiter of Justice again, if you look at this here, so there is, you know, like if you like have a lot of cooldown reduction and you get this down to, let's say, 40 seconds, and then you get minus 10 seconds flat removed from that, that's way better than removing 10 seconds at the start and then, you know, having a lot of cooldown reduction after that. So this is kind of how this works. So yeah, either way though, I do expect it's going to be very good, especially for classes that don't really have like crazy mobility. You might actually suddenly have an option to spam your mobility skills. So one example that comes to mind is also Druid. We've actually seen an updated Trample screenshot. There is a version of Trample now that converts it into a wolf skill and into a leap attack. So similar to like the Barb Leap, for example, but it remains at 11 seconds cooldown. So you don't really have a lot of option to like spam it. But with this thing, suddenly this effectively has 0 cooldown or nearly 0. And no matter which of the two ways it would calculate it, right? So you can potentially have builds now in the late game where you just slap this thing on, you're gonna go super fast on like any class, you're gonna face roll all of the cooldowns, and it's gonna go completely wild. I must say, it's a pretty interesting and pretty cool effect to bring back. It is finally a mythic that's really worthy of the status, I would say. Not just because of the kind of like lore behind it as well, but it is actually a really cool item to chase, I think. Compared to a lot of the other mythics that so far have actually been quite disappointing with the Lord of Hatred update. I do hope that we still see maybe some other tweaks to those, and you know, maybe they're gonna make other mythics on that level. That would be really awesome, especially, you know, if they potentially become much more rare in the future. I guess we'll see. But this is certainly a chase item. And the craziest part is almost every build and basically almost every class can use this. The only class that cannot wear a sword is a Spiritborn, but all other classes have access to swords. And well, most of the time, you know, either you have some other like unique weapon there, then this might be a bit of a struggle. But we do have the charm system as well. We can potentially convert our unique weapon into a charm and still benefit from the effect if it's really necessary. Or, you know, some classes like barbs and rogues, they just have a bunch of slots anyway. We just slap it on there, so you don't really care. So I think it will actually fit relatively well into a lot of different builds. But again, I guess it will depend a little bit on, you know, what is available, what do you actually want in that slot. You know, some classes might not have the opportunity to really go for it. Either way though, it's a cool item. I just wanted to show this off because I think this is very amazing. And I just want to see more mythics like this. I want to see all the mythics to become as cool as this, basically. And maybe you're gonna be surprised at some point by some cool updates. Either way, that's what I got here for now. We do have the campfire coming up very soon, actually. We're on live stream right now. I'm watching it in a moment. And I will have a summary for you guys. And there's a lot of other information. I got like 700 new screenshots from today alone. There's a lot of stuff to dive into. So stay tuned for more videos. And I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Got it. Yes. Actually, I'm gonna put the Twitch Tops thing up here as well, I guess. I'm so energetic while doing YouTube video, while when on Twitch I'm like Lord of Fat. Thanks. Draws on. Yeah, they're not on yet, I guess, but I just like put the thing up now since it's starting soon, right? So anyway. What's my starter build for a new season? You'll see it soon. I've been waiting for this campfire chat to decide my final starter. And then we're gonna probably start publishing Warlock leveling guides as well. But, you know, so far it didn't really make much sense since too many things are up in the air and so on. So we'll see. Do I have access to log? No, I don't. This is a recording from 3 months ago. Okay. I think I had some sub or something. Dionysus, thank you. Ready, Vanael, Optimus. What's up, man? 17 minutes, high 44 news. Do we have the campfire chat thing already up? Let's see. Diablo on Twitch. Yeah, they are actually here. Knock. Should I click it? The song that was playing. And then she ran from Nightstop. Servers will melt for one day at least. The server's gonna absolutely melt, man. Everyone's gonna be logging in. Yes. Yo, Ildani, thank you for the prime as well. Yeah, then. Five-hour downtime at a 2 AM release, can't wait. Yep. Barrage good, Penshot I know, Rapid Fire good, Off-Maker horrible, Shadow Meteor still does 0 damage. That's gonna have to take away, yeah. Nothing on Calm Point Prep. TB is gonna be good, Poison Imbuer is gonna be good. Death Trap, still a thing. You stream together with Karn. What are the expectations of this campfire? I don't know. I mean, we've seen so many, like, you know, details and leaks and, you know, everything now. So I wonder what they were gonna tell us that we don't know yet. But there's a good chance you're gonna see some skill stuff on the trees. Maybe some new aspects you haven't seen yet. We've seen a lot of the uniques. Like, they've shown up all those uniques, but no one has shown us aspects, really. I don't know what else. I guess some explanations about what happened to item stats would be nice. Like clarification, how does crit damage work now, how does vulnerable damage work now, and so on would be nice. Like, you know, it can go like 4 different ways. Like, crit damage can be multiplicative for each individual multiplier roll that you have. It can be multiplicative, but all together. It can be additive with each other and with the original crit multi. So I don't know. One of those things, you know. And the same with the Vuln, right? So we'll see. What the fuck does amalgamation do? Would be good to know. Maybe we're gonna see some more sets. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. Merlin. Surprise stash rework. Dude, if they actually announce a stash rework today, that would be insane. He's hyped. Yeah. $5 per stash to tab log in. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna buy like 50 of them. Easy. No stash upgrade in test videos, don't hype us. Yeah. Did we get anything else here in like the info dump? Let's see. Okay, it's basically just like the 2 videos, right, that we watched. We went through that. First spike, we've seen this. Oh, the Mythic Sword looks cool actually, look at the glow. Lightning Storm. Yeah, we've seen this. Additional pillar. Okay. Bulwark notes. Mantle, we've seen that. Juggernaut. Okay, these are all the screenshots from the video here. Wild Heart, Insatiable. Okay, anything else that I missed here that I did not cover now? Harlequin, Trash, okay. Murder in. What the fuck is this? Okay, this is all of the same videos and the same stuff that we saw in the last hours. Raven Brawler, Underground, Cassia, Sentry. I'm kind of excited to try the Sentry thing, to be honest. This is the real new mythic, guys. The actual chase item. Okay, so there's nothing else here. Let's see what else they reveal now. Does Max even like playing games anymore? I don't know, I mean, there's millions of games out there, one of them must be fun. Need to give it an affix and that's to drop mirrors in D4. Yeah, there's this, it's not exactly mirror, but I think a very valuable commodity will be the Coolian Tuning Prism that allows you to like put an aspect on your amulet. I think that would be insane and really valuable, and you know, people are gonna like sell that and stuff. Need a tink. Dude, imagine we can actually make tinks. I haven't seen anything about sounds in the loot filter. Maybe. Yo, nerf this gamer. And add news enter. Thanks guys, by the way. In one of the runes we can level up with killing enemies. Testa said it can't change the sound, okay. No tink. You'd buy Rax hoodie transfer for $20 today? I'd get it too. Dude, I'm gonna... If Blizzard... Okay, I'm gonna say this now. If Blizzard puts Rax's blue hoodie Transmog into the game on expansion launch, I will play Druid. First character. It will knock 2 backs, thank you too. Did Rax wear another hoodie than his blue hoodie at last year's, or he has 10? Now I think Rax has only one singular hoodie, and he just wears it all the time, even when he sleeps. It must be that. There's only the hoodie. Do warplan trees apply to non-warplan activities? Can we import filters? And little feed pics. Okay, so warplan trees should apply at all times. I don't think this has anything to do with warplans directly. It would be kind of strange because not every time you finish your warplan thing, you will finish the run, you know? Like if you go to warplan, Helltide, you do some stuff in Helltide, you finish the thing, and then you know, there's still stuff going on, right? And then everything just turns off. That would be weird, right? So I'm pretty sure the warplan trees are permanent. No matter, like, you know, what you do. It's just about getting the XP and getting the bonus rewards. So I think once you have your warplan trees maxed out, you're actually gonna be at a point where it's like, okay, I'm just gonna send Pit now, like 500 runs, go, you know? And I feel like this is also kind of the point, you know, to give you that option to do this. How are rogues looking in the upcoming expansion? Very good. Do you think they will limit the trading? I guess crafted stuff will probably not be tradable. It might be like enchanting. Okay, login guys. Wait, is it the campfire room actually? Where they're recording this? Yeah, this is the room actually. Where's Megan Fox? Sounds pretty cool. That's cool, but why? Because they can, apparently. I mean, why not? I like it.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Lord of Hatred
Hi, everyone.
developer update stream. We've got a jam-packed show for you today, but the first thing you saw is a limited series collaboration between Jackson Guitars and Diablo. Jackson Guitars created a guitar to celebrate the launch of the Lord of Hatred expansion, and we've got one in the studio here with us today. This thing is absolutely badass, and that song you heard performed just now, it's called Celestia. It was written by senior composer Ted Reedy and performed by Cole Rowland. And if anyone can recognize where that video was shot, it's actually our original broadcasting room, so a fun little trivia for you. But yeah, this thing is magnificent. And that song, Celestia, is actually from our unreleased Lord of Hatred soundtrack, which you can pre-save on streaming platforms now. We have a jam-packed show for you today, but first things first, we have a Twitch Drops reminder. So you can watch for 30 minutes and get the Decaying Corona staff. And you can watch for 1 hour to get the Double Trouble Sword cosmetic on any eligible channel.
So this stream is going to be at least an hour.
We've got an FAQ for you on the Dev Stream Announce blog, so you can go and check that out. And that runs until 11 a.m. tomorrow, PDT, so you got about an hour to get those Twitch drops. We did release the intro cinematic for the Lord of Hatred expansion. You know us, we're Blizzard, we love our cinematics, and this one does not disappoint. It really tees off the expansion and sets the tone for how this next chapter is going to go in Lord of Hatred. I do want to give a spoiler warning. There are some light spoilers in the cinematic, so steer clear if you want an unblemished experience, but I gotta say that cinematic is gonna give me some nightmares in the best kind of way, so go and enjoy. We've got a jam-packed stream for you today. There's everything you might want to know about the Lord of Hatred expansion that we're gonna get into. So we got a pretty lengthy video ready. I hope you get comfortable, get your snacks, get a drink, and enjoy.
To the Diablo developer update. With Lord of Hatred nearly upon us, we're here today to share a slate of exciting new updates. Before we dive in, we want to take a moment to thank our community for every piece of feedback, every post, every guide and critique video, and every moment you've spent with us in Sanctuary. We wouldn't be here without you. Lord of Hatred was made for this community. Now, join us as we dive into the story, classes, core progression, and the key systems. Let's jump right in. Lord of Hatred continues after the events in Nahantu. As we see with Neyrelle, no mortal was meant to carry the burden of a prime evil, and doing so leaves permanent scars. Neyrelle's journey transformed her, from her beginnings as a seeker of knowledge, to bearing the Soul Stone, and now to this final confrontation with Mephisto. Neyrelle grew from someone who admired the Haradrim to one who embodied their ideals. Neyrelle's tireless research has borne fruit, and she takes action with the decisive, selfless conviction that defines any true Haradrim. Now, there's a question that generations of Haradrim have been pondering throughout their history. What is the point of killing a primeval if they always come back a generation later, after the last Haradrim have grown old, and there are none ready and able to take a stand against them? That dilemma, the cycle of the eternal conflict, sits at the heart of Neyrelle's research and pushes the story into its next phase. Knowing her time was running short, Neyrelle sent warnings to the few people she trusts, including Lorath Nar. As we march towards the reckoning, one thing becomes clear. Mephisto's plan is simple and terrifying. With the body of Akarat as a puppet, Mephisto has positioned himself and his pawns to be in the right place at the right time, and with the whole world watching. This sets the stage for our journey to the Skovos Isles, and our confrontation with Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred. And it's only the beginning.
With Lord of Hatred, 2 new classes join the fight, the Paladin and the Warlock. They're designed to be instantly recognizable in both fantasy and moment-to-moment gameplay. New tools, new strengths, and new ways to approach every activity across Sanctuary. Both classes have been built with today's meta in mind, bringing fresh answers to familiar challenges, new build paths to explore, and new roles to master across every system Diablo 4 has to offer.
The Talisman system is about giving you another way to express a build, giving you more room to specialize, items to hunt for, and more reasons to keep experimenting as you climb into the endgame. You'll see talismans built from a few key parts: your seal, your charms, and the combinations you create between them. The intent is simple: make the choices readable and make the results feel immediately different in combat. You'll find both seals and charms naturally as you play, across a range of rarities. Seals are the foundation. They unlock additional charm slots, roll bonus affixes, and in some cases they can even change the rules for what charms you're allowed to equip.
That is
At the top end, unique and set
mythic.
charms are the most powerful. These are the drops that you'll be chasing deep into the endgame. Unique charms pull signature powers from the unique items you know today, so that you can harness that effect without being locked into a specific gear slot. Set charms work a little differently. As you collect and equip more
was a
pieces from
rock.
the same set, you'll unlock increasingly powerful set bonuses. Before Torment, set bonuses are more general, class agnostic, easy to understand, and meant to give you a serious boost while you're leveling. In Torment, sets become class specific,
There's a bear companion.
defined, and built to deliver a bold fantasy, unlocking new archetypes and defining playstyles. The Herodric Cube is a legendary artifact for endgame crafting. Combine rare materials, transmute them into something greater, and unlock powerful bonuses to fine-tune your build. More than a tool, it opens new ways to upgrade gear, experiment with options, and push towards true endgame power. Herodric Cube crafting is deliberate
Death
and
Trap rogue, by the way.
You can take an item, add affixes through transmutation, and then upgrade it through the rarity tiers, up to legendary. Want to turn a great drop into a best in slot? Transfiguration is the way to ultimately finish an item. Layering on a range of powerful effects with a chance you'll be able to transfigure the same piece multiple times. You'll also choose how you transfigure. Standard transfiguration is chaotic. The potential for reward is high, but there is some risk. There's even a low chance that you'll be able to transfigure the same piece multiple times.
Oh, Sailor Rune success.
Applying an entropic tuning prism makes your crafting outcome more stable. This will reduce the reward ceiling, but it always delivers a clean upgrade. Perfect for items that are already incredible. For amulets, we have something special. The cube has an amulet-only transfiguration that can grant you a bonus legendary power, and you can re-roll it as long as you have the rare material to pay the cost. We love the variety, and craziness, of adding an extra legendary power onto high-end gear, legendaries, uniques, and even mythic items. So we've distilled that fantasy into a dedicated recipe you can use specifically on your amulet. Sometimes the best way forward is sacrifice. You'll now be able to break down an ancestral unique to create a unique charm. The latest skill tree updates are here to give you clearer, meaningful choices as you build, so that experimenting feels rewarding and the path from idea
Oh, that looks
to fully
badass.
realized build is easier to plan and more fun to iterate on. Itemization is the other half of the equation. With these system-wide updates, your item choices can meaningfully amplify a build, and they're designed to work in concert with everything else. Changes to legendary aspects, uniques, skill tree options, class mechanics, and more all support one goal, giving you the freedom to play your way. Let's look at a few examples. What is better than kicking your enemies away? How about kicking yourself to your enemies? Kick's Madness variant lets you fly around the battlefield by turning Kick into a mobility skill. Barbarians now have a variety of ancient skill variants that summon a temporary ancient to mimic your attack. Leap into combat with 3 ancients, then finish them off with a trio of ruptures. Druids can now choose their skills' shapeshift forms, and each form comes with powerful bonuses. Human form grants more resources, werewolf form grants more offensive power, while werebear form improves your survivability. Trample's variant leaves sundered rock along your path and a large burst at your target. Trample can now be used as a werewolf, and rather than charging along the ground, you quickly leap to your target. Druids can now unleash the fury of the wilds. This
Showing off that the
causes
shittiest
your
unique
shape-shifting
of the
skills
entire
to
class,
break
man. This is
berserk
literally the
and
worst
velocity,
one.
bringing these powerful mechanics from the Barbarian and Spiritborn to the Druid. You can take it a step further by synergizing Fury of the Wilds with the additional strikes upgrade for Lightning Storm, increasing
That is
the
a lot of
number
lightning storms.
strikes for each ferocity you have. Necromancers can now customize and upgrade their minions via the skill tree. Skeleton mages are now a core skill, costing essence to initially raise, but lasting indefinitely. Use the Singularity variant to instead focus all of your essence into a
shit.
single powerful,
Red rounds like that, guys.
mage. Skeleton warriors are passively raised from nearby corpses, and activating their ability commands them to instantly attack a targeted enemy.
Cooldown 8
Book
seconds.
of the Dead now also enhances your minions with the powers of bone, blood,
Yeah, so you have the
or
Book of the Dead
darkness,
and skill tree.
allowing them to
It's
interact
crazy.
with a wider variety of legendary and unique effects, such as Aspect of the Void. With the Cathan's Righteous Will Talisman set bonus, your enemies will cower before you, immediately being feared for a short time when they see you. You also reflect stun and knockback effects at those foolish enough to try to control you. Paladins can unlock ultimate power with the Light's Epiphany Talisman set. Using the Arbiter of Light unleashes Heaven's Fury and Fortress and allows you to cast Zenith for a short time.
Okay.
Dance of Knives is now a core skill, costing energy per second to channel. If you aren't a fan of knives and want something with a bit more bang, try the Grenade Jumper variant to throw a constant stream of explosive grenades instead. Rogues also have new ways to
Dude, look at all these shadow clones.
shadows. The Penetrating Shot variant Shadow Shot spawns shades to mimic your attack, and Shadow Clone's Sentry variant places stationary shadow clones to constantly fire upon your enemies.
Pretty cool.
As the masters of fire, cold, and lightning,
There's a lightning
Sorceress
firewall.
weaves these elements together in their new skill variants. Charged Bolts Burn Through variant causes the bolts to release globs of fire on impact rather than piercing through enemies. This variant excels in up-close and personal combat against many tightly packed enemies. Familiar is the only skill in the game with 4 variants. The first 3 allow you to choose which element your familiar will always be and gain unique benefits. If you want all 3 elements, the Prismatic Familiar option is for you, causing each of your spellcasts to trigger an explosion of the matching element from your familiar. Crackling Earth converts Concussive Stomp to an Eagle skill, removing the gorilla-themed crowd control effect and instead dealing lightning damage and creating storm feathers for each enemy hit. This synergizes extremely well with Aspect of Falling Feathers to absolutely shred a group of enemies. With its new variant, the Protector guards the infected forest. The Centipede Spirit assists by poisoning the area around the Protector, weakening enemies.
We
and
saw the
constantly
double
spewing
ult on Eagle and Jaguar already. Okay, they barely showed anything for the split
The
one. Feels bad.
Warlock arrives as a brand new class in Lord of Hatred. This master of the occult binds demons to their will and unleashes devastating hellfire across the battlefield. The Warlock has a dual resource system. Your basic skills, like Doom, generate Wrath. Your core skills, like Hell Fracture, spend Wrath to unleash a powerful attack. Dominance is much slower to regenerate and is used for your greater demon summoning abilities, like Infernal Breath that spews fire at nearby enemies. To unleash ultimate destruction, channel the Armageddon ritual variant of Apocalypse, calling down a relentless storm of fire and brimstone on the battlefield.
Endgame in Diablo 4 should feel continuous. No stopping, no waiting, no friction between what you want to do and how you want to do it. The fight to defend Sanctuary continues in our new endgame system, War Plans.
What are
Choose
these,
your
like-
favorite activities, chain them together, and then customize the
You see
hell
the
out of them.
stash?
You start at the
There's, like,
command
floating
table
bubbles.
in Temis, the capital city of Skovos. You pick your activities with almost everything on the menu. As you make progress, your command table levels up, opening up a wider range of options, including higher node rarities and deeper chains, with up to 5 activities in a single war plan. War plans also grant the ability to teleport directly to the next activity in your playlist, and eventually back to Temis to claim your rewards and create a new one. And if you don't have a Nightmare Sigil or a Compass, not a problem. War Plans can generate one on the fly if you don't have your own. War Plans is all about giving you more choice.
I've never seen a
Want to
bot
burn
rank
through
6.
A stack of sigils?
It's always
Do
6.
it. Want to hard focus on one lair boss for your session? Go for it. War Plans does more than enhance your endgame, it connects it. Completing War Plans will also feed into activity trees. Each activity has its own tree that you can invest in to customize how it plays. You earn 7 points per activity, so this is where you'll have to make real decisions. Let's look at the Lair Boss tree, because it's a great example of how deep this can go. You can tune your rewards with nodes like Lair of Runes for more rune drops, Lair of Plenty for an extra horde chest, Golden Horde to convert low-tier items into gold, or Exotic Armory if you're looking to gear an alt. Then there's cross-pollination, pulling lair bosses into other activities to remix your runs. Grigwar's Gambit can spawn him from Helltide chests. Embers of Anguish brings Andariel into the pit. Out of the Cold allows the Beast in Ice to join every Nightmare Dungeon boss fight. The Pit Tree gives you a completely different kind of control.
There's
You can
Marchand
dial
and
up
Grigwar.
risk and reward with Choron's Haste, Heart of Stone, the Pit Butcher, or modifiers like Damned Thieves. Or you can pivot the rewards entirely, converting glyph upgrades with nodes like Choron's Soul and Choron's Flesh. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are 100 different modifiers spread across the activities in the game. With War Plans, you get to define your own endgame. Fishing is designed as a laid-back collection activity, a chance to slow down and unwind between battles. You'll unlock it early after arriving in Skovos. A short questline will introduce you to the basics, and it'll teach you more about the wide variety of fish with different rarities and multiple modifiers to chase. Fishing is more fun with friends. You can trade any fish you find, no matter how weird, bloody, or celestial they might be, to help your fellow wanderers finish their collections. As for where you can fish, almost anywhere there are fish, and maybe even a few places that might surprise you. So take a deep breath, enjoy the calm you've earned, and appreciate a quieter moment in Sanctuary.
That's a
But
big
who knows
fish.
what else lurks beneath the wine dark sea? When Lord of Hatred is released, we'll also be making major updates across both seasonal and eternal realms. Permanent updates across realms will include the major skill tree improvements we've discussed, alongside a level cap increase to 70, extending torment tiers, a loot filter, map overlay, pathfinding, plus a pit overhaul and itemization updates. For players on the seasonal realm, there will be character
Season of
resets,
Reckoning.
a refresh to season rank challenges with new rewards, and updates to the tower and leaderboard beta, all falling within the Season of Reckoning. This season brings 2 additional season ranks, unlocking over 100 season rank challenges for those who keep climbing through
Sparks.
Sanctuary's trials. Push past your limits, conquer fresh objectives, and claim rewards worthy of your growing legend.
With this update, we're here to make more affixes matter and make item choices contribute meaningfully to your overall power. Common, magic, and rare items contain meaningful value in endgame because they can serve as crafting bases. You can later add affixes to them and upgrade their rarity using the Heraldric Cube. They will continue to drop in Torment difficulties, including as ancestral items, and they can also roll with greater affixes. With this update, auto-salvaging of lower rarity items in Torment has been disabled. Something we're excited about is damage multipliers on gear. Gone are the days of tossing out items with additive damage. Damage multipliers stack additively with themselves, but are multiplicative, vastly leveling up the item game and depth when it comes to the perfect item. For uniques, we're opening things up by reducing the number of always fixed affixes and rolling more from the available pool, giving you room to chase truly optimized combinations for your build. Tempered affixes went through an overhaul. Unique and mythic items can now be tempered. 200 legendary aspects have been refreshed with design updates. Gems are getting a major upgrade.
Here we are.
Weapon gem effects are significantly stronger.
These are the
and
new
we're
tiers.
including new gem tiers. We've heard your feedback on stackable items, and we've increased the stacking size to 1,000 to help with inventory management.
On the quality of life side, one of the biggest additions is the loot filter. This is a power user feature the community has been asking for a long time. You can export and import filters, hide item text, hide ground effects, hide both, or recolor text to make the drops that matter instantly stand out. Hunting for the perfect 4 out of 4 base, you can call out the affixes you care about and set a minimum number required, so those upgrade-ready items pop while the noise fades away. Loot filters will also support newly introduced systems such as the Talisman. The map overlay is here, and it completely changes how combat and moment-to-moment flow feels in Diablo 4. When the overlay is up, the minimap gets out of the way to broaden your view of the game space.
Kinda crazy.
And you've got quick controls to tune it on the fly. Keybinds for opacity, keybinds for zoom, and options to adjust the coloration of the overlay to match your preference. For those looking to continue with a smooth flow, you can enable pathfinding, which draws your route through Sanctuary directly to your destination. You'll no longer need to stare at your minimap to make sure you're headed the right way. The level cap has increased.
Soon announcing Diablo 4
expanding the ceiling
mobile.
for long-term progression. Torment tiers are being refined as well to support a consistent feel as you progress further. And to match, the rewards track better with the risk you're taking.
Mythic
We've
Erotic
made
Seals.
important improvements to layer bosses, focused on clarity, choice, and cleaner loot chasing. Every layer boss now has its own dedicated pool of unique items. Layer bosses now share a single key, and all greater layer bosses share another, reducing friction and
Two
inventory
uniques in
space.
Torment 3.
Bartok and Astaroth are now in the layer boss system, and the Butcher is now a greater layer boss in both Seasonal and Eternal Realms. Lord Zir is now only one click away on the world map. We've made updates to runes to reduce friction and make progression smoother. The result is a more streamlined system and an indirect buff to farming the specific runes you care about. The rune pool has been updated and we've removed underutilized runes.
Yes.
All remaining runes now fit cleanly into the Socketable's inventory. Runes have also been heavily integrated into our Heraldric
You can check the
Cube
screenshot
crafting
later.
system.
Which ones are removed?
Pit improvements are here, along with tuning and quality of life updates to make each run more exciting and more rewarding. Some of the improvements you've seen in the tower are coming to the pit, and we've also removed a few legacy systems along the way. The pit has grown, literally. Every run now spans 5 full floors, clearly marked by pit depth, so you always know how deep you've gone and how close you are to the finish. Floor generation has been rebuilt from the ground up for smoother flow, less frustrating dead ends, and a more consistent rhythm that keeps you moving forward. Nearly every environment in the game can now appear in the pit,
That's
pulling
cool.
from both
Look at this.
expansions and past seasons. And there
That's
are
amazing.
rare floors where you'll stumble onto brand new layout mashups found nowhere else. To keep the focus on action, we've also removed death and resurrection penalties along with boss shadow attacks. Spawning in the pit has been tuned to feel fair, deadly, and exciting. Shrines now use a flat spawn chance, giving each run a more consistent baseline, while still allowing for the occasional lucky spike. Almost every variant of every monster family can now appear, including very rare and special populations. Progress now scales with real danger, meaning tougher enemies push the bar faster. And yes, treasure goblins can now invade the pit, alone or with all their friends, with bosses, goblins, and treasure chests all capable of dropping loot. Pit mastery objectives are now fully formalized, with the tracker clearly showing both party and personal progress. Boss encounters waste no time. Bosses now ambush your party by spawning directly on top of you, and without clearing existing enemies. On top of that, the pit will now pull from the tower boss roster, injecting even more variety and unpredictability into every run.
Nice.
Since we introduced the tower and leaderboards, it's been incredible to listen to your feedback, watch the competition evolve, and keep learning right alongside the community. Now we're bringing a focused set of updates, more reasons to climb, clearer ways to compete, and smoother moment-to-moment play. The Artificer's Stash is a new feature coming to the tower. This provides valuable caches that contain items with guaranteed greater affixes, along with currencies and even lore books. These treasures can only be earned by climbing
Is
the
this something
tower,
cool?
and first-time completion of higher tower tiers awards the Artificer's favor. The new build viewer captures a snapshot of every build
Oh
that
shit,
ranks on the
they're doing
leaderboard.
it.
When you click a top player's leaderboard entry, the viewer displays that saved snapshot, making it easier for everyone to see which builds are performing best in tower competition. New environments, monsters, and bosses are arriving to keep the tower experience fresh. In addition to starting a tower run when you exit the circle, your run will now automatically begin after a brief countdown. And hey, did you mess up the run? Did you just barely make it? Did the Orb Goblin run away? Is that the best you got? The Artificer himself will now offer some commentary. Please try your best. He is watching. Lastly, we're making tower competition timing better and fairer.
I'm ready for something
Based
cool
on
shit
player
talking me
feedback,
all day.
Leaderboards now start on Thursdays after a release or patch. This permits the time needed to address any major issues before the community-wide competitive aspect of the tower begins.
That's good, actually.
That's a quick look at what's ahead with Lord of Hatred and Season of Reckoning. We'll have more details in our blogs, patch notes, and deep dives. So if something here caught your eye, you'll be able to dig in right away. See you all in Sanctuary. Welcome.
Whew. Okay, that is a lot to chew on.
Very
As
good.
Alvin mentioned at the end of that video, we will
Good
have
stuff.
our official blog launching after the stream, so you can go and check that out if there's extra details you want to chew on. But additionally, we will have Q&A towards the end of the stream, so if you have any questions that weren't answered in that overview video, feel free to drop them in chat. We'll grab those and answer those close to the end of the stream. But who better to get into everything with me than a very familiar cast of crew? We've got Colin, Zavin, and Art back on the stream. Welcome, fellas.
Hey.
Yeah, great to be back.
Great to have you guys here. So I know we did go through, everything coming with Lord of Hatred in that overview. We do also have Season of Reckoning launching at the same time as the expansion. And I know this is going to be a little bit different of a season because it is coming out in tandem with the expansion. What can players kind of expect to see for Season of Reckoning?
Yeah, so kind of as we covered, there's a huge slew of automation updates. Skill trees have been revamped for every single class. There's just a ton there. In addition to that, season rank has actually expanded. There's more of it. It's over 100 different objectives to conquer. And eventually,
Yeah, rank 8 and rank 9 sounds very good.
As we said.
Like some actual like
yeah, this will
in-game
be kind of a
chase.
special season to keep focus on the expansion. And the idea is future seasons will return more to the regular stuff that we're used to.
And you'll still be able to play the campaign and all that good stuff, both in Seasons and Eternal, whatever tickles your fancy.
Mm-hmm. And I love, too, for Season of Reckoning, because so much of it relies on seasonal rank, there's so much that you get to passively do just as you're playing the game, right? So it's not as though you have to, it silos you to a totally different content piece. You get to chip away on it just as you're playing through the expansion and everything else. So
yeah. There's also a lot of goodies packed in there.
A ton. Yeah, a lot of rewards spread throughout.
Yeah, gotta love some rewards. But of course, I do really want to know from you guys, with the expansion coming out soon, with so much launching, what are you all most excited for players to get their hands on for the Lord of Hatred expansion?
Yeah, I would say something that exists in the game. I would say probably the skill trees. I think we've talked to death about it, but really it's hard to sort of understate or overstate. I should say how transformative it is to actually play with it. Like, it's actually hard for us to play on live right now just because there's so many more builds. Art mentioned in the video that we touched like over 200 aspects. We've also added just a ridiculous amount of uniques to the game. We've ensured that like literally every skill in the game has a unique that can talk to it and interface with it. And it all works with the variants and the sort of upgrades in the skill tree. And I just can't wait to see kind of all the crazy things that players cook up. Like, a huge goal was to like blow out the number of builds in the game. Like, if you love build crafting, or if you love making your own sort of zero to hero journey with tons of weird odds and ends in your build, like, this is the expansion for you. And I just can't wait to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, across the video and even in the blog that's going to recap a lot of what we talk about here, there's only so much we can do to kind of describe how all these changes are going to be. You really are just going to have to jump in game and experience it for yourself, because all of us played Diablo so differently. And I think I saw in chat as that came up, Skydragon said, "Inject that into my veins." So I think that kind of fits it pretty well. So pretty pumped about those changes. But yeah, that's awesome. How about you, Zavin?
Warplanes, hands down. I'm so excited. We've never really had something like this to just so deeply modify all of our endgame activities. It really is, when we say like you get to make your own endgame, we really mean it. We have 100 nodes across all the activities in the game. Some of them actually cross-pollinate, so you can make choices in one tree that modify another one. So there's just a bunch of variety for players to kind of chew on, sink their teeth into. I can't wait. It's such a different way to think about what you do in your moment-to-moment in the end game. And there hasn't been anything like it since. So.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think much like the skill tree, it's fun to tinker and craft all these things, and then it's even more fun to send it out into the wild to see what crazy combinations people come up with.
Yeah, and then it's especially in tandem with all the skill tree stuff we're doing, right? You get to change kind of how you do the end game and also what your end game is. You get to control kind of both halves of this now.
That's rad. That's rad. How about you, Art?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what kind of builds people cook up that we've never even thought of, right? So, for me, I mean, definitely excited to have people try all the new systems. Skill tree. There's a talisman. There's the cube. We've kind of redone everything, updated everything. But really, what excites me most is just kind of players experiencing all of this together, like holistically in concert for the full, like for a brand new Diablo experience, really.
Yeah, and it's something that we actually do point out in the blog that I think is really exciting too, that we touched on a little bit in the video, is like there is so much that's changed to the game regardless of whether or not you own the expansion. So if you're just coming back to, play Diablo over the weekend and you just want to get it back into it for a little bit, so much of the game does feel different. And, if you're playing on Eternal, if you're not playing in the expansion, so much has changed for anyone who plays Diablo. So like you said, all players get to experience it at the same time. So it's a lot of really cool changes.
Yeah, I actually saw a comment where I was watching the Warlock video, and they're like, oh, whoever designed and worked on the Warlock and Paladin, the team that did that should do that to the rest of the classes. And it's like, well, you're in luck, because absolutely the same team has killed it and updated every single class. So you don't even need the Warlock or Paladin to experience sort of this new, I would say, generation of class, which is super cool.
That's unreal. That's awesome. Excellent. Okay, so I know we've got some questions that we've gathered in Twitch chat. We're actually going to kick it over to Q&A now and answer some of your questions that you've been dropping in. So first things first, we've got a question here. We've seen a lot of reactions and feedback on inventory. Can you guys speak a little bit on some of the things we've seen?
Yeah, so I think some of this has been reaction to some of the reviews and stuff that have been coming out. And for what it's worth, anyone who knows Marak, our favorite dancing Fallen, he was kind of available in those things. And so we had a lot of people loading up on stuff. Generally speaking, we've made a lot of changes to the game, which actually I'll let these guys kind of chip in and give some answers to. But starting with, we actually have, if you buy Lord of Hatred, you get a stash tab. So inventory pressure has been something we've been thinking about how to relieve, and that's one way to do it, but there's a bunch of other stuff we want to do it. So if there's something you want to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say one of the changes that we made was essentially to reduce and remove incense and elixirs, because we felt like it was one of those really annoying uptime games that just wasn't super fun in the end game. To compensate, something we saw people use these for is the XP boost. So we've actually massively increased the amount of XP you get from monster kills while leveling up, which actually translates much more into the difficulty tiers as well, because a lot of the difficulty tier XP comes from monster kills. So we've massively increased the amount of XP for monster kills. You don't have to go and do quests now to necessarily get to max level quickly, which is awesome. Art, I know we've also done a ton of stuff on the lair bosses.
Yeah, definitely. I think across all kind of inventory tabs, lowering inventory pressure was really important.
Gone?
So you saw in the video, everything that's stackable stacks to 1,000 now. We've removed runes, so they all fit in your inventory. We've consolidated a bunch of other things like layer boss keys. Something else that we've done with the Haraja Cube is just give an outflow for a lot of items that you may pick up that are once you get into the end game, oh, it's not really worth my time using blue and yellow tributes. I'm like, okay, cool, you can take those, you can combine those up into higher rarity tributes. And we've done this across a bunch of things, so it should be generally much easier to keep everything in your bags and not have it overflow into your stash.
Yeah, and to re-clarify the infamous screenshot that we've all been looking at with the several thousand stacks, it's Marak and PTR boost. You could go do that today and take a screenshot and it looked terrible, but that's what it was.
Thanks for clarifying that, Colin. That's great. I've got a question from Galbatorix_90. My question to the devs, really excited about everything coming with Season of Reckoning and the Lord of Hatred expansion. Could you share how the team is approaching the evolution of endgame systems to create a cohesive gameplay loop that keeps players engaged across both seasonal and the expansion's long-term progression?
I think I can take a stab, and we can probably
Yeah,
all take
yeah,
a stab.
yeah.
We'll try and keep it short because we could probably talk about that for like an hour.
Of course.
You know, I think like really Lord of Hatred is the ultimate, I would say, build crafting and power fantasy. It starts with the skill tree. We've updated a ton of the foundations of all the classes. We've even updated a bunch of keywords and mechanics. You'll get to experience that when you play the game, and we're very excited about that. So we've updated the foundation. We've reworked a lot of the itemization and updated it and upgraded it. So like if there's things you like about it today, we've massively improved it. And then, you know, the power fantasy side, what is a better power fantasy than being able to influence the world around you beyond just your character? And that's what War Plans represents. That's what the meta progression trees represents. So, you know, it's really about giving you a lot of control and giving you a lot of things to tinker with. Our hope is that you only see like a fraction of this every season that you play. I would be shocked if you're able to play every single class, every single build, every single War Plans permutation. So I'm rambling, but I'll toss it over to these guys.
Yeah, I'll throw out there that, you know, one of the things that helps kind of the end game feel really good is making sure there isn't a bunch of bloat. And you know, the game's in its, you know, has a couple years on it right now. Just making sure that we go through and are diligent about like, hey, is that serving a purpose in the game still? Does it need to be there? How important is it really? This is things like elixirs and incense. How important are they really? They're just like a tax on your time to go make sure you have upkeep and things like that. But also down to the lair boss keys. Right, so do we actually even need that many? Does the game need that many? So anytime we can go through the game and find these places where it's like actually removing something, streamlining something helps make everything better, right? It uplifts everything else because now you don't have to waste your time thinking about these other concepts. So that helps everything be more connective, right? Because they're not having to kind of connect to a dead part of the game that doesn't really matter.
I wonder what the other mythic charms will do.
What was it really doing for you other than an XP boost? Okay, fine, here. Monsters just give you better XP, now you don't have to do elixirs, right?
Yeah, I like that. It's like eliminating all the chores. And I think, you know, one of the great ways that's baked into War Plans too that you've mentioned before is how, like, if you don't have a key for a particular activity that you're getting into, it just makes one for you. It's not like, oh, you don't have to go into the world to get a, you know, a lair boss key that you need. The game is just like, no, you got it. You're good. You can just
and then
move along.
also, if you find a key you do like and you want to run, you can just run that instead.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the best of both worlds.
Yeah, absolutely.
The one thing I'll add, and I'll try to keep it brief,
And
is that
value
like, one of our
267
goals
million.
was that we really want the game to feel like it's broadening and expanding as you progress. And we've done that with the skill tree, with itemization, with War Plans, with the cube. And really, I think, kind of speaking back to Colin's comment about there's so many different things and so many permutations that you like realistically won't be able to see them in one season. I think that kind of helps that feeling of the end game being fresh season over season.
Yeah, I'll add one more thing to that too, and you'll see some of the seasonal mechanics that players have really loved and enjoyed baked into War Plans. So, you know, this is something as a system we hope to sort of improve and expand over time as we do new seasons. We have this really cool system where we can inject fan favorites back into the game, you know, if we think that it's going to make a better and more fun experience. So we think it's going to give us a lot of tools and the players a lot of fun things to fuck around with. So,
And I would add, that is true about all the systems that we've been talking about. The cube, the talisman, all these things are primed for that kind of treatment in the future.
Yeah, that's rad, because I feel like every season, whenever it wraps up, we always say like, hey, will this come back? It's like, well, we might find an interesting way to bring it back. And this is a huge way where a lot of those systems are going to be coming back in a really fun and cool way.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Nice. I've got a question from Mippy, one of our Diablo partners. Zavin, I know you kind of mentioned this. Will the tower go live with the start of the expansion, or will the beta go live at a later time?
It is just a little bit later. So we want to, you know, we've heard, hey, if we're going to be launching the competitive aspect, let's just give a little bit of time, just a little bit, to make sure things are good and it's a fair competition and things like that. So the details are on the blog. You can go check it out. But it's going to be starting kind of not just in this case, but we're seeing this as the standard a few days after kind of the patch, right? Just to give ourselves some time to even things out, make sure there isn't any weird bug or anything like that, and everyone can kind of jump in a fair way together.
Yeah, it's nice. Eliminate all the bugaboos right off the jump, and then then get right into it. Love it. Question from Farina at Diablo. How will War Plans function in multiplayer? Will it evolve the War Plan for the whole party or just for the party leader?
Yeah, I can take this
Yeah,
one.
go ahead.
So right now the war plans are per player, but what we do is if you and I are playing, or if we're playing as a party, everybody gets essentially like a chunk of the reward, baseline reward. So if Zavin and I are playing and we do a Nightmare Dungeon, Zavin has a Nightmare Dungeon node, I will get essentially a reward cache and reputation or meta progression, we should say, for the Nightmare Dungeon skill tree. So it ensures that like when you're playing as a party, it's still efficient, even though the boards aren't always synced.
Nice. Sweet. Question from Fame, another Diablo partner. Does the fish collection reset every season, or is it an account one and done kind of thing?
So once you've collected a fish, you've collected a fish. But beyond that, you can fish for as long as you want. You can catch duplicates of stuff. You can it's not a one and done system. Like it's not like a quest, right, or a campaign thing where you just kind of do it once and you're done forever. You can keep catching fish, but the actual act of marking them collected, you have collected them once you've already found them.
Heck yeah, nice. Loathe Burger, another Diablo partner. Will the loot filter highlights reflect on the minimap?
So that's something that we're looking to sort of, it's not, I'll say that right now, it's not going to. We are looking to essentially gather a bunch of feedback on the loot filter. It came in hot. It's one of those things that we know players have been asking for, and we felt like, let's give this to the community. It's very much a tool driven by the community, so we want to hear what are the things that you want to improve in the loot filter. So please give us that sort of feedback. We know that's something that I personally want. I think we all want it, so that's just one of those things that we'll file away as like, we're going to improve the system.
Oh yeah, you heard it here first.
It's one of those things, it's like we are adding a map overlay. So there's a whole new way to kind of look at the world around you now just because of that. And we really want your feedback on how this is going to be interacting with both those maps, right? Not just the mini map, but also the map overlay. So let us know how you guys like it.
Yeah, please drop us your feedback. And I mean across the whole expansion, we are going to be absolutely eagle-eyed on the forums, on socials, just checking everywhere from our partners. We're really, really eager for the feedback, and we're also excited to just get this into everyone's hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Enigma 42K. With itemization and the skill trees being overhauled, how is masterworking going to change, and how is it going to affect the way they interact with skills compared to how they work now?
We just updated masterworking in season 11, so we're not really planning on making any updates soon.
Yeah, it still has quality. You'll still be able to get that through transfiguration, but we actually like how the system's working right now. So.
Heck yeah. Hell yeah. Nice. All right, our last question. I am the Berm. I see the level cap now goes to 70. Does the Paragon cap rise as well?
No, we're keeping it the same. We think that that's something that we think is like a good sort of thing to chase towards the end of the season. Right now it's like super grindy from 20 to 300, which we like because it's kind of like, okay, you've gotten all the major nodes within your Paragon. Now if you just really want to sort of grind out those core stats, you're more than welcome to. I will say we've also increased the amount of XP multipliers from Torment. So, if previously 300 was like close to within reach and you're like, I think I'm good, I'm not going to play for the rest of the season. The deeper you go into Torments, that'll make that faster. So probably more people are going to end up reaching that max level. So yeah.
Nice. I feel like we've all seen the dreaded calculation on the subreddit where people go you hit 297, you're only halfway there, man. So I'm glad that there's that now, that XP boost to kind of push you to that extra. And there will be something fun we'll talk about towards the end of the stream, specific to Paragon that players should get excited about. That wraps up our Q&A actually. We're getting close towards the end of the stream. I do want to reiterate, for Q&A, there is a ton of information on the
283
blog.
is 50%,
3.0
not
patch notes are a
297.
bit lighter than usual, but that's because to list out all the skill tree changes would have been near impossible. So we've now just made that illustrative in the blog. So thank you.
Are we going to get all the trees?
So yeah, I do just really want to make a note that I thank you guys for being here. I know it's an incredibly busy time. I am actually really excited to say as well that we are sim shipping this blog in all languages too. So that doesn't always happen, but everyone can chew on that time, on that information all at the same time. And I know we do have a few call outs closer to the end of the stream that we're going to get into. We had the Jackson collaboration. We have another collaboration. It's a really important one. I'm kind of blanking on it right now. But I know we're going to kick it over to it soon. I really don't know.
I don't remember.
Sorry, I don't really have my notes up right now. But one sec, let me just kind of bump this around. Oh, we've actually got a very special video that we're going to kick it over to from one of our friends.
That's great.
Corn family, today is the day.
That was great.
We have something for you. We've heard from you guys for so long, desiring new music. Today's the day. We are so excited and pumped to announce to you our new song in collaboration with the iconic video game Diablo. The song, titled by Jonathan Davis himself, is called Reward the Scars. As huge fans of Diablo, man, this is just a massive honor. And, you know, Jonathan is an avid gamer, as most of you know, and his #1 game has been for years. He's the biggest fan of Diablo, so specifically for him, this is a huge, huge thing, and but all of us as well. We also have a video coming out, a killer video, intense video. I mean, you guys are gonna trip on this thing. It's coming out April 27th, 10 a.m. Pacific time and 1 p.m. Eastern. And so look out for that, as well as April 27th, Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred, releasing 4 p.m. Pacific time. You guys, we hope you love this, man. We hope you love this as much as we do. And we're so excited for you to hear it. And so we will see you there.
It's exactly like this.
That's right. Thank you, Brian. You heard it here first. Lord of Hatred releases April 27th at 4 p.m. PDT, and Korn has put out their first single in 4 years. Reward the Scars is out today, and that video releases on Monday. We showed it off to the team. Brian wasn't lying. It's pretty badass.
I'll get fuck you, I guess. It's what it is.
When it releases, but we've been so
but I
pumped
expected
to work
already.
with Korn, so that is absolutely fantastic. And we do have our release map that we can show you now to show the entire global release for Lord of Hatred expansion. Istanbul, I hope you got your Turkish coffee ready because it's going to be an early morning for you. But there's that release map timing. We're going to be releasing this in the blog and on socials following the stream, so you can check out when Lord of Hatred goes live for you. Additionally, today, pre-download goes live at 4 p.m. PDT on Battle.net, Xbox, and PlayStation. So you can pre-download the 3.0.0 build, so when Lord of Hatred releases, you'll get into the expansion that much faster. And that begins rolling out at 4 p.m. PDT today for pre-download. So go and check that out. I'm also very excited to announce, or not announce, we've already had this promotion live for a little bit, but we've partnered with Trolley Gummies. Again, you can go to your local grocery store and get a bag of Mephisto branded Trolley Gummies, and you'll actually be able to get some weapon transmogs with your purchase, so you can go check those out. I have to say, ever since we partnered with Trolley for Vessel of Hatred, there has been a rotating trolley bag in my household. I absolutely love these things. They are sensational and delicious. And while you're at your grocery store, you can actually get a case of Diablo branded Fanta. We've got cases of Fanta Crimson Cherry with the Paladin on it, and with your purchase, you can also get an exclusive in-game reward. It is a town portal that is Fanta colored, which is pretty phenomenal. So you can go get your trolleys, get your Fanta, and have a great time. So enjoy that. Additionally, we've got some really exciting things going on in Overwatch. Overwatch is celebrating the launch of Lord of Hatred with 5 new skins and some other goodies in game. They've got sprays, avatar, name cards, you name it. That Ramatra Mephisto skin looks phenomenal. They're gonna have Twitch drops as well to celebrate the launch of Lord of Hatred. And they're also bringing back the original Overwatch Diablo skins that are available in Overwatch. So you can get the Moira Lilith skin is coming back, the Reinhardt Imperius skin, and a whole lot more. So you can go and check that out in Overwatch. Those skins look absolutely phenomenal. And I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but with the launch of Lord of Hatred, we've got a really exciting community challenge that you can sink your teeth into. So starting with the launch of Lord of Hatred, the Hatred's Downfall Community Challenge is here. And with the help of the community, you can earn this Helm of Hatred for everyone in Diablo 4. The challenge is this. Globally, we need to earn 266,666,000 Paragon points. Now that's across Eternal, that's across Seasonal, and that's for expansion owners and expansion non-owners. So everyone who plays Diablo 4 can participate in this. Casual dads on the weekend, I see you. You just need to get to the end game and start earning those Paragon points to jump in. We will be updating our global total on Tuesdays on our social channels, and we'll also have an in-game message that will, check it out Monday and then update you on how the community progress is going. So let's all band together, earn those Paragon points, and earn that Helm of Hatred in game, which looks super sick.
Okay,
Super,
no
super
Uber
sick.
Mephisto, but it's cool.
We are also going to have Twitch drops that are going live for the expansion, so you can go check those out in our blog.
Nice.
You can get the Skull Bloody Axe cosmetic. We've got an emblem as well, and we've got this gigantic Mount Trophy cosmetic that you can earn through both Twitch drops and support a streamer. So you can check out the details in the blog for those in the Diablo 4 category. So go and check those out. Additionally, as Lord of Hatred comes out, we're all really excited to see your reactions, so be sure to tag us on socials, whether you're a streamer or a fan, between the campaign, any sort of big reveal. We've all just been working on this for so long, and we're really, really excited to see how you experience the expansion. So please tag us. We're really curious to see your reactions and how you enjoy everything in the Lord of Hatred expansion. Now, before we close out the stream, I do want to kick it back over to the devs we have here today. Colin, Zav, and Art, is there anything you want to tell the players before they jump into Lord of Hatred?
I'll say thank you to everyone who's been kind of with us on this journey. We are very excited to kind of close this arc, this Age of Hatred arc that we've been kind of building towards. So thank you to everyone who's been playing with us this whole time. It's been exciting. I cannot wait until everyone jumps in and sees it all. I can't wait till I can do that.
Go ahead.
I'm thank you, and I'm just ready to blast with everybody, like straight up.
Yeah, me too. I mean, honestly, it was kind of a bad idea to put Art up here. I'm surprised we didn't say anything, messed up. But yeah, no, I can't wait to party with Art. We're gonna blast the shit out of the game, and it's gonna be super fun. Can't wait to do it with all of you. Can't wait to look at all the guides. We've kept a lot of things under wraps, so I'm super curious to see, how our build creators and how everybody who engages with the game cooks up some really cool stuff. So
yeah, I think even through like all the times we've met up for these streams too, it's like the energy is palpable that we're just so pumped to get this thing out the door and into the players' hands. Couldn't be more excited for it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the last boss. Oh,
There's so much to discover for people. I can't wait. There's going to be so much.
Yeah, it's going to be unreal. But yeah, thank you all three of you for being here. I know it's an incredible.
Wait, they wanted to say something about Paragons. I guess they mean the community challenge.
A huge thank you to the production crew, to Rich and everyone behind the scenes.
So there's not an update to that
to make these streams happen. So thank you to all of you. Thank you to Team 3 for all your incredible work on this expansion. It's really going to shine through. You guys are an incredible team, and it's an honor to work here and be a part of this. And thank you to everyone at home for tuning in and for playing Diablo 4. We wouldn't be here without you, and it means so much to us that you've been here. And Lord of Hatred launches April 27th at 4 p.m. PDT. Pre-download goes live today at 4 p.m. And we will see you all in Skavos.
Nice. How are the hype levels, guys? Can I post a blog link? I don't have it. Is it out? Oh, wait, that's me. Wait. Wait, that's me. Oh, hello. Did you just raid us? Okay. That was unexpected, actually, I must say. Okay, hello guys, everyone, welcome. Yeah, we were just watching the live stream. Okay. Yeah, I took a lot of screenshots. We can dive into this a little bit, guys. So that was a really cool stream, though. So for everyone who just joined, I just asked my community, like, what are the hype levels? And I think they're pretty high, actually. So that has been That has been a very exciting stream. So first of all, thanks guys for the raid. Welcome. That was very funny to see myself suddenly on the stream, I gotta say. There is no limit to the hype levels. Yo. I like the music intro at the start as well. That was kind of cool. With the guitar solo and stuff. Is it D4 good time, guys? It's D4 good waiting room. Until Tuesday. Yo, thanks for all the subs, guys. Holy shit. I appreciate that. We still have the Twitch drops going on, I think. So if you came later or something, there's like the thing. You can still earn them, I think. There's a bunch of stuff to go through here. So we have a few of the sets that they revealed. We saw the Mythic Seal. I already posted it on X. That's gonna be interesting. Oh god. We gotta redeem here. I mean, where are they? Okay. There you go. Anyway, I have like, I don't know, 900 screenshots from just today to go through, guys. So we have a lot of stuff to, to talk about still. We have a lot of stuff from the stream here now. I've been doing this for like the last 3 days, basically. I have like... yeah, a lot of stuff here that I have been like kind of like piling up, basically. Holy shit, thanks for all the subs, guys. And the ring redeem, oh my god. Okay. Okay, I have a question for chat. So, which class are you going for on the launch? We've seen like a little bit of a preview of like the skill tree stuff for all the classes, a few of the sets. Actually, interesting. Not all Warlock, actually. Look at that. A lot of Warlock for sure. I guess most will be Warlock, but it's nice to see that variety. Yeah, for those asking, I will be playing a Warlock on launch as well. I'm actually preparing, like I've been cooking Warlock builds for weeks now. I've been preparing stuff for max roll as well and so on. So get ready for that. And we're gonna have at least leveling guides for launch, and then basically after launch, you know, as soon as you can, we're gonna release everything, so we'll see. But it's gonna be fun. And then I guess it's like rogue time, barb time, like honestly all the classes. I'm so excited to like even do a necro, man. Even a necro. I'm actually excited for necro. I can't believe that I'm saying this, but it's true. So I wanna try to do everything. Oh my god, man, the hype train is real. Holy. Thanks, guys. This is like perma yes woo here. I'm gonna lower this a little bit. Okay. Very interesting. They made minions on Necro be somewhat passive. Yeah, so the Skelly warriors, I think, are now like just there, and I think you don't have to raise them anymore. But you have the cooldown on and you can use it as a command skill. And then there's like another item that can like command all of your skellies, like including a mages of that or something like that. So they kind of like gave them some identity now and some control. That's kind of cool, actually. They confirm T12 is paid 100? Yeah, T12 is paid 100. So from what we had seen previously, they lowered the tier requirements a little bit for the torments. We have 1337 watching on YouTube. That's a sign. Holy shit, man. We have a lot of people here right now, actually. It's been a while since we had such a high number. It's gonna be exciting on launch day. Minions are core skills. Yeah, okay, so for Necros in particular, the mages are core skills with a cost. The skellies are in like the corpse category with a cooldown. And the golem is like in the next category beyond that. We haven't really seen anything of the golem. But we have seen the mages and the skellies. Have there been a beta testing of the new builds or all going in blind? Yeah, okay, so there was this press early access that Blizzard was doing like, I don't know, like a week ago or 2 weeks ago or something. Like all the reviews, they're all based on that. And I've just been digging through like 20 different videos, taking 1,000 screenshots. And you can also find this, by the way, on my Discord. So for all those that are not aware, people have been posting all kinds of stuff here in my Discord. We made this channel, the press links dump. So there is just like a bunch of stuff here. You can scroll like 1,000 things if you want in the default section. So I've been kind of like taking it away from there. I've been making videos about this, so you can find that. And there's more, right? I'm gonna pump out like 5 videos a day, I guess, at this point to launch. So so many things. So get ready. And you know, like kind of piecing it all together. But yeah, in terms of like builds and testing, so everything is untested. So we are literally not even gonna have a tier list on launch. Like everything will be just like basically unranked on Maxroll. And then we kind of just like, you know, do it one by one basically as we actually play, as we figure out, okay, this is a build, you know, we're gonna put it out one by one. So no one in this press review is like a build maker. They're all like, you know, media, casuals and whatever. You know, I'm not saying this, you know, like in a you know, condescending way, but they specifically didn't invite us basically. So they didn't want to have the people like me basically in there. So yeah, basically everything we know is just like, okay, we kind of know what's there, right? We've seen a bunch of stuff on the skill tree and a bunch of items, and you know, we can piece it together, but no one has actually tested it really. Look in the default general phone, there's a patch notes link. Okay, let's check that out. Wait, someone is thinking 2.6 patch notes. That's not the right thing. Wait, where is it, guys? Where's the link? Patch notes. Okay, I see it from Brel. Alright, let's check this out, guys. How about this? 301 expansion. Okay, they're very short patch notes. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh, debated, guys. I really hope this launch goes better than last. Yeah, Vessel of Hatred was a kind of scuffed launch. I remember there was like a few hours of issues and stuff, right? And it's certainly gonna be better with like millions of people on the server, guys. It's gonna be fine. Trust. Okay, bug fixes. Okay, I'm not gonna like read everything out. Let's just see if there's anything interesting here. Okay, this is like all kind of random stuff here. Oh, one thing is, what about the Amazon merc? No one has said anything about Amazon merc yet. We have a screenshot that looks suspiciously like an Amazon merc. But I wonder if it's real. It might not be real. How can you get the patch notes? Yeah, you need to snipe it when someone links it in chat. Because you have too many people. There's an Amazon merc. There might be an Amazon merc. But there's a screenshot I have somewhere. Wait. Here. This looks suspiciously like an Amazon. With a spear on the back and the bow in hand. And they didn't give us Amazon to play in the skills expansion. So, like, I was expecting this from the start. There will be an Amazon merc, and it really looks like one. So, we'll see. There is no Amazon merc. It's the third top secret class to go live on the 27th. Dude. Just drop the third class. Let's go. Could be an NPC. Yeah, but it doesn't really look like, you know, like the typical NPCs. So we'll see. Okay, there's like nothing really in those patch notes, to be honest. Fix an issue by defeating Belial did not grant experience. Rejoice, guys. Okay, I mean, I don't know, it's a bunch of like little fixes here. I don't really see anything crazy. So this is, you know, that's not really like information here. Although I do have information. I have a lot of information actually. If you look at this stuff here. So this is kind of like notes that I gathered and, you know, video links and stuff like that. So I've been like piling all this stuff up and I'm trying to convert it into videos and, you know, analysis basically. Fix an issue where some skills with very high skill rates could display incorrect damage values. You guys remember that? Like the 40 ranks blast hammer just showing 0 damage? Okay, there's like not really anything else patch notes, guys. So this is useless. Well, let's wait and see. But there is the preload later, and that means we might get a data mine. And that's in like a few hours, right? How long is it gonna be here? Encrypted build. Yeah, it might be encrypted, so we might not get a data mine, but we'll see. 4 hours. I need to pull skill trees. We have a lot of stuff though, in terms of skill trees. We've seen a lot of nodes. I've been like trying to like basically order them all in folders and stuff. I have like a folder for every class and so on. But it's still like, you know, like little pieces of information and like, you know, very disconnected. So it's just kind of scuffed. Prepare for the reckoning. So there's another block here. Let's see. Okay, this is like the real block here with all the updates and so on. Okay, the opening cinematic. We have seen that. Yeah. There's a story spoiler here, guys. So if you want to check that out, we've seen it already. Global launch. Okay, new classes, new region. Let's see if there's any fancy screenshots maybe. Itemization updates. Let's take a look at this bear set here. Nathane's Bestiary. That's showing the 5-piece zonas. I have it somewhere though. Okay, let's check this later. Yeah, there's like a few new sets and some other stuff that we can go through from the screenshots we just took from the stream. Oh, cold meteor, guys. What is this? Is this a barb? Is this like the flame rend? Hydras? This looks like barb. This looks like there's like a rend for like there's a fire rend upgrade. So that could be it. Okay, druid skill tree changes. Okay, so in case you didn't notice yet, it's kind of cool about druids. They get something special. So every skill can choose the form that it defaults to when you use it. Like not every form is available for every single skill. But, you know, most of them have like wolf or bear, or this one has all three, and so on. It's kind of cool. You can actually do like a wolf form of Earthspike. Like, this wasn't even possible before. That commands them. So here's like the minion stuff we talked about. So the warriors are just passive now. And then when you use the active, it's a command activity, command ability. And the mages are now a core skill that costs resource. And you just like they just kind of blast at something. And the golem is like somewhere here on the left, on the bottom. I guess the golem is unchanged. It was already like a command thing, right? Under cube section, they say secret cube recipes. Interesting. Explore the entire range of what the cube has to offer, but still have more to reveal. There are also secret recipes to discover. You will be the first to find them. You never know. Some unknown ingredients may be found in the most humble of places. There is some rumors about cow level. But maybe there's more. It would be kind of cool if there's more, actually. Honestly, it would be kind of badass if they just kind of like, you know, season by season, they just kind of slip in some new random recipe. And then at some point someone discovers it, you know, and then it becomes available in the recipe list to everyone or something like that. That'd be cool, to be honest. There is no cow level. Maybe there's no cow level, guys. But it has been 2 expansions now. We're kind of waiting for the cow level. I wonder how is this gonna work. Is it actually just gonna spawn a portal, you go in and it's like the same as in D2? Or is it gonna be like, okay, like it transforms like the next pit run into a cow level or something? We'll see, I guess. They were wearing cow level shirts for a campfire. Wait, that didn't really look like that to me. What? What cow level shirts? This does not look like a cow to me. Cowfish. Okay, I can kind of see that. Okay, I can kind of see it. So let's see what they've done there. Look at presenter shot. Then the color guys already find cow-related items in the game, and now we have the cube. Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense. Maybe they like finally closed the circle, right? Thanks, Monkas. Yeah, we're already going through it. Dude, the statue is fucking badass, by the way. Look at that fucking statue. That's why I had my interview with Zavin as well. They actually did this in this big interview room this time. The statue is very cool. Okay. Wait, there's 2 new tiers of gems. Heraldic and Flawless Heraldic. Wait, there's 2 new tiers of gems. What? I wonder if they're actually like special in some way, or if they're just like bigger number. Because they are made through the cube, but all the other gems are made through the jewel crafter. So it would be kind of strange to just like have the same outcome, I feel. The jewel crafter is gone? Wait, are we sure about that? I mean, you still have to like unsocket stuff and so on. There's certainly a jewel crafter. Add sockets, remove items from sockets. Here, there's a jeweler. He's there. What are you talking about? Plus 50% flawless erratic incoming 500,000 mods. I mean, it's not unlikely that they have changed the functionality of some of the NPCs. So we can say that, right? Although, despite the cube existing, we know enchanting still exists as well, which is very strange. I figured they should just nuke enchanting, right? Just get rid of that. And we have the cube now, right? It's like way more interesting. And for some reason they kept enchanting in addition to the cube. That's wild. So they certainly kept Jeweler Crafter too. For people with no expansion, they have to keep the Jeweler. Yeah, that's also true. And I mean, they are trying to keep the people without expansion kind of in a loop, at least, right? I mean, I guess compared to Vessel of Hatred, the Lord of Hatred upgrade that you're missing is definitely kind of massive. I think you have no Talisman. And no Talisman is, you know, like no runes, no Merc. It's kind of okay, right? But no Talisman? It's a different story, man. So... Okay, let's see what else is in here. Anything else as you guys saw? Vela expansion, you only get 2 out of 3 skill variants. Yeah. But that's okay. If you don't necessarily want to go for the third variant on your main skill, the others might not be that impactful or something. So maybe that's okay. You still get alternatives that are useful. Okay, setting up rune rules. Yeah, we're definitely gonna make loot filters at some point as well for our Maxwell guides, by the way. So right now, you know, we don't really know what to filter and when, and you know some sort of structure. But once you have actually figured out like the progression, you know, at some point it's gonna like, you know, hide all this stuff and hide all that stuff, and you know, we're gonna highlight the uniques for that build and whatever, right? So we can do a lot of cool stuff. So we're gonna have that. Actually, the new planner layout for Maxwell that we're gonna have. We're gonna get like a complete overhaul here, by the way, on the planner. But you will have like a loot filter option as well and stuff like that. So it's gonna be good. Talisman is expansion only. You don't have Talisman without the expansion, so this is a pretty massive nerf to non-expansion players. Yeah, there is filter export, it's a thing. What's the best class to play in new expansion? Probably the Warlock, but to be honest, you know, despite, okay, Warlock is new and most likely overtuned on purpose and all that kind of stuff, right? You still have to see that the Warlock is actually the most tested and the most understood class. So just keep that in mind, you know? Like almost no one has done anything serious on any of the other classes. You know, we haven't done any cooking, nothing. So just because of that, I think there's gonna be crazy stuff we're gonna find on the other classes, right? Yeah, Barb seems insane, just like looking at the like overall game mechanics. You know, like 4 weapons, strong, and yeah, I mean, as I said, like all the classes will have some crazy stuff, man, for sure. It's gonna be crazy. When will the guides for the expansion go up? Yeah, I mean, we have like a few resource articles already out on Maxwell with like some basic information about the different systems. In terms of build guides, so I was kind of like waiting until the campfire to see. We will have some Warlock leveling guides before launch, but this will be the only build guides we will have, because we can't really make any of the other classes, you know, before launch. We know only the full Warlock tree, and you know, no endgame stuff basically either. Like no endgame builds will be out. The skill tree is for the full game, yeah. This is for non-expansion owners as well. So even if you don't buy the expansion or you're unsure if you want to get it, you know, you can still, you know, play the game. You're not gonna get as powerful, like you're not gonna have this, right? No talisman. So that will definitely be hurting you in the end game. But you know, you'll still be able to, like, you know, get to like Torment 8 or Torment 10 or something like that relatively easily, I suppose. And then like kind of the rest is like the missing there. There's a table that shows expansion as a base game. Okay. So by the way, looking at this here, this is finally the first example of a mythic seal. There's two interesting things here. One is the mythic effect itself. So it's not actually a mythic quality seal. It's a legendary with a mythic stat on it, slapped on top. This is basically like the sanctification, like slap a mythic on top of it, right? The Royal Grandeur ring from Diablo 3, so people might remember this. And it is also an extra stat. Like it's you know, usually there is the implicit here unlocks X charm slots, and then there is one stat, and then there is two charm specific effects. With here we have two like set modifications basically. So it's usually that, or it's like one set modification and one +1 charm slot. But this one specifically already has 6 charm slots, so it cannot get to +1 anymore. Normally the legendary seal is 5 charm slots, and you have to roll the +1 on top of it as one of the two options here. So I guess since it has the mythic stat, it just kind of like gets the 6th slot by default or something, but it's not actually explicitly called out. And then we have the rock effect. So the question is, what do we do with this effect? What can we do now? So normally you would have a full 5-piece set and 1 unique charm, and you cannot by default have 2 unique charms. But what you can do is, you can do a 4 slots of one set, giving you a full 5 bonus, and you can do 2 of another set to get a 3 set. Yeah. So basically it's gonna be like a 5 + 3, and then you have to pray that the 3 set bonus is stronger than your unique charm. And I think that is actually doable. At least on some builds. Or you can do 3 × 3 as well. That's another thing. But if, yeah, it's gonna be tough to do. Because the sets usually have some sort of theme, and combining 3 different sets is gonna be very hard, I think. And also giving up a 5 bonus or another 3 bonus is not really it. Because the 3 set bonuses are always defensive. So assuming that you have kind of your defenses figured out, you don't get anything from the 3-piece. You only get something from the 2-piece. And in that case, you would kind of trade a 2-piece for a 5-piece, and the 5 pieces are way stronger than the 2-piece bonuses. Rax is reacting to his mythic hoodie. Yeah, I sent it to him actually. I was like, hey, check this. Just wait till tomorrow and the data miners will have figured out everything. Yeah, there's a good chance you will not be able to actually data mine anything, and it's just going to be encrypted until launch. There's a sigil that allows 2 uniques and a special ability was covered. Yes, this is something that we have seen before the press embargo stuff. So I still expect that to be a thing. But okay, so this could be something. If you can use this with 4 pieces to get a 5, like a full set, and then you have 2 options left, and you can have the roll on this that gives you 2 unique charms, then you could basically choose 5 + 2 charms or 5 + a 3-piece set. And I think that would be a relatively interesting choice to make with how the numbers work out roughly. We'll see. Now the other question is, are there any other mythic items, any other mythic seals, right? Like what else could there be? Imagine we get one that actually says you can have 6 unique charms. that would go fucking crazy. That would be badass. So imagine you can just go null set Full unique charms. That'd be cool. Spirit Bond with 5 stats again, man. 10 arms. Reverse order of stat bonuses. Yeah. Nah, the sets are not like the free sets. Some of the sets have relatively high numbers. There's like a 500% multi or so that you can expect roughly from the 5-piece. But the sets themselves are very generic. So there's usually like a theme. I think there's like 5 per class. So, you know, there's like for Rogue, there's like a marksman themed set and a cutthroat themed set and a trap themed set. And, you know, like kind of like that. And, you know, each of those themes has like at least 5 builds or something like that, right? So no full skill trees anywhere? Nope. Thanks for all the subs, by the way, guys. I have to notes off, but I appreciate it. It's just gonna, you know, go crazy if I turn them on. Appreciate it, though. Wait for the data mine and decryption. Yeah, so where's the quantum computer? We need to get like... Dude, okay, I need to ask my guys, my overlords at Maxwell, if you can get a quantum computer to decrypt the data mine. Let's go. Are the Paragon boards the same? For the most part, we expect kind of the same Paragon nodes. There are some changes to Paragons, most notably all of the additive damage values from Paragon nodes are halved, and the glyphs are minus 30%, roughly, on the primary effect, but plus 50% on the legendary effect. So that is what we know. But besides that, the Paragon system seems to be unchanged. So ironically, the one thing that they have just never shown and never talked about is the thing we can prepare the most for, which is Paragons. You can just make it Paragons already, guys. At least on the old classes. Because they're basically the same. Ah, here's the bear set. Okay, perfect. So I wanted to check this out. Let's see it. We haven't actually like looked at this yet. Summon a bear companion that attacks enemies for X damage and may cast Battle Roar, increasing the damage of all companions by 60% for 10 seconds, 15-second cooldown. I wonder if you can actually make this like permanent with cooldown reduction. But okay, 60% is fine. Okay, free set. 30% of the damage you take is split between you and bear companion. When you or your bear companion becomes injured, your bear companion casts debilitating roar on enemies and fully heals. Free debilitating roar, huh? But it only heals itself. Okay, 5 set gain 1 additional bear and all other companions of each type. Gain all companion side upgrades for free. Okay. That's a lot of pets, guys. If you thought that 28 skellies was crazy, that is a lot of pets. It's probably not more than 28, but it's a lot of pets. It's actual Zoodruid, guys. And we have stuff like Shepherd's Aspect, where you get more damage per companion you have summoned. So it's kind of funny, actually, because this is a set that it looks very weak on paper, right? Okay, there's like a 60% buff, it's not even permanently up, and then you get a bear and some stuff. But I think it's actually extremely strong. It has a lot of hidden power. Like if you do like a wolf build, right? Like usually companion druid is wolf druid. So if you have to suddenly like I think you normally have 2 wolves, and then you can make it like maybe 3 with like, you know, aspect or something, and then you have a 4th one, and then you have the shepherd aspect, and like the shepherd aspect is only a 2-handed weapon, and then that like giga scales up your damage with like more companions. I can see it. I think this might be pretty good. I don't expect the bears to be the carry. They're just gonna be there to tank and support. Let's see what else we can actually find here. Let's go for some of the screenshots. What the fuck? Let's gonna like open this here. That's like a new one. Oh god, I have so many folders open. Wait a second. Okay. Is there anything else here in this blog post, by the way? Maybe I should like finish this one at some point as well. But let's go through some of the screenshots and then we go through the rest of the blog while we at it. So here we had Druid. We were Druid. No, this was like later actually, and they showed like the talisman and the stats. Okay, here we are. So what I wanted to check out here is this core ranks on the amulet. You see this? GA Masterwork +4. Okay. 15% damage. GA. This is the temper, right? Yeah, this is the temper. Okay. This is like not a high manual, this is like a blue manual. Kind of funny. This is like the blue damaged manual. Yeah, this is like the low one. Here they show the different transfigurations. So this is a very interesting thing. I made a video about this actually. So there is this it's called Coolian Tuning Prism. I don't have a screenshot now, but this is like this thing here. It's one of the crafting materials for the cube. And this allows you to transfigure your amulet, adding a legendary aspect and making it still modifiable. So you can keep rolling your aspect until you hit a good one. But I guess this thing will be extremely rare, but you can trade it. So I think it's gonna be like a really like hot trading commodity actually. And here, this is like eluding aspect that they added here. There's the vampiric curse aspect. So you can probably get like kind of like a similar collection of aspects that we used to get in Season 11 with Sanctification. Resolve no longer gives DR, it gives armor. Yeah, Resolve is a bit nerfed basically. Resolve used to be 20 DR and now it's probably going to be like 5 to 8. I think it drops more often in Torment 9 or higher. Yeah, there is a Torment breakpoint. I think it's Torment 9, where this thing drops more often. But more often, I mean, it's just kind of like the start of where you really expect it, I guess. What is this aspect again here? You gain... This seems to be like a new one. You gain 6% of your maximum life is 45 and you direct damage. Is this a B? Does this mean berserking? This looks like berserking, right? This is the steadfast berserkers aspect or something. Is that this one? 6% fortify every time you do damage. What? That is some gigantic healing. Anyway. This is like the example of making a charm. While you have 4 or more overpower, your fire skill cast deal 100% increased damage. Damn. That is strong. That is just like a normal range aspect, yeah. That is extremely strong. Also, this thing has 31 increments. Everything here is 21. 3. Okay. This is an aspect by one. Yeah, this is not a class specific one. And everyone has access to all power. Or, you know, like all banished lords exist. That is an extremely strong aspect. We also see some other things here. Cut to the bone aspect. This is a passive on the barb right now. Heavy hitting aspect. Same thing. This is a passive. So we can kind of like deduce what they do. This is like a thing for like bludgeoning weapons when you crit or something. Cut to the bone is like a bleed one. Yeah, overpower is a different mechanic now. Overpower is a bit like ferocity. It's like a 4-second duration. It actually explains it here. 4 seconds duration, stacks up to 4 times, loses 1 stack at a time, gives you 15 additive. And then you have stuff like this here that modifies it. There's also some skills that modify it or consume it. Trample. Trample is now a leap. You can triple leap. Or maybe more. Kinda nice. I think this is gonna feel pretty good. You're just gonna slap this on any druid build, go trample, and just like ding ding ding. And then a few seconds later, ding ding ding. Just it's gonna give you a decent mobility. Pernicious poisons. Throw 3 smaller caltrops that now deal poison damage. Enemies by this poison are weakened. We have seen some of the side upgrades on caltrops, and nothing there says extra damage. And here is a cold one, so this is probably the existing chill thing. And here's a shadow one, which is the aspect, I guess. The, what is that called? The one that shoots the daggers, whatever. I'm ready to ding ding ding, okay. Barbarian. The kick. Dude, that was amazing, actually. The bomb showcase was funny, dude. You dash towards the enemy and deliver a powerful kick. And it knocks down enemies for 4 seconds. Kind of funny, man. Look at him. Look at him go, man. Holy. Dude, they give Bob so much mobility. It's actually insane. Dude, Bob has so many mobility options, dude. Lunge. Fucking lunging strike has a 2 seconds dash, like, mobility option. A 2 seconds cooldown. And then you have this kick thing. You have leap that they can basically make infinite with just the pants. They didn't nerf it. You have charge that they can basically make infinite with a bit of cooldown reduction. It's crazy, man. There's so much stuff, man, on Barb. Leap summons 3 ancients and leap at a random enemy. Okay. Casting Rupture summons 2 ancients. That skewers a target and perform a rip attack. Okay. Meanwhile, Necro, I don't know, Necro is gonna be good too. Necro gets Sever aspect into the tree with no cooldown. It just costs a resource. Will we add loot filters for readers to importing guides? Yeah, that's the plan, but not on launch. Like, you can't make any loot filters right now, anyway. Alright, here, by the way, there are 3 forms. So each form on Druid now has a bonus. 15 movement, 15 attack speed for Wolf. Human has 5 spirit per second and 15 cooldown. I think this is legit, actually. Especially early game, like level 1, you're gonna load up Druid and you're gonna just have resources, man. You just need to stay in human form. It's gonna be so good. And then the 15 cooldown is gonna be nice later too. And here's a bit of the R. I guess you don't care about us at some point. I hope Rabies is strong. There's a chance for Rabies to be good, actually. I think in general, dot builds are going to be pretty big going into this expansion. It seems like they've really overcompensated on dots. So we'll see. No spirit boons got changed. There's no info about spirit boons. But I would guess not much. You're ready to check out loot filters and co-author pre-downloading. I don't think you can make loot filters outside of the game. You have to make them inside the game and then export them. I didn't see anything about caps. I mean attack speed cap. We have seen cast speed. So that is probably the attack speed cap 1 and 2 thing now. There's attack speed and cast speed. But yeah, we definitely have to check it out. Yes, I said this earlier, but it was kind of funny. They previewed this Druid unique, and out of all of the Druid uniques, this is like the worst item, man. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Unless there is like some option to like really benefit from the ferocity stacks. I don't really see this one. Dude, look at how many lightning strikes this is. It's a bit faded out here because I took the screenshot so late. But look at this, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's like 14 lightning strikes here. in one cast. Here's the mage thing. You can see some of the modifiers actually. So here's cold mages. With the singularity, we consume all of your remaining essence. On caster rates a more powerful but temporary mage. Red runs are back, guys. Are you ready? Skeletal mage deals 3% increased damage and lasts for 0.1 seconds for each point of essence consumed. That is a lot of extra damage, man. Whoa. That is a lot of extra damage, actually. Damn. And they actually last quite long. Like, if you do like 200 resources or something, you're gonna get a 600% buff and it lasts plus 20 seconds. Well, just 20 seconds, I guess, since they normally don't have a duration. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be very powerful. The increased damage, plus damage for each second they are alive, increased damage to crowd control, cold mages. Alright! So that's actually crazy. Look at this tooltip. Like, you have to keep scrolling here. Like, this is the skill tree stuff. And then comes the Book of the Dead as well. This is the Book of the Dead thing. Crazy, okay. Didn't they say it was limited to one mage? Did they say that? It doesn't say that it's like only one. I don't see why it would be only one mage. If it's only one, then it would be kind of I guess. Okay, then we'll see. Maybe no red runs, guys. Okay. Bora. I mean... I think for Paladins, most of the builds will kind of look and feel relatively similar to what we know. Paladin is a class that will change at least, I think, because it already has the 3 different variants. And from all the stuff we've seen, like all of these side upgrades that they've added, basically on Paladin, what they've done is, right, we already had like the skills and the 3 variants, and then there was the enhancement here. So the enhancement has moved to the side, and then it just added 3 more small things. And that's kind of the Paladin tree. So most of the builds will probably function relatively similar. So if you want to have like a safe bet with something familiar but slightly new, you can play Paladin and it's gonna be good. We just have to implement Bug to Recrim, Seraplate, and Ring of Niluge, and then we can go Red Mage. Yeah. Okay, so the Skeletal Priest is now one of the upgrades of the Skeletal Warrior tree. Increasing crit chance by 17%, healing for 100%. Okay. Skeletal Mage is also a darkness skill and does cold damage. Interesting that a darkness skill does cold damage, not shadow. Singularity. No, he has only one in the screenshot. He has multiple, so I guess it's only one after all. So I guess it's not that crazy. Reapers. Darkness skills weaken enemies for 4 seconds. Darkness skills deal 50% increased damage to weakened enemies. And this is a utility skill, actually. This is a utility icon. Damn. You can put this on your boots. Weaken and 50% damage. Okay. Reapers with a powerful cleaving scythe. Okay, this is like... Ah, so with the Reapers they become darkness. Interesting. Oh, wait a second. Sacrifice. You deal 15% increased damage, but the amount of Reapers you can summon is reduced by 50%. They changed Sacrifice, yeah. It is now... Oh, not all of them. You can still have them. Interesting. So it's not really sacrifice, you sacrifice like half of them. I guess realistically, if you sacrifice half of them, then you don't really want to run minions in the first place. But it seems like they have a bunch of like utility, right? Like you have all the Book of the Dead stuff. I know there's like some things like you get resources when your mages hit stuff. So even if you sacrifice them to get the damage buff, you might still want to run the skellies just to have like that effect. Or like, you know, there's like the Blizzard mages, right? And they can like chill stuff, and yeah, there's all kinds of stuff here. So maybe you actually will do this. Maybe you take the sacrifice and still have the minions on a bar. Decide on a class for a reset. I'm gonna start with Warlock here. And then I guess probably the Rogue or Barb next or something. We'll see. Enemies cower before you, becoming feared and mobilized. Okay, you reflect stun and knockback effects. Your minimum resolve is increased by 2 and maximum resolve is increased by 2, and you gain 10% damage reduction for each minimum resolve you have, which is 3, so it's 30% damage reduction. When you try to control a worthy enemy, one that can't be crowd controlled, you rise to the occasion, gaining 500% increased damage for 10 seconds. A worthy opponent, guys. Okay, I mean, it is an extremely generic set. It just works for everything. So that is one thing here. It's a 500 multi. Relatively easy to keep up, but I think in practice it will feel a bit clunky. Yeah, so on bosses it will just be permanently up. But you also want to have this buff permanently in all situations, right? I mean, there is elite affixes that make them like unstoppable. And I guess there's the unstoppable affix for elites, and there's also shielding affix for elites that makes them immune to everything. So maybe that would work as well. The problem is that you always have to trigger this every 10 seconds. That's a very short timer. And when you're speed farming and one-shotting everything, you will basically never really find unstoppable enemies. Like, you're not gonna find unstoppable elites often enough for this. And normally, it takes like around 5 seconds for enemies to become unstoppable when you CC them. So I don't like it, I gotta say. Enemies become immune. Yeah, but if you're just blasting, you know, speed farming and stuff, you're one-shotting everything. Or close to that at least, right? So when are you actually fighting something for more than 5 seconds to actually trigger this? Like, this usually doesn't really happen outside of a push. So I don't know. Like, it's like generic so that you can use it on any build because it just works for anything. But I don't know. Enemies cower before you, becoming feared and mobilized for 0.5 seconds when they first see you, or when you block them. It's a very defensive set, actually. You reflect, stun, and knockback, you have this, fear and mobilize. You have a lot of stagger here, actually, funny enough. But I don't like it. Okay, this is an interesting one here. Disciple skills reduce the cooldown of Arbiter of Justice by 0.1 seconds when they deal damage, or by 0.5 if they have a cooldown. So this includes Wing Strikes, which is a Disciple skill. Actually, you might need the... Do you need the hope for that? How does it work again? Wing Strikes gain Disciple skill benefits. So you'll probably have this anyway, since you're gonna be doing Arbiter stuff. Okay, so this includes Wing Strikes. So actually your Arbiter of Justice is gonna be like easy permanent. Like, you don't even have to stay cooldown. Just from that and like maybe spamming a core skill. Okay, while an Arbiter gain 30% life and 10% movement speed. Yeah, okay. And when you cast Arbiter of Justice, unleash all ultimates, triggering Heaven's Fury and Fortress, and replacing Arbiter of Justice with Zenith for 10 seconds. Gain 500% increased damage with cyber skills for the duration of Arbiter of Justice. All ultimates are also cyber skills. Now that is actually a really cool set, I think. That is a cool set. Now the problem is that you can't put points into all of the ultimates, right? Like if you could actually put points and get the upgrades on all of them, that would be insane. But like this, like what are we gonna do? You either choose the upgrades on Arbiter, or you choose the upgrades on Zenith. And Heaven's Fury is just gonna be like there. And Fortress is just gonna be there, basically. So the base effects of them are not that crazy. But Fortress at least does something, I guess. Become immune for 3 seconds, and you can resolve. So assuming this is unchanged, you have that. Heaven's Fury is just gonna be completely for nothing. Maybe like a little bit of extra damage, I suppose. And then you have Zenith. So Zenith this is actually a Zenith build, basically. So yeah, I guess you could choose no upgrade on Arbiter and go for Zenith instead. I think this is actually what you want to do here. And then you do... can be cast indefinitely for 4 seconds before starting its cooldown. The second strike extends the duration by 0.5 seconds. Yeah, so that's basically what you want to do, I guess. Okay, we have another problem here. You have to cast Arbiter every 10 seconds for this. And the Arbiter animation is kind of long. It's like 2 seconds or something. So you actually lose a lot of your time just in Arbiter, basically. I'm not really convinced of this one either, I must say. It's an interesting concept, but I feel like it's a bit undercooked. Because like we're just gonna have all these like random ultimates there, and they don't really do much. Check the video. What do you think I'm looking at right now? You can now select all ultimates. Yeah, that would be cool. I think this is what it should do. It should just, it allows you to spec into all of them and get the upgrades. Yeah, login Aroth. Here's like some rogue. This is like the explosion, dance or knives thing. Grenade jumper. Now drops grenades instead of knives. And there's also a grenade skill. There's some pretty nasty aspects for grenade skills on rogue. And here's a lot of shades. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at this, man. That is a lot of shots, man. From one pen shot, there's a pen shot. Shadow shot. Summons 2 shades that also fire at the target, each shielding them. So it's this one, basically. And he has like 2 more here. I guess this is probably the real Shadow Clone here on the left. These are the shades that come out of the skill. And maybe one of them is like from the glove. That has a 60% chance to spawn like this guy. Dude, I really like this skill, Sentry. Man, can you bring back like Cluster Arrow and like Marauder Demon Hunter, dude? Dude, imagine Marauder Demon Hunter just like port it over into D4, man. That would be so badass. I would play that. I only got the edge. Yeah, we have not seen the full set bonus of the Marksman set. But apparently it's gonna be like got the edge. They basically gave us Marauders, yeah, but not really. I mean, you put down these guys, and they're called Sentry. They're basically Sentry, but just the base version, right? They just shoot like auto attacks. They don't do anything special. They don't do fucking cluster arrows, you know. And that's what I want, you know. And the whole like, you know, the tactical gameplay of like where to put the sentries, position yourself, and so on. That is like not really here, I feel. But either way, I think the sentry is going to be a pretty good skill. Here's the lightning firewall. Looks very fancy. This is the charged bolts. We've seen this in one of the videos. Each bolt no longer pierces and instead releases 2 to 3 explosions on impact. Yeah, so we saw this. It's like it hits a target and then it kind of drops down on the ground with like multiple explosions. But it shoots like 5 projectiles and they all produce multiple explosions. So that could be kind of nice. Kind of excited to try some charged bolts action. Here we see this. So it hits and then here 1, 2, 3. And here 1, 2, 3. So kind of like that. There's a familiar with the 4 options. Grants 2 stacks of all power when summoned. And restores 2.5 per second. Well, okay. Shock skill design damage. Increases the minimum ferocity by 1. And grants cooldown reduction. 2.74% cooldown reduction. That's a very particular value. Minimum ferocity of 1 could be interesting. If you have like a skill that consumes ferocity, well, then this could be kind of good. Because I think it can infinitely consume it. Chills for 38 and weakens. Becomes a permanency, shock, and frost skill. That summons a stationary prismatic familiar. Casting skills will cause prismatic familiar to apply frostbite, sparking, or burning damage for 4 seconds to surrounding enemies based on the element cast. Okay, that's what is shown here. Kind of interesting. Yeah, the Spiritborn showcase was like giga lame. Like concussive stomp of all things, man. I mean, it's kind of interesting that they can make it an eagle skill, okay. But I don't really expect concussive stomp to be like a carry. Aspect of falling feathers, dude. I don't know, man. Okay, this one was kind of interesting. The old protector as a centipede skill. And you get spawning pestilent swarms, weakening. Okay. Big guy. They're showing the Armageddon. This is why Pyrosis exists, guys. The only reason why the Pyrosis Paragon board exists on the Morlock is this. For the flashy trailer and YouTube clickbait. That's it. Beware, guys. Yeah. If you think this note is good, beware. There will be clickbait. Okay, anyway. So I'm kind of curious what this does here. Is this just like the wall plans rewards? Like, you know, like every time you complete one, it like shows up, okay, this was a Nightmare Dungeon, this was a Horde, this was a Nightmare Dungeon, this was Helltide or whatever. And then you just go and click it. It's not a good note. No, it's not a good note. I can explain this real quick, maybe. So, okay, I mean, it's not a useless note. Let's not that. It's not useless. So in a scenario where you're mostly just speed farming and one-shotting stuff, this is actually relatively decent. But the thing is that, you know, Diablo 4, like when you're one-shotting stuff, you know, generally you are one-shotting stuff, is what I'm saying, right? The way that you play this game is that you one-shot stuff, or kind of close to that at least, right? You're kind of speed farming, you're blasting, and then the only thing that can kind of be like a bump in the road are bosses. And bosses, you will generally not one-shot, right? Because if you can, well, you have to go to the next torment level. So, in that case, the only thing where you really need to be strong is boss fights. And everything else is easy anyway. And this means, here you just kind of kill the stuff that is easy, even easier. And then on the boss, you get like almost nothing from this. That's the problem with this node. So 450% seems insane, but it's only against healthy. Healthy is above 80% life. So the 20% at the start, you know, is over extremely fast. And then you have 80% of the HP left, where you get nothing. So actually, I mapped this out last time, and I think this was something like a not even 30% damage increase on average or something like that. You know, typical legendary nodes, if you look at Paladin, for like, you know, expansion classes, is like 80, 90, 100% per node. And here we have like maybe a 30% node. So yeah, it's really cool for Armageddon and really good for a clickbait. And yeah, it's kind of nice to like easy peasy one-shot stuff in some scenarios, but whenever you stop one-shotting, it's like really bad. So it doesn't really help you with anything that actually matters. That's what I'm saying. Why is Nini yelling? She's playing with Melon. Does eviscerate enemy count healthy? There is no way. Actually, there is a way to eviscerate with Hellfire skills. You can actually do it with the Hellion Sting. There's like a Hellfire version and you can still eviscerate. So I guess you can technically do that. And then apply like a Giga Dot at the start or something. But yeah, either way, I don't think this is a very good node. I think builds will run this node potentially because it's like, it just works. Like that, there's one thing about this Hellfire node, it just works, right? And other Paragon nodes might not have that luxury. And they need like some conditions or whatever. Yeah, the leap can also eviscerate, but you're not gonna like use the leap to really do eviscerate damage, I think. I guess it might be a nice bonus when you're like at a point where it's kind of like leap into packs and they just get one shot. Yeah. We'll see. I think if you really want to make this feel good on a Hellfire build, like that's like the thing about Hellfire builds. Like Hellfire builds are generally already extremely good at AoE clear and not very good at AoE at single target damage. Like this is kind of like a theme from all of the like fire skills on the Warlock. So with what I just explained, okay, you just blast trash easy with this new Paragon node. It just kind of like doubles down on what the Hellfire skills already do well. And makes the boss fights even worse, basically. So I'm kind of hesitant on like that, so we'll see. What is it, multiplayer and wall plans? You can do them together? Yeah, they talked about this a bit. So I think the way this works is that these rewards are, like these bonus rewards here are just for the party leader. But maybe the XP gets shared? I'm not 100% sure, actually. I think Warlock will have fast blasting builds. What I've seen so far seems kind of slowish. Yeah, that's because you haven't seen a blaster play with a blaster builds. Warlock will be very fast. Oh shit. Another big raid. What is going on today? Yeah. Welcome, guys. Yeah. How's the experience over there? I guess you were watching as well. Appreciate the raid. We need to get those numbers up. Yeah, that's what Blizzard thought as well, and then they made this expansion. We need to pump those numbers up, man. Trillions are not enough. Holy shit. Anyway, thanks guys. A lot of people here. You thought the presentation was very good. Way better than usual. Yeah, I mean, actually in the last few seasons, they have done relatively good, like, showcases of the new patch and so on. And I liked it as well. So I think they've really stepped up the game there a little bit. And I mean, I'm just also very pumped to blast the expansion. I guess you're gonna be logging in as well. Rex is upset that the filter does not support 200 rules, only 25. Dude, if that is what you're upset about, you know, bless Rex. Yeah, so if that is your problem with the expansion, perfect. Yeah. I think should make a fishing guide. Well, well, well. Fun fact. It's basically one of the first articles ever written on Maxroll. Yeah. This one. It's also one of the longest, actually. So if you are interested in some fishing, then you should maybe check out this one here. Rax's blue hoodie unique is sick. Yes. Yeah, someone posted this on our Discord and I posted it to Rax. Okay, here, about the fishing. Oh, look, here's Max's video even. Look at that. Like a 10-year-old video, man. Holy. The complete Greater guide. Anyway. Yeah, it's a fishing guide. Are you going to max loot filters for every build, like with last Epoch? Well, in last Epoch, there is the technology to actually auto-generate loot filters. I don't expect we're going to have that in the 4 anytime soon. So I guess we have to make every single loot filter by hand. But what we can do is we can make like a template of a loot filter that is like a generic structure that just kind of like does what you need to do on every single build at XYZ point, right? But right now we have no idea about any of that. We don't know when we want to filter this or that, and you know when is like the typical step in the progression when you actually do this. So we can't really say anything about it. I mean, I have, you know, some suspicions, right? At some point you're gonna filter out your ancestrals, at some point you're gonna filter out the 0 GAs, whatever, right? At some point you're gonna filter out all the blues because you don't want to go to the cube every single time and craft them up every single time. Yeah, but who knows, right? Hello. What's up?
Do you want food?
Yeah, it would be nice actually. Thank you. 14 resplendent sparks in the season rewards. I saw 3, but that's like just on the last one, right? Do we have some screenshots here? It's gonna come up soon, I guess. What do you mean you don't have beta access to update Maxo and everything on day 1? Yeah, there were no guide makers in this press test, basically, so they left everyone out. Yeah, there's no builds, there's no tier lists, there's no testing. You know, all of the reviews, they were like all extremely superficial, basically. So yeah, we know nothing about these wall plan trees, you know, nothing. Yeah, it's good. I love it. I think that's really cool. And honestly, I mean, I've been having a blast the last few days, just sitting here 10 hours a day and like just like, you know, going through everything in our channel here. So we made this here, so also for everyone to like read up on it and like, you know, just kind of scroll through the entire channel. There's like so much shit that we have here. Season of Reckoning, up to 12 skill points, up to 42 paragon points, up to 14 resplendent sparks. Wait, where do you see that? Oh, it's in a blog post. Oh. Okay, we didn't really go through this yet. Okay, there's like some more stuff, okay. Yeah, I wanted to go through screenshots still from the stream, so let's finish this and we can go through the rest of the blog maybe. Is it me or the video footage seems to be more zoomed out? That's you actually. Unless you haven't played in 2.5 years. So that's actually something curious. Every time I see wall plans in these screenshots, it's always ranked 6 out of 10. And interestingly, you know, there's already kind of many choices, right? And then there's going to be 4 more ranks after that. So with every rank, you're going to get more choices and better rewards on the left side here. So I think at some point, at like rank 10 out of 10, you're probably going to be running basically just like the top 2 or top 3 activities you want to do all the time. And you kind of skip the rest if you want. So it's going to be kind of interesting. One thing that I have noticed though on these rewards is it's like relatively broad rewards. So here's just like a cube thing, so you're gonna get a bunch of cube stuff, I guess. And here's like a blacksmith thing, it's like salvage mats. And here's a bunch of gold. And here's a bunch of gold. And here's a bunch of, I guess this means weapons. Like I would actually like to see stuff like, okay, here's a Coolean tuning prism, you know, like specifically that thing, right? I want to see a note that says there's a Coolean tuning prism. It's XP. Ah, yeah, true, it's XP, sorry. Like, I want to see that, or I want to see, like, here's a spark or some shit, you know? So I think that needs to happen. I mean, maybe this is kind of like, you know, implied, like, okay, here's like a legendary cube material thing, so maybe there's like a really high chance to get a tuning prism or some shit. But yeah. Going like Legion item levels? No, but I feel like a few kind of like very special, like very in-game rewards, especially on like the higher ranks, right? Maybe it shouldn't be like a thing early on, right? And we saw like screenshots of this where you have like, okay, there's like, you know, 5 things on the entire thing, and you only choose 3 of them, and then you go, and then you rank it up, and then there's like, you know, you have like 4, and then you rank it up, and then you have 5, and then, okay, it always stays 5 in like the playlist, but then the choices become more and more, and the rewards get bigger and bigger. We've seen screenshots where most of them didn't have any reward, and here, like, most of them do have a reward. Here's some magic ones, here's some legendary one, and so on. It kind of goes better and better, basically. But I want to specifically have, you know, some of these, like, real endgame, like, features, right? The Coolean tuning prism, resplendent spark, maybe even a mythic itself, you know, just like, you know, boom, there's a mythic. Like, obviously, this should be really rare, right? This should be like, okay, every 100 times or every 500 times you open a war plan, there's actually like a reward, like a mythic, right? But it should be there. And maybe it is, and we just haven't seen it. $500 was level 3. How did I know that reward large amounts of XP that he saw from the pit? That is like player XP, not war plans XP. There isn't Tyria in the image like the other photos. Yeah, they probably removed them. I mean, they took these screenshots from the dev server, right? So they can do anything they want. So instead of like doing some weird blurring, like the other people, they probably just removed them. Okay, is there anything new here? +1 monster power. So I expect that +1 monster power means +1 pit, yeah. Which is probably like in the range of like 15 to 20% more powerful, basically. There's another +1. We've seen a screenshot of a Lilith with +12, by the way. Okay, what is this here?
Absolutely, even the last boss. Oh, cool.
Couldn't be more excited for it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Even the last boss. Oh, cool.
There's so much to discover for people. I can't wait. There's going to be so much.
Last boss is Mephisto. Yeah, we have seen Mephisto leaked already. They didn't want it to leak. I mean, obviously there is Mephisto. Guys, spoiler. We have actually seen it. But, yeah. We have seen a Lilith, which I believe might be in this lair boss tree now. So Lilith is not technically a lair boss, but she's like this ultimate lair nemesis boss or whatever it's called. There's like this note here. I have this somewhere else. And there is a screenshot that I have from like a +12 Lilith. So it must be part of the lair boss tree, because this is where you get a + monster power. And there's like a +5 monster power, and there's a +1, whatever. And she can appear there. All equipment that would drop from horde chests are converted to gold, except for unique and mythic items. Horde chests drop one additional unique item, but can be for any class. I think this is actually a very good note. I think you kind of want to rush this early on, when you're like in low torments. You get a guaranteed extra unique. So when you're like in torment 2 or some shit, and like most of the time they might not even drop a single unique at all, and you just get an extra. Even though it's like random, it might be kind of nice. Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. Yes. W Nini. Okay. Too much talking, man. I need water. This is gonna video. And we have watched it, yeah. I mean, his review was very positive. He just had like a few negative points there. But yeah, it was a pretty good review, actually. Someone is using exclamation mark win a PC. I wonder if I have it on the site already. The Crimson Market boys, they have a huge Diablo 4 themed PC coming up, actually. And that is actually, look at that thing. That will be actually next week with the launch week. So get ready for that. Yeah, actually in 16 days. Okay. Now wait, this is supplemental. When is this one? In 9 days. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see what else here. Grigor's Gambit. After opening a torture gift in Helltides, there's a chance that Grigor's Knights will ambush here. When killed in Helltide, they may drop unique items available from his horde. We also saw that actually Grigor was ambushing you. Here. He just kind of comes out there when you open it. So I guess it can be his knights or himself or something. Here's Andariel in a pit. And here's Beast in the Eyes in a Nightmare Dungeon. And here is Varshan and Grigor together. I'm not sure where though. Maybe also pit or something? Like this seems like a pit environment, maybe? Dude, imagine doing the fucking Varshan dance while you're going through this fucking maze, man. Let's go. It's gonna be fun. The official content update blue post is out on Wowhead since 10 minutes. What official Wowhead post? What? And a butcher and we're rolling. Okay, Varshan, Grigor, and the butcher. That's gonna be a nice combo. Let's go. You just Wowhead posting the block. Okay, so there's not really anything to see then. Yeah, we're gonna finish going through the block soon. Okay. Shoran's haste. Bit against haste master objective. When you kill the Guardian, gain +1 glyph upgrade chance for every 5 minutes left on the timer. Okay, so baseline you have 4 upgrades, and then 5 when you don't die, and then +2 is 7. Begin the pit carrying the Heart of Stone, a fragile relic that is dropped after taking sustained damage and breaks after dropping 10 hits. While you carry it, enemies can drop bonus progress orbs. After saying the Guardian, Sharon's pedestal appears, deposit a Heart of Stone within to gain +1 upgrade. So this is like a little bit like the vault stuff, where you have to like not get hit. So you can have 8 glyph upgrades. That's a lot of glyph upgrades, guys. Yeah, I mean, they might have also changed the the chances, right? They didn't say it, but it could be that they changed the chances as well, right? And maybe you actually don't have to grind out like 1% gem upgrades all the way to like 150, but maybe it's gonna be like 2 or 5 or whatever. So the Butcher has a chance to appear. The Butcher has a Guardian and killing him will complete the run. However, he failed the run if he kills any player. I like this. It's kinda cool. Damn thieves. All thieves have a chance to spawn. Drop an immense amount of progress orbs when killed, but leave a trail of traps in their wake. I feel like you're gonna be like turbo farming these pits, man. That's gonna be crazy. You're gonna do like 1 minute pit runs, they give you like 8 upgrades. Dude, even if we actually have to like 1% our glyphs all the way to 150, it's not even gonna take that long, honestly. We'll drop 1 progress orb per glyph upgrade offered. All progress orbs now grant experience. I wonder if it's gonna be good experience. Tron's flash now spawns will allow you to get valuable equipment by consuming 1 of your glyph upgrade chances. Fish. Fishing. Spawning Butcher early in the dream. Early in the pit as a dream, yeah. Okay, there was like this mention about something that's lurking below. I wonder if you can actually fish up some boss or some shit. You can definitely fish up zombies. So there might be a boss you can fish up. Overlay map. Okay, here we go. This is rank 3. Okay, pretty typical stuff. 50 Forgotten Soulstone, just like that. Penitent difficulty or higher. Penitent difficulty or higher. So even in Penitent, before level 70, you can get Forgotten Souls now. What? Complete Enclave of Darkness, tier 12, Torment 1. In the Resting Loading of Scotland to earn rewards and get access to rank 4. Okay. Do they each have their own... I actually need to rewatch this later. Do they each have their own... capstone? No. Ah, here. Defeat the Echo of Mephisto in Torment 10 and earn rewards and unlock access to rank 9. Okay. There's a little like skull there. Okay, complete wall plans. 20 at Torment 9. 666 ovals, a bunch of stuff. Reach paragraph number 250. You get 1 whole Neve Iron. 5 deeper into the pit. Complete Artificer's AD or higher to unlock Torment 10. Improved glyphs to rank 50. Paragon's gonna be so easy. Yeah, Paragon's gonna be very fast, I guess. I mean, they probably raised the XP required a bit, but it definitely sounds like you're gonna get Paragon's Reef. Okay, seriously, what is up with the Neve Iron? 2 Neve Iron, 1 Neve Iron. Did they like giga nerf that or what? That is very sus. But okay. 1 spark here. We can see this a little bit here. So he's like a tree upgrade. He's probably some salvage thing. He's probably like material thing or something. I know. This is glyph ups. I think this might be glyph ups. No clue what the fuck this is. Usually there is like a seasonal thing, if there's a season theme. They have not said anything about a season theme, and I don't expect there will be one. Now that we had a stream, there's no season theme. The pickaxe is salvage. And what is this? Block says there's no season theme. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it would be completely wasted to make a season theme anyway. Look, this is actually in the... Look at this. It's actually in the season rank. Equip a mythic heroic seal. That's funny. Okay. Reach activity level 5 on any 5 warpline activities. Okay. So the last season rank wants you to go to Torment 11. Not to Torment 12. And there is... What is this? Wait, what is this? It's like, it's looking a bit like a skill point, but emblem? Is it the emblem? Name tag? Really? It looks like a skill point. But okay, maybe it's just that. Okay. This has like the, like one of the set item things. So this is probably the material to reroll set charms. Although here's another one with like a set thing on it. 6,400 auto side. 4 Neve Iron. Okay, this is very strange. So little Neve Iron. 3 sparks though. It's currently gold in life. Here's like a random stats on gear. So both of them have the same weapon damage and int. And then like 2 random. So I wonder if like some is random and some is not. Also, wait, this is a different effect now. After freeze expires, enemies explode for 120% of the damage you dealt to them while frozen. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. Why are they doing this to us? Shatter passive for everyone. Oh my god, man. And no damage numbers will overflow, guys, for sure. Oh my god. And you can actually use it in the pit now, right? Oh my god, that's gonna be like really funny clips actually. People gonna pull like the entire fucking pit on top of the boss and go kaboom. Okay. Still capstone dungeons? Yes, actually. By the way, someone's asking, we can't craft uniques. We can temper them, but we cannot roll any of the stats. So uniques are the opposite of how they work in every other game, but they are truly unique, actually. Because you will always have completely different stats from any other unique, and you can't craft them. So the unique you have is what you have. So that's kind of cool, actually. I like it a lot, actually. Yeah, you can reroll the aspect and you can temper. Here's a pain gorgeous with no basic ranks, for example. Okay, let's see this a little bit. 50% damage on berserking, damage on stopping weapons, bleeding damage. Okay, so it's all kind of like the same stuff as before. Damage per overpower stack, 4%. So you'd need like 13 overpower stacks to beat this. I wonder how many overpower stacks you can get, because this seems like a very like conservative boost, right? For something that you have to actively invest into, instead of, you know, you just exist and you get 50, right? So I want to see this a little bit. That's a lot of aspects, actually. Anger management. Okay, while above 50 primary, deal 20% increased damage, gain berserking. Okay, that's relatively the same. Casting ultimate skill reduces the cooldowns of your other skills by 10 seconds. Oh shit. What? That is insane. Hey, this is not class specific, by the way. This is a resource one. Yeah. Okay, 11 fury per second while berserking. Trash. But I guess it's gonna feel good like early on. Berserk ripping. Inflict 60% of the bonus bleeding damage over 5 seconds. Okay. Binding morass. is not Spirit Bomb specific. It defers increased damage. It's still offensive. Shout skill, effect durations are increased by 30% and weaken enemies for 5 seconds. This is utility, by the way. That's a pretty good utility aspect. While channeling a skill, all damage increased by 70%. This is generic. Whirlwind Stonks. Aspect of Coagulation. We've seen this, it's actually very good. Aspect of Deluge. Overpower stacks increase your primary and maximum resource by 8 and regeneration by 2. So if they want us to have 13 overpower stacks to compete with the other temper, having 13 overpower stacks for this would mean like 100 maximum resource and 26 regeneration. That seems kind of insane. So I'm not sure if you can get that much, but you can get at least 10 overpower stacks on just a Warlock. So we know that. Aspect of Disobedience. Damage over time grants you 1.5 damage reduction for 2 seconds, taking up to 30 times. Dude, this is so insane, man. 45 DR from Aspect of Disobedience, man. What? But you need to stack it really fast. That's kind of a problem. You need some build that can actually do this. They did not show the higher tiers of gems. Here. So there's 2 higher tiers of gems, actually. But I haven't said what they do. And I suspect they do something special. Because why else do we put them in the cube and have this weird different system interacting with it now? Everyone can inflict a bleed dot. Everyone can inflict bleed dot on a barb. We have this here. And also there's like a whirlwind upgrade that gives you like burn damage and makes it a fire skill. So that's the thing as well. Kinda interesting. Loot filter. Recolor legendaries, access rare and magic, access legendaries, crafting mats. Hide all crafting mats. It's kinda neat actually. Since the pet just picks it up anyway. I try this. There's the export, import. Recolored, map overlay, different customization as well. It's like, you know, more transparent, zoomed, color, Pathfinder. Coolian tuning prisons now drop more frequently. So it's like one of the last things that unlocks actually. This is the Emerald Sanctification, Emerald Transfiguration thing. So it's like one of the later things. And then Torment 10 Mythic Heraldic Seals now drop more frequently. Bartok. It would be kind of neat if like here at Belial it would show you what is actually in the loot table. But we got exclamation mark boss loot for that, I guess. Okay. Okay, now comes the interesting part here. We have to check runes. What did they remove? So now we have the confirmation what they removed. But it's gonna be a bit tricky. Okay, I have to take my notes here. C is there. Q is saved. Did you already do this or what? So Ahu is gone. Buck is there. I don't see it. Okay, Buck is there. Igni is there. It's this one. Liv is gone. Nagu. Need to zoom this out a little bit. Nagu is gone. Tam is there. Soul is gone. Yule is there. Okay. Need to write this down. Oops. Oh, another raid. SSQ Rush. Oh, hello. Thank you so much. Okay, Buck is there, right? Okay, Igni is there. Liv is gone. Nago is gone. And Tom is there. Soul is... Wait, Soul is gone. Okay. Soul... Nago... Liv... Okay, so we knew that. So this basically confirms it. So let's see the other ones. Thank you guys. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, let's see. Feo is gone. Neo is there. It's the second one actually. There is a new one here. This is a new one. We know there's at least 2 new ones. There's a Prid and Ur. This must be one of those. I don't know what it does though. So Neo is there, good. Nock is there. Pock is there. And then there's another new one. So it must be Prit and Ur, I guess. And they removed Veo. Okay, so then we have the magics. Now it gets interesting. So we have Sam is there. Seer is there. Moni is there. Yax is there. And Sun is not there. They removed Sun. Okay, Sun is gone. Okay, let's see the invocation. Eom is there, Jar is there, Om is there, Vex is there, Xan, I mean, Xan should not exist. Oh my god. Dude. Yeah, Xan is gone. And Yom, of all things they kept, man. Okay, what the fuck. Alright, then we have the rares. Chuck is gone. Kel is there. Cry. Wait. So there's Kel. Cry is gone, no Vortex. Oh. No, wait, it's here. It's the last one there. Wait, why is it in different order? No, it's not. Okay, I'm confused. Okay, Cry is gone, guys. Cry. Luck. Wait. Do they look the same? They're the same fucking icon. What the fuck? Cry is a blue rune. Oh shit, you're right. What? They made it a blue one? That is surprising. Okay. Interesting. Okay, but yeah, Kel is there in that case. Okay, what else? Luck. It might also be this one. But why do they look the same? Do they look the same in-game? Am I tripping? Luck and Kel, they look the same. I think Sun is now yellow. No symbol looks the same as Third from the top now. I guess we can double check the Sun again. Here. No, Xan is gone. And also, like, it would have to be completely reworked, right? Like, the effect doesn't even exist anymore in this game, so... God damn it. Okay, Chuck is gone. Kill, cry. Kill or luck. Okay, what else? Mod is still there. Nair is gone. Quacks, okay, please. It's gone. We're free. Nair's blue. Wait, okay. Yeah, I have to double check the blue ones, I guess. It's actually here, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Then it moved into blue. Here's Q. It's there. Fool. It's there. Sick is here at the blue as well. What is still there? Exile. Uh oh, Exile is gone actually. Zek is also gone. Okay. Which one was that? That was blue. Q is there. Fool is there. Sick is blue. Interesting. They moved a lot of these skills from blue. Like, skills were always yellow, and then the sub-skills were always blue. But I guess all the sub-skills are gone now. And I think there's one here that is like not even on the list, so it might be like a new one here as well. Like the second or the third one on the invocations. Yeah, there's a new one here. Tab. Or they moved one up, maybe. Or what, which one did we say is gone? Sun is gone. Yeah, so this doesn't look like Sun. Yeah, there's a new rare one. Pink Quacks is blue. That'll be completely wild. No, it's not there. There's no Quacks. Okay, let's see it. Se is there. Dude, I wonder if Se still has the same effects. Freeze and vulnerable. If it does, that would be insane, actually. This is suddenly so good. So much better. Gar is there. Lum is gone. If. I kind of suspected this. Qua is there. Tal is gone. Tep is there, actually. Okay, Tech is gone. Ton is gone. Ton is gone. Zit is gone. Okay, so good riddance to all this shit. Alright. So what was this last one here? Was that Nair? Sick. No, this is Sick. Okay, the last one is Sick. Okay. Yeah, so they removed all of the subskill stuff. And Lum. Okay, so Lum, Tab, Tecton. Wait, tab is there, right? Tab is there, okay. Tecton, ton, sit. Dude, why are these all fucking the same names, man? Like, why is it like 5 blue ones that all have a T and 3 letters? Okay. So does that check out? 2, 4, 6, 7. So we know Sick is magic, Cry is magic, Nair is magic. And then there is Se, Gar, Qua, and Tab. Yeah, that checks out actually. Okay. Yeah, so does it. So here's all the removed ones. So Ahu, Liv, Nagu, Xol, Feo, Zan. There's 2 new rares on Ritual and 1 new rare on Invocation. I know those 2, but I don't know what they do. Xan is gone. Chuck, Kellogg, yeah, Quax. Yeah, really good, I think. This is a really good cleanup. It was about time, to be honest. Way overdue. Nothing will be missed. I guess Xol was kind of cool, but it was basically just like Tom what and then Xol something, and I think it's fine. I'm really happy to see that Seer is still there, that the Wolves are still there. We have Jar, we have Neo, we have Q, we have Cry. That's good. I think this is an upgraded rune system. This is definitely better than it used to be, I'd say. Okay, a bunch of like random pit screenshots. Okay, gain Artificer's favor by climbing the tower. Every tier successfully cleared grants 1 point of favor. Okay, so this is how they did it. So basically every 20 tiers you get a cash. This is relatively small scale rewards, I guess, up to 120. But okay. Contains gear and runes. I think there needs to be something a bit more like often, right? And something a bit more enticing, not just okay, some random cache of loot. I would actually like to see something a bit more enticing, like something that kind of, okay, I made it this far, right? This is a milestone now, right? A little bit like a capstone dungeon. And then, you know, every 10 pits you go clear 1 tower at some point to get that unlock or something. I think that would be kind of cool. Just to kind of like get people into the system, you know, it's just like, you know, season starts, people progress, you see people climb, right? It's kind of cool. Like in Diablo 3, this is like this is everything, right? It's just so fun to see people kind of climb higher. And I think like a random reward cache like this is probably not enough to really make people go do it. It will be just an afterthought, and then like once you're like in Torment 9, you remember, ah yeah, there was this thing, right? And then you get like 5 caches at once, and okay, nice, I got a few things now. So, but yeah, anyway. This going to 120 makes a T12 will be a joke. I don't think it will be a joke. And I guess this might have been like implemented before they reduced the pit tiers down to 100, right? Like T12 was 120. So this was basically like the end of the game. And now they just kind of like lowered the benchmark. So maybe T12 will be easier, but I don't know. Zan is gone, yeah. Equipment viewer, man. Crazy. So now you can actually check if people have double tempers. Or if people have Paragon boards from other classes. Apparently that's a thing, guys. So apparently there is some exploit to get Paragon boards from other classes in this game right now. It's kind of funny. And people are running around with castle board on non-paladins and stuff like that. Okay, I think this was all of the screenshots actually. Okay. You can't hide builds anymore, yeah. I mean, the profiles will still be private, I guess, but the build will be snapshots, so I can always look at the build, even if they have private profile. Can you just like rewatch this a little bit? Because I finally need to eat my food, man. It's already cold almost. I need to eat my food, guys. I need to... I was gonna put this up again. And maybe it's gonna something we listen to that is gonna be exciting. Maybe it does like some details we missed here. And we're gonna go for the rest of the block after, so just give me like a few minutes to finish my food, guys. I'll be here though. Okay, that was like the intro with the music and stuff. Okay, let's just go.
Diablo made for piece of feedback, every post, every guide and critique video, and every moment you've spent with us in Sanctuary. We wouldn't be here without you. Lord of Hatred was made for this community. Now, join us as we dive into the story, classes, core progression, and the key systems. Let's jump right in. Lord of Hatred continues after the events in Nahantu. As we see with Neyrelle, no mortal was meant to carry the burden of a prime evil, and doing so leaves permanent scars. Neyrelle's journey transformed her, from her beginnings as a seeker of knowledge, to bearing the Soul Stone, and now to this final confrontation with Mephisto. Neyrelle grew from someone who admired the Haradrim to one who embodied their ideals. Neyrelle's tireless research has borne fruit, and she takes action with the decisive time comes to build system in the world Lord of Haste at the right time, and with the whole world watching. This sets the stage for our journey to the Scovos Isles, and our confrontation with Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred. And it's only the beginning.
With Lord of Hatred, 2 new classes join the fight, the Paladin and the Warlock. They're designed to be instantly recognizable in both fantasy and moment-to-moment gameplay. New tools, new strengths, and new ways to approach every activity across Sanctuary. Both classes have been built with today's meta in mind, bringing fresh answers to familiar challenges, new build paths to explore, and Sanctuary. Both classes have been built with today's meta in mind, bringing fresh answers to familiar challenges, new build paths to explore, and new roles to master across every system Diablo 4 has to offer.
The Talisman system is about giving you another way to express a build, giving you more room to specialize, items to hunt for, and more reasons to keep experimenting as you climb into the endgame. You'll see talismans built from a few key parts: your seal, your charms, and the combinations you create between them. The intent is simple: make the choices readable and make the results feel immediately different in combat. You'll find both seals and charms naturally as you play, across a range of rarities. Seals are the foundation. They unlock additional charm slots, roll bonus affixes, and in some cases they can even change the rules for what charms you're allowed to equip. At the top end, unique and set charms are the most powerful. These are the drops that you'll be chasing deep into the endgame. Unique charms pull signature powers from the unique items you know today, so that you can harness that effect without being locked into a specific... These are the drops that you'll be chasing deep into the endgame. Unique charms pull signature powers from the unique items you know.
Damn, they didn't nerf it. Crazy. And they didn't make it a mythic either. I can't believe they just kept it as it is. That's insane. Dude, why can't I just like delete the Shaco and make this a mythic? Like this is a mythic, man. This is a cool item. Like give it a purple color, man.
Today, so that you can harness that effect without being locked into a specific gear slot. Set charms work a little differently. As you collect and equip more pieces from the same set, you'll unlock increasingly powerful set bonuses. Before Torment, set bonuses are more general, class agnostic, easy to understand, and meant to give you a serious boost while you're leveling. In Torment, sets become class-specific, harder to find, and built to deliver a bold fantasy, unlocking new archetypes and defining playstyles. The Herodric Cube is a legendary artifact for endgame crafting. Combine rare materials, transmute them into something greater, and unlock powerful bonuses to fine-tune your build. More than a tool, it opens new ways to upgrade gear, experiment with options, and push towards true endgame power. Herodric Cube crafting is deliberate and impactful. You can take an item, add affixes through transmutation, and then upgrade it through the rarity tiers, up to legendary. Want to turn a great drop into a best in slot? Transfiguration is the way to ultimately finish an item, layering on a range of powerful effects with a chance you'll be able to transfigure the same piece multiple times. You'll also choose how you transfigure. Standard transfiguration is chaotic. The potential for reward is high, but there is some risk. There's even a low chance that you'll be able to transfigure the same piece multiple times. Applying an entropic tuning prism makes your crafting outcome
Oh, Joshua, hello, by the
more
way. I just saw that.
This will reduce the reward
Thank you
ceiling,
for the switcher.
but it always delivers a clean upgrade. Perfect for items that are already...
Yeah, we saw that block, by the way.
For amulets, we have something
And
special.
Wayne as well, thank you for
Cube
the...
has an amulet-only transfiguration that can grant you a bonus legendary power, and you can re-roll it as long as you have the rare material to pay the cost. We love the variety and craziness of adding an extra legendary power onto high-end gear, legendaries, uniques, and even mythic items. So we've distilled that fantasy into a dedicated recipe you can use specifically on your amulet. Sometimes the best way forward is sacrifice. You'll now be able to break down an ancestral unique to create a unique charm.
To say, this whole amulet thing with the legendary power, I think this is a really cool way to bring back, some part of this like crazy sanctification. And it's only on this one particular slot, and I think amulet is like the perfect one for this. I think they really cooked here. I think this was good.
Your amulet. Sometimes the best way forward is sacrifice. You'll now be able to break down an ancestral unique to create a unique charm. The latest skill tree updates are here to give you clearer, meaningful choices as you build, so that experimenting feels rewarding and the path from idea to fully realized build is easier to plan and more fun to iterate on. Itemization is the other half of the equation. With these system-wide updates, your item choices can meaningfully amplify a build, and they're designed to work in concert with everything else. Changes to legendary aspects, uniques, skill tree options, class mechanics, and more all support one goal, giving you the freedom to play your way. Let's look at a few examples. What is better than kicking your enemies away? How about kicking yourself to your enemies? Kick's Madness variant lets you fly around the battlefield by turning Kick into a mobility skill. Barbarians now have a variety of ancient skill variants that summon a temporary ancient to mimic your attack. Leap into combat with 3 ancients, then finish.
It's madness. It's so funny, man. This kick thing. Definitely need to try this at some point. The kick looks so clunky. Yeah, it's definitely kind of like a goofy thing, but it's also cool that they made something like this, so maybe it's gonna be fun. It does look weird.
Barbarians now have a variety of ancient skill trees. Let's look at a few examples.
Spartan kick,
What is better than kicking your enemies away? How about kicking yourself to your enemies? Kick's Madness variant lets you fly around the battlefield by turning Kick into a mobility skill. Barbarians now...
This is Cosglen. Oh god. That's great, dude.
have a variety of ancient skill variants that summon a temporary ancient to mimic your attack. Leap into combat with 3 ancients, then finish them off with a trio of ruptures. Druids can now choose their skills' shapeshift forms, and each form comes with powerful bonuses. Human form grants more resources, werewolf form grants more offensive power, while werebear form improves your survivability. Trample's variant leaves sundered rock along your path and a large burst at your target. Trample can now be used as a werewolf, and rather than charging along the ground, you quickly leap to your target. Druids can now unleash the Fury of the Wilds. This unique ring causes your shape-shifting skills to grant berserking and ferocity, bringing these powerful mechanics from the Barbarian and Spiritborn to the Druid. You can take it a step further by synergizing Fury of the Wilds with the additional strikes upgrade for Lightning Storm, increasing the number of to the Druid. You can take it a step further by synergizing Fury of the Wilds with the additional strikes upgrade for Lightning.
Look at how many how many lightning strikes is this, man? Seems insane.
Storm.
Can you go back? Like, I can't go back here, right? Like frame by frame.
Barbarian and Spiritborn to the Druid. You can take it a step further by synergizing Fury of the Wilds with the additional strikes upgrade for Lightning.
Wild, man. Seems insane. He took this. He checked this out earlier, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looks like at least 10.
Increasing the number of lightning strikes for each ferocity you have. Necromancers can now customize and upgrade their minions via the skill tree. Skeleton mages are now a core skill, costing essence to initially raise, but lasting indefinitely. Use the Singularity variant to instead focus all of your essence into a single, powerful, but short-lived mage. Skeleton warriors sting indefinitely.
Look at this, guys.
Use the Singularity.
I think you can have more than one. This is not green. Green is usually when you have the maximum number. So he says, okay, make it all into one mage. But I don't think it's the case. I think you can have multiple of them. But I guess we'll see.
To instead focus all.
It does seem kind of crazy though, if you can have multiple of these guys, to be fair. When will Build Pass get the updated skill trees for the expansion? Probably in around 100 hours.
Of your essence into a single, powerful, but short-lived mage. Skeleton warriors are passively raised from nearby corpses, and activating their ability commands them to instantly attack a targeted enemy. The Book of the Dead now also enhances your minions with the powers of Bone, Blood, or Darkness, allowing them to interact with a wider variety of legendary and unique effects, such as Aspect of the Void. With the Cthulhu's Righteous Will Talisman set bonus, your enemies will cower before you, immediately being feared for a short time when they see you. You also reflect stun and knockback effects at those foolish enough to try to control you. Paladins can unlock ultimate power with the Light's Epiphany Talisman set. Using the Arbiter of Light unleashes Heaven's Fury and Fortress and allows you to cast Zenith for a short time. Dance of Knives is now a core skill, costing energy per second to channel. If you aren't a fan of knives and want something with a bit more bang, try the Grenade Jumper variant to throw a constant stream of explosive grenades instead. Rogues also have new ways to manipulate the shadows. The Penetrating Shot variant Shadow Shot spawns shades to mimic your attack, and Shadow Clone's Sentry variant places stationary shadow clones to constantly fire upon your enemies. As the masters of fire, cold, and lightning, the sorceress weaves these elements together in their new skill variants. Charged Bolt's Burn Through variant causes the bolts to release globs of fire on impact rather than piercing through enemies. This variant excels in up-close and personal combat against many tightly packed enemies. Familiar is the only skill in the game with 4 variants. The first 3 allow you to choose which element your familiar will always be and gain unique benefits. If you want all 3 elements, the Prismatic Familiar option is for you, causing each of your spellcasts to trigger an explosion of the matching element from your familiar. Crackling Earth converts Concussive Stomp to an Eagle skill, removing the gorilla-themed crowd control effect and instead dealing lightning damage and creating storm feathers for each enemy hit. This synergizes extremely well with Aspect of Falling Feathers to absolutely shred a group of enemies. With its new variant, the Protector guards the infected forest. The Centipede Spirit assists by poisoning the area around the Protector, weakening enemies, and constantly spewing pestilent swarms. The Warlock arrives as a brand new class in Lord of Hatred.
Thanks,
This master of the occult binds demons to their will and unleashes devastating hellfire across the battlefield. The Warlock has a dual resource system. Your basic skills, like Doom, generate Wrath. Your core skills, like Hellfracture, spend Wrath to unleash a powerful attack. Dominance is much slower to regenerate and is used for your greater demon summoning abilities, like Infernal Breath that spews fire at nearby enemies. To unleash ultimate destruction, channel the Armageddon ritual variant of Apocalypse, calling down a relentless storm of fire and brimstone on the battlefield.
Endgame in Diablo 4 should feel continuous. No stopping, no waiting, no friction between what you want to do and how you want to do it. The fight to defend Sanctuary continues in our new endgame system, War Plans. Choose your favorite activities, chain them together, and then customize the hell out of them. You start at the command table in Themis, the capital city of Skovos. You pick your activities with almost everything on the menu. As you make progress, your command table levels up, opening up a wider range of options, including higher node rarities and deeper chains, with up to 5 activities in a single war plan. War plans also grant the ability to teleport directly to the next activity in your playlist, and eventually back to Themis to claim your rewards and create a new one. And if you don't have a Nightmare Sigil or a Compass, not a problem. War Plans can generate one on the fly if you don't have your own. War Plans is all about giving you more choice. Want to burn through a stack of sigils? Do it. Want to hard focus on one lair boss for your session? Go for it. War Plans does more than enhance your endgame, it connects it. Completing War Plans will also feed into activity trees. Each activity has its own tree that you can invest in to customize how it plays. You earn 7 points per activity, so this is where you'll have to make real decisions. Let's look at the Lair Boss tree, because it's a great example of how deep this can go. You can tune your rewards with nodes like Lair of Runes for more rune drops, Lair of Plenty for an extra horde chest, Golden Horde to convert low-tier items into gold, or Exotic Armory if you're looking to gear an alt. Then there's cross-pollination tree, because it's a great example of how deep this can go. You can tune your rewards with nodes like Lair of Runes for more rune drops.
Kind of nice. +1 horde chest means you basically burn through your mud twice as fast. I think this is literally like a must-have if you want to farm a lot of bosses. This is just so good. Depends on like how many mats we're gonna get, right? But I do imagine that at least on higher tournaments we're probably gonna get a lot of mats. And we wanna like farm a lot of uniques. Now that they're like giga random, like yeah, even getting the right stats on your unique is gonna be tough. Let alone any GAs that you want, right? And the good thing is you can do the 3-to-1 recipe on the cube. And you can reroll the affix of the unique as well, like the unique power basically, value. So once you get like a half decent unique, you can kind of like fuck off again and do other stuff. And I think it might actually be less of a grind than it used to be, but I guess we'll have to see.
Lair of Plenty for an extra horde chest, Golden Horde to convert low-tier items into gold, or Exotic Armory if you're looking to gear an alt. Then there's cross-pollination, pulling lair bosses into other activities to remix your runs. Grigwar's Gambit can spawn him from Helltide chests. Embers of Anguish brings Andariel into the pit. Out of the Cold allows the Beast in Ice to join every Nightmare Dungeon boss fight. The Pit Tree gives you a completely different kind of control. You can dial up risk and reward with Choron's Haste, Heart of Stone,
and
the Pit Butcher,
Nipper,
or modifiers like Damned Thieves. Or you can pivot the rewards entirely, converting glyph upgrades with nodes like Choron's Soul and Choron's Flesh. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are 100 different modifiers spread across the activities in the game. With War Plans, you get to define your own endgame. Fishing is designed as a laid-back collection activity, a chance to slow down.
It's so good, man.
And unwind between battles. You'll unlock it early after arriving in Skovos. A short questline will introduce you to the basics, and it'll teach you more about the wide variety of fish with different rarities and multiple modifiers to chase. Fishing is more fun with friends. You can trade any fish you find, no matter how weird, bloody, or celestial they might be, to help your fellow wanderers finish their collections. As for where you can fish, almost anywhere there are fish, and maybe even a few places that might surprise you. So take a deep breath, enjoy the calm you've earned, and appreciate a quieter moment in Sanctuary. But who knows what else lurks beneath the wine dark sea? When Lord of Hatred is released, we'll also be...
I will make a Rogue relatively soon in the expansion, but we're gonna be with Warlock to start. Rogue might be my second character though. I'm kind of thinking like Warlock, Rogue, Barb, or maybe a Warlock, Barb, Rogue. So one way like that or the other.
Making major updates across both seasonal and eternal realms. Permanent updates across realms will include the major skill tree improvements we've discussed, alongside a level cap increase to 70, extending torment tiers, a loot filter, map overlay, pathfinding, plus a pit overhaul and itemization.
Druid, I don't know, but I will play all classes at least once to Torment 12 in Season 13, guys. So I want to do that at least.
Updates. For players on the seasonal realm, there will be character resets, a refresh to season rank challenges with new rewards, and updates to the tower and leaderboard beta, all falling within the Season of Reckoning. This season brings 2 additional season ranks, unlocking over 100 season rank challenges for those who keep climbing through Sanctuary's trials. Push past your limits, conquer fresh objectives, and claim rewards worthy of your growing legend.
With this update, we're here to make more affixes matter and make item choices contribute meaningfully to your overall power. Common, magic, and rare items contain meaningful value in endgame because they can serve as crafting bases. You can later add affixes to them and upgrade their rarity using the Heraldric Cube. They will continue to drop in Torment difficulties, including as ancestral items, and they can also roll with greater affixes. With this update, auto-salvaging of lower rarity items in Torment has been disabled. Something we're excited about is damage multipliers on gear. Gone are the days of tossing out items with additive damage. It has been disabled. Something we're excited about.
Look at this, it looks so cute. +1 weapon damage. I mean, it's like level 1 weapon, basically. But it looks so cute.
Damage multipliers on gear. Gone are the days of tossing out items with...
Yeah, so TLDR, the the plus weapon damage mod is actually relatively good. So I think after the like actual multipliers,
lower rarity items,
this is actually the next best stat most likely.
Something we're excited about is
so like it's just looking at this example here, 10 strength is like nothing. That's like 1% damage. 1 weapon damage. This thing has a range of 19 to 27, and then this gets added on min and max. So it's gonna become 20. I think it's already included, so it might be 18 to 26. And then, you know, it's like +1 on min and max, basically. So it's like roughly like a 5% increase, 4.5% increase for this 1 weapon damage. So this is actually the strongest stat on this weapon here. Not even counting that, you know, most bleed effects or like most physical effects might have like some other stuff going on maybe. So yeah, weapon damage is actually a really good stat here. And on late game weapons, I've been checking this out and I saw like some examples from like the item power 900. Like a masterworked like weapon damage roll on a two-handed weapon at 900 item power. I think it was something like 13% DPS, which is definitely worth more than a strength roll. I think typical endgame builds will be probably in the range of like 2,500 to 3,000 strength now. So having like 200 extra is like in the range of like 5% DPS. And the weapon damage roll can definitely be like 10% or so. So this is kind of like the plus minus like rule of thumb. So multiplier first, weapon damage next, and then strength or like main stat. And I guess life is still a thing, so if you want life, you're probably gonna put that as well on a weapon.
Damage multipliers on gear. Gone are the days of tossing out items with additive damage. Damage multipliers stack additively with themselves, but are multiplicative, vastly leveling up the item game.
They're not actually showing the tooltips here, so they show us the, the character sheet, and we see the damage of fire and stuff is going up. But
and depth when it comes to the perfect item. For uniques, we're opening things up by reducing the number of always fixed affixes and rolling more from the available pool, giving you room to chase truly optimized combinations for your build. Tempered affixes went through an overhaul. Unique and mythic items can now be tempered. 200 legendary aspects have been refreshed with design updates. Gems are getting a major upgrade. Weapon gem effects are significantly stronger, and we're including new gem tiers. We've heard your feedback on stackable items, and we've increased the stacking size to 1,000 to help with inventory management.
On the quality of life side, one of the biggest additions is the loot filter. This is a power user feature the community has been asking for a long time. You can export and import filters, hide item text, hide ground effects, hide both, or recolor text to make the drops that matter instantly stand out. Hunting for the perfect 4 out of 4 base, you can call out the affixes you care about and set a minimum number required, so those upgrade-ready items pop while the noise fades away. Loot filters will also support newly introduced systems such as the Talisman. The map overlay is here, and it completely changes how combat and moment-to-moment flow feels in Diablo 4. When the overlay is up, the minimap gets out of the way to broaden your view of the game space, and you've got quick controls to tune it on the fly. Keybinds for opacity, keybinds for zoom, and options to adjust the coloration of the overlay to match your preference. For those looking to continue with a smooth flow, you can enable pathfinding, which draws your route through Sanctuary directly to your destination. You'll no longer need to stare at your minimap to make sure you're headed the right way. The level cap has increased, expanding the ceiling for long-term progression. Torment tiers are being refined as well to support a consistent feel as you progress further, and to match, the rewards track better with the risk you're taking.
We've made important improvements to layer bosses, focused on clarity, choice, and cleaner loot chasing. Every layer boss now has its own dedicated pool of unique items. Layer bosses now share a single key, and all greater layer bosses share another, reducing friction and inventory space.
Satanic and Fallen Cabal.
Bartok and Astaroth are now in the layer boss system.
And also Pathfinder.
Butcher is now a greater layer boss in...
I wanted to play some Pathfinder in 0.4, if that's what I mean, but I didn't get around to doing it. When he says lair, it sounds like layer. No, it sounds like lair. Is it needed to buy the DLC? If you want to play the entire game, then yes, that's kind of the point, right? And in general, it's going to be a bit of a scuffed experience if you don't have the DLC, I'd say. You can play the game, you can play the seasons, you can even go, basically all the way to endgame and do almost everything, but you will be locked out for a few things for sure.
Both seasonal and eternal realms. Lord Zir is now only one click away on the world map. We've made updates to runes to reduce friction and make progression smoother. The result is a more streamlined system and an indirect buff to farming the specific runes you care about. The rune pool has been updated and we've removed underutilized runes. All remaining runes now fit cleanly into the Socketable's inventory. Runes have also been heavily integrated into our Herodic Cube crafting system.
Pit improvements are here, along with tuning and quality of life updates to make each run more exciting and more rewarding. Some of the improvements you've seen in the tower are coming to the pit, and we've also removed a few legacy systems along the way. The pit has grown, literally. Every run now spans 5 full floors, clearly marked by pit depth, so you always know how deep you've gone and how close you are to the finish. Floor generation has been rebuilt from the ground up for smoother flow, less frustrating dead ends, and a more consistent rhythm that keeps you moving forward. Nearly every environment in the game can now appear in the pit, pulling from both expansions and past seasons. And there are rare floors where you'll stumble onto brand new layout mashups found nowhere else. To keep the focus on action, we've also removed death and resurrection penalties along with boss shadow attacks. Spawning in the pit has been tuned to feel fair, deadly, and exciting. Shrines now use a flat spawn chance, giving each run a more consistent baseline, while still allowing for the occasional lucky spike. Almost every variant of every monster family can now appear, including very rare and special populations. Progress now scales with real danger, meaning tougher enemies push the bar faster. And yes, treasure goblins can now invade the pit, alone or with all their friends, with bosses, goblins, and treasure chests all capable of dropping loot. Pit mastery objectives are now fully formalized, with the tracker clearly showing both party and personal progress. Boss encounters waste no time. Bosses now ambush your party by spawning directly on top of you, and without clearing existing enemies. On top of that, the pit will now pull from the tower boss roster, injecting even more variety and unpredictability into every run. Since we introduced the tower and leaderboards, it's been incredible.
I was asking about tier lists. Well, how about this?
To listen to your feedback, watch the competition evolve, and keep learning right alongside the community. Now we're bringing a focused set of updates, more reasons to climb, clearer ways to compete, and smoother moment-to-moment play. The Artificer's Stash is a new feature coming to the tower. This provides valuable caches that contain items with guaranteed greater affixes, along with currencies and even lore books. These treasures can only be earned by climbing the tower, and first-time completion of higher tower tiers awards the Artificer's favor. The new build viewer captures a snapshot of every build that ranks on the leaderboard. When you click a top player's leaderboard entry, the viewer displays that saved snapshot, making it easier for everyone to see which builds are performing
Excited
best
for
in
pit
tower
goblins?
competition.
I don't
New
see why not.
environments,
I mean,
monsters, and
just
bosses
spicing it up a
are
bit, no?
arriving to keep the tower experience fresh. In addition to starting a tower run when you exit the circle, your run will now automatically begin after a...
Just to explain this real quick about the tier list. So everything is untested, everything is unknown. So we will not have tier lists. So everything will be put into a placeholder tier. And then once we have guides published and we don't know where to rank them, we will put them into an unranked tier. And then at some point we're gonna move them into like S, A, B, C, whatever, right? But yeah, basically every single guide is gonna get archived. Everything on the tier list is gonna be unranked. And then we kind of like move stuff one by one, you know, whenever we figure it out, basically. So that's what we're gonna do.
Brief countdown. And hey, did you mess up the run? Did you just barely make it? Did the Orb Goblin run away? Is that the best you got? The Artificer himself will now offer some commentary. Please try your best. He is watching. Lastly, we're making tower competition timing better and fairer. Based on player feedback, leaderboards now start on Thursdays after a release or patch. This permits the time needed to address any major issues before the community-wide competitive aspect of the tower begins. That's a quick look at what's ahead with Lord of Hatred and Season of Reckoning. We'll have more details in our blogs, patch notes, and deep
Wait a minute,
dives.
guys.
So if something here caught your eye, you'll be able to dig in right away. See you all in Sanctuary. Welcome.
Whew, okay, that is a lot to chew on. As Zovan mentioned at the end of that video, we will have our official blog launching after the stream, so you can go and check that out if there's extra details you want to chew on. But additionally, we will have Q&A towards the end of the stream, so if you have any questions that weren't answered in that overview video, feel free to drop them in chat. We'll grab those and answer those close to the end of the stream. But who better to get into everything with me than a very familiar cast of crew? We've got Colin, Zovan, and Art back on the stream. Welcome, fellas.
Hey.
Hey, yeah, great to be back.
Great to have you guys here. So I know we did go through, everything coming with Lord of Hatred in that overview. We do also have Season of Reckoning launching at the same time as the expansion. And I know this is going to be a little bit different of a season because it is coming out in tandem with the expansion. What can players kind of expect to see for Season of Reckoning?
Yeah, so kind of as we covered, there's a huge slew of automation updates. Skill trees have been revamped for every single class. There's just a ton there. In addition to that, season rank has actually expanded. There's more of it. It's over 100 different objectives to conquer, and eventually Tower will be turning on, as we said. But yeah, this will be kind of a special season to keep focus on the expansion. And the idea is future seasons will return more to the regular stuff that we're used to.
And you'll still be able to play the campaign and all that good stuff, both in Seasons and Eternal, whatever tickles your fancy.
Mm-hmm. And I love too for Season of Reckoning because so much of it relies on seasonal rank. There's so much that you get to passively do just as you're playing the game, right? So it's not as though you have to, it silos you to a totally different content piece. You get to chip away on it just as you're playing through the expansion and everything else. So
yeah, there's also a lot of goodies packed in there.
A ton. Yeah, a lot of rewards spread throughout.
Yeah, gotta love some rewards. But of course, I do really want to know from you guys, with the expansion coming out soon, with so much launching, what are you all most excited for players to get their hands on for the Lord of Hatred expansion?
Yeah, I would say something that exists in the game. I would say probably the skill trees. I think we've talked to death about it, but really it's hard to sort of understate or overstate. I should say how transformative it is to actually play with it. Like, it's actually hard for us to play on live right now just because there's so many more builds. Art mentioned in the video that we touched like over 200 aspects. We've also added just a ridiculous amount of uniques to the game. We've ensured that like literally every skill in the game has a unique that can talk to it and interface with it. And it all works with the variants and the sort of upgrades in the skill tree. And I just can't wait to see kind of all the crazy things that players cook up. Like, a huge goal was to like blow out the number of builds in the game. Like, if you love build crafting or if you love making your own sort of zero to hero journey with tons of weird odds and ends in your build, like, this is the expansion for you. And I just can't wait to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, across the video and even in the blog that's going to recap a lot of what we talk about here, there's only so much we can do to kind of describe how all these changes are going to be. You really are just going to have to jump in game and experience it for yourself, because all of us play Diablo so differently. And I think I saw in chat as that came up, Skydragon said, "Inject that into my veins." So I think that kind of puts it pretty well. So pretty pumped about those changes. But yeah, that's awesome. How about you, Zovan?
Warplanes, hands down. I'm so excited. We've never really had something like this to just so deeply modify all of our endgame activities. It really is. When we say like you get to make your own endgame, we really mean it. We have 100 nodes across all the activities in the game. Some of them actually cross-pollinate, so you can make choices in one tree that modify another one. So there's just a bunch of variety for players to kind of chew on, sink their teeth into. I can't wait. It's such a different way to think about what you do in your moment-to-moment in the end game. And there hasn't been anything like it since. So.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think much like the skill tree, it's fun to tinker and craft all these things, and then it's even more fun to send it out into the wild to see what crazy combinations people come up with.
Yeah, and then it's especially in tandem with all the skill tree stuff we're doing, right? You get to change kind of how you do the end game and also what your end game is. You get to control kind of both halves of this now.
Mm-hmm. That's rad. That's rad. How about you, Art?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what kind of builds people cook up that we've never even thought of, right? So, for me, I mean, definitely excited to have people try all the new systems. Skill tree. There's a talisman. There's the cube. We've kind of redone everything, updated everything. But really, what excites me most is just kind of players experiencing all of this together, like holistically in concert for the full, like for a brand new Diablo experience, really.
Yeah, and it's something that we actually do point out in the blog that I think is really exciting too, that we touched on a little bit in the video, is like there is so much that's changed to the game regardless of whether or not you own the expansion. So if you're just coming back to, play Diablo over the weekend and you just want to get it back into it for a little bit, so much of the game does feel different. And if you're playing on Eternal, if you're not playing in the expansion, so much has changed for anyone who plays Diablo. So like you said, all players get to experience it at the same time. So it's a lot of really cool changes.
Yeah, I actually saw a comment, I was watching the Warlock video, and they're like, oh, whoever designed and worked on the Warlock and Paladin, the team that did that should do that to the rest of the classes. And it's like, well, you're in luck, because absolutely the same team has killed it. And
hey guys, what did I
every
miss?
single class, so you don't even need the Warlock or Paladin to experience sort of this new, I would say, generation of class, which is super cool.
That's unreal. That's awesome. Excellent. Okay, so I know we've got some questions that we've gathered in Twitch chat. We're actually going to kick it over to Q&A now and answer some of your questions that you've been dropping in. So first things first, we've got a question here. We've seen a lot of reactions and feedback on inventory. Can you guys speak a little bit on some of the things we've seen?
Yeah, so I think some of this has been a reaction to some of the reviews and stuff that have been coming out. And for what it's worth, anyone who knows Marak, our favorite dancing Fallen, he was kind of available in those things. And so we had a lot of people loading up on stuff. Generally speaking, we've made a lot of changes to the game, which actually I'll let these guys kind of chip in and give some answers to. But starting with, we actually have...
I'm extremely excited for
Lord of
sure.
Hatred, you get a stash tab. So inventory pressure has been something we've been thinking about how to relieve, and that's one way to do it, but there's a bunch of other stuff we want to do it. So if there's something you want to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say one of the changes that we made was essentially to reduce and remove incense and elixirs, because we felt like it was one of those really annoying uptime games that just wasn't super fun in the end game. To compensate, something we saw people use these for is the XP boost. So we've actually massively increased the amount of XP you get from monster kills while leveling up, which actually translates much more into the difficulty tiers as well, because a lot of the difficulty tier XP comes from monster kills. So we've massively increased the amount of XP for monster kills. You don't have to go and do quests now to necessarily get to max level quickly, which is awesome. Art, I know we've also done a ton of stuff on the lair bosses.
Yeah, definitely. I think across all kind of inventory tabs, lowering inventory pressure was really, really important. So you saw in the video, everything that's stackable stacks to 1,000 now. We've removed runes, so they all fit in your inventory. We've consolidated a bunch of other things like layer boss keys. Something else that we've done with the Haraja Cube is just give an outflow for a lot of items that you may pick up that are once you get into the end game, oh, it's not really worth my time using blue and yellow tributes. I'm like, okay, cool, you can take those, you can combine those up into higher rarity tributes. And we've done this across a bunch of things, so it should be generally much easier to keep everything in your bags and not have it overflow into your stash.
Yeah, and to re-clarify the infamous screenshot that we've all been looking at with several thousand stacks,
yes.
It's Marak and
PTR
PTR boost. You could go do that today and take a screenshot and it looked terrible, but that's what it was.
Thanks for clarifying that, Colin. That's great. I've got a question from Galbatorix_90. My question to the devs, really excited about everything coming with Season of Reckoning and the Lord of Hatred expansion. Could you share how the team is approaching the evolution of endgame systems to create a cohesive gameplay loop that keeps players engaged across both seasonal and the expansion's long-term progression?
I haven't said anything about PvP.
I can take a stab and we can probably...
I did do a little thing this season, actually. In Season 12, I did something with PvP, and maybe long-term, now that the game is in a more stable state and kind of all of the stuff is there, right? They can do some fun little side projects like this, I guess, over time.
We'll try and keep it short because we could probably talk about that for an hour.
Of course.
But I wouldn't really count on it.
I think really Lord of Hatred is the ultimate, I would say, build crafting and power fantasy. It starts with the skill tree. We've updated a ton of the foundations of all the classes. We've even updated a bunch of keywords and mechanics. You'll get to experience that when you play the game, and we're very excited about that. So we've updated the foundation. We've reworked a lot of the itemization and updated it and upgraded it. So if there's things you like about it today, we've massively improved it. And then, the power fantasy side, what is a better power fantasy than being able to influence the world around you beyond just your character? And that's what War Plans represents. That's what the meta progression trees represents. So, it's really about giving you a lot of control and giving you a lot of things to tinker with. Our hope is that you only see a fraction of this every season that you play. I would be shocked if you're able to play every single class, every single build, every single War Plans permutation. So I'm rambling, but I'll toss it over to these guys.
Yeah, I'll throw out there that, one of the things that helps kind of the end game feel really good is making sure there isn't a bunch of bloat. And the game's in its has a couple years on it right now. Just making sure that we go through and are diligent about like, hey, is that serving a purpose in the game still? Does it need to be there? How important is it really? There's things like elixirs and incense. How important are they really? They're just like a tax on your time to go make sure you have upkeep and things like that. But also down to the lair boss keys. Right, so do we actually even need that many? Does the game need that many? So anytime we can go through the game and find these places where it's like actually removing something, streamlining something helps make everything better, right? It uplifts everything else because now you don't have to waste your time thinking about these other concepts. So that helps everything be more connective, right? Because they're not having to kind of connect to a dead part of the game that doesn't really matter. Like elixirs, again, is a really good example of what was it really doing for you other than an XP boost? Okay, fine, here. Monsters just give you better XP, now you don't have to do elixirs, right?
Yeah, I like that. It's like eliminating all the chores. And I think, one of the great ways that's baked into war plans too that you've mentioned before is how, like, if you don't have a key for a particular activity that you're getting into, it just makes one for you. It's not like, oh, you don't have to go into the world to get a lair boss key that you need. The game is just like, no, you got it. You're good. You can just
and then also, if you find a key you do like and you want to run, you can just run that instead.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the best of both worlds.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The one thing I'll add, and I'll try to keep it brief, is that one of our goals was that we really want the game to feel like it's broadening and expanding as you progress, and we've done that with the skill tree, with itemization, with war plans, with the cube, and really I think kind of speaking back to Colin's comment about there's so many different things and so many permutations that you realistically won't be able to see them in one season. I think that kind of helps that feeling of the end game being fresh season over season.
Yeah, I'll add one more thing to that too, and you'll see some of the seasonal mechanics that players have really loved and enjoyed baked into war plans. So this is something as a system we hope to sort of improve and expand over time as we do new seasons. We have this really cool system where we can inject fan favorites back into the game, if we think that it's going to make a better and more fun experience. So we think it's going to give us a lot of tools and the players a lot of fun things to fuck around with. So,
and I would add, that is true about all the systems that we've been talking about. The cube, the talisman, all these things are primed for that kind of treatment in the future.
Yeah, that's rad, because I feel like every season, whenever it wraps up, we always say like, hey, will this come back? It's like, well, we might find an interesting way to bring it back, and this is a huge way where a lot of those systems are going to be coming back in a really fun and cool way.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Nice. I've got a question from Mippy, one of our Diablo partners. Zavin, I know you kind of mentioned this. Will the tower go live with the start of the expansion, or will the beta go live at a later time?
It is just a little bit later. So we want to, we've heard, hey, if we're going to be launching the competitive aspect, let's just give a little bit of time, just a little bit, to make sure things are good and it's a fair competition and things like that. So the details are on the blog. You can go check it out. But it's going to be starting kind of not just in this case, but we're seeing this as the standard a few days after kind of the patch, right? Just to give ourselves some time to even things out, make sure there isn't any weird bug or anything like that, and then everyone can kind of jump in a fair way together.
Yeah, it's nice. Eliminate all the bugaboos right off the jump, and then then get right into it. Love it. Question from Farina at Diablo: how will war plans function in multiplayer? Will it evolve the war plan for the whole party or just for the party leader?
Yeah, I can take this one.
Go ahead.
So right now the war plans are per player, but what we do is if you and I are playing, or if we're playing as a party, everybody gets essentially like a chunk of the reward, baseline reward. So if Zavin and I are playing and we do a nightmare dungeon, Zavin has a nightmare dungeon node, I will get essentially a reward cache and reputation or meta progression, we should say, for the nightmare dungeon skill tree. So it ensures that, like, when you're playing as a party, it's still efficient, even though the boards aren't always synced.
Nice. Sweet. Question from Fame, another Diablo partner. Does the fish collection reset every season, or is it an account one and done kind of thing?
So once you've collected a fish, you've collected a fish. But beyond that, you can fish for as long as you want. You can catch duplicates of stuff. You can it's not a one and done system. Like, it's not like a quest, right, or a campaign thing where you just kind of do it once and you're done forever. You can keep catching fish, but the actual act of marking them collected, you have collected them once you've already found them.
Heck yeah, nice. Loathe Burger, another Diablo partner. Will the loot filter highlights reflect on the minimap?
So that's something that we're looking to sort of, it's not, I'll say that right now, it's not going to. We are looking to essentially gather a bunch of feedback on the loot filter. It came in hot. It's one of those things that we know players have been asking for, and we felt like, let's give this to the community. It's very much a tool driven by the community, so we want to hear what are the things that you want to improve in the loot filter. So please give us that sort of feedback. We know that's something that I personally want. I think we all want it, so that's just one of those things that we'll file away as like, we're going to improve the system.
Oh yeah, you heard it here first.
It's one of those things, it's like we are adding a map overlay. So there's a whole new way to kind of look at the world around you now just because of that. And we really want your feedback on how this is going to be interacting with both those maps, right? Not just the mini map, but also the map overlay. So let us know how you guys like it.
Yeah, please drop us your feedback. And I mean across the whole expansion. We are going to be absolutely eagle-eyed on the forums, on socials, just checking everywhere from our partners. We're really, really eager for the feedback, and we're also excited to just get this into everyone's hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Enigma 42K. With itemization and the skill trees being overhauled, how is masterworking going to change, and how is it going to affect the way they interact with skills compared to how they work now?
We just updated masterworking in season 11, so we're not really planning on making any updates soon.
Yeah, it still has quality. You'll still be able to get that through transfiguration, but we actually like how the system's working right now. So.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Nice. All right, our last question. I am the berm. I see the level cap now goes to 70. Does the Paragon cap rise as well?
No, we're keeping it the same. We think that that's something that we think is like a good sort of thing to chase towards the end of the season. Right now it's like super grindy from 20 to 300, which we like because it's kind of like, okay, you've gotten all the major nodes within your Paragon. Now if you just really want to sort of grind out those core stats, you're more than welcome to. I will say we've also increased the amount of XP multipliers from Torment. So, if previously 300 was like close to within reach and you're like, I think I'm good, I'm not going to play for the rest of the season. The deeper you go into Torments, that'll make that faster. So probably more people are going to end up reaching that max level. So yeah.
Nice. I feel like we've all seen the dreaded calculation on the subreddit where people go you hit 297, you're only halfway there, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm glad that there's that now, like that XP boost to kind of push you to that extra. And there will be something fun we'll talk about towards the end of the stream, specific to Paragon that players should get excited about. But that wraps up our Q&A actually. We're getting close towards the end of the stream. I do want to reiterate, for Q&A, there is a ton of information in the blog. You will notice the 3.0 patch notes are a bit lighter than usual, but that's because to list out all the skill tree changes would have been near impossible. So we've now just made that illustrative in the blog. So thank you. So yeah, I do just really want to make a note that I thank you guys for being here. I know it's an incredibly busy time. I am actually really excited to say as well that we are sim shipping this blog in all languages too. So that doesn't always happen, but everyone can chew on that time, on that information all at the same time. And I know we do have a few call outs closer to the end of the stream that we're going to get into. We have the Jackson collaboration. We have another collaboration. It's a really important one. I'm kind of blanking on it right now. But I know we're going to kick it over to it soon. I really don't know.
I don't remember.
Sorry, I don't really have my notes up right now. But one sec, let me just kind of bump this around. We've actually got
quite a funny little episode here.
We're gonna kick it over to.
I'm just checking a few messages and stuff real quick, guys. And then we're gonna go back to analyzing the blog after that.
Family, today is the day. We have something for you. We've heard from you guys for so long, desiring new music. Today's the day. We are so excited and pumped to announce to you our new song in collaboration with the iconic video game Diablo. The song, titled by Jonathan Davis himself.
Okay, not gonna go for this whole thing. Let's just fast forward a bit.
That's right. Thank you, Brian. You heard it here first. Lord of Hatred releases April 27th at 4 p.m. PDT, and Korn has put out their first single in 4 years. Reward the Scars is out today, and that video releases on Monday. We showed it off to the team. Brian wasn't lying. It's pretty badass. You're definitely going to want to check that out when it releases, but we've been so pumped to partner with Korn, so that is absolutely fantastic. And we do have our release map that we can show you now to show the entire global release for Lord of Hatred expansion. Istanbul, I hope you got your Turkish coffee ready because it's going to be an early morning for you. But there's that release map timing. We're going to be releasing this in the blog and on socials following the stream, so you can check out when Lord of Hatred goes live for you. Additionally, today, pre-download goes live at 4 p.m. PDT on Battle.net, Xbox, and PlayStation. So you can pre-download the 3.0.0 build, so when Lord of Hatred releases, you'll get into the expansion that much faster. And that begins rolling out at 4 p.m. PDT today for pre-download. So go and check that out. I'm also very excited to announce, or not announce, we've already had this promotion live for a little bit, but we've partnered with Trolley Gummies. Again, you can go to your local grocery store and get a bag of Mephisto branded Trolley Gummies, and you'll actually be able to get some weapon transmogs with your purchase, so you can go check those out. I have to say, ever since we partnered with Trolley for Vessel of Hatred, there has been a rotating trolley bag in my household. I absolutely love these things. They are sensational and delicious. And while you're at your grocery store, you can actually get a case of Diablo branded Fanta. We've got cases of Fanta Crimson Cherry with the Paladin on it, and with your purchase, you can also get an exclusive in-game reward. It is a town portal that is Fanta colored, which is pretty phenomenal. So you can go get your trolleys, get your Fanta, and have a great time. So enjoy that. Additionally, we've got some really exciting things going on in Overwatch. Overwatch is celebrating the launch of Lord of Hatred with 5 new skins and some other goodies in game. They've got sprays, avatar, name cards, you name it. That Ramatra Mephisto skin looks phenomenal. They're gonna have Twitch drops as well to celebrate the launch of Lord of Hatred. And they're also bringing back the original Overwatch Diablo skins that are available in Overwatch. So you can get the Moira Lilith skin is coming back, the Reinhardt Imperius skin, and a whole lot more. So you can go and check that out in Overwatch. Those skins look absolutely phenomenal. And I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but with the launch of Lord of Hatred, we've got a really exciting community challenge that you can sink your teeth into. So starting with the launch of Lord of Hatred, the Hatred's Downfall Community Challenge is here, and with the help of the community, you can earn this Helm of Hatred for everyone in Diablo 4. The challenge is this. Globally, we need to earn 266,666,000 Paragon points. Now that's across Eternal, that's across Seasonal, and that's for expansion owners and expansion non-owners. So everyone who plays Diablo 4 can participate in this. Casual dads on the weekend, I see you. You just need to get to the end game and start earning those Paragon points to jump in. We will be updating our global total on Tuesdays on our social channels, and we'll also have an in-game message that will, check it out Monday and then update you on how the community progress is going. So let's all band together, earn those Paragon points, and earn that Helm of Hatred in game, which looks super sick. Super, super sick. We are also going to have Twitch drops that are going live for the expansion, so you can go check those out in our blog. You can get the Skull Bloody Axe cosmetic. We've got an emblem as well, and we've got this gigantic mount trophy cosmetic that you can earn through both Twitch drops and support a streamer, so you can check out the details in the blog for those in the Diablo 4 category. So go and check those out. Additionally, as Lord of Hatred comes out, we're really excited to see your reactions. So be sure to tag us on socials, whether you're a streamer or a fan, between the campaign, any sort of big reveal. We've all just been working on this for so long, and we're really, really excited to see how you experience the expansion. So please tag us. We're really curious to see your reactions and how you enjoy everything in the Lord of Hatred expansion. Now, before we close out the stream, I do want to kick it back over to the devs we have here today. Colin, Zav, and Art, is there anything you want to tell the players before they jump into Lord of Hatred?
I'll say thank you to everyone who's been kind of with us on this journey. We are very excited to kind of close this arc, this Age of Hatred arc that we've been kind of building towards. So thank you to everyone who's been playing with us this whole time. It's been exciting. I cannot wait until everyone jumps in and sees it all. I can't wait till I can do that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and I'm just ready to blast with everybody, like straight up.
Yeah, me too. I mean, honestly, it was kind of a bad idea to put Art up here. I'm surprised we didn't say anything, messed up. But yeah, no, I can't wait to party with Art. We're gonna blast the shit out of the game, and it's gonna be super fun. Can't wait to do it with all of you. Can't wait to look at all the guides. We've kept a lot of things under wraps, so I'm super curious to see you know, how our build creators and how everybody who engages with the game cooks up some really cool stuff. So
yeah, I think even through like all the times we've met up for these streams too, it's like the energy is palpable that we're just so pumped to get this thing out the door and into the players' hands. Like, couldn't be more excited for it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the last boss. Oh, it's gonna be cool.
There's so much to discover for people. I can't wait. There's going to be so much.
Yeah, it's going to be unreal. But yeah, thank you, all three of you, for being here. I know it's an incredibly busy time, but thanks for being here for the live stream. I want to give a huge thank you to the production crew, to Rich and everyone behind the scenes. It takes a lot of people to make these streams happen, so thank you to all of you. Thank you to Team 3 for all your incredible work on this expansion. It's really going to shine through. You guys are an incredible team, and it's an honor to work here and be a part of this. And thank you to everyone at home for tuning in and for playing Diablo 4. We wouldn't be here without you, and it means so much to us that you've been here. And Lord of Hatred launches April 27th at 4 p.m. PDT. Pre-download goes live today at 4 p.m. And we will see you all in Skobos.
Okay. It's kind of nice to listen to it a second time, to be honest. This is gonna be the longest unwanted weekend ever. Yeah. For me, I still have a lot of work to do, to be honest. We're prepping for like a bunch of like maxwell updates and so on, so that's happening. And well, the guides. I'm doing a lot of warlock guides, so I have to prepare them as much as I can so I can actually blast the game when it's out. Just enjoy the surprises and like embrace the chaos. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Never wanted it to be Monday before. Okay, there's still some more stuff we want to go through in the blog here, so let's do that. We put it around Thursday. Now for CET, it's gonna be 1 AM on Tuesday. It's okay. Need to ramp up in TLI fast. Yeah, you better get your TLI done. Okay, so where were we actually? Loot filters, exporting, importing loot filters. Okay, I mean this is like most of the stuff that I've discussed, but there's like more details here. You expect a build in the inbox. Okay. Anyone not getting jobs? Are the jobs over now? The jobs were like for the live stream, so maybe they were like up for a little bit longer, but maybe it's over now. I'm not sure. Did you see a new No All Plans video? Is there another video from Diablo or what? This is a live stream snippet.
Out of the cold allows the feast and ice.
Yeah, this is exactly from the live stream. There's something to see there. This expansion is $40 and you don't need the previous one. Okay, let's see what else we find here. Damage modulus on gear. So they actually showed 3 versions of Asheraf here. It's kind of interesting. Okay. So one doesn't have int, all of them have weapon damage. I think weapon damage is a pretty common roll, by the way, on weapons. It's a very strong one and a pretty common one. Dude, 630 life on hit. What? I thought that the red sermon, the giga life on hit that we saw was actually like a red sermon thing, but maybe not. Maybe that's just like the life on hit you're gonna have now. This is so crazy. Male or female warlock? Male for sure. That's just reality now. I mean, you're gonna have a lot of life, to be fair. You're gonna probably have like 50 to 80k life on endgame builds or something. Wait. This is a word of Hakan. So it does exist. Wait, let me double check this again. Fuck. There's no word of Hakan in his inventory. And I thought he showed all of them. And this looks like he just like went in, he opened a class unique cache, and he got all of them, and that's it. Need a mythic dagger, crossbow, boots, pants this season. Nah, how about hell no? You don't like that unique stats are so random now? Not even like finding the perfect unique with max affix would be impossible. The affix, you can actually roll it now with the cube. So you just need to get good stats. And you can fix the affix later. Rip Shroud of False Death. Finally, man. Yeah. Battle Hatred on Seasonal or Eternal Realm. And creating a character for Diablo 4, choose where your battle begins. Seasonal Realm or Eternal Realm, both offer the same core experience, including campaigns, class offerings, and game challenges. Okay. Completing the campaign on one character will unlock the skip campaign option for the rest, regardless of realm. So we all have to play for the campaign the first time. I think for my first playthrough, I'm probably gonna rush as fast as I can. I'm gonna skip everything I can and so on. So it's also gonna minimize the spoilers for people that are on the stream. And it's gonna like blast straight to in-game, I guess. And then like another go around, I will like watch all the cutscenes. Is there any mention of echoing hatred? Actually, they did not mention echoing hatred in this stream, that's true. Kind of forgot about it, I guess. Did I actually do a full playthrough of Vessel of Hatred? I mean, I know the Vessel of Hate campaign. And I have actually seen them all and stuff. But I didn't do like this pre-expansion playthrough that I wanted to do. But okay. Just watch a YouTube supercut. I mean, instead of watching a YouTube supercut, I can also just literally level a character again, right? Why would I watch it? Seasonal realms are the best when you want a fresh start, offering the zero hero experience, structured progression. Okay, Eternals are the best when you want long-term progression of existing characters. It's kind of funny how they call this out here. You have expansion 1 start, expansion 2 start, Lord of Hatred recommended, story complete, endgame, available after complete Lord of Hatred campaign. Okay, so we have to do it. Okay. Season of Reckoning content, season realm only. Battle Pass, Reliquary, Tower, Leaderboards. Okay. So yeah, there's no theme. Current updates. Okay, Lord of Hatred expansion, campaign, Warlock, Paladin, Scovels, War plans. Yeah, so TLDR, if you don't have this expansion, oof. Like I know there's people that played some seasons without having Vessel of Hatred, and that is like relatively okay, but this is not okay anymore. So you have to get the expansion. The theme is clapping Mephisto. Let's do that. Would be cool if they had done like some, you know, official race for like Uber Mephisto Torment 12 on hardcore or some shit. Would have been cool. Why is it important to have the expansion? Well, you miss out on basically the best feature outside of skill trees, which is just the entire endgame stuff. And you miss out on the talisman, so you're also going to be extremely weak compared to other people, and you're going to miss out on like, you know, another entire layer of build crafting that you just don't have. So yeah, you can still technically play the game, and I don't know, probably even, you know, on a good build, maybe even get to Torment 12, I guess, depending on how easy it will be. But Talisman is pretty huge power. And without the wall plans, it's also just not going to be as fun. Like, the wall plans really adds a lot of the fun in the long run. So he's another spark at rank 6. Catch a fish. You can actually fish in the old world too. Interesting. Wait. Oh. $12 skill points. So in the footage we've seen people with 83 skill points, but this here would imply 81. 42 Paragon points. Yo, taco hugs. Thank you. I would have loved to sit in a meeting where they explained to Microsoft stakeholders that using resources to develop phishing in 44 would make them $1 billion. 14 sparks from Germany is kind of correct, actually. We're gonna have so many mythics. Like, if they give us 14 sparks on the journey, why didn't they make mythics at least like some, you know, random roll ranges and stuff like that, right? So they can find a good one and a bad one, a little bit at least. The skill points being locked behind the season stuff kind of sucks. I mean, the fun fact is, like, this will not even matter for most people, right? Like, what are you gonna do with those skill points anyway? How are the glyphs of Warlock looking like? They look very normal. But Castle was a legendary node. And so far we have only seen one for Warlock, and that one is like relatively weak actually. Have I ever played with Elon Musk? Let's start a group at launch. I have played with Elon, yeah. But I'm not sure what you're asking now. Yeah, well, Danny, thank you as well. Yeah, I think Stardust is still gonna be very good mythic. Perdition is gonna be very good. The new one is extremely good. So this is actually Neve Iron. Look, it gives you 3 Neve Iron here, and then there's like some of you will also get like 1 Neve Iron for finishing a chapter. I wonder if Neve Iron is gonna be just Giga Rare. We'll see, I guess. Yo, Sanitizer, you missed most of the campfire chat. Well, you missed it twice actually. But yeah, it's going through the blog now and see if there's anything else there. There's like a bunch of info about the season journey and so on, so I'm looking at that right now. Okay, you see urns as well. Boost the chance of receiving a second item and purchasing from the purveyor. Rare materials from salvage, okay. Additional altar site, okay. Extra upgrade for glyphs. So we can have 9 upgrades for glyphs now. 9 upgrades. That's kind of crazy, actually. What the fuck? Boost the chance for test to crash. Okay. Season reliquary. What the fuck? Wait, are these both pets? I mean, this is like a mound. A little spooter. And a big spooter. What is a big spooter? I don't think that the pits are necessarily longer. They just said they're going to have 5 levels, which is similar to the tower. It's just that, you know, there's no backtracking anymore and this kind of stuff. So it might just be the same duration. If anything, pits are going to be way faster because there's now progress orbs. There's the butcher that can appear and you instantly finish the run. And you get 8 or 9 upgrades if you spec into this, or maybe more. Like, I think getting a glyphs ready is going to be really fast, actually. Protoss armor, StarCraft 3 confirmed. No. Okay. Well, I wish you all the best, Florian. It happens, I guess. Sounds tough, but you're gonna get over it, I'm sure. Hey, fuck, sorry. Yeah, the live stream is over. But you can watch the vote, I guess. Am I a therapist? Sort of. It's not cheating if she doesn't exist. I mean, the only one who wants the old style battle pass back. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the relic rate change. I mean, I'm kind of neutral on this. I don't really care. I think there's like upsides to the system as well. With like, you know, you can like choose the thing you actually want to get, and the others you don't care about. But and they can also like, you know, throw in the collabs, right? That's like the main reason why they did this. So we have to there's like a room for these collabs. But yeah, anyway. Oh. That looks kind of cool. It's like some molten gold. I feel like it's kind of weird. Like there's like Carragher out of all towns that chose this like, you know, mud hole, this rainy mud hole, right? And he just planted the obelisk there. And now the stash as well. Like I feel like this has kind of bothered me all this time, right? It just looks like so misplaced in this space. You know, this entire town is basically just like bricks, mud, rain, and wood. And then you have like this thing, right? Which is like this, I don't know, sophisticated, otherworldly, you know, somehow extremely magical device. Carragher definitely paid the price for that. Yeah, it's like, you know, when there's like the you know, the World Cup, you know, and then they decide, okay, which country does it go to? It's just like that, man. And somehow Carragher got it. Yeah. By any means necessary. But I just look at the screenshot, and now there's like the second thing here as well. Man. Okay, it's on the 30th of April, 11 a.m. PDT. So it's like 2.5 days after launch is when the tower opens. Okay, that's not too bad. So they said it's always gonna be on a Thursday. So they give themselves 2 days after launch and after patches to. I mean, that's okay, I think. I mean, I would love to see like day one, you know, tower blasting, you know, the season start stuff is always cool. But okay, it's fine. Didn't you show another pit obelisk in the Scopo City? Yeah, it's also gonna be in Scopos, but I mean, they didn't remove it, right? This is showed this here, I guess. Tower refresh timing. I think this is probably okay, but at least on season launch, I think it would be kind of cool. Even if like there's bugs or whatever, just kind of like the climb, right? Is kind of cool, I think. But okay. Tower updates, new environments, bosses, monsters. Monsters in the tower are more meaningful threats. And large shooting paths to score monsters. Okay. Your run officially starts after either exiting the starting circle or 10 seconds after entering the tower. Okay, so you don't have this, like, you know, stack 1,000 things anymore. For the wanderer that relishes in praise or admonishment, the artificer now comments on your tower runs. I love that. Spoiler, it's Salt and Cool. Tower rewards. Tower beta introduces rewards for conquering personal milestones. Okay. Build viewer. Okay. Artificer obelisk. Hatred's downfall community challenge. Okay, so we get like it's like a helm transmog, or what is this? Is it like a mount trophy? The Diablo 4 community can rally together and collectively earn 266,600,000 global Paragon points. The Crown of Hatred will be awarded. It's actually a helm. Artificer, weak and worthless. Dude, it would be really cool. Like, it's also cool to kind of like make an appearance somewhere. Seems like he's still sticking around. You can't see that happening? Nah, it just means there needs to be like roughly 1 million people, like, you know, playing for the endgame a bit, right? Like getting to 200 Paragon is kind of like, you know, the default, right? If you play past campaign and you do a bit of torment stuff and so on. So 200 Paragon is really fast. And then a lot of people will go beyond that. Yeah, it needs like roughly 1 million people. I think this is gonna be very easily done in like the first few weeks. No problem. It's a helm you can put on your mount. Mandatory Paragon 300 for every chatter or permaban. Yeah, there's gonna be millions of people. Like, this thing is gonna be done in no time, man. Now, the Paragon level is, okay, technically, if you play like hardcore and softcore or something, right, then you can maybe get counted twice. But realistically, almost no one does that, right? So. Okay, so Twitch drops. Each Monday from the season of Reckoning's launch through May 11th. Okay, so it's like 2 weeks, basically. To be able to earn different exclusive cosmetic. Okay, there's like the portrait frame, or whatever it's called. Portrait banner. Support a streamer, one mount. Ah, okay, there's a mount trophy. So it's like a whole like pole, basically like a flag you carry around. I don't think I have anything close to that, do we? Most of the mount trophies are just kind of like a thing hanging on the side. So that's the gift one sub thing. Okay. And then an axe. Ah, okay, there is actually a third week here. Wait. So the support the streamer doesn't start on the launch. It's actually a week after launch. The support the streamer is on. Interesting. Okay. So only the people that actually stick around, I think you can get it. Interesting. To force streamers to play at least 2 weeks on start. It's smart. Very good. I mean, I'm not opposed to that at all. So. But okay. Skull, bloody axe. The axe looks cool. The trophy is also not bad. This, I don't really care about these profile banners, but okay. Those two are nice. Overwatch. Okay, Twitch drops. Wait, what? Ah, this is Overwatch. Twitch drops, okay. Okay, pre-purchase, patch notes. You can read our comprehensive notes here. Meanwhile, comprehensive notes. Okay. Various stability improvements. Preload is not available on Steam. No. No sub required for the axe. And the axe is just a drop, yeah. Just have to watch 2 hours. So here is, this is sub. This is watch 2 hours in the first week. This is sub in the second week. And this is watch 2 hours in the third week. The calm before the hatred. Okay. Max will be 300 or 350. Someone said 350. No. You're gonna have 342 points and 300 levels. Sleep deprivation incoming. I'm gonna try to sleep enough. I mean, for day 1 it's gonna be rough. Because the start time is like horrendous. So it is what it is. Even before random chatter uses Steam D4 numbers to compare player counts. That will absolutely happen. And then, you know, this thing's gonna happen, right? And then they're gonna come back the next day and they're gonna be like, nah, this can't be true. They faked this. You'll be fighting Sleep, the true end boss of Diablo. Yeah, for season start it's gonna be rough, man. It's gonna be like another like 35-hour stream for me or something. So, oof. And also by the time it actually goes live, I will be up for like a long time already. So I don't want to stop either, right? So it's like kind of fucked either way. Gamble guy, new end boss. So not too much in this blog post, but a few details were there. It might be delayed last time, like 5-6 hours before I can log in. That'll be rough. So apparently I saw that the season starts half an hour after launch. It's perfect. 1 a.m. start. It's gonna be 5 to 7 hours of server problems, and yeah, you wake up in the morning refreshed at 8 a.m. Have your coffee, log in. 5 minutes later, queue done. Servers fixed. Let's go. Meanwhile, everyone else who stayed up like the entire night are like ready for bed. You hit level 20, game crashes, new patch incoming, the character reroll rolled back. You log in, you're like level 3 again. Oh no. What else could go wrong, guys? What else? Surely no build cause integer overflow this time. I think absolutely nothing will go wrong with Call of the Nameless, Azure Wrath. What other candidates do we have, guys? Who knows what's gonna happen with Andariels? They need more in-game cosmetics that you can earn. Most of them look like shit. I disagree with that. I think the in-game cosmetics are pretty good overall. And I most of the time actually just use in-game transmogs. I might know some candidates. Actually, I could make some videos about the class uniques. How about that, guys? Looking at this slideshow right now, I could do like a video talking about all the uniques for all the classes. I should probably break it up in multiple videos. Yeah, we got all the uniques. At least we got the class uniques, not the generic uniques. I still haven't seen like a Fist of Fate and a Razor Plate. There's not a video, these are just screenshots that are playing in the slideshow. Do you guys want to hear me talk about uniques for the next like 7 hours? Okay, fuck it. Okay, let me find my folder. Alright, I'm just gonna go from top to bottom. So what's the first one here? Apparently Paladin. Okay, maybe start from bottom then. How about that? Let's start with Rogue, honestly. Fuck it. I'm in the mood for Rogue. 32 minutes for pre-download. Okay. Just 1 second, guys. The amount of data mining everyone is going to do. Yeah, it might be that we can't data mine. They might encrypt it. Okay. Time for high YouTube. Let's do this. We're gonna go through the rogue uniques. I was talking through them a little bit already, so I have like my thoughts somewhat collected, I guess. Oh, I still have that thing going on. Let's change that real quick. Okay. Who is YouTuber? The one here, this is Jesse Rocks. He's a Austrian guy. He was in the press early access. But he's actually one of the bigger streamers. But only German community, so. Anyway, I'm recording, guys, so say hi, YouTube. We're gonna talk about all of the rogue items. Hi everyone, we got a lot of new information about the Diablo 4 expansion. We had a campfire chat, I will also have some stuff about that. But now I want to talk about rogue uniques. So we have seen all of them, what I believe, actually. So we have like 30 items here to go through. And I will have a similar series for all of the other classes. There is a lot of uniques. Some of them are unchanged, but I will give my thoughts about all of them anyway. Because, you know, the overall game is changing and how we approach builds is also changing. So with that in mind, let's go into it. Here's an old one, Condemnation. So this is relatively the same as before. It has a combo point bonus, so any sort of combo point build wants this item. It's extremely strong for that purpose in particular. Combo point builds have not really been a thing for many seasons now, so we do expect that the expansion brings them back in some way at least, and this is kind of one of the key ingredients. But besides that, there's not too much to say here. It kind of like allows you to like get your combo point rotations out much faster. But one thing to note is that resources are going to be more of a struggle than in the past. Rogues in particular lose the innovation passive, for example, but everyone also just gets way less lucky hit chance to restore resources now, for example. So this kind of like naturally elevates something like combo points where you use basic skills and don't just spam spenders. So just something to keep in mind. Wind Force. This is relatively the same as before. Hits of Barrage have a chance to deal triple damage and knock down enemies. Barrage is now the new multi-shot from Diablo 3's Demon Hunter. It's basically that now. It's not this like, you know, kind of like one at a time, like shoot an arrow and shotgun stuff. It is actually very much like multi-shot now, like an AoE cone of multiple arrows. So the skill has been quite changed. And this is a very strong item for this. So I do expect ranged rogues to make a return, not just Heartseeker that we have seen in the last few seasons, but I think that all of the core skills definitely have some potential, and we're gonna see some more examples of other core skill related items here. Assassin's Stride. This is pretty much the same as before, so it's mostly like a shadow step, you get a perma shadow imbue kind of deal. It's not really a crazy item, I think, but it's on a boot slot, so it's relatively easy to include in most builds, even if you just want to have like a bit of an extra perk from the shadow imbuement. In the past, for example, shadow imbuement was able to give you extra non-physical damage as like a debuff on the target, even if you didn't really care about the shadow imbuement damage itself. And now with the upgraded skill trees, there's probably also other utility effects you can expect here. We have seen a few screenshots, I don't really remember them right now. But either way, this could be used for that purpose alone. Shadow imbuement, going back to what it used to be like Season 0, Season 1 or something like that, blowing up entire packs on its own. That might happen on like low levels, but I don't have too high hopes for that at like higher end and like, end game and stuff like that. But we'll see, maybe there's some big support for Shadow Imbue. Ashira's Kanjar. Also relatively close to what it used to be. It gives you extra damage and extra attack speed when you attack with this weapon. So basically you need to be able to use a dagger for your attack. So I need to have like a cutthroat skill basically. It did have weapon mastery ranks, which was a very strong passive on the rogue that is now gone. And this item just doesn't really seem like it gets enough compensation. It seems like okay if you're playing a melee build, but it's not really crazy, and I don't think it's going to be used at like the very high end. But if you find it on the way, you're not going to feel bad about it. Gladiator's Triumph. This is a pretty interesting one. So it says the first direct damage you deal to an enemy is a guaranteed crit. When a marksman skill first critically strikes, it gains 120% increased damage, and you gain 1 overpower, and this can stack up to 4 over your maximum overpower. So overpower, in case you didn't know, is now a stackable effect. It's actually explained here. 15% additive damage, and it ticks down 1 stack at a time every 4 seconds. It goes up to 4 stacks, and with this up to 8. There are skill synergies that work with overpower, so we don't really know that much about the skill tree yet on a rogue, but we have seen this in examples of other classes where you can consume overpower to get an extra bonus or something like that. So this is kind of like a strong reason to generate a lot of it, and you get a lot of overpower with this. However, only the first time you hit an enemy. So it is an extremely strong item, especially if you have that overpower synergy. A very high multiplier, a guaranteed crit. So it is a really good package for like any sort of like AoE blasting. I was talking about multi-shot, for example, right? So I can imagine myself doing something like a multi-shot build or barrage build, blasting, through hell tides and whatever. And you just need to kind of figure out something for the boss. So as long as you can do that, and you have like kind of like a really strong single target option in your setup that kind of, helps with this downside of this item, then this should be fine. And there is actually something coming up later, which is something for rapid fire. So I could actually see something like a barrage plus rapid fire build being a thing, because both of these skills individually have a very strong supporting unique with this and a bow later. Cassia's Grace. Your arrow storms last 2 seconds shorter, deal 180% increased damage, and when created, have a 50% chance to create an additional arrow storm on a nearby target. That is kind of interesting. So we didn't have anything like that. There were 2 aspects for arrow storms in the past, but I guess they're now in the tree, and we have this thing here. I don't really know how good this will be. Like, this is a wild card, to be honest. Way back, arrow storms were completely busted. If you remember, like, pre-expansion, like pre-Vessel of Hatred Rogue, if you had items and imprints, you could actually go into a capstone dungeon at level 1 straight to nightmare difficulty. Back then, like, arrow storms were that good. So that was like one of the craziest leveling things ever, basically, in this game. So maybe they're still good. Maybe they're coming back now. We'll see, but it could be anything, really. Shroud of Khanduras is basically unchanged. So it gives you the immune for 2 seconds when you press Dark Shroud, and it increases the evade cooldown, but you can still reduce that with, boots mods and stuff like that. So there's not a huge downside. And then you also have the evading leaves behind an explosion that deals damage and pulls in enemies. So this is kind of like a pretty strong item, but generally kind of outclassed because Shroud of Force Death existed in the past. However, Shroud of Force Death is pretty dead now, and this actually opens up the chest slot for stuff like this. And I think Shroud of Khanduras is actually a very good item to keep an eye on for the future. The immune can help you out with, you know, any sort of like just tanking boss abilities. And most rogue builds will probably have Dark Shroud on a bar, I imagine, if you want to go to higher end content. So you can time that, press the button, you know, get the immunity, and you have the pull-in effect. That alone is also pretty valuable. And you're also going to see why when we talk about this little friend here, the Call of the Nameless. Eyes in the Dark. This is the old Death Trap pants, kind of the same thing as before. I think the damage number is higher. Death Trap definitely seems to be a thing. Very high damage here on this pants, but it also means that Death Trap without going all in on the investment on all of the trap stuff is not really gonna do much damage, I think. But you know, if you do like the Death Trap Rogue, it will probably look a little bit different in the future, but it definitely looks like it's gonna be a thing. Death's Pavane. This is the Dance of Knives pants. Dance of Knives has become a core skill now, so it doesn't have an agility tag in them, or maybe it does have a mobility tag or something, but it doesn't have these charges anymore that it used to have, which was one of the big downsides. So these pants tried to fix that downside, but now it's just like energy based. It's a core skill. You can actually also have core skill synergies. You can have Ring of Stardust Skies for resources. You can infinitely spin. GG. So very nice, very strong pants for that purpose. However, in the recent past at least, Dance of Knives was mostly used kind of like how the Barbs used to run Whirlwind, as like a supporting or like triggering tool, for example. So we had the Poison Trap Dance of Knives Rogue, where you use the Bands of Icarus Rose to trigger poison traps when you were spinning with your Dance of Knives. And the poison traps were the actual, you know, star of the show, basically. So it remains to be seen how good is Dance of Knives on its own, but being a core skill, there is more synergies and definitely potential for an effect like this to elevate it enough. Then we have Shrouded Gift, another really good pair of pants here. It says whenever you gain stealth, you also gain concealment, gain 30% damage reduction while stealthed and for 8 seconds after breaking it. That is a really good item, I think. So concealment has, you know, various like bonuses, like it can give you chance to make vulnerable, it can give you energy. There's, you know, stuff like healing when you stealth, and lots of other stuff and reasons to use concealment. We haven't really seen this concealment on the tree yet, but I imagine it's going to be a pretty good support tool because there's many upgrades. So that alone can be kind of nice. And as long as you keep up this 8-second buff, you're going to be fine. Very good item, I think. And now, speaking of good items, Call of the Nameless. This used to be something completely different. It was mostly used for its like big passive ranks. There used to be trigger attacks on this, and a bunch of other stuff that was kind of nice. That gave it like pretty good like early game power spike to the rogues, basically, before you get Perdition Helm, for example. So this was kind of like the next best thing, and it's pretty close, but now it's a bit changed. So here we have Lucky Hit. Imbued skills have up to a 40% chance to trigger a large explosion, dealing 75% of the damage dealt and applying the imbuement effect to each enemy it hits with 150 potency. So it is a little bit like old Victimize, basically. If you look at the key passive back then, which was like this damage echo mechanic, and then, you know, you might remember like season 5, I think, or so, when Heartseeker was like, you know, crazy with Victimize, with all the double dipping going on. So let's hope that there's no crazy double dipping and no infinite damage stuff going on here. But they have actually managed to achieve that with some mechanics on the Paladin and on Andariel's Visage, for example, lately. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt. And assuming that it just does what it says, this is an extremely good item. So I think this will actually beat Perdition on plenty of rogue builds, because it depends a little bit on which skill you use it with, to be fair. Because the way this works is that it echoes the damage that you do with that hit. But that hit itself needs to have a very high like hit chance in order to actually get the most out of this. So you don't just need high damage per hit, but you also need high like a hit chance per hit. So, you know, if you have like a typical like trigger build, usually you care about just like the total number of like hits that you produce. So you can spam like rapid fire into a target and it shoots like 10 arrows. And then the total amount of like a hit that comes out of it is like a lot, right? For many arrows. But the individual arrows have very low lucky hit chance. And that makes them actually kind of bad as a synergy with this helm. So I think this is actually going to be something kind of reserved for like some of the like very high like hit skills, such as penetrating shot, especially combo point penetrating shot is like the candidate for this. That has like crazy lucky hit in the live game right now, 80% base lucky hit per shot, and then you can boost that, right? You can get to the point where maybe every single pen shot will trigger this explosion every single time. And if that happens, that can be wild. And now let's talk about which imbuements you actually want to use with this. Well, it says that the imbued skills cause the explosion, applying the damage and the imbuement effect with increased potency. So what this means is that imbuement effect is probably just the chill effect of a cold imbuement, for example, but not necessarily, you know, some sort of like extra damage or anything like that. And we have the Shadow Imbue, but I talked about this, and I don't think that's really gonna carry you in late game. We'll see. And then there's Poison Imbue. And Poison Imbue is kind of like the real carry when it comes to the imbuements. You know, it can actually really, you know, it takes the damage that you deal, and then it multiplies that with poison synergies. And this then also has the extra potency from this helm. So I think that, you know, you're gonna use this on a Poison Imbue build, something like Pen Shot or other skills that have high lucky hit per shot, like high skill tooltip lucky hit effectively. Heartseeker, if you Poison Imbue that, there is actually a way to do this, I think. Might be a candidate, or Forceful Arrow even could be a candidate. So there's a few things like that basically. And when that happens, it's gonna be pretty wild, especially if stuff like Fist of Fate is still around with like the Giga lucky hit on it. Then you can boost this effect in addition to, like, for example, the extra stats and the extra effect that Fist of Fate also brings you. So kind of good. Then we have Sky Hunter. This is a pretty good one. This is what I mentioned when I was talking about the gloves earlier. Making like a barrage plus rapid fire combo with the glove and this bow could be interesting. Even though the two items don't synergize with each other, they're both individually extremely powerful. It says every consecutive cast of rapid fire increases the amount of arrows fired by 2 up to 6, and rapid fire deals 100% increased damage. Now, one note here is this is a two-hander, so, you know, the 100% is not that crazy for a two-hander, but it's like close enough. And the double amount of arrows, or it's even more than double, like rapid fire usually has 5 arrows, so this becomes more than double. It's like 2 times 2, basically. It could be extremely strong. At the very least, for a standalone rapid fire build, this is going to be a very strong item to use, and you definitely want to have that, but only if you don't play combo points. That's kind of the big caveat here, because with combo points, you're going to interrupt that flow, and you're going to reset the extra arrows all the time. However, maybe it might still be fine. We'll see. Grasp of Shadow. This is relatively unchanged. So it casts a Shadow Clone when you cast a Marksman or Cutthroat skill. So this works with pretty much everything. Basically all of the core skills, all of the basic skills, like, you know, all of these things can now just produce an extra Shadow Clone. And the Rogue tree actually has a lot of this like shade interactions. There's a bunch of skills that now just like produce shades, like short-lived Shadow Clones, basically, that use the attack once with you, basically, and they shoot from another angle, like with your pen shot. We've seen some example of that, and this is basically that. So you have even more of those, and that's kind of like just kind of going with this whole theme. And yeah, this could be kind of good. So we'll see. But it did lose some of the upgrades it had. There were like a bunch of like ranks, for example, that made it kind of nice, like Cutthroat and Marksman skill ranks, and that used to double dip with, for example, Shadow Clone. Having a Cutthroat tag, and then the Shadow Clone will deal more damage and you do more damage, so it kind of like goes together, and that is now gone, so we'll see. Here's Fists of the Iron Rose. This is basically the old close quarters combat key passive. So it gives you 30% attack speed and 60% damage against close enemies, but you have to use a Marksman and a Cutthroat skill regularly. So this is something for like, you know, puncture to build combo points and then spam TB or something like that. Or maybe there might be just a reason to use some other marksman skill as some sort of like support tool and just like activate it. Even a core skill, or, you know, even if we don't play combo points, maybe having some basic on the bar. We have seen some examples of rogue basics, and they seem to have decent enough utility to maybe replace something like a smoke grenade, for example. And then you can just make this work pretty easily, but you have to be in close range, so just something to keep in mind. Here's Misery Cord. This is basically the old exposure key passive, also packaged as an item. It has been nerfed a little bit in terms of damage, so it's now 60% maximum damage, but it still has this lucky hit chance to recover your cooldown effect. So effectively, for example, if you play something like a Death Trap Rogue, you can equip this item, and you just need to trigger this 3 times per Death Trap, basically. So if you have high enough lucky hit, and you hit often enough, you can just reset your Death Trap, basically. And in fact, Death Trap has an upgrade that gives it a second charge, which is very important, because it kind of gives you a bit of like an RNG protection, basically. With a second charge, you don't recharge it faster, but you might have extra lucky hit procs while using this weapon, you know, going from 0 charges straight up back to 2 charges with a single cast, for example. And that gives you like a bit of leeway so that it will still feel relatively smooth. So if that is the actual solution to playing Death Trap in the future, it would probably work out as long as you can stack enough lucky hit. The other thing is, there are more traps, right? There's Poison Trap, there's Caltrops, and potentially maybe ways to also convert some skills into traps, we'll see. But a lot of other classes have conversions going on, like all of the elemental conversions on the sword, for example. So there might be more reasons to use this item, but realistically, I guess it's mostly going to be a Death Trap thing. And for that, it's pretty decent. Saboteur Signet. This is completely changed. So this used to have like a bit of extra stun grenade stuff, and now it says the grenades gain 50% size and 90% increased damage. Enemies damaged by grenade skills become either vulnerable or weakened for 4 seconds. So usually when you have grenades, it means that you drop many grenades at once. So this vulnerable or weakened should effectively mean both effects at once all the time. So this should be no problem at all. And then you have like a pretty significant damage boost here. So if grenades kind of turn out to be a thing, then this is very good. I could imagine, you know, something like Smoke Grenade becoming like a carry skill, for example. Or, you know, like there are some upgrades in the skill tree as well that have like extra grenades come with your arrows when you shoot like barrage or something. So there is stuff like that, and we'll see how good this will be. Then we have Scoundrel's Kiss. So this is completely reworked. This used to be the rapid fire lob the bombs kind of ring. Now it says you gain 1 ferocity every 2 seconds as long as no enemies are close to you, and your marksman skills deal 15% increased damage per stack of ferocity. And that is a really good item, I think. So first of all, ferocity, similar to overpower, has this sort of like, you know, consume this to get a bonus for your skill kind of mechanic in some places. I don't know what is there on the rogue, but there is probably stuff. And this means that you just generate ferocity all the time for this purpose. That could be good on its own. Otherwise, even without consuming it, without getting any other benefit from it, just having ferocity means extra attack speed. That's kind of nice. It's 5% per stack. You can get 4 stacks, giving you a 60% damage and some attack speed. So that alone is kind of solid already. And then there are ways to get more maximum ferocity. And this is where it gets real interesting. So we have seen some of the kind of class-specific aspect become a bit more generic. So there is an aspect on the Spiritborn, which is called Duelist aspect, that gives you 5 maximum ferocity, at least in a live patch. And if the rogues have access to that, and they put that on your boots, you first of all get 25% extra attack speed, which by itself is really good already for a boots aspect. But then you also ramp up this bonus here to like crazy numbers. So if that is a thing, this is an extremely strong item. And if it's not a thing, it's still alright. Here's Riffing Band of Trickery. Let's not talk about that. Trash. Pit Fighter's Gull. So that is interesting. This used to be a ring and has now become boots. And funny enough, they actually took exactly the Chaos Armor version. This is exactly the model, I think, from the Chaos Armor season. And they even still have the teal number, which is kind of funny. So this is literally the Chaos Armor from Season 10. But normally this was a ring. The effect is relatively unchanged compared to what it used to be, and it's extremely powerful. So it says casting a smoke grenade increases your critical strike damage by 45%, and then you leave behind a cloud of shadows, and within a cloud you gain stealth once per second. So yeah, that is really good. Smoke grenade has traditionally been a very strong support skill on a rogue, and now you have just a 45% damage buff alone on the boots. That's crazy. So this is extremely nice. And it also goes with, for example, these pants I showed off earlier, where you can enter stealth, go with concealment, so you can actually combine those 2 skills together. You throw the smoke and you trigger concealment. So there's some stuff going on there, and it's going to be kind of interesting to see. Umbra Crux. Kind of the same as before. I think they buffed it to 50%. It used to be 20%. But everything else is unchanged, and I expect this is still kind of terrible. Now, that being said, a lot of the sort of like debuffs that you apply to enemies that previously didn't work with Umbra Crux. Frigid Finesse passive is gone. Malice passive is gone. You know, there's a bunch of stuff like this that kind of like brings this closer to the regular output. But the main problem here is really like the base damage, and you can't really apply a few things like crowd control effects to this totem. So we'll see how much Rogue will rely on crowd control effects in the future. It could be something where maybe you throw down this totem and then you like attack it with your like very small AoE skill, like I don't know, let's say TB, and you actually like spread the damage to like everything around you. But realistically, I expect this to be not great. Then we have Death Mask of Nimitrak. This is the Flurry Helm. In the past, that was a bit stronger. They have nerfed it a little bit, but it's still good. 60% damage, 50% attack speed, and you can cast Flurry without energy, spending 3% of your life. That life cost was reduced, I think, so it's actually easier to keep this up. Flurry in the past kind of just like healed this life cost by itself, so you didn't have to worry about it anyway. It did give some interesting options actually to play like a low life build. And for example, we have the Bloodmad's Idol in the game that actually kind of opens up such a playstyle potentially, but you would have to like really fine-tune your life values and stuff like that. But just kind of like looking at this here, you can get a lot of damage reduction while injured, for example, trying to stay at low life, having a barrier up or something like that. So that is potentially some synergy here. But at the very least, it's just going to be a good Flurry Helm that kind of comes online very early before you get a Perdition. And it might even beat Perdition for Flurry in particular. But on the other hand, we have to see that while the other builds don't have any Helm, they don't have this like front-loaded power. And then later, the other builds get Perdition, where Flurry gets nothing. And that means that kind of like the Flurry, you know, that the power curve is like really steep at the start, and then it kind of flattens out much faster compared to other builds that kind of like have like a more streamlined progression through the late game. So it's just something to keep in mind, I guess. Then we have Eaglehorn, kind of the same as it used to be. Penetrating shot bounces off walls and deals more damage. So if penetrating shot is back, that would be cool. And I mean, it's just a very fun item. I love Eaglehorn, so very nice to see that it's still there. Orphan Maker, everyone's favorite, I guess. It was kind of a big thing with like the recent seasons with Heartseeker. I've also played it, and I did actually somewhat enjoy it, I gotta say. It has been massively nerfed, so this number used to be way larger. I think this is 300 on live server right now, and now it's 100. And then also this like double bonus is obviously lower. So overall, Orphan Maker seems like it's just kind of dead. And one of the main reasons why it was even used in the first place is because it was bugged, and this did this like bonus damage, like kind of double dipped on Shadow Clones, and then the Shadow Clones did this like giga hit basically. And I don't really know if that combo will even work in the first place. And even if it does, it's probably not good enough anymore to just beat other builds. So I think good riddance. Then we have Beastfall Boots. When you cast a non-channeled ultimate skill, consumes all of your energy and deals 0.75 increased damage per energy consumed, and using its cooldown restores 25 energy. So this effect is unchanged. The stats are changed though, since uniques are random now. This used to have ultimate cooldown reduction and maximum resource, and both these were relatively critical pieces for any sort of ultimate build, including Rain of Arrows, including Death Trap. So use these boots to reset your ultimates with preparation, the class specialization. So we'll see like how much of that will remain, especially with the stats being way worse now. But the cooldown restores energy could be kind of good in its own right, because energy restoration and resources in general is just going to be tougher to get. So that might just be something to kind of keep an eye on. Especially if you combine this, you know, with stuff like this helm that we just saw here for Flurry, for example. You know, sometimes you spend energy, sometimes you spend life. This might help you to kind of get this combo going without draining all of your life. So there could be stuff there. And it might also just be that you do like a Kamehameha setup with, you know, combo point, pen shot, the Call of the Nameless, these boots, you cast your ultimate, and then kaboom, you know. So that could also be something. We'll see. And then we have Scoundrel's Letters, a trap skill chest. So one thing to note is, first of all, this thing was buffed, but also nerfed. It used to have the implicit that says your your traps are now core skills. So implicits are just gone across the board. Your traps are now not core skills anymore. But they raised the numbers here. So this was 30%, now it's 60. I was also talking about the pants earlier for Death Trap. They are now also a larger number. So it leads me to believe that Death Trap remains a really good option, also based on what I've seen with the skill tree. And that is probably a thing. The other traps, we'll see. Poison Trap might be a candidate. It was a thing, at least, for a while now with Dance of Knives. I'm rocking it. Maybe we actually gonna make like a real trap build. And it also says the trap skills can be thrown, so you can actually put them at range, for example. So that's also relatively neat. So we'll see. Desperate March. Pair of boots here. Evading leaves behind Caltrops. Caltrops gain 50% size and 90% increased damage. Well, we'll see. Caltrops is not exactly known for being an academic skill. We have seen the skill tree upgrades for it, and Caltrops just kind of stonks are going down in general because it loses the extra damage bonus, and it's just not really doing that much anymore, it feels to me. Now you can make this like a damage skill. There is actually an aspect for it in the game, I forgot the name now, but it kind of like, it shoots out some knives basically from its center, and people were trying to make some Caltrops meme builds with that some seasons ago, for example, but it has always been like extremely bad, and I don't expect that much from it. But we have these boots, and we have this chest, and Shroud of Volstaff is no longer a competition to a chest like this, kind of elevating trap skills a lot compared to other options on the Rogue. So there might be something there. Edna's Lost Dagger. This is a very strong one. This is basically the old Alchemical Admixture key passive, repackaged as an item again. So you deal 2 types of non-physical damage. So you can do this with 2 different imbuements that you cycle, or you can have one of them procced, for example, from something like Rakenov's Wake. So there's a bunch of ways to do this. And then you get this increased potency for your imbuement skills and increased non-physical damage. And it also says basic skills are now imbuable. So this is kind of what I was getting at with the Call of the Nameless earlier. For example, something like Forceful Arrow or Heartseeker, you imbue them. One thing to notice, imbuements are now duration based. So we saw an example of Shadow Imbuement, 20 seconds cooldown, 6 seconds duration. All of your attacks will be imbued in that time. So with a bit of cooldown stacking, you can make everything always imbued without like, you know, going super crazy on like tempering extra charges and this kind of stuff. So that is kind of good. And this makes something like this much more viable than we would have, you know, expected in the past. And the thing is that you have 2 multipliers in one package here as well. So at the very least for stuff like Poison Imbuement, the potency will be a multiplier, and then you have the non-physical multiplier on top of that. So that's really good. And then we'll see about something like Shadow Imbuement that may be, you know, it might be enough to kind of make this a carry. We'll see. And then there's Cold Imbuement that shouldn't really benefit from potency. So yeah, very good for poison builds though. And in general, dot builds, poison builds on the Rogue and stuff like that, the stonks are pretty high, I'd say, since they get the biggest new multipliers. So we have stuff like this, for example, but also on the gear itself, we have these new multiplicative damage stats here. This is Shadow Damage multi now, but I'm going to try to maybe find some other example. Like this here, Damage over Time multi. This is by far the highest out of all the others. There's crit and Wool and all damage and elemental damage, but this goes way beyond those numbers. And I think dot builds in general are going to be pretty big. So yeah, Poison Imbue, pretty strong. Here is Bands of Icarus Rose. It's relatively unchanged. It just says poison or cold imbued skills. In the past, it was only poison. So it says depending on the equipped poison trap's element. So there is like a cold swap for poison trap, I guess. Some cold trap you can do with this, which is kind of funny since Caltrops kind of does something like that too. But either way, there's that now. So we might still do funny stuff with poison trap and triggering it with Dance of Nights, for example, or maybe with other skills. You know, maybe we can do something there and sort of, you know, like full go like all in on trap bonuses. Some of them are pretty strong, and this might be a thing. But yeah, we'll see. I haven't really seen the tree for the poison trap. Here is the Maestro. Twisting Blades impales an extra set of blades into its target. dealing 30% increased damage and creating additional blades that return to you. So that is chef's kiss, I gotta say. So lots of damage for Twisting Blades. TB Rogue seems to be kind of like back in action. Especially like poison stuff, I guess. Poison TB is a pretty classic setup for the rogues. So I think a lot of people will probably enjoy seeing that come back. We have seen some of the like Twisting Blade stuff, and it does look pretty good. So together with this item, I expect this is actually going to be one of the top rogue builds out there. But we'll see. And in fact, there might even be a way to play without the spinny blades. At least for me personally, I'm really very much looking forward to trying something like this. I love the Twisting Blades with just the returning blades and like the shadow stepping around, dashing around, trying to hit them with the blades. And then you have the extra set of blades, and then maybe combine this with like a shadow clone, and there's even more blades flying around and stuff like that. It's gonna be great. So I'm looking forward to that for sure. And here's the last item. This is like a copy of another item there. Sea Lord's Fine Gloves. So this is casting or channeling a cutthroat skill grants a stack of momentum. This is the old key passive. It is almost exactly what it used to do, but it lost the movement speed and the damage reduction. So there were 2 more effects on this key passive in the past. But that being said, as an item, this is actually still a pretty good item. As a glove, you have a 60% multi, and then you also have the maximum energy and the maximum the energy regeneration. Again, resources matter more in the future. So this is kind of like a typical multiplier, I'd say, with a bunch of extra stuff on top, as long as you play basically like a full cutthroat build. And that is not really such a big ask. There's not really a big downside. If you play like TB, there is no marksman skill in your setup, basically. So in that case, very nice item to equip on those builds. Yeah, and that kind of sums it up here for the rogue uniques. There's more stuff to uncover. There's a lot of other uniques that we have gone through, but I don't want to blow up this video forever. So this is what I got here for now. Let me know your thoughts about uniques, which one really stood out, what do you want to make a build around, or what are you looking forward to in general. So that would be kind of cool to know. But yeah, I'm definitely excited to kind of go back to the rogue. There's so much cool stuff here. And you know, we're gonna be cooking for sure. At least after I'm done with blasting the warlock a little bit and so on, we're gonna be back on our beloved first love, I guess. So let's see how this will go. Hope you enjoyed this video, and see you guys next time. Okay. Now next class. Ugh. Yeah, we can do another one maybe. But I need some water and stuff. I did in fact enjoy this video. Nice. Yeah, I mean, some of the items I skipped over relatively fast, but some of them I talked about for like 5 minutes. That was actually like 33 minutes or so. So it's like a bit more than 1 minute per item. Oof. Cue the music. Yeah, I can do some music real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna be a B, guys. Anyway, be a B, guys. Oh my god, rogue spoilers. Yeah, they have not shown the set, man. Only the two-piece burners. Fuck. Does Maxwell have a server boss guide online? Oh, thanks for the subs, guys. Excuse me, by the way. And Chillengers? Need a seeker from Jesse. You guys want to see another round of uniques recording? We have covered, I think, most of the Sork ones already in the other video, right? I think there were like a lot of Sork leaks and stuff like that. So maybe I'm gonna leave that out for now. Make a poll for class. A short break. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, just had a short break. We're chilling. Is the data miner online? I'm not sure if they are working on it. Just make Rogue great again. Dude, I'm actually pumped for Rogue, man. I'm pumped to try, like, you know, stuff like Pinshot again, the new Barrage. Combo points, I want to see like what they've done with like Inner Sight, maybe. There's so much stuff, man. Drew is looking great. Okay, type in chat. Which other class should I cover now? Which uniques? You have screenshots of all the uniques for all the classes. A lot of people say Druid, actually. Interesting. I just finished the Rogue, actually. We need hard data. I'm gonna do Druid now. I'm kind of in the mood for Druid. So let's do it. Let's see. Need to find it. Yes. Ah, here. Can't miss that guy. Okay. Does Druid have the most? He's like an entire inventory of class uniques. No pressure, I'm not watching. Danger's gonna sit here and judge. I wonder what's the verdict later when I finish. Yeah, Danger is in charge of basically all the Druid stuff currently on Maxwell also. Let's see what he will say at the end. Yo, Matt, thanks for the sub, by the way. Okay, we're gonna go for round 2, guys. Druids. What is that? Ah, the launch time. Okay. I can maybe add a command to that. I think we have a timer up on Maxwell as well for the launch, by the way. But yeah, anyway. Say hi, YouTube. The Druid is a sumo wrestler. Oh, man. Alright. Hi everyone, we're back with another video for Lord of Hatred. This time I want to talk about the Druid uniques. We have a lot of them, and there's quite some interesting stuff in there. So let's get right into it. I'm gonna try to give my thoughts about what the items are, even if they were not changed. Sometimes they might have a completely new purpose, and there's a lot of like overall game changes to consider. So I kind of go through everything. I also have videos for the other classes up and a lot of other stuff in preparation. So you can go check out my channel, stay tuned for more videos, and let's see. Let's start with Waxing Gibbous. Sorry. This is the shred weapon. So that used to do something a little bit like this, but different. It had like some stealth effect when you killed something, and then when you attack from stealth, you get some extra damage. So these days, it's basically just the shred aspect. There's actually an aspect, I forgot the name, that does what it does here. It says 25% more damage, and shred has 25% chance to land additional strike up to 4 times. So it can repeat that chance. So you have like these kind of like multi-hits that are going on, which is kinda okay, I guess. So it's like not a super strong item, but the extra hits do have some advantages. Like for example, they can produce extra lucky hits, or they can trigger other sort of on-hit effects. I'm not 100% sure if that works with something like life on hit, but that could be useful, for example. And as a damage multiplier itself, it is kind of alright. I didn't map it out now, but you get a 25, and then, you know, if you get a 25% chance on extra hit, it does the same damage again. So it's 25 and 25. So together it's like nearly 60 already just from that. And then you can kind of like map it out with like smaller and smaller chances for extra hits. So I think the total is probably going to be in the range of like a 70% multi here, which is alright. It's nothing really crazy. But if you have any sort of extra perks from hitting very fast, that is good. Then we have Flesh Render, Tornado. So this is actually kind of a big change here. So the old Flesh Render was like this Shout Druid build, basically. You had to poison them up, and then you were spamming your defensive skills, and that triggered like some poison novas around you, basically. That is completely gone, and now it's a tornado item. So it says, when tornadoes expire, they instead seek back to you. Returning tornadoes deal 50% bonus damage to enemies on hit. Now, tornado was extremely good years ago, yeah, but it has never really been a thing after like the first season or something. And it has been like really down in the gutter. Now, with the expansion, we expect a much better variety of viable skills. And I'm definitely excited to do some tornado stuff again. And this effect does seem pretty good. So you basically get a doubled up hit, and the returning one has a bit of extra damage. So that alone as a multiplier is already kind of good. And on top of this, tornadoes also have this like very chaotic behavior where they kind of just fly off into nowhere. And with the return, that is kind of like alleviated a little bit, because they will come back exactly to where the enemies are effectively if you position yourself properly. So I think with like, you know, smart casting and you know, positioning, this could be even better than it looks now. And I think this is a very good item. Then we have Wild Heart Hunger. Rabies spreads 100% faster and deals 10% bonus damage, maximum 150 each time it spreads. So that's kind of interesting. Wild Heart Hunger used to be this like shape-shifting pair of boots where you get like this extra attack speed and damage for going back and forth between the forms. That is completely gone. Now it's a rabies item. Oof. Well, rabies has been extremely terrible forever, basically. So after like level 20, it's just like not useful anymore. However, that might shift in this expansion. In particular, because dot builds across the board are getting a huge leg up from extra dot multi that you can now roll on your gear. And I expect in general dot builds to be a relatively strong archetype in the future. So with that being said, this pair of boots also giga boosts the rabies. However, it is very weak against single targets. So when you walk into a boss room and rabies is the only thing I rely on, all you can do is cast it once and then just wait, and it doesn't really get any stronger. So you need to have some sort of plan B for bosses at least. But if you walk into a Helltide and you press this button and then it just kind of like spreads and like, you know, kind of like Locust Swarm in Diablo 3 with the Witch Doctor or something, it's just like everything just melts. That would be cool, I think. And you have to like find some sort of single target solution. But typically, Werewolf has a bunch of that going on with poisoning. Then we have Kamzim Stepwalkers. This is an Earthen Bulwark pair of boots. Basically, it brings kind of back something like a Bulwark build, I guess. It gives you like extra damage, and the Earthen Shrapnel, which like sends out like some projectiles or something. A pretty big damage multi, but Earthen Bulwark is a defensive skill. It's not exactly known for doing a lot of DPS. So who knows, to be honest. But I think it's kind of cool that they've considered this. And because way back at launch, there was this Bulwark build, which arguably it did rely on the bug, and it wasn't actually a real build. But I think a lot of people enjoyed that playstyle, and maybe that is coming back with this. But we'll have to see the numbers. Here's Mad Wolf's Glee. That says something that's very interesting, actually. So that used to be the wolf chest, where you like permanently evolve. Just a bit of background now. That is no longer a thing. All these like form shape-shifting related items are basically gone. And now you actually choose the form of the skill, and you like on the skill tree directly, you can decide, is this going to be bear or wolf or human, for most of the skills at least. And some of them have maybe like not all of the options, but most of them have some options. So with that being said, this is now a lacerate chest, and it makes it a core skill, has no cooldown, costs 100 spirit. That's a lot of spirit, to be fair, and it deals 100% extra damage. And I guess we'll see what happens, to be honest. So lacerate is an ultimate usually, where you teleport in and you do like really frantic, automatically targeted attacks all around you against enemies nearby. And now you're just going to expand this thing. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see. Could be really strong though. Like this multiplier is extremely good. And not just that, chest pieces, stonks are going up quite a lot in this expansion. Shroud of False Death is effectively dead. And this means that builds that have something like this available don't really pay a heavy cost anymore in terms of the opportunity cost, at least, with not having a Shroud equipped. So this could be quite something here. Then we have Insatiable Fury. Similar to the other chest, this used to be the Bear chest, and similar, no more Shroud of False Death, so this is equipable. It says, for 2 seconds after casting Trample, you may cast Trample again without incurring the cooldown, and Trample deals additional damage. Now, Trample actually got a pretty interesting upgrade, which is, there is a wolf version of it, with what I just explained about the skill tree, and that becomes a leap. It has a 11 seconds cooldown if you spec into this, and now you can do 3 leaps or so, maybe even 4 if you go really fast, every 11 seconds before cooldown reduction. That is not terrible. It's not exactly like barb levels of leaping with like something like Chain Scourge Mail, but it definitely helps the druids a lot, which were just lacking any mobility whatsoever. So usually the only thing you had was like a jar rune basically, and now you can leap around. And I could imagine that this actually goes into many builds just to have some extra mobility, and you just slap it on, put on the trample jump, and there you go. And yeah, this could be kind of nice. I don't think we really care too much about the damage part of this, but at the very minimum, it's maybe gonna boost it to the point where you jump into a pack and you're actually gonna see the HP drop a little bit. But most of the time, I think your damage is gonna be your core skill or something like that. Then we have Storm's Companion. This is pretty unchanged. It used to have some Giga Wolf ranks as well, and I think there was this like pack leader spirit boon thing going on that like also helped you to reset your wolves. That is gone here from those pants because all of the stats are now random, but the effect is still there. 100% damage, converted to lightning, storm hull ability. Wolves was traditionally a pretty strong build on Druid, so I do expect it's going to remain pretty strong, and we have also seen a preview of a set that is like companion related for the Druids. So I imagine there's quite something here, but it's really hard to predict how good exactly. Then we have Gaflin's Birthright. This used to be the human form helm that was always just terrible, and they managed to make it even worse. So now it's a Cyclone Armor helm. It's automatically triggered every 5 seconds. This effect does not incur a cooldown. I don't know what Cyclone Armor needs to do in order for this to be a good helm, but it needs to do everything. And it certainly doesn't do that. So I think this is going to be utter trash at the very minimum compared to, you know, mythics, like, you know, even Shaco. Shaco is not even that great anymore, but Perdition is going to blow this thing away. So this effect it's kind of funny when you get it, I guess, early on, like, you know, before mythics and before anything else. So at that point, sure. But for any sort of endgame stuff, trash. Then we have Purified Lightbringer. So this was the polarized weapon that used to do the puddles and convert it to poison and this kind of stuff. That is all gone. All the bugs are gone. So good riddance. I did like the Paladin gameplay, but the bugs really kind of sucked the fun out of it. And I just never bothered to fix them, unfortunately. Here we have something pretty exciting though. Polarize pulls in enemies does bonus damage and goes up to like 250 if the target was pulled or is unstoppable or a boss. So that is pretty crazy, I think. This is a very good weapon. 250 on a weapon, on a two-handed is a pretty good multi, plus the utility effect that comes with it. It naturally makes you more powerful against the bosses as well, because you will, always have that effect up and not necessarily always against other targets. So there's still a little bit of like positioning gameplay going on, for example. You can still do something a little bit like the puddles, where you try to stutter step around, try to pull enemies with you as you go to then get that bonus effect again, for example. So there is this stuff going on, this little mini game of positioning, which I like. And on top of this, it's just like a really cool effect, like pulling everything in and then you kapow, right? I think that's gonna be super fun. Hunter's Zenith. This is also completely changed. That used to be like some shape-shifting ring. Now it says when Hurricane ends or after it lasts 10 seconds, an explosion occurs, dealing 60% of the total damage dealt by up to 40 hits of Hurricane. Yeah, that is kind of interesting, I guess. So it is a relatively large multiplier. So even if you assume a single target, I think Hurricane takes twice a second. So you will basically get half of the maximum value even on the boss of this. After 10 seconds, you get the explosion. So if Hurricane can become kind of a carry, maybe. But I mean, we start at 17 damage and then we get like 20 hits and like 60% of that. Yeah, I don't know about this. So we'll see. I think this is kind of cope, but who knows? Maybe Hurricane has some surprises here. Then we have Unsung Aesthetics Wraps. This is a Lightning Storm glove. Seems to do roughly similar to what it was doing before. Lightning Storm gains additional strikes. We have seen a little clip of Lightning Storm, and that actually looked pretty amazing. I think I counted like 10 lightning strikes on a single, like cast basically, when it was channeling it. So it was covering like the entire screen. So that gets pretty wild, and I expect this to be pretty solid, even though the multiplier is not that great. But at the very least, there's like faster growth, and the additional strikes could kind of make up for it. And if you want to do Lightning Storm and you want to like channel and do this kind of stuff, I think it might be back, but it remains to be seen how good exactly that is. Channel skills definitely have a downside, just being slower and this kind of stuff. So there needs to be like a real power in this skill to be worthwhile. Then we have Will of Stone. So here this is the old Tempest Roar, now completely changed into an Earthspike helm. Is now launched as a projectile. Open impact, the projectile deals X damage, and it summons 2 to 4 additional Earth Spikes. So that sounds like quite a lot, but I'm kind of hesitant to call this good because it's Earth Spike. It's just a basic skill. Yeah, it doesn't really have like a direct multiplier, and the only multiplier that comes out of this item is the additional Earth Spikes. But if they also kind of like lob around as a projectile and then fly out into nowhere and don't actually hit any targets, it's not really going to help you very much. So if they all kind of like overlap and actually like target the position that you aimed at, then this is going to be good. But it really comes down to the behavior of this item, I think. It could be good if you can actually target the stuff you want. Here is Dolmen Stone. So this was the boulder plus hurricane combo where they spin around you. That is now actually on the tree with like a bit of a tweak there. And now we have this, which is still a boulder item. So it says when boulder would have normally expired, it instead explodes, dealing additional X damage to surrounding enemies. Which sounds kind of bad. We don't know the number now because there's no weapon equipped here. We can't really tell how much damage this will do. But it sounds kind of bad, to be honest, because the boulders, you're going to cast them, they're going to spin around you. And then what? At some point, they might even explode like on the opposite side, behind you or something, when the enemies are in front of you and the explosion doesn't even hit them. Like, I don't know how big this explosion is. We'll see. I don't really expect this to be very good, to be honest, but I could be wrong on this. It could potentially make the other boulder variants a little bit more exciting, like where you actually you cast a boulder and then it rolls along the path and it pulls everything with it, and then there's like the big kaboom at the end. Maybe it's going to be for that actually, and not so much for the rotating one. Then we have Mark of the Old Wolf. This is a new item here, kind of interesting. So it gives you 20% poisoning damage. The ing is very important. This means only the dot part of poison damage. And then it has a basically like a hybrid, like direct damage and dot like benefit, giving you 50% to each of those, depending on what stats you have. So the idea is that you do like wolf attacks that also poison up the enemy. So for that, it seems like kind of cumbersome to make it work, but assuming that you hit the 50 and the 50 on both the bonuses, and then you also get the 20% on the dot part of it, it's like not even that crazy, to be honest. Like this is, it's like all right, I think, but you know, you can probably beat this with just an aspect, for example. Then we have Malefic Crescent. This is previously Lacerate Helm, or so like no, this was the key passive helm, amulet, sorry. The key passive amulet for the wolf key passive. So key passives are gone, and now we have this. They kept it wolf related, and it now says Bloodhowl is automatically cast when you shapeshift into werewolf and every 4 seconds while in werewolf form. In addition, you gain 60% bonus damage for 4 seconds when a Bloodhowl is triggered. Oof, yeah. This is a bit like the same problem that the like Cyclone Armor Helm had. It competes with extremely powerful alternatives. Like, you know, it's not a helm, which it does not petition, but there can be other amulets. And amulets are generally a very powerful, coveted slot. And having a 60% multi on there is just not really enough, I feel. So unless Bloodhowl is like, you know, really long cooldown and it's very hard to get it low, and it does like everything and gives like giga buffs, you know, like it needs to give you like, I don't know, ferocity and berserking and attack speed and healing and all that kind of stuff. And then you just have it permanently up. And then maybe this is a good item, but Bloodhowl needs to do a lot of stuff for this to be really used, I think. Then we have Kilt of Blackwing. This is also relatively what it used to be, I believe. This is the Raven, Raven pants, basically. It competes with the Wolf pants, so they're both in the same slot. You can't really combine them. However, we have seen this Druid set, and the Druid set is very generic for companion builds. And we have the talisman now to make unique charms. And it could be that you can take one of these pants and slot them into the talisman and actually run a companion build with ravens and wolves as a hybrid build. Wolves are traditionally extremely good at bosses, and the ravens have been relatively good at doing AoE clear. So that could be a kind of cool combo. And it might not just be that you go all in fully on one of them, because each of them has their weakness. And now you can maybe try to make up for that, even though you have a bit of an opportunity cost by not having another unique charm in your talisman. It might be nice. But yeah, besides that, it kind of comes down to the companion mechanics. The problem with this is that ravens are just kind of clunky to use because they rely on the random proc from the spirit one to reset. It's a cooldown skill, it's not like a cost skill, so you can't just like solve it basically. And if you want to spam this as like your main ability, it can feel kind of awkward at times, especially on single targets or like very small packs. And that has not really been addressed. I was hoping we would see something like the Chaos Armor Season core Ravens coming back with like one of the like Chaos perks that we had back then. That was really cool, really fun. And you could cast it while moving even. That was just really amazing. And this does not do that. So I'm kind of hesitant to call this very great, to be honest. Then we have Heart of Asgard, a new item. It says when you hit at least one enemy with Maul, increase the attack speed and damage by 25, stacking 5 times for 5 seconds. Sorry, attack speed is 3%, damage is 25%. So it's a lot of damage and a bit of attack speed. So again, it's a chest. It doesn't compete with Shroud anymore. So this could be some sort of like late game, like Maul option. We have seen some clips of the druids as well, like kind of like doing the big bear punch. So that was kind of cool. And maybe you can do some combo here with like a Maul and Pulverize or something like that. We'll see. Realistically, druid didn't have that much going on with like basic skill builds. There was Stormclaw way back. That was a thing, like a much beloved, like, you know, kind of like heart of the druid class kind of deal for a while, and yeah, that had like a lot of fans. I was hoping to see that stuff coming back, for example. Now we have Maul, which is like really basic, but I guess with stuff like Pain Gorgers combined, you actually can do something with it. Here is Autumnal Crown, another basic skill. Wind Shear deals poison damage over 4 seconds, and like a hit chance to restore 100 spirit. This is what is currently the aspect for Wind Shear, so that is now slapped on this old Basili's Prayer helm here. Maybe. I mean, Windshear was a pretty fun build actually back in Season 4, I think, when it came out. I actually enjoyed playing it. It was kind of cool. And we'll see what the skill tree really holds for Windshear. So it was kind of like this dot stuff that it was kind of carrying this whole build. And I was talking about dots are having pretty high stonks right now. So maybe this could be something, but it has kind of this downside again. It's a helm. You know, you compete with pretty good options there. Then we have Might of the Urisign. This is a pretty interesting one. It's a ring. 13% bonus damage for each stack of Resolve while in wearable form, and you automatically gain 1 stack every second while in wearable form. I think this is an extremely good item. So the baseline Resolve maximum is 8. So with 8 stacks alone, you're gonna look at 104% damage bonus here, and you also get the Resolve just from this thing. So as long as you don't get like completely blasted and lose all your Resolve stacks really fast, it kind of disappears when you get hit too much. But yeah, 1 stack per second is really good generation already. This is really strong as long as you can keep your Resolve high. And there might be sources of more maximum Resolve for a Druid. And if you have those, then this thing gets kind of out of control. So I expect this to be a very good option here, especially if you manage to keep the Resolve high from either crowd controlling enemies or just kind of like, you know, speed farming or just like dodging attacks on bosses or something like that. Then we have Ifez Dire Totem. This is basically the old Dire Werewolf aspect as a unique. So it says Crazy Rage is now Werewolf and shapeshifts you into Dire Werewolf. You gain 125% crit damage multi, 125 bonus poisoning multi. So both the like direct attacks and the poison part get buffed. And then also it gets spirit cost reduction instead of armor and heals you for 5% of your life on kill. So yeah, a really good package here, I think. Now, one thing to consider is that wolf builds have been really squishy lately, and it's not really improving. So the bear builds are on the very tanky side, and especially when we're talking about Grizzly Rage builds that has like built-in damage reduction that then gets converted away into spirit cost reduction, for example. So you're gonna make yourself even squishier as a wolf, basically. So that is a bit of a concern. But let's say you can fix your defenses. This is a pretty strong item, I think. 125% multi, either way, for dot or for crit build, assuming you hit the 100% crit chance, is a pretty good multiplier. So yeah, I think that kind of goes into these builds if you run Grizzly Rage as a werewolf. Then we have Mjolnir Ring. So this used to be like the Cataclysm carry, basically. Cataclysm was a very popular build for Druid for many seasons. So that seems to be maybe gone, I guess. We'll see, because it lost some of the very important stats that it had, which was the Endless Tempest passive that made the Cataclysm last longer. It also had the Exile synergy where it said your Cataclysm benefits from your Lightning Bolt synergies. That was like a really important damage multiplier there for Cataclysm in particular. But yeah, let's see what happens with Cataclysm. Maybe there's a way to actually keep it up permanently. Maybe it can be a carry on its own still. We'll have to wait for the tree for that. But this ring by itself as like a support tool for other builds that are not Cataclysm could be very good, I think. So it says you gain unlimited spirit and deal 40% increased damage. 40% is definitely lower than typical multipliers we expect here, but it's not bad. And you have unlimited spirit, and I think that's really the kicker here, because some builds can be really resource hungry. We saw, for example, Lacerate, with a chest with like 100 spirit cost. There might be similar stuff with like really high costs on the Druid. Maybe there might be a way to combine Cataclysm and Lacerate to actually benefit from that combo even. Or you have stuff like Crown of Lucion, where you giga ramp up your costs and you just make it free anyway, benefiting from this extreme multiplier on your helm slot. So there are definitely ways to use Mjolnir to your advantage, even if you don't care about what Cataclysm is doing. That's basically what I'm saying. And with resources just kind of being harder to come by, this might be a really good item to include in plenty of builds. Then we have Fury of the Wilds. This says when you shapeshift into either werewolf or werebear form, you gain Berserking for 8 seconds. Additionally, Berserking grants 1 stack of ferocity every 1 second while active, and Berserking damage bonus increased by 10%. I think this is not that great, to be honest. It's a relatively weak multiplier, so 10% damage. Okay, Berserking. Let's assume you don't have any other good way of getting Berserking. That is a 25 with the bonus here, a 35 multi. So it's kind of like half a typical multi on your ring. And then the ferocity has to carry the rest to make this kind of break even with other options. Ferocity is kind of nice. It gives you a bunch of attack speed, up to 20%. Maybe you can get even more stacks if you invest in the dust in some way. But I think realistically, you need to have a way to use that ferocity as like a consumption bonus effect. There are some skills that do these kind of things, like consume a stack of ferocity to deal 50% extra damage or something like that. And if you don't have this, and you have like not some crazy bonus from having all this ferocity, I think this is a pretty trash item. Then we have Earthbreaker. This is basically the same as it used to be, landslide ring. You get like the extra tectonic spikes, or like extra landslide pillars inside the tectonic spikes, double cast effect basically. Kind of nice, I guess. Yeah. 60% multi, more hits, more lucky hits, maybe more triggers of stuff that you care about. It's a pretty solid option for landslide, I would say. Then we have Stone of Vehement. This is the Stoneburst offhand. It was changed a little bit. I think this used to work a little bit different. I haven't seen the new skill of Stoneburst yet. Traditionally, that was just not a thing. Like this skill was entirely a miss when Mist of Hate came out. And it has never really seen much use in the first place. It's a channeled skill. We already have channeled skill with Lightning Storm, so we'll see. However, it does have a pretty strong bonus here. So first of all, you get a bunch of res, which makes it easier to survive. However, 40% all res sounds good on paper. I don't expect it to be really much more than like 10% extra toughness or so, maybe 15. But then it has the damage effect here, 300% bonus damage split between all targets caught in a blast. And that is pretty good, I think. Stoneburst had definitely a huge single target problem. And that is single-handedly going to solve that issue, which means also that if you use Stoneburst and you don't have this offhand, it's going to feel really bad on bosses. So just something to keep in mind. They didn't really like fundamentally fix the skill, but we have this unique at least. So we'll see. Stoneburst might have some cool upgrades and it might be a fun skill. Arena's Inexorable Will. This is for Stormstrike. It chains to twice as many targets and gains 10% bonus damage. Before, this ring was actually like a like CC pull in enemies kind of deal. It also used to have kind of crazy stats of willpower and so on. They're all gone. And now it's a Storm Strike effect. Chains to twice as many enemies, 10% damage. It doesn't sound really good on paper. However, if Storm Strike works the same that like Chain Lightning does, for example, where it like the chains also work on a single target, it can like chain back and forth to you and then back to the target, then having twice as many chains is a relatively decent upgrade. And then the twice as many chains when there's many enemies means you're just way better clear. So yeah, for that purpose, it could be nice. But I guess that it really comes down to how good is Stormstrike as a skill itself. And that brings us to the next item, which is Great Stuff of the Crown. I was talking about the Stormclaw build, which was this item in the past, but it was traditionally just like really weak in the last 10 seasons at least. So yeah, it was like a thing very early on in D4's lifespan. And now we actually have these two things decoupled again. So there is Claw and not any sort of mention of automatically casting Stormstrike anymore. So it seems like there is a Stormstrike build and there's a Claw build. There's no Stormclaw build, which is kind of sad. Even you know, I haven't really played that build too much, but I did enjoy it when I played it. And I find this kind of sad. But who knows, maybe there's cool stuff going on with Claw. I imagine there's probably like poisoning stuff going on with some of the other uniques that we have seen, where you combine attacks, crits, and poisoning all together. And yeah, maybe there's some cool stuff here. All variants, it does sound kind of crazy to have like all three different options at once, depending on what the skill actually does. This could be something. But for a two-handed weapon, it is a very small multi, so this needs to give you a lot of power. Then we have Greenwalker's Signet. It says, casting or channeling a human skill has a 50% chance to trigger an additional equipped non-ultimate human skill, and human skills gain 50% bonus damage. So this is basically the old Nature 3 key passive, but it's like, you know, do it yourself, you know, piece it together kind of. So it says any non-ultimate human skill. And as I talked about earlier, the druids can now choose the form for many of their skills. And there might actually be like, exactly like, okay, you want to have only this one skill that you trigger. Or maybe you want to have, even 5 different skills that you trigger and you attack very fast and you just get all of them, right? So you can choose to have a wolf hurricane or a human hurricane and you kind of toggle it on or off. So that's kind of the big strength of this item, I think, that you can like casually trigger the skills that maybe you might have too long of a cooldown otherwise. You can get Earthen Bulwarks for free all the time, stuff like that, right? So I think that could be kind of interesting. The multi is all right for the utility it offers, I would say. So I think that's definitely something here on this item. But you have to be a human caster. Then we have the Accord of the Wilds new ring. That is the old key passive though, the companion key passive, +1 companion, 50% bonus damage for all of them, and then gain the passive effects for free. So I think realistically, when you play companion build, you'll probably have all of them out anyway. So this passive effect is like whatever. And this is really just kind of like formality. But yeah, for a companion build, this will be included. The +1 means you get more of your wolves jumping in with the Storm Howl, or you get, more of the Poison Creeper doing like AoE, or you get more of the Ravens, like it just helps in general. It helps with like something like Shepherd's Aspect, for example. So yeah, overall, for companion builds, pretty good item. Then we have a Dirge of Arida. So a second item for Arida actually. That says Storm skills you cast grant 1 spirit and deal 35% increased damage and doubles against Wound, Immobilized, and Slowed. This is the old Storm key passive. Pretty good, I think, because most of them probably have sort of these mechanics built in already. At least this is what they used to do. Tornado used to have a slow. There is maybe immobilized in some of them. There's maybe vulnerable in some of them. So this was kind of like a whole theme around like the whole Storm package, basically. So it's very easy to get this doubled effect, is what I'm saying. And when you do, you get a 70 multi on the ring, and you get a bunch of spirit, especially when you like multi-hit and it keeps reproccing. I'm not 100% sure if it does that, but it could be kind of wild for stuff like, Lightning Storm, like, hitting 10 times at a time, or like Tornado hitting multiple times. But even without multi-hits, it's just like a bunch of extra health to keep your energy up, or your resources up. So that could be kind of good. I think this is a good item. Then we have Green Walker's Oath. That says Poison Creeper gains a Germinate variant for free and deals 40% bonus damage. It's on a pair of boots, which is a pretty good slot to put this. So we are talking about companion builds, potentially with multiple companions. And there might be 2 solutions to AoE now when it comes to combining a wolf build with other companions. So there's the Ravens for AoE, there's the Poison Creeper for AoE. If you can do this charm stuff I talked about with the 2 pans, then you could even have all 3 of these items. Now, this might be a bit too much of an opportunity cost here, but maybe not. Maybe this is actually the way to do this. And this Germinate variant here, I believe, is the one that it recasts Poison Creeper automatically if they die while they have the poison on them or something. So that is kind of good. And then you can pick one of the other upgrades, get a bunch of damage. So this might kind of like complete the whole package of having all the companions, and you can just face roll all of the cooldowns basically. And you have something for every situation. Then we have Dark Howl. This is a pretty interesting item here, a glove that says Debilitating Roar is a werewolf skill. In addition, Debilitating Roar also increases your damage by 80% in werewolf form for the duration. So that is kind of neat, I gotta say. 80% multi is pretty good. And you have like a way to stay in werewolf form. So for example, if you do the Grizzly Rage werewolf transformation, you can now have the Debilitating Roar as well, in addition to Blood Howl, for example. So you can do both together. So that might be good. There might be synergies for staying in a form for a long time as well. I'm not sure, but that might be a reason to equip this item as well, even without stuff like Grizzly Rage, for example. So we'll see. But the main problem really is the uptime. Debilitating Roar is a very short uptime. It's 4 seconds. There might be upgrades to reduce cooldown or increase duration, but I think it needs quite a heavy investment in order to actually get this permanent. And if you can't at least get close to permanent uptime on this thing, it might lose a lot of its value really quickly. Then we have Fractured Runestone here, and that is a ring with Earth skills deal extra crit damage, up to 100% with at least 4 stacks of Overpower, and you passively gain 2 stacks of Overpower every 10 seconds. So again, Overpower ticks down once every 4 seconds, so this is almost enough to keep your overpower up, but you need something else in order to make this happen. But 100% multi for that is relatively easy to gain, I think. So as long as you have some sort of overpower generation, sometimes you will easily get to this 100%. And this is a pretty universal item as well, right? This works for all of the Earth skills. So this can be pretty good. I think this will go into basically all of the Earth builds. And last and least, to be honest, the Basilisk. Trash. Like, I don't know, like they just can't figure this out, I guess. It says petrified enemies take 100% increase, 100% chance to be critically struck, and Earth skills petrify healthy enemies for 3 seconds. Yeah, this is like the kind of like you farm Helltide when you one-shot everything kind of item. It has a terrible damage bonus, you know, like it doesn't even directly buff your damage, it just gives you crit chance. I guess Petrify has a damage bonus built into the actual skill, so you can invest into that and then get a multiplier from that. So there is something there, but realistically, I don't really expect this to be a thing, to be honest. So there needs to be something to get Petrify like more consistently all the time. Technically, we have a rune for that, but it's, you know, it doesn't even offer anything for two-handed stuff. It doesn't have any multiplier, and even assuming something like you don't invest into crit chance anywhere and you have like 0% crit chance, and you equip like a Locust Talisman as well to get even more damage for your crits, and somehow that all works out, I still don't really see it, to be honest. So I think this item is just like not it, man. But who knows, maybe there is some surprise here. If there's some extreme Petrify synergy, then maybe. But I think we're gonna have some serious boss issues here. Anyway, those were all of the Druid uniques. So I kind of gave my best, you know, like judgment on what I think will happen with these. Obviously, I can be off here on plenty of stuff where I have seen like half the tree or something. So some stuff is out in the dark. We don't know what else they have changed. We don't know all of the sets. So just keep that in mind. I just try to kind of like judge the uniques based on all of the stuff I know. And this is what you have. I hope you enjoyed this. Let me know what you think. And maybe you think, you know, I was completely off on some item. I'd be quite curious to hear if you're cooking some ideas or something. But besides that, as I mentioned at the start of the video, I will have more of these out for all the classes. We have a lot of uniques to go through, and it's kind of just fun to think about the possible options and the possible outcomes. So hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Cue outro music. Shit, I can do that actually. Okay. Anyway. Wait, you don't hear it? Wait, is it not actually showing up? Oh shit, I was on the wrong scene, so that's why. Now. Does it work? Okay. Yeah, it's because it's not in my YouTube scene. So there's no no sound. Okay. That feels better? Okay. Okay, what did I miss, guys? Okay, judgment. We have Boiler and Danger here. I'm ready to be judged. Pack leader, boon percent is bigger than you think it is. Okay. I mean, maybe if like you can consistently reset your stuff. I was just hoping they would like kind of get rid of this whole like reset mechanic and this like a random proc mechanic for companions. I think this really makes like companions not that fun. Like, okay, it gives you like something special, but I think just being special for the sake of being special is just not it if it just produces this outcome. I don't really like how companion builds feel. Like, I want to press the button and know that I will do the thing, right? And at the very least, I want to be able to time it. And I can't even do that because it's just like random fucking resets. So, I don't like how this works, to be honest. And the screenshot pausing on a wink wink caption. I'm not sure what you mean, actually. Was it something that Jesse was saying here, or what? The other assumptions are pretty spot on, but they don't buy a hybrid companion. Yeah, it might not work out, but I feel like the game will be quite a lot about speed, and Wolves alone will not really be able to do a lot of speed. So you need to combine it with one of the others. So I think at the very minimum, if you want to do anything with Wolves, you probably want to have one of the others, but maybe the others are just kind of standalone. I guess we'll see. Did you see Rogue? Yeah, I was recording Rogue before the Druid. Duquesne. Hurricane has no damage. Yeah, I mean, when you start at 17 base damage, it's rough. I mean, there is a bit of potential there, but it's rough, I think. So it's a steep hill to climb for a Hurricane. Save Warlock for last. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Warlock needs already, I guess. So I could do another recording maybe before bed. Dude, each of these videos is like half an hour, man. Mark of the Old Wolf is gonna be so fucking bugged. Is that the one with like the different like scaling on the ring? Can you transfigure charms and seals? I don't think so. I think on the recipe it actually says that it needs to be like some like a legendary, mythic, or unique item or something. I'm not sure if it specifically calls out if it has to be like an equipment piece or something, but I have not seen anyone do a transfiguration on a charm. I haven't done Necro yet. Do the Twitch shows automatically go to cosmetics? No, you have to claim them, yeah. But I guess you figured it out, okay. The hybrid dot direct damage ring, yeah. Will be able to spin to win on the barb. Yeah, barb stonks are pretty strong right now. I think spin to win barb is a thing. I think anything barb is a thing, honestly. It's not even that unlikely that barb is just the best class, I think, at this point. So we'll see. We are back in Season 0, guys. We've come full circle. Barb with 4 weapons. Giga multis on all of them. I'm so disappointed that none of the Spiritborn uniques changed. Yeah, they've really done way too little on Spiritborn. At least on the item front. It really feels like Brent Gibson and the old Vicarious Visions team are doing the best game they can on this open world base. Did they actually assimilate Vicarious Visions? Those were the guys that did D2R, right? Did it change the damage reduction at all since launch? The damage reduction? You mean the monster damage reduction or like what damage reduction? There's a boulder node that lets you cast at a range with no travel time, so you can use the boulder unique without trouble. Yeah, but that boulder upgrade will have a cooldown, right? So I don't know about that. How's the Planet team doing on the data mine? I'm not sure, but I guess they might be working on it. Rafe, we need our planner. I will say I find it hilarious to showcase the worst druid unique in the video. Yeah, I said that too actually. When they showed it, I was like, man, that is the worst item of the entire class. Yeah, you need some serious ferocity power there. I don't believe that this is happening. DR application and bar pause and covers the entire screen while stalkers hit each enemy individually. I don't know what you mean with DR application, honestly. What are you talking about? Wait, but the basilisk. Basilisk is worse. Yeah, maybe. The sad thing is you have absolutely zero confidence in Blizzard to be able to balance this at all without a PTR. Yeah. They don't have to like balance everything, right? As long as we have like, you know, a handful of builds on every class that like, you know, easy peasy go through Tom and 12 at some point, I think we're good, right? And then they can fix the rest later. Boulder Druid looks the most interesting of everything I've seen. If the 6th boulder triggers the explosion. Well, the Dolmen Stone specifically says when it would expire naturally or something. So if the 6th boulder does trigger the explosion, then okay, maybe, but it's not what it says. Like it specifically calls out like when it expires. Wait, let me see. Okay, maybe I misunderstood then. Yeah, it says when it would have normally expired. So this specifically does not work when you replace it, I guess. So it seems so bad, honestly. I don't know. What is the prediction to be the strongest class build when DLC launches? Warlock. Anything. I'm not sure about Paladin, actually. Paladin did get quite some downgrades, to be honest. I'm not sure if Paladin is really going to be the second best. I think it's not unlikely Bob is the second best, or maybe the best. But I think Warlock is just like by virtue of being new and intentionally OP. Barbarian will be like accidentally OP. Hand sanitizer likes earth and explosions, explains the brimstones. Yeah, I'll start hardcore. I hope the campaign doesn't have like a fucking like falling floor that insta kills you. But we've had 100% chance of that happening so far in every campaign in this game. So I'm not looking forward to that. They know what they're doing when they have 4 weapons, 2 of them are two-handed. Why are rings so stacked? Yeah, there's some crazy rings. And Starless too. You better find Shroud. Shroud doesn't actually protect you. Like a cheat theft doesn't actually protect you from the falling floor. At least in the little fight it didn't work. There's a floor crumbled, you are dead. It's a Warlock class heavy into summons like the Necro. Well, it's like a different form of summoning and like how you interact with them. Like on the Necro, like the summons are kind of like permanent companions, and they kind of do their thing. And on a Warlock, it's more like they're more like active skills. Like you use them to do a thing, and then they disappear again, or you actually you kill them or something. So. Paladin's gonna be OP AF now. They can make the auto weapon into charm along with the Tyrael weapon. Yeah, the Tyrael weapon in general is gonna be kind of insane. Warlock is more abusive to the pets. Yeah, Necro is nurturing his skellies, and Warlock is just like, send it. Call Peta. Can you see the Tyrael mythic? I posted it on X actually. Yeah. Entering Sword of Justice. Any chance Microsoft gets updated plans before launch? That depends on if you can get the data mine, which I think is unlikely. Because it might be encrypted. I guess we'll find out tomorrow if our guys can do it or not. In Geom? Yeah, it's basically in Geom, which is like insane. It's in Geom, but it also doesn't just completely mess up your DPS. So it's just an insane item, man. It's like good enough. You know, you lose some damage when you don't have the effect up on a boss fight and stuff. But yeah, for like T12 blasting and you know, like you're at a point where you don't really care about being a bit weaker on the boss or so, that's insane. There's no full passage tree posted, Blacker, so everything is just like kind of screenshots and I'm trying to puzzle it together. How soon after launch will we update the tier lists? Yeah, so basically we're gonna archive every single existing guide and we're gonna put every single existing build into an unranked tier on the tier list. And then basically as we make new builds, we will populate the build guide section. Basically by the hour, I guess, we're gonna release builds, you know, one after the other. We have 22 people. We have a lot of people. Yeah, so there's gonna be lots of guides flooding onto the page very quickly. But yeah, doing day 1, day 2, day 3 especially, we're gonna try our hardest to get some stuff out. And basically, as soon as we can rank anything and we get an idea, okay, this is a good build, this is a bad build, we're gonna start moving stuff from the unranked tier into the other tiers on the tier list. So that's kind of the idea. Yeah, so everything will start at not ranked, untested basically, and then one by one we move the builds up. Who are the current rogue riders? We have Eva, Darkseid, and Matthias. Just put S tier and Barb on the start, no point in waiting. I will probably make some sort of like video about like just my expectations, you know, for like the big picture, right? Like the classes as a whole and why I think some will be good and what some will be bad, without really discussing individual builds. I think we can do that probably. But yeah, on Maxor we rank individual builds and not, you know, classes directly. So that is Perturbator actually. Thanks, Ross. Maxley, thank you so much. Yo, you're looking for some good Warlock builds. In a good aura then. Okay. I can provide that. But I have to be a bit patient. What's next, Necro? Do we do another recording, guys? It's kind of exhausting, man. Doing like a one take 30-minute video back to back after streaming for like hours. Holy shit, man. Macro just went offline, steal his Necro viewers. Let's go. Barb. I think Barb would be interesting actually. We should check that out. One second, guys. Okay. Okay. Another round, guys. What do we do? Ignition gets me a rushing claw attack speed breakpoints by tonight. Yeah, for sure. He's absolutely gonna do this. Should be a data mine soon. The data mine will only work if it's not encrypted. And it's probably gonna be. Okay. Barb time. Let's do barb. Okay. Where's all this necro love coming from? Yeah, these are macros viewers who just entered the chat. This looks like Necromancer, a very beefy Necromancer, yes. Alright. We're gonna start another recording, guys. Let's go. Necro stopped the diet and started hitting the gym, yeah. When will a build be ready? Why do you use a singular for this? Yeah, but the answer is I was waiting until after the campfire chat to finalize them. So I have plenty of Warlock stuff prepared, but nothing that I want to publish before this. But yeah, during the weekend you're gonna see them. All right, let's go, guys. Hi everyone, I'm back with another video about Lord of Hatred expansion, and today I want to talk about the Barbarian uniques. So we have already covered a bunch of other classes, and I'm planning to do one for each of them, so go check them out as well if you're interested in those. But there's a lot of information that has been dropping lately, so I've been going through all of that and all of the items, and there's a lot of really interesting little details to uncover here. Even for items that are not really changing a lot, sometimes it might just be like a completely different approach that you have to do in order to actually fit it into a build, because stuff is shifting quite a lot in the expansion based on what we know, and I'm giving my best judgment on what I think about all of these items, how they can fit into builds, and let's go. So let's start here. Ramaladnis. This is an old classic, very popular item, very strong item in the past. It gives you a 0.5 multi per point of fury you have, but it loses 10 fury per second. So that was always like kind of like a centerpiece of most barb builds, especially for any sort of resource stacking builds that want to do that anyway. Basic attacks of adaptability, for example, Hoda, so very good. But now things are shifting a little bit for this item, I think. So it is kind of good still. It's, you know, even by default, you have a 50% multi, so that is okay, but could be better, I guess. We have seen some of the generic aspects, such as accelerating edge masters in a calm being quite buffed. So barbs usually have so many aspects that they kind of have to go for some of those, and they are actually viable alternatives now to this. And the other thing is that resources and resource stacking is a bit harder to come by in the future as well, I think. So what I mean is they have nerfed, for example, like chance to restore resources lucky hit, and probably other sources of resource generation, to the point that 10 fury drain per second might actually be at least a noticeable downside. So I think you really have to have, you know, a minimum of like 150 to 200 plus fury kind of permanently, and not really suffer from the downside in order to make this a pretty good item still. So I think it's still going to be decent, but not going to be like an auto include in every single build anymore. Then we have Battle Trance. Battle Trance has been changed a little bit. So most notably, it now has random stats and lost the implicit that gave it this random, this like a hit chance to trigger Frenzy without actually using it. So that was kind of like a really big thing about this neck. But that has been now just streamlined out of the game. Implicits are gone. Stats are random for all of the uniques, basically. And that means we kind of just have to deal with this now, and we have to press Frenzy. You can't just passively get it anymore. On the other hand, they did buff the item though. So now it gives you a 90% damage bonus and a 38% attack speed, which is a pretty solid package, but only if you keep it up, right? You have to like keep up the maximum Frenzy stacks, and then you get this boost, and your other skills get the extra attack speed. So yeah, it's kind of like all over the place where you want to attack a lot of Frenzy, but then you also want to use other skills to really benefit from it. So yeah, I am not really sold on this item. It's like okay, especially if Frenzy is just kind of part of your build, if you're doing something like walking arsenal stuff, or you know, maybe you just need your generator to actually get enough resources and you just like naturally use it and keep out the buff. And there might be other perks for doing that. Like in the past, we had, you know, damage reduction and movement speed and this kind of stuff on Frenzy, which was just like nice little bonuses and gave you a reason to have that. So we'll see, but not super crazy, I think. Then we have Saber of Tizagal. This is also a pretty good item in the past, but it has been nerfed now. I think it lost a third of its multiplier value. So I think that was 6 and that was 12, if I'm not mistaken. It is relatively decent still if you have a lot of damage skills on your bar. So if your entire bar is just DPS skills, you know, there's like a leap, a charge, your core skill, a basic skill, your Wrath or Iron Maelstrom or something. So if you have a skill bar like that, then you can use those skills every 15 seconds, you get this buff, and it's still pretty solid. The main redeeming factor here is that these two buffs are actually multiplicative of each other, as far as I know. And that actually adds up to like a pretty decent multiplier, but only for those builds effectively. So if you have even just like one shard on your bar, we're already getting into probably not territory. Then we have Fields of Crimson. This is a Rupture weapon here that was changed quite a lot, and in a quite interesting way actually. So it now just does what Rupture used to do baseline. Basically, this was the original just baseline Rupture skill that is now an item. So they've changed the skill significantly, it looks like. So it rips out the bleeding and does the damage instantly and removes the bleeding. And that's it. There's no more like puddle on the ground. There is no weird stuff going on. So we'll see what the skill does. I haven't actually seen the new Rupture. That could be good, but it's a two-handed slot. So you need to have some serious value here for doing this, I think. So there needs to be some other benefits to actually doing this damage instantaneously. Maybe this can be boosted in some way, and then maybe, but otherwise this seems like it's kind of a dead item. And on top of this, we used to have support barbarians that you really like this item because this was a, I think, 70% damage multi for like enemies standing in the puddle that came out of it. That is gone now completely. So it seems like barbs are losing a lot of their support potential here as well. So we'll see if there's any other like group viability for them. Then we have Ancient's Oath. This is a Seagrass weapon, just like it used to be, but a bit tweaked. So it was kind of nice because it gave you more steel grasp, like projectiles basically. So it had like a better coverage. You were like pulling in like basically a third of the screen in front of you or something like that. That was kind of cool about this item. Now it doesn't do that anymore. I imagine it's probably part of the skill. There's probably a variant that has a wider coverage. So they removed it here and they just kind of kept this damage bonus around. And it says 120% for 9 seconds after using steel grasp. So it's relatively easy to keep it up. But 120% for a two-hander is not really that hot. So it's like all right, but you first have to activate it and it's like a debuff on the enemy. So if you miss one of them, they don't have that debuff. You have to keep the timer up and the number is not even very impressive, to be honest. So yeah, not great, I think. Then we have Nomad's Longing Heart. Amulet here says core skills here increase damage and cost 25% more fury. This is the old Unbridled Rage key passive, but it's kind of tuned down a bit. So 60% damage, 25% fury cost, and then doubled damage against injured enemies. I think this is a relatively bad item unless you specifically want to spend more resources. So there are some reasons to doing that actually. So there is, for example, another item we're going to talk about soon, which is the Ring of Red Furor, for example. So if you have these sort of effects where you want to go over a certain threshold of how much resources you spend, increasing the cost is actually a beneficial factor in some cases. And if that is the case, I can see this item being used. However, resources in general are harder to come by, and it's not just like instantly, easily solved necessarily. So something to keep in mind here. But for example, Selig has been a relatively popular mythic on the barbs lately. And if that remains to be a thing, and we can make this Nomad's Longing Heart into a charm, and then don't really suffer from this whole like fury cost downside, you know, because we just have so much resource and so much resource generation playing a Selig based build, I can definitely see a bit of value here. Then we have Chain Scourge Mail, basically unchanged. They just nerfed the number from 100 to 80. Busted. That remains insanely good, this item. So this is mainly used for permanent leaping on the live servers right now. So Barb is an extremely mobile class as a result of just this item alone. But on top of this, you can actually now also do like some weird kick builds. They've actually shown us off in the Campfire chat, for example. So that might be a thing. And yeah, just in general, for all these brawling builds, this is a pretty good multi. Charge maybe as well. And yeah, maybe you can even do some funny stuff where you actually combine these multiple skills to get a bigger multiplier. And then do like, you know, the Giga kick that spends all of your resources. That's a thing, for example, as well. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of power in this pair of pants here, I think. Arian's Bearing. This used to be the Ancients ultimate pants with like Giga cooldown reduction. That is gone thanks to the random stats. And the effect has also changed. It says here non-ultimate skills that summon Ancients will now summon an additional none. And skills that summon Ancients deal 40% increased damage. Pretty good, to be honest. For a pair of pants that doesn't really have a lot of competition going on, this is really strong, I think. Ancients are actually on the skill tree in various places. There is like, I think 8 different tags on skills that have an Ancient. So there's like a version of Hoda, like you Hoda them, and then Ancient spawns. And that is now an Ancient skill, basically. So it benefits from this. And there's also something on the Shouts I've seen. There's obviously Call of the Ancients as well. So there's a bunch of various things where you can benefit from these pants, even on like a core skill, for example. And yeah, it's a bigger multi than something like Tybalt's. And it also summons an additional guy. So that's basically another like sort of hidden damage multi, and actually a very good item. Then we have the Ugly Bastard Helm. So this is the Rousal Berserker Helm. It's changed a little bit, doesn't have the cooldown anymore. It also doesn't convert to fire anymore because that's now done through the skill tree. So there's a lot of like skills that have a fire option. There's even stuff like a fire rend with a burn instead of a bleed, for example. Lots of pretty cool stuff going on here. But overall, a pretty weak endgame helm. Like, you know, Perdition is just like a straight upgrade in every way over this. But at least to get started, you're going to have like a smoother progression curve. We have the Third Blade here. This is extremely buffed. So this item did the same in the past, but it basically allows you to spam your weapon mastery skills. So that's like Death Blow, Steel Grasp, Rupture. So there's those skills here, and they kind of like make these builds kind of like more like a core skill, basically. It actually says it's like a core skill. So you just kind of spam them, and now they deal 160% of normal damage. That used to be, I believe, down to 70. So it's more than doubled now. Kind of crazy. And considering that these are some of the like more sophisticated skills, and they have like pretty crazy values, and you know, potentially pretty crazy upgrade. Death Blow, for example, was like a huge boss killer like sort of option. That could be really good for those weapon mastery skills here. So I definitely expect we're gonna see some crazy stuff here. With also Mighty Throw, for example, was pretty strong in the past. That's one of them. So we'll see. We have Ring of Red Furor here. This is the one I just talked about with like spending more resources. So this is actually unchanged. So every 100 fury spent, your next core or weapon mastery skill is a guaranteed crit and deals 6% crit bonus damage. So that's pretty good if you manage to get this bonus every single time you attack. So if you have high enough resource cost, then this is insane. But you also have to fuel that resource. That's kind of the bigger problem now. So you have to find a way to do this. And I mean, there might still be some pretty crazy stuff, but we know, for example, Lamrune is gone. And, you know, like if you don't really have like a way to generate hundreds of fury per second, it's not that great. But if you can make this work somehow, then yeah, this is gigantic, right? All the crit chance and the crit bonus, very good multiplier. So it remains to be seen. But yeah, this can also be, you know, paired with like maybe something like Crown of Lucion, for example, to get to this 100 fury per cast and so on. So yeah, there's a few ways to make this a great item. Then we have Emblem of Stahlbreak. So this is the old Berserking key passive, now as an amulet. Berserking's damage bonus increased by 110%. While not healthy, you are always Berserk. It depends a little bit on what this does exactly. So Berserking's damage bonus is 25%. And if that is like a multiplier to that 25%, it basically doubles it. It becomes like 50, basically, 52.5. So it's not very good. It's really weak if that is the case. But there is another thing, which is Wrath of the Berserker. And we saw Wrath of the Berserker also has a similar effect, where it says Berserking's damage bonus is increased by 100%. And if these are both multipliers to the original value, your Berserking will go from 25% to roughly 100, a bit more than 100% total damage output. And maybe there is something here, but even then I see this as like a relatively weak option, because you can't really rely on this effect as like your source of Berserk, basically, because it only works while not healthy. And there's not really a good way to stay at like low HP and then survive and not also heal accidentally out of it. So if there is something that kind of like, you know, prevents you from healing over certain thresholds, then sure, maybe. But otherwise, not really good. Here's Mantle of Mountain's Fury. So this is a Hoda chest. It kind of does that on the live server, but it's a bit changed. So you explode your Earthquakes for the total damage and consume them, and cause your Hammer of the Ancients to deal 80% more damage for 5 seconds. So that is a pretty cracked item. Hoda has been extremely good in last seasons already. And now Shroud of Falstaff is basically dead. So this means there's not even like a lot of competition here when it comes to chest pieces. So this is an insane upgrade. It could mean that Hoda is balanced to be relatively weak early on, and then, you know, kind of like on par with other builds once you get this item. So something to keep in mind for the leveling experience. But overall, a very good item for sure. You just need to produce Earthquakes somehow. Now it looks like the tech rune is gone, so just auto-generating Earthquakes everywhere is not going to happen anymore. So you probably have to use stuff like Ground Stomp or Leap or whatever can produce those Earthquakes, and then get an effect here every 5 seconds. But if you do, it's a huge payoff. Here's Gore's Devastating Grasp. Now actually called Grips, actually, so they renamed that for some reason. But yeah, either way, it remains a Whirlwind Glove. Whirlwind deals 90% damage and pulls enemies to you every 2 seconds. So it has no longer any of these like fancy explosions going on and all this kind of stuff it used to do at some point. So very bland. The pull effect is kind of cool. And I think that will make it really smooth to play Whirlwind. And honestly, I think Whirlwind stonks are pretty high. Not just because of this item, but it looks like Barb in general is kind of strong. And something like Whirlwind might be good enough to actually be like a real endgame build these days. Carried by its own DPS. Unimaginable, but I think it's happening. So for that, I would say pretty good item. Here is Ring of the Ravenous. This is the Rend Ring. It is kind of what it used to be, and even better now, I think. So it has an 8 seconds duration extension for your Rend and deals 80% increased damage. And then when you damage them with your brawling skills, you apply 2 stacks of Rend's Bleed once every second. So that's kind of a big package here. So, you know, the extension of the duration means that it lasts longer and kind of like it deals the same DPS for longer. So you can stack up more of the bleeds. So this is kind of like a hidden damage multiplier here. And you have the 80% damage multi on top of it, which is pretty premium as well. So there's two really big multis here. And then you can also apply the rend automatically by just like charging, leaping, whatever you do. So you can maybe even do like some sort of rend or like rotation where you do like, I don't know, leap in place with the Chain Scourge Mail. So you don't have any cooldowns. So you like leap, rend, you know, and you like giga apply like, you know, 3 rends per second on everything all the time or something. And that is going to be wild, I think. I think rend stonks and dots in general are quite up, to be honest. There's a lot of help for dot builds, and like the entire archetype of dots across all classes seems to be really promising. So I think that's going to be pretty big here. We have Bane of Arja-Den. This is kind of interesting. So Whirlwind itself is becoming a little bit more like a God DH, actually. So there is like one upgrade where you can like shoot out iron shrapnel. That's like a bit of like a mechanic that makes its way into some of the Barb skills. You can like they fly out as you do this. So it looks like you kind of like shoot stuff around you. But now you can also throw the mighty throws around you. But on the other hand, we have no idea what that means. Yeah, so it says periodically. So how often? Who knows? It does some increased damage. Okay, that's kind of nice. So basically you have the other glove that makes Whirlwind the carry and pulls everything in, or you have this glove here that makes Whirlwind like the kind of support that shoots out other stuff. So there's like various ways to play it now, and that might be, you know, one might be better than the other. Hard to predict, but either way, one of the versions is probably pretty good. Here's Unbroken Chain. Swapping weapons increases the damage of Iron Maelstrom by 45%, stacking 3 times. Kind of neat, I gotta say. So if you liked Kratos Barb back in the day, that was my first Barb build ever in this game. And the first class I ever played after the Rogue. So I still remember it fondly back in Season 0. That was cool. And that was largely based on the idea of what Iron Maelstrom does, which is weapon swapping, reducing the cooldown of it, using it as often as possible. And that was really cool. So seeing a comeback for Iron Maelstrom would be nice. Now that being said, I don't really have any hopes of the real Kratos Barb coming back, which wasn't just Iron Maelstrom, but, you know, there was also Death Blow, and there was also Upheaval, and there was also like, you know, Charge, and like, yeah, there were like all these damage skills on the bar, and they all contributed. So back then that was actually possible. These days I don't really expect that to happen, so it's gonna be probably like mostly spamming Iron Maelstrom as much as possible. But I'm kind of okay with that. And there's some pretty promising upgrades there. So I think this could be good, but it's very build specific. But yeah, for the Kratos enjoyers, probably good. Then we have Relentless Heart. Another chest piece here, directly competing with the other Hoda chest, basically. And this one says that Hammer of the Ancients deals 30% increased damage on consecutive hits to the same target, stacking up to 3 times. So yeah, you have the upside here that you don't have to produce earthquakes, and you have a slightly larger bonus once it's fully stacked. The other chest is 80, this is 90, so there is a bit of a boost here, but you have to hit 3 times to even get to that bonus. So this is mostly something for bosses. I think the design is pretty cool because I think this is a bit of a downside of what Hoda has. Hoda is pretty good at blasting packs, kind of bad at bosses, so this kind of helps to like, you know, make the flow feel better of that whole build, because you're going to be weaker in AoE where you're already really good anyway, and the bosses will just feel much better as a result. So very happy. And the interesting part here would be, can we make one of the 2 chests into a charm? Because then, you know, you're gonna get some big multis here. It seems like you can't make every unique into a charm, so it has to be seen. But if you can combine both chests, then it's gonna go pretty wild here. So Hoda Stonks looking pretty good. Here is Twin Strikes. One of my favorites as well, Double Swing. It's been a long time since Double Swing was really good, to be honest. And that was largely in like thanks to like the dominance of overpower builds, I would say. The dominance of two-handed builds as well for a while. So there is a lot of stuff that was not really in favor of Double Swing. But all of this has been swept away now. And that means Double Swing is kind of back on the menu, I gotta say. And there's some pretty interesting stuff in the skill tree for it that we have seen. And this item really boosts the skill quite a lot. So you get 60% damage, free vulnerable, which is kind of premium as well. Vulnerable is not easy to just have up all the time anymore, but it is really valuable. And then you also have these subsequent skins deal even more damage, and you get Berserker on top. So it's a pretty big package here. I think Double Swing could be back on the menu as well. And if you combine this with, for example, something like Godslayer's Crown, that has not been nerfed going from Season 12 into the expansion, with like the Giga pull in all the time, like you don't need to have a lot of AoE size in order to clear stuff really fast these days. That was like one of the big downsides of Double Swing outside of this whole overpower shenanigans. And basically all of the downsides are gone, and you have this thing. So I think that's gonna be good. Task Helm, pretty good item. So this is a pretty classic, you know, kind of like early game item. Usually later Perdition comes in and kind of beats it, but it just kind of gets you started. You get a 50% multi on your helm, which most classes don't really have anything to going for it until you get mythics, basically. And you get fury per second, and you get cooldown. It's just nice, you know, it just works. You can slap this in any build. It feels good, yeah, but probably later outclassed by the mythics. Open Eye of Gorgora. And this is the old bleed key passive here. So this one says when inflicting damage over time, you have a chance equal to a crit to increase the damage amount by 135%. Now that number seems pretty decent, but there's a thing to consider here, which is you actually have to have a lot of crit chance for that. And honestly, that's going to be kind of tough to come by, I think, because Perdition crit chance has been nerfed, for example, and the GA value has been nerfed a little bit. So like a maxed out G8 Masterworked Perdition now gives you 24 crit chance instead of 55. So something to consider. You're not just gonna walk around with like 100% crit by default anymore. Even with a Perdition and the starters equipped, you know, you still have to really stack crit chance if you want to make that happen. And on top of that, after doing all of that stacking of crit chance, well, you're missing out on like 6 other item affixes that could be there instead. So that really lowers the value of an effect like this. So honestly, it looks kind of good, but I don't really believe in it, I gotta say. I think you're probably gonna be better off just like going all in on stuff like attack speed, resources, dot multi, and this kind of stuff. And then just have another neck here. There's plenty of options, or even just aspects that are gonna be pretty useful here, I think. So I don't think this is extremely good. Then we have Hooves of the Mountain God. This is the basic attack pair of boots, and they have been giga nerfed. So giga nerfed to the point where I'm not really sure you really want to make a basic build anymore of these, to be honest. So they're kind of a requirement to make a basic build, I feel. Like, you know, bash and, you know, stuff like this has been kind of a thing for a while. But the number on the effect is now 60 instead of 100. So it's still pretty good for a pair of boots, but it has this drain effect, and that is actually a big problem here. So the thing is that the boots on live server, they have a gigantic fury per second roll that helps you to fight against the drain for a while, so that you can actually out-regen it, or at least together with your actual generation of your basics, you can get to the point where you just like permanently attack and it's okay. And then at some point, if you stop attacking, it will drain you down to 0 really fast, but then it kind of goes up again really fast as well. And all that resource regen is now just gone. And not just that, it might actually drain you down to 0 and you can't even attack. Because if you have a Shard of Erathiel equipped, your basics now cost resources to even cast. So you need to have something that gets the engine started, which was usually on the pair of boots itself. But now it's not anymore. So you can maybe go around this with having a bunch of extra fury per second on like a pair of pants and a pair of like a chest piece or something. And you get to the point where this might be fine, but it certainly makes the whole thing a lot clunkier, I believe. So you have to really kind of consciously think about it. But that being said, I do expect Barb basics to still be a thing. We saw the Frenzy Neck, for example. That might be something. Yeah, Flay with bleed stuff going on might be something. So we'll see. But just something to keep in mind, the boots needs a solution somewhere in your build. Then we have Darkstalker's Medallion. So this is the old walking arsenal. So my favorite key passive of all time in this game, I would say. So quite glad to see it's gonna stick around. You have triple stacking, 30% damage buff. I think actually they used to be multiplicative with each other as well. So I'm not 100% sure how that works these days, or at least with this item. If they multiply with each other, that's going to be very good. Even as a 90% multi, it is like all right because you still get this extra attack speed here. So it kind of depends on how it works, I think. As a triple multiplier, exponentially scaling, that'll be really strong. And I think that it's relatively easy to keep up this buff. It's a 15-second timer, and you get the crowd control duration, which could be kind of neat as well for like big ground storms or some other stunts or whatever you want to do. That is kind of neat. And for example, some builds might benefit from staggering bosses, which this helps with as well. There is one little downside here compared to live server. On live, this actually gave you permanent unstoppable, which to be honest was kind of cracked. But that was a really neat perk of having a Walking Arsenal build, which is unfortunately gone. Here is a Rage of Harrogat. That is kind of insane. So this was always this like cooldown chest. That was changed to have cooldown recovery rate when you have bleeding enemies or something like that. And now it has this effect here where it says inflicting a dot gives you a 60% chance, flat chance, that is very important here, to reduce the cooldown of your skills by 1 second. So it reduces all of the cooldowns by 1 second, 60% of the time when you attack. So anything that can produce a dot, like can trigger this on average, like once a second or so. Like with 2 attacks per second or so, you're gonna trigger this like roughly once a second, maybe even faster than that. So per second, you get like 2 seconds off your cooldowns, twice as fast basically. And that is a pretty huge deal, I think. And most importantly, Rage of Harrogat used to have a lot of competition from Shroud of False Death, but that is gone. So I think very good chest piece here. Extremely good to like spam all of your shouts, to spam your leap, to spam your ultimates, anything you want really. So as long as you have some dots going on, this is really good. And if that works with the Berserk ripping aspect, then even crazier, because then you can literally use this on any bomb build. But I'm not 100% sure if that will happen. Here we have Overkill, the Deathblow Mace. It was changed a little bit. I suppose the shockwave of Deathblow that this thing used to create is now part of the skill tree. And now it just says you gain all of the side upgrades and deal 150% extra damage. That seems good enough, honestly. I'm not sure what the side upgrades do on the Deathblow, but we saw, for example, the other like weapon here, the Third Blade, for the weapon mastery skills to make this Deathblow spammable. So that is still a thing. And 150 multi on a two-handed is not superb. It's like decent. And the side upgrades could like really make or break this basically. So we have to see the skill tree exactly. But I imagine there's probably going to be some tough choices. Deathblow used to have a bunch of utility baked in, such as it gives you free berserking, it gives you resources when you use it, so it kind of fuels itself. It has its extra damage against bosses. So if all that stuff survived and you get all of this at once, that's a pretty good package. So we'll see. Here is 100,000 steps, ground stomp boots. So they were changed a little bit. They also used to have some funny implicit, like when you have like when you ground stomp, you get some effects, or when you have walking arsenal up or something. And that is all gone. So they lost a bit of their uniqueness. And now they make ground stomp into an extra damage skill. So 25% extra damage and an additional amount based on the distance traveled since the last ground stomp. Yeah, so this like auto trigger of ground stomp, which is something that made this actually kind of great, is now gone. So in the recent seasons, for example, people actually used this to like automatically cast ground stomp every 5 seconds, and then that ground stomp would trigger the cooldown reset on your ultimate. That might still be there, but there's no auto ground stomp anymore. And it's just a ground stomp DPS thing now. So I don't really believe in this. We'll see. The ground stomp used to have some brawling skill upgrade, and that could kind of go well with the Chain Scourged Mail. And you might be able to do like some Giga Stomp build with this. But at the very least, I imagine this to be extremely clunky. So maybe it's strong, but probably clunky. So I don't really trust this. Then we have Might of Qual Kek. This is the like famous Diablo 2 like Act 5 NPC. Mighty Throw now gains multiplicative damage instead of cooldown from cooldown reduction at 100% effectiveness. So here's a glove that directly competes with the other glove for Mighty Throw that we saw with the whirlwind thing automatically throwing them out. And yeah, this is basically for like the Giga Bonk you know, like throw a big mighty throw kind of deal. There was like this like 12-second barb build where you did like the full combo and you set it all up and you did nothing, and then you did like this 110 trillion hit and repeat. That was extremely awful to play, basically just a push build and not really viable for any other purpose. So kind of scuffed. I'm kind of surprised to see that this thing is still in the game. And on top of that, it's not even very strong. That's the other thing. So you have to stack a lot of cooldown, which progressively becomes harder to stack. You know, there's like diminishing returns on the actual value that the cooldown reduction says on your sheet when you have more of it. So it kind of like works against you as you try to stack more of it. And then you get 100% of that as a multiplier. So this is just insanely bad. And even under the scenario where you stack to 75% cooldown reduction, which is the cap, which is potentially not even achievable anymore, with the craziest investment possible, basically, you get like the same output that you can just get with like another good aspect or like another good unique or something here. So this seems utter trash, I must say. Really bad. Then we have Hellhammer. That's actually the last item. So this is an upheaval item. That used to be an upheaval item as well in the past that produced this like fire ground dot area basically. So that is gone and now gives you the Iron Burst variant. I don't remember what that does. I think I've seen it. I think it shoots out some shrapnels and stuff. And then there is still this like fire variant, I think. And there's, I don't know, another one that just gives it more damage or something. So either way, you can combine two different variants. So you can do something there, maybe benefit from like the fire conversion and get some stuff out of there. But I'm not really sure if you really want this extra variant that much. But at very minimum, you get a pretty chunky 150% extra damage. So this is kind of mirroring what we have seen with the Deathblow weapon. For the Deathblow weapon, it was all the side upgrades. Here it's another variant, same multiplier. I think that's gonna be kinda okay for like upheaval weapon. I guess he's gonna slap that on if you play upheaval, but it's not exactly like a make or break, I think. Yeah, and that is all of the barb uniques actually. So this is what I got here. So far, this is looking really good for the barbs, I must say. So my overall verdict for barbs in general is really positive. I think they're going to be very strong, which is not necessarily just based on those uniques that I have seen here, but also the overall game changes. We have barbs with 4 weapon slots, and weapons are pretty big these days, yet again, just like back in Season 0, when we had all the big multipliers, all the crit damage, and all the wool damage. We are back, you know, we are so back, basically. So that alone, I think, will make barbs pretty good. And there is definitely quite a package of big uniques in here. So it's going to be quite exciting to experiment with the stuff. I think most of the core skills will look really good. And even some of the weapon mastery skills will have pretty big builds. Kind of hesitant about the basics, but we'll see. For now, this is what I got here. Let me know what you think. What is something that you're cooking with some of those ideas, some of those uniques that I have seen. Maybe you think I was super off on something. I'll be curious to hear your thoughts. Hope you enjoyed this, and see you guys next time. Okay. Cue outro music. Happy? Okay. Are we expecting a data mine for the expansion? No. More seal sets info. Yeah, we got a few new sets actually. I did cover Rogue uniques, Druid, and Barb now. And I think most of the Sork stuff as well already in another video, even though it wasn't really labeled as Sork. I like how they tighten the rolls on Radney's. The min roll is 35 instead of 25. Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter that much anymore. Like, getting the high roll on the unique effect is actually not such a big deal now because you can reroll with the cube. So you're gonna do like a few rolls and you're just gonna have a decent outcome, I guess. Depending on how available that is, right? Is the video released yet? I think no. I think we're gonna do this in the morning. Are limited how many uniques you can put in Talisman? Yeah, it's 1 unique. However, there is mythic seals. And we've seen an example of Ring of Royal Granger making a comeback. And I kind of would be surprised if there's only one mythic outcome. So there might be something there with like multiple unique charms or something. I think it would be really cool if there was like a mythic seal that says you can now have 6 unique charms. That would be fucking badass. And I think that would kind of compete with sets, to be honest. I think at the very minimum we need something like you can now have 3 unique charms and like a 3-piece set or something. So that could be competitive too. It's hard to say really. It actually really depends a little bit on the build and stuff. What is a unique charm? Unique charm is basically the 3 kindness cube effect. Like you get the unique effect without actually using the unique. Let's go down to 50 now, yes. Did it show Bob 5-piece sets? Let me see actually. What do I have in my Bob folder? No fucking sets actually. Nothing. You can have 5 unique charms, you cannot have set charms. Yeah, maybe 5 unique charms is fine too. 5 unique charms instead of sets plus 1. Yeah. It depends on which uniques you can make into a charm, right? Like if you can make really big multipliers and like some really crazy stuff, I think it would be very fun, honestly. I think it would be really cool if you could have 5 unique charms, man, and you can make some Giga 5-head build, right? I think that would be cool, man. Like you're gonna use like, you know, 3 different gloves and 3 different pants and or whatever, right? 3 different weapons and 3 different gloves, and it's like some crazy combo. Like that would be cool, man. We need that. We definitely need that. Three unique charms is equal to a 5-piece set. Well, we do know that 2-handeds are getting halved, and the amulet's getting like the 50% bonus cut as well, basically. If you put them into a charm. So you can't just take like all the 2-handed weapons and throw them into charm and rejoice. So I guess the typical charm will be somewhere in the range of like 50 to 70% multi. If you put like really big ones in there. And the typical 5-piece set is looking like a 600 to 1000% damage bonus. Plus some defense. Plus sometimes some utility. So it is kind of tough to compete with those sets, honestly. I think you need 5 unique charms. Have you seen all the Warlock uniques? Yes, actually. Do you like set items as a concept? I'm not really opposed to sets. I think we didn't necessarily need sets, but I think sets are not necessarily not interesting. So, we'll see. You can equip 2 unique charms, but only have 5 charms, so it looks like unique charms have 1 by default. Yeah, exactly. Sets locking into one build is rough in D3. Yeah, I mean, there's like upsides and downsides to how they did it in D3. Like, at least in D3, like, the sets were generally really cool, right? They're like really impactful, that like kind of created an entire playstyle for that set. And, you know, honestly, most of them turned out to be really fun, right? There was like an entire kit, basically, that went with it. They didn't really do this in D4 now. The sets in D4 are much more generic and open-ended. And they support a much wider variety of playstyles and so on. So usually like just have like a theme, like there's like this judgment set on the Paladin. So of course you need to have some judgment, but there's like, you know, 7 different skills that can give you judgments, right? So there's this kind of stuff. And you can have like many different builds combined with a single set. And in D3, yeah, not so much, I guess. When can we expect leveling guides of Warlock or Maxwell? Yeah, soon. I still need to like finalize some stuff there and so on. But yeah, during the weekend for sure. Ugh. Oh, we have to preload actually. I get it. Forgot about that part. Now that so many levels of skill points might go into a small number of skills, but with more ranks, how will this feel? Well, there's one thing here, which is more ranks in each skill, and also we can max out multiple skills, means you could have potentially more hybrid setups, right? One of the problems that prevented us from doing hybrid, like, you know, multiple skills that actually do damage in a build and stuff like that, right? It was mostly skill ranks and then also the weapon tempers. And then we had skill-specific aspects. So skill-specific aspects are gone. Weapon tempers are gone. And skill ranks are much more equalized now. So the baseline of, you know, different skills and how much damage they output is way closer now. Compared to like, you know, one skill is here and the other one is here, right? So when you start the game and you level up, this is kind of how the game works, right? You just load it up, And then you have like, you know, this skill, that skill, this skill, and you know, you press your ground stomp, it does damage, you press your mighty throw, it does damage, you spam your rend, and you know, everything just kind of works when you're like level 30. But then, you know, you get uniques, you get new aspects, you get more ranks, you start investing into only this one skill, and then the gap goes bigger and bigger and bigger. And a lot of this stuff has been eliminated. So that is one of the like good parts about this. And we might see builds that will not just have one button doing everything. And that is kind of like a big hope of mine. That being said though, for some reason they decided to just give like every skill a unique, which most of the time is only tied to boosting that one skill. And having two of those uniques for two different skills in the same build usually does not end up being good. So we'll see. At the very least, you might be in a scenario where you can at least see your other skills do something, right? Like I play a Hoda build, but I press ground stomp and I actually at least see the HP bar move. That'll be something already. You know, it doesn't have to be like equal, right? But yeah, besides that, when it comes to the skill tree, I think that, you know, like the last like 20 levels or something will feel relatively whatever when you level up. Because, okay, like up to level 40, you still keep unlocking stuff. But then it's just kind of like you just throw points into a skill, and then your main skill is already maxed out. And then you just start maxing out the next skill, and then another is maxed out. So there's not been like a lot of stuff going on anymore. Where previously, all the way from like level 1 to level 60, you always like kind of looked forward to the next level up, even to just get another passive rank or something, right? So that is not really the case anymore. At some point, like some skill points will just not really do anything. So that's a bit sad. And it doesn't really seem like they've like alleviated this problem a bit. I was hoping to see, for example, for utility skills, instead of like, you know, scaling the damage too much or something, scale the utility part of it a little bit more, right? If I put more skill ranks into Vortex, make the Vortex larger, like, you know, I don't know, 4% size per rank or something, right? Or Corpse Tendrils, you can do the same thing. Or, you know, this kind of stuff. Like Frost Nova, just, you know, every skill rank is like 5% longer duration, or, you know, some shit like that, right? And that would give you like a real reason and like a real impact of some of those skill ranks. But I don't think any of it is happening. So it's a little bit sad, a little bit of a missed opportunity, I think. And maybe they're gonna, you know, fix that down the line or something, but yeah. Skill tree nodes are level locked only now, yes. Pre-release content downloaded. Hey, that was fast. Okay. Really playing WoW. And this Nick emote. Oh man. Flurry plus alpha style patterns may return. There's definitely more potential for stuff like Flurry plus RF or Pen plus RF to be a thing, yeah. As long as you can like generically scale, you know, all parts of your build enough. Yeah, it might be just that, but I think it really comes down to like the specifics. So we have seen, for example, the pen shot bow is very strong, and we have seen the rapid fire bow is very strong. So it's gonna be kind of tough. On the other hand, Flurry, for example, Flurry has a helm, and that helm directly commits with Perdition. It's kind of like a break even, I would say. So Flurry doesn't have anything else going for it anywhere else on the gear. So you might actually get to the point where you can do Flurry RF again, for example. Need breakpoint bonuses like that add on the ult every 5 points buff the ult utility. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff they could have done there. Maybe it was just kind of like out of the scope to also add that to the skill tree. But I could imagine that something like this might be remedied in the future. I think you see Rogue make a comeback as a possible top contender. Yeah, Rogue also have more weapon slots than the rest, which is kind of in their favor. And yeah, I think Rogues definitely have a lot of stuff going for them. Carl of the Nameless in particular, dot builds, pretty strong core skill stuff. So yeah, I think there's definitely quite something there on Rogue. Rogue was being carried by double dipping on chance to deal double damage. Yeah, the clone stuff, that's true. But maybe the clone just has a high number now. And clone generally, like you can invest more points into it now and so on. So I think that relatively solves the issue as well. I wonder if you're gonna have builds that just don't run an ult on Rogue now. Like just no clone. And it's just gonna be good, I don't know. Sentinel Penshot. Yeah, there's like potential there, like Penshot being like the AoE blaster skill, and then you just like put down the Shadow Clone with the sentry and they blast down the boss. I mean, if that works out, that would be really cool, I think. Rain of Arrows as utility, holy. Are we gonna fight Diablo in this game? Yeah, just wait a couple more years, I guess. No, we don't have the trees yet. There's tree waiting room. Three more expansions. The Age of Terror. Did they share when trees are coming? Well, Blizzard is not releasing any trees. So if we don't get a data mine, there's no trees. Question is, can we get a data mine? Maybe. But I don't mean holding my breath. He defeated Mephisto and he sends a call for help to his brothers. That's the end of the campaign. Yeah, no one of the reviewers has really spoiled what's happening. I mean, obviously we're going to deal with Mephisto, but I wonder if there is any sort of setup for, you know, the next one after that. And we have not seen anything about it. Invigorating Strike now has a mobility tag, and TP making triple imbue with no imbue skill a thing. Yeah. Hi, Jidobu. We need Giga Hackermans. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna tell my boss that we need a quantum PC to crack the encryption. Let's go. Starforge. Are they making quantum PCs already? They're with some marketing. I'm going to go Warlock. Yeah, we'll start Warlock. It's gonna be fun. Starforge PC for Sanitizer too. Okay. I'll see what I can do. I'm going to need a town tree. Post it to me, please. Yeah. Starforge supplied a PC that broke Blizzard's encryption before the elevator release. You think they're saving Diablo for Diablo 5? No, they're not. No way. Like, I'm pretty sure that at the end, somewhere of the campaign, there is some sort of thing that's happening that will, you know, set off the next chain of events. And then it's gonna be either Diablo or Bale, like teaser. One of the two things for sure. Did you see a note that makes rushing claw into evade? Does that mean it stacks with evade CDR? Evade charges? Possibly. I mean, that CDR, I can see that work. Charges could be interesting. I have not seen a single example of a pair of boots that has two evade mods on it, so I've never seen evade charges and evade attacks reduce evade cooldown. Now the other question is, what happens actually to like Thunder Spike and evade and attacks reduce evade cooldown? So previously the Thunder Spike itself was the thing that triggered the cooldown reset on your evade. But that is gone. So I wonder if they changed the functionality that when you trigger the Thunder Spike, it also triggers the attacks reduce evade cooldown, but I guess not. So either way, it's gonna be kind of rough, I think, with evade. I already got evade all figured out. I thought you're a Brimstone gamer. Yeah, I think the whole Thunder Spike stuff is probably gone. But they can do other stuff, like kind of automatically, while, you know, evading around and rushing around. It's looking like it's rushing claw evade. Yeah, the thing is you need like time this properly. Like for Spirit Hall and evade, it was kind of like the perfect timing, right? Like I think it takes like 28 frames to do an evade, and that is like exactly like the cooldown of the Spirit Hall. So this is like perfect. I wonder if like the rushing claw will be different. Spin the wind with mighty throw hammers might be peak.